Creighton at West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
There's a win in the second game of this series. 10-7 the final score. Astros never stopped battling tonight after being down 8-0, but it ended up being too big of a mountain to climb.
Todd Callis on the call. That was the end of last night's Astros game, which felt over like 10 minutes into the game because of the first inning.
And then
they hung around for a while, though.
They surged.
They did.
They kept it within 3 by the end.
They had a chance. If you missed it, Jason Alexander, who threw 6 shutout innings his last time out against, who was it again? Anyways, it was Minnesota. Just 6 shutout innings against Minnesota last time out, which led to Joe Espada getting asked, like, hey, is he going to get another start? And Joe Espada going, what do you think?
What do you think?
Yeah.
That's,
what do you think? Well, Joe,
that was when he actually asked the reporter to be the manager.
the GM.
You know? If Chandler asks a question like that, Chandler could ask the question, so will he get another chance to start? Hold on a second there, partner.
Yeah.
I think we got a GM and a manager already.
Yeah.
And it's not you.
It was somebody else asking the question, so Espada was like, sure, well, I would like your opinion on the matter.
Why don't you just fill out the lineup for tomorrow?
Yes. 8 runs.
Jason Alexander got shelled.
Yes.
Just destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't done any favors defensively.
Well, Christian Walker.
What? Yeah, and it's hard to get mad at Christian Walker right now. He's the only player in the American League, Seth, going into last night, who had 15 or more home runs and 40 or more RBIs.
Yeah, but he missed a
ground ball that turned in. They called it a triple. I get so mad. The scorekeeper, the official scorekeepers are so soft with errors these days.
Oh, they didn't call that an error?
It was a triple.
It was an awkward bounce.
Yes.
Yeah.
They called it a triple.
It wasn't a bad bounce. It was a little bit of like almost just atypical enough.
Yeah.
Kind of like when you're looking at a woman and you're like, she's pretty, but there's something off about her.
Yeah.
And you can't quite figure it out.
That was the ground ball?
That
was the ground ball.
Walker was looking at her, and he was like, I just don't know. Should I?
Next thing you know, he gets
I've been married. Yeah.
So if you missed it, Jason Alexander gives up 8 runs in the first inning. It wasn't good. And they did what you do in this day and age is they left him in because we got to get 100 pitches out of you, bro. Right. We got to get 80 pitches out of you. And to his credit, he didn't give up any more runs the rest of the way. Mm-hmm. He gave you 6 innings. That's the part to me. This is where I'm get off my lawn guy a little bit with baseball, Seth, is that this is a game they gave up 8 runs in the first inning. It snaps their winning streak. They're still 7-4 since Payne and Pendergast reset the season for them.
Right.
So it's still a respectable record since we hit reset on the season 11 days ago. But I'm watching Joe Espada's press conference after the game, and the first thing that he talks about is how happy he is that Jason Alexander was able to give them 6 innings. I'm like, bro, you lost the game. Can you be mad about the loss, please? Just for 15 seconds.
Can we stop acting like nothing affects us emotionally ever because we're just even-keeled baseball players is what we are.
Getting 6 innings out of a guy who got shelled for 8 runs is the baseball's answer to, well, we just needed to make more shots.
Right. That's like being awful at your job, but you show up every day. As you're getting fired,
right.
You're like, but I have a perfect attendance record.
I was here.
Yeah. It's like you stole money from the company, but I was here to do it every day.
And yet.
I guess the only the positive side of it was that you had to watch Jack Leiter get out there and get knocked around a little bit too because they had built up because the Rangers had built up such a lead.
Yeah.
No reason to take him out. So
no,
there you go.
It was
Yordan Alvarez, the back spasm have been just the ticket.
He's got 3 bombs.
Him back on track.
He's got 3 bombs since the back spasms. He had 2 last night. My God, that 3-run homer he hit. Mm-hmm. Holy smokes. He crushed both of them. I mean, Yordan doesn't get any cheapies. I was actually encouraged, real quick, I was actually encouraged by this game last night.
Oh, yeah, 100%. They scored 7 runs.
It was one really horrible inning.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the time, the other 8 innings were 7 innings that they pitched. Were just fine, and they scored 7 runs last night.
Pena gets a home run.
It was dude. The 454.
Yeah.
He crushed that thing.
It's a big one.
That was good to see. It was good to see.
I didn't like the Rangers. Actually, I did like the Rangers. I always like the cheering for the first hit after a no-hitter.
Oh, so they got the Bronx cheer a day later. Yeah, that was funny. That was funny.
The Astros, since we reset the season on May 18th, are on pace. Well, they're playing like if they did genuinely start it at Game 1 on May 18th, they'd be on pace for 103 wins.
Okay.
That's the type of baseball team they are.
They're playing 100-win baseball since you and I reset the season.
Since we reset the season, they're basically a 103-win baseball team.
Yeah.
So when you're a 103-win baseball team, sometimes you have nights like last night.
That's right.
It's easier you can see why it was easy for Espada to kind of brush it off and just be like, hey, listen, he could have just said, listen, guys, Hunter Brown's coming back. The return is imminent. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna have fewer Jason Alexanders in our lives at some point.
I went through that.
And no other pitchers will get injured.
I went through Yeah, exactly. I went through size yesterday because because Hunter Brown is going to come back here pretty soon.
Yeah.
I don't know what Christian Javier's deal is, and even if he comes back, I don't know how long he is for being a starter or even being a good pitcher. He hasn't been good. Basically, since he had Tommy John surgery, he hasn't been nearly what they signed up for when they gave him the extension. The Athletic did their power rankings yesterday. Astros still 27th, even with the reset of the season.
Win baseball
even
team.
with the reset of the season.
Rare for a 103-win baseball team.
Someone needs to notify the Athletic.
Feels almost mathematically impossible.
Of our resetting of the season. But they did, the Athletic, when they do their power rankings, they've got some sort of topic or category they do with each team. So they do a prediction for each of the 30 teams in MLB, and they predicted, quote, some stabilization in the starting rotation for the Astros over the next 2 months.
Yeah.
And I started thinking about this. We kind of workshopped it a little bit yesterday, just sort of spitballing it. But once everyone comes back, I was trying to look like, okay, what's the pool? Because they'll probably go with a 6-man rotation. Mm-hmm. What's the pool look like for them to, once everybody's, and I know people are going to say there's going to be more injuries, Sean. I
won't say it again.
Yeah, but
it's a 103-win baseball team.
That's true.
Yeah.
But when you have a 103-win baseball team, means when everybody's healthy, you got a lot of options.
Yeah, that's true.
For the starting
that's
rotation.
True, yeah.
So that's the exercise I went through. Here's my gut feel on this. Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti will 100% be in whatever a fully healthy starting rotation looks like. They're both all-stars.
We'll feel great about them.
Or all-star caliber. I think my Burrows and Tang are 80%ers.
Yeah.
80%, they're, Imai, by virtue of his salary and pitching better lately, he's going to get every chance to be in there.
Mm-hmm.
I think Burrows, he needs to pitch better, but I think by virtue of being Dana Brown's pet trade from the offseason, is also going to get every opportunity. Tang is going to get every opportunity because he's the one of these three guys that's actually been good every time he goes out.
Yeah, the Imai, the Burrows, and the Tang. The
Imai, Burrows, and Tang. Oh, my. Imai, Burrows, and Tang. Oh, my. Yeah, that's what everybody's saying.
When you say it that way, you put me in the Asian name type of thing, and I think Omai is another pitcher. Can you guys sign an Omai?
O-M-A-I.
Out of Japan or something? Okay.
So I think there's a really good chance all three of those guys would be in there. And then if you're going 6-man rotation, I've got Lambert right now as the favorite in the clubhouse just because he's the only one that's been healthy and shown signs of being a capable major league pitcher.
He can have a horrible outing but go 6 innings, which, as we know, is apparently Espada's favorite thing in the world.
He pitched 5 and gave up 3 runs the other day, and it's like he left with the lead.
Yeah,
he left with the lead. So I think he's like the favorite in the clubhouse. Javier's going to get a shot at it because, again, he's making $20 million this year, and he's got history.
He is, isn't he?
He's making big money. And then I think Lance McCullers, I generously put him at like a 15% chance to be part of this thing. Yeah. I think Lance's days might be numbered here. I think there's just too many guys that are give you something better than what Lance has given you this year.
You get into that cycle with Lance that we tend to get into, which is comeback, injury again, comeback, injury again.
Yeah,
and if
can't have that.
I guess it all depends on whether the Astros are actually making a push for the playoffs or not.
Yeah.
If at some point they're making a push for the playoffs, then they'll do everything possible. If they're not, and it's after the trade deadline, et cetera, then yeah.
That'll get interesting because if all these guys are healthy, I don't think Lance deserves to be in the rotation. Even when he's healthy, he hasn't been good.
Yeah.
So that would be really interesting to me. He's getting paid a lot of money. He does not like coming out of the bullpen. He did last year at the end of the year because he had no choice. At this point on the last year of his deal, especially if the team's out of it, I wonder if Lance just kind of drifts off into the sunset this year, or if he's like, no, I'm going to finish out my contract. If you need me to give you 2 innings to eat up some innings, every couple of days out of the bullpen, then I'll do that. He did it last year. I just wonder if it being the last year of his deal, and there's got to be a part of Lance McCullers that is just exhausted with all the different injuries that keep popping up with him.
And he kind of, the way he was talking before the season, it almost sounded like a guy that
farewell tour
figured this might be his last year.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to go and I can't imagine, because he's lived in Houston his whole life. His family is here. He's very much done a lot to make himself a part of the community. And does he want to go and try one more year in Seattle or something as a guy that's barely making respectable major league money?
Yep.
I think we might see him on the broadcast next year.
That'd be. I
think he'd be awesome as a broadcaster.
I think he'd be great. I think he would immediately. And I think the guys on Space City Home Network do a good job. I think Lance, there's a chance he immediately becomes the best guy they have.
Yeah, and the cool thing about Lance is then, especially when you get into the playoffs, his experience in the playoffs and all the stories you can tell about that, and what pitchers are thinking going into it, despite how people have felt about him since all of the injuries began. That's the stuff that on TV you're like, oh yeah, I want to hear Lance's opinion on this.
Yeah, for sure.
That's why I'm a sucker during I never played in a Super Bowl, so I don't care if I don't care. Like when it gets to Super Bowl week, if this guy was the 53rd guy on a roster in a Super Bowl, I want to hear his opinion. It's way more valuable than mine.
It's what gives Charlie Batch cachet on Radio Row every year.
Whereas Lance has actually been a stud in the playoffs and had huge moments.
Yep, no doubt. Yeah,
that's right. Charlie Batch does.
He walks around Radio Row like he's Terry Bradshaw or something.
We haven't seen as much of that, have we? I feel like Radio Row has turned into, most radio stations have realized, listen, you can't be putting every Tom, Dick, and Harry that's trying to pimp a product out here.
Yeah, I don't know. I know our station operates that way now.
I guess maybe it's just because we don't do that anymore.
Yeah, we don't do that. I have no idea. I don't listen to the other stations during Super Bowl week, so I'm not sure. There's plenty of those guys walking around Radio Row.
That's true.
But we don't. We used to. But we don't anymore.
That's what thing.
Come on over here with your pills that you want to pimp to everybody.
If you're a bigger guy walking around Radio Row, you get a lot of. You feel kind of like a woman probably feels most of the time.
Do you feel that way?
A lot of people staring at you about what your deal is.
Is that what it's like for you?
Yeah. You can see people look, and then they try to look. They try to
staring at you.
They try to kind of look at your name tag without making it quite so obvious. And I'll always be like, no, but
you don't want me.
No, you're not. You're not ready for this.
You're not. Yeah. So I was also, just as long as we're sticking with the Astros here, Ross Villarreal from 790 posted a graphic yesterday on Twitter. And it was the Astros as a team, sort of the back of the team baseball card for challenges on the ABS system. Did you know that Cam Smith has more challenges this year? He has challenged more balls and strikes this year as a hitter than Isaac Paredes, Yordan Alvarez. Yordan's only challenged one time all year. Isaac Paredes, Yordan Alvarez, Carlos Correa, and Christian Walker have fewer challenges combined than 212 hitter who likes to challenge on 0-1 counts, Cam Smith.
And does a horrible job of it.
He's 40%.
40%, and he's
a negative net
and
run.
He does it in the worst possible situations. There's times where even if you got it right, you're like, okay, why'd you even bother with this? It's the second inning. You're the first batter in the second inning.
The risk isn't worth it.
It's an 0-1 count, and you're screwing everybody else for it. It always ends up, I expect seeing basically the graphic that's going to look something like a fried egg. It's like, okay, there it is. There's the yolk. Right inside the
Yep. That was the worst part.
It's a fried egg in a square pan.
That was the worst part about I think it was Monday.
Yeah.
Was because you and I texted about it immediately. Not just the count he was challenging on. You never, ever see when a hitter is challenging a called strike. I've only seen it one time, and it was the challenge by Cam on Monday, where the entire ball, like you just said, the entire ball is inside the rectangle.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no part of it that's out, because all it has to do, for those who aren't familiar with it and may not have paid attention, The ball just has to
touch it one little bit.
One tiny little millimeter, and it's a strike. So if you're challenging something and the entire ball is inside the rectangle, freaking terrible.
It's almost like he's having a hard time adjusting to his bigger strike zone. Like as umpires have a hard time with either tiny people like Altuve or huge guys like Aaron Judge. There's just too much geography for him there to figure out his strike zone.
That's an interesting hypothesis on that. I hadn't thought.
Maybe he's used to getting screwed on calls because he's a taller guy or something, so he's just got a warped perception of it.
I don't like getting mad at him. He seems like a great kid.
I get mad at Espada. Just tell him no. This is the thing. This is where I think with Cam, it's something psychological, and it's almost especially because it happens early in the count. It's almost like It's like a defensive person when given feedback or something, and they're like, "Well, what are you talking about?" And they just can't handle it. So he gets a strike. He's got an 0-1 count, and he's like, "No, that's not. I don't."
Yeah.
And he, you know what it's like?
I want this count.
But he's screwing everybody else when he does it.
It's selfish.
It's like your buddy growing up that when he was losing to you in a video game would hit the reset on the Nintendo.
That is selfish.
Yeah. And she's like, what the hell are you doing? You can't just reset this thing. We got a game going.
You're literally taking something of value from the rest of your teammates.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like cash advancing with a family credit card.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
It's like, I'm going to take the family credit card and I'm going to cash advance myself some money because I'm at the batting cages.
It would be like if I had a credit card that all three of my kids had access to, and then Sammy goes out and maxes the thing out.
Right. For something stupid that comes of nothing because it's a wasted challenge.
Yes, something. Yeah, right.
It's like bailing your least favorite child out of jail. You're like, great.
Yeah.
Hey, I know he's going to jump this bond.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, there's more crime coming. So they lose last night 10-7. The Astros do, but I'm oddly encouraged by the game just because I feel like one bad inning, they battled back. They had a shot in the fourth, man. If they had the bases loaded. If Isak could have kept the chain moving, with 2 outs, you got Jordan coming up with some guys on base. That was a big at bat right there for the Rangers.
No, that was given that they're playing this well since we reset the season. Mm-hmm. The fact that you've seen competent pitching, not last night, but competent pitching, but also the bats returning. I felt okay about last night. I can be baseball attitude about that.
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Hey, that's baseball.
I feel like Jason Alexander had one bad inning. Other than that, they played a pretty good game last night.
Yeah,
So
it happens on a 103 win baseball.
That's exactly
team.
right. They get some grace.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Okay, we had some news with the Texans yesterday, and I think slightly mixed reviews on a decision they made. But I think that what they decided to do with Nico Collins yesterday is a big reason why a lot of people like playing for the Houston Texans. We will discuss that coming up next. You know what I like? I like the fact that we got the biggest sporting event in the world coming here to Houston.
Studios 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
So we know that there was a rumor floated out there that teams are going to be calling or were calling the Texans to just check on the availability of Nico Collins because as the report was, and I apologize to whoever reported this, I think it was Jordan Schultz actually. Jordan Schultz I think might have had this where it was Jordan Schultz, now that I think about it, who said that teams are going to be calling the Texans or have been calling the Texans because Nico Collins is perhaps due an adjustment to his contract, which still has 2 years left on it, by the way. He signed a 3-year extension 2 years ago, but he still had a year left on his deal. So we've got 2 years left on this one. He was set to make a little under $21 million this year and exactly $21 million next year, something like that, around $21 million both years. And when Nick Caserio was asked about it, by the way, Nick will be on with us a week from today on June 3rd. Probably be his last time on with us before the summer vacation. But when Nick was asked about this at a press conference of some sort, Nick Collins, which I expected him to say.
He said it was idiotic or something like that.
Well, he called the CJ ones moronic. I know that. The CJ rumors, he said, the CJ Stroud rumor, he said, that's moronic to trade CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
He was equally unmoved by the rumors of Nico Collins. So not only is Nico Collins not getting traded, he got paid more money yesterday. Yeah. No extension here. They're just basically guaranteed. It's pretty simple. They're guaranteeing the last 2 years of his deal. Those years were not fully guaranteed when he signed them. They are now, and they added on $9 million. $9 million added on to 2026. So he's now making $29 million. $8 million added on to next year. He'll make $29.8 million in 2027. If he has another season like he's had the last few seasons, there'll probably be a contract extension for him coming before next season. But this gets him kind of in the neighborhood of the top 10 wide receivers. He's still not a top 10 in terms of AAV.
He's not redoing it altogether.
They're just giving him more money.
Yeah. He had said, by the way, we're not trading Nico Collins. Whoever reported it or whatever information they had, they can shove it.
They can shove it. That's what it was. They can shove it.
So obviously they're not trading Nico Collins. Yeah. But I guess the only kind of little I don't like the looks of those teenagers in front of the convenience store vibe I get with this is that, all right, it's cool, it's with Nico. At the same time, my long-standing philosophy has always been, hey, go ahead and early. Well, they still have time on their contract, but the deal's got to be that, but don't come asking for an extension 1 or 2 years later. Let's wait until there's another year left on your deal, and that's how we'll do it, because then that sets it keeps things nice and concise. I mean, the best example of it is the way Pat Mahomes has operated. They haven't tweaked Pat Mahomes' contract since he signed his however long ago, but.
And as a result, he's like the 14th highest paid quarterback.
Right. Yeah. So it's not anything that I'm screaming about or anything like that. It's just that it's that first step into sometimes uncomfortable situations on teams where when you start having success and you've got multiple really good players on your team, it's impossible to not have a few guys say like, hey, well, wait a second. Yeah. I had a better year than Nico, and you guys gave him give him more money, so how come I'm not? And it's manageable, but there does come a time at some point, especially if they get to a point where they give C.J. Stroud a contract.
Yeah.
Not to mention Kalen Bullock and guys like that.
Kamari Lassiter.
Yeah, you got to start doing. You basically have to do what the Lions are doing right now. I've looked at the Texans like they are the Dan Campbell Lions, but they're just a couple of years behind the curve. And a couple of years ago, the Lions, wow. This is a team that you got to watch out for them. Just look at what they're doing and look at all the good players they have on their team. And you wouldn't have been surprised to see them in a Super Bowl sometime in the last couple of years. They haven't gotten to a Super Bowl, and they're also now at the point where they've got to trade away guys like David Montgomery.
That's right.
They got to start making tough to some of their different players. So it's not like it's a mess in Detroit or anything right now. It's just a different stage in the life cycle of where you are with your cap and the players on your team.
I'm genuinely curious if this was a case of Nico or his camp. Drew Rosenhaus is his agent, just for informational purposes, and Drew Rosenhaus is considered one of the more premier agents out there.
He's one of 29 different agents who claim that the movie Jerry Maguire was based on him. That was a big thing back in the day.
It was.
If you're an agent and you weren't claiming that Jerry Maguire was based on you, what are you even doing?
So the only thing we can really take from that is he's been doing this a while, because that movie is in 1996. But Drew Rosenhaus is Nico's agent, and I do wonder, was Drew Rosenhaus agitating for this, or is this Nick Caserio just taking care of a guy that it feels like he's trying to head this off at the pass? Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think anything like this ever happens without somebody saying something.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably not.
You know, you've been a boss before.
I have.
You've got your really good employees, and they don't cause you any problems, and you assume everything's fine until all of a sudden you realize, I should have been.
And the squeaky wheel gets the grease.
I mean, in your mind, you're off at some corporate retreat, burning through all the company funds, sort of racking up $500 bar tabs and everything.
Right.
And in your mind, you think I wonder, Nico's been the sales leader for a couple of years here, and maybe I should have a conversation with him about whether he wants wants to change his compensation back.
That didn't happen.
But then you keep getting drunk and you forget about it.
Yeah. That's probably. I can think of like 3 guys now that from back in my sales days that
you should have taken care of.
Probably,
I'm
just. I don't want to go into my sales career. I don't want to bore people with it.
There might have been, unless, they signed Nicky. I almost called him Nicky. Nicky. We're good pals.
Yeah.
Nico. They signed Nico early in the cycle that year.
Yeah.
And maybe there was some kind of a conversation of, hey, let's get this done. And you know what? If you keep playing like this, we'll take care of you. So they revisited it. But it doesn't seem to have been a big a point of contention or anything.
Yeah. These are the numbers on Nico since 2023, since he basically rose to where he is now among wide receivers. He's in the top 10 in a bunch of different stats. He's in the top 7, really, in a bunch of them. Receiving yards per game, 7th. Yards per reception, 2nd. Yards per route run, 2nd. 14 receptions of 40-plus yards. Now, that is not an average. That is a counting stat.
Yeah.
Tied for first. He is first with receptions of 50 or more yards. So he's had big playability. Some of that's been getting deep. Some of that's been yards after the catch, which he's willing to truck guys. Mm-hmm. He's 6th in receptions of 20 or more yards. So he's got a bunch of counting stats, and he's got a bunch of per-game stats. The per-game stats are the ones that, when I look at how good he is there, I sit and I go, Seth, I'm like, okay, it's the per-game stats are great. The problem is he needs to start playing 17 games a year.
And the playoffs.
And in the playoffs.
Yeah. Nice. I would say a divisional round game in New England would be even better.
Yep. So
that's the whole.
So that part's a little scary. He's got an injury history.
Yesterday we were kind of joking about it, except now I'm feeling like it's going to become my new true religion, which is I feel like every player needs to be wearing a Guardian cap or they're selfish.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. Listen, I know zero about the science of the Guardian caps other than does there really need to be a lot? Hey, if we put a pillow on your head, maybe it'll reduce the impact a little bit. I don't need a graft for that.
A thicker apparatus on your dome.
Yeah.
You'll get hurt less.
But it seems like his concussion and the way he sustained it. It seems like exactly the situation where a Guardian cap might help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
he whacked it off the turf.
Yeah.
Right?
He went like head first. Yeah. It was against Pittsburgh. Yep. So I do think this show does show the history of them taking care of guys.
They take care of guys, and it was he kept it up, and he is still, when healthy, one of the most effective and lethal wide receivers in the league. He's just got to stay healthy.
Yeah,
but they don't now. The part where
it's still a good contract even at this price.
Well, right, for the Texans, it's a good contract for the Texans. Yeah, if they'd come in and gave him all of a sudden they set the new bar. Then I probably would have made something of it. It's more reasonable that, okay, they're putting him up more in the tier where he should be, but still a bargain. I hate it when people say, well, if he was a free agent, he would have made such and such and such and such. Right, that's where the teams don't have any leverage when you're a free agent.
Yeah.
So the yin of it and balancing out of the leverage you have and all of that is, look, we don't have to give you a league-setting contract. You're not a free agent.
Yeah.
But this is a little bit more in line with where you need to be.
I do wonder. I mean, you think of this offseason. They give Daniil another $40 million guaranteed. they extend Dalton Schultz with more money in another year.
Yeah.
Azeez Al-Shaair got the third best linebacker contract in the sport. Mm-hmm. Now Nico's just, here's more money. This is what I'm saying. I wonder how C.J. Stroud is looking at all this.
Oh, yeah. I think that's where...
You get money, and you get money, and here's your contract for you.
The biggest thing that I think I've liked about trends in the NFL over the last couple of years is that it doesn't seem like quarterbacks are operating by such different rules anymore. I think teams are looking a little bit more. They've made quarterbacks a little bit more like the blue collar rank and file. That look, there's multiple different ways to win a championship or be a good team. We've seen so many examples in recent years of either guys like Sam Darnold or aging veterans like Matt Stafford and Tom Brady. There's different ways to get a quarterback, and they don't always have to be the top paid guys in the league. I think things are balancing out a little bit, and including guys on their own team shouldn't expect to get a huge contract just because they're a quarterback under contract. You should get a huge contract when you're one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And, does David Mulligetta feel that way? I would guess most agents don't. Agents who have quarterbacks as clients don't. But as far as C feel that way, I mean, we haven't heard a peep out of him expressing any kind of discontent about it. Until I do, then I'm not too worried about it. I think the most likely scenario is that whatever he does feel in terms of either just, what about me or anything, like that he's using that as a good carrot on a stick.
Yes.
That it's like, all right, you know what? I have to, if I'm being honest with myself, I haven't produced like Nico Collins. I haven't produced like any of those defensive guys. I need to be a guy that produces like that, and they'll take care of me.
It's a good point. OTAs start today, by the way. OTAs, we'll talk at the top of the hour as to what we're, I guess for Wednesday and Friday, what we're hoping to hear, because the only one that's open to us, to the media, is tomorrow's session. And that'll be where we get players after practice, and that'll be where we get to hear from C.J. Stroud, presumably, for the first time since the end of the season, since the day after the loss to the New England Patriots. Very anxious to hear the answers to any contractual questions.
I think any contractual question. I think we're at minus 3,000 on anything.
On any
notable
excitement
happening.
No excitement level.
Or no excitement. Yeah. So I don't. How would I? If I predicted he's going to say bland, boring, cliche stuff about his contract, that's a heavy favorite.
Heavy favorite. Yeah, minus 3,000. I think minus 3,000 would mean you got to risk 3,000 just to win a measly $100. I think you're right.
I think if he says anything notable, if he says anything notable, it'll be something that gives you extreme clarity. If he said like, "Hey, listen, guys, I haven't produced the way the top quarterbacks produced in the last couple of years, and I'm planning on playing this season out, and I don't even want to discuss the contract until after this season," or something like that. That would be notable, and it would be awesome. Yeah. I'm not saying that's what he should say, or I expect him to say that or anything. But I have a 0.1% expectation of him saying something that sounds like he wants a new contract or he's pushing for a new contract.
Yeah, my prediction is it's going to be something of like, my agent handles that stuff. That'll be part of it. He's going to try to move on to the next question. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. We got a ton to get to. We'll get to a bunch of it in headlines. NBA playoffs last night. Astros lose. We've got NFL news. We've got college news. We'll try to get to all of it in headlines. Top of the hour, we will talk about what we're going to be looking for this week with the Texans in OTAs. Stay there. But before we jump out here, I want to talk about the Men's Tea Clinic.
to Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Here's a win in the second game of this series. 10-7 the final score. Astros never stopped battling tonight after being down 8-0, but it ended up being too big of a mountain to climb.
Todd Callis on the Call Space City Home Network. That was the final out of last night's 10-7 loss to the Texas Rangers. Jason Alexander got shellacked in the first inning. Stuck around for 5 more innings and did not get shellacked. He pitched 5 good innings after that. Unfortunately, 8 runs was too much to overcome. The Astros did put up some runs. They hit, I think, 4 home runs. Jordan had 2, Pena had 1, and I'm missing 1. Cam Smith. Cam Smith had a bomb, too. So the offense did some things, but unfortunately it was one of those nights pitching-wise for Jason Alexander. And 1-1 this series is now.
If you see the score
Burrows tonight.
If you see that the score was 10-7 and you thought it was just a back and forth duel or something, no, it was the Rangers. The Rangers. A lot of Astros fans probably turned off the TV after the first inning.
I almost did.
Yeah. So, but the Astros they slugged away and got themselves back in it.
Yeah.
The most part of the night was that Christian Walker, on a play that was not ruled an error, missed a ground ball that he almost 100% of the time would typically make.
That opened up the inning for them. That they'd already given up a couple runs, but that really turned it into a upside down kind of inning for them. So that was. I have a hard time getting mad at Christian Walker right now, but
didn't get a hit last night. He's a bum.
He's a bum. Yeah. So they're back at it tonight with the Rangers tonight and Thursday. Then they're back home from Milwaukee this weekend. NBA.
How about that, by the way? Just let's just take a little perspective check. 13 months ago, would you have ever thought you'd be saying, "I can't get mad at Christian Walker"? You know,
no, God, no.
After the abysmal start he got off to here,
no. The offseason, we were trying to find a way to pigeonhole Paredes into Walker's spot, and now Walker might be an all-star. NBA playoffs last night. OKC takes a 3-2 lead in the Western Conference Finals, 127-114 over the San Antonio Spurs. The story in this game, Victor Wembanyama, the worst shooting night of his postseason career so
looked
far.
Sluggish at both ends of the court. I have a rule. It's just that if one of the critiques of you or concerns about you is that you're too slender, then you're not allowed to ever look sluggish.
No.
Tell me about the sluggish, skinny dudes you know. No.
Zero.
Usually they're annoyingly energetic.
Mm-hmm.
No. I took these series are too long.
Do you know what this is like to run a car?
Sacre
94 feet. Back and forth.
I get tired. A man gets depressed having to run up and down the court.
Yeah. So the Knicks are just sitting and waiting. They don't have to do any running of any sort right now. They swept the Cleveland Cavaliers, and they hope that OKC and San Antonio continue to bloody each other out there for a couple more games. So OKC leads that one 3-2. Next game tomorrow night in San Antonio, Game 6. Texans news, OTAs start today in about 3 hours. If the weather's anything like it is now, it'll probably be indoors, I would imagine.
Which I object to, because I think CJ needs as much throwing in wet conditions as
even
possible.
In all this little kind of walkthrough stuff they're doing at OTAs?
Yes! Okay. I don't fear the cold.
Yeah.
I fear the damp. That's what I fear with
the
CJ.
Slippery.
Yes.
Yep.
I want him to throw nothing but football that's been dunked in a garbage can full of water every single pass
grease.
attempt.
I want it to be even slippier.
Greasy,
greasy
throwing
ball.
A greased football?
I want greasy balls over there at the practice field, all right?
You're about to get at least 4 of them when you and I standing there on the sideline.
Nico Collins got some new money
I was
yesterday.
told to stop making jokes like that.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
I know.
sorry.
It took us 48 minutes to violate that edict. All right, starting now. Yeah. Nico Collins gets some new money yesterday. Just some new money. Here you go. He's got 2 years left on his deal. They were not fully guaranteed. Fully guaranteed now. His money is for 2026 and 2027. Zero issue with that. They gave him $9 million more for this coming season, $8 million more for next season. Gets him in that $29 to $30 million a year range. He's still outside of the top 10 wide receivers, just barely outside, but outside of the top 10 in average annual value.
It's an acceptable tweaking of the contract to me. I get a little bit nervous when guys if his agent had agitated for more or something, when guys start wanting to redo deals that they've already redone, and it's anything more than 1 year before the end of their contract, just because you worry about this. Look, some people try to say like, oh, the precedent doesn't actually matter like that. It 100% does. I've been in locker rooms where on one of the best teams I was on in my career, the best team I was on in my career was early in my career with the Jaguars, where we'd been to a couple of AFC championship games, and all of a sudden, you could just go down the line of how good a player was, and then when a guy that's similar to him gets a new contract, all of a sudden you're like, oh, hey, what about me? Mm-hmm. Hey, I had a good year this last year too. What about my contract?
Yep. And
it gets annoying. It's the disease of more.
The timing is interesting in that it got agreed to the day before OTAs, which are voluntary.
Oh.
But it does make me wonder, was Nico Collins...
It's going to be a soft holdout.
Was there an inkling that Nico wasn't going to show up for the voluntary OTAs?
Yeah, so you keep the peace.
I don't know.
And right now...
It's just interesting timing.
There's nobody on the offense that has any reason for beef or to gripe about, like, hey, how come you took Nico's contract but not mine?
No,
Nico's the only guy.
Yeah.
So I don't worry about that per se. But there's multiple guys on the defense that at any given time in the next couple of years might say, "Hey, what about me?"
People text. I'm looking at the text right here. Stingley's going to want his now.
Right. Right.
So So it's,
Stingley stayed healthy. Stingley hasn't missed any games since they gave him the contract.
Not only stayed healthy, he played through stuff.
Yeah.
He stayed available. And so Stingley, we'll see. The Texans, are they setting a dangerous precedent? That's a fair question.
Yeah.
Are they setting a dangerous precedent by just giving Nico Collins $8 or $9 million?
The fact that this still isn't a top 10 salary makes me feel better about it. They're not resetting the bar routinely or anything.
Yeah, I still think it's a good deal for the Texans.
Yeah. It's always interesting. Where do you cut the line off? Back in the day when very few guys got new deals after their third year or before they had a year left on their deal, it was Andre Johnson, it was J.J. Watt.
That was
and
it.
It's easy to say, listen, you're not J.J. Listen, you're not Andre Johnson. So, that's an easy thing to say to a player.
Yeah.
It gets as you move the bar down a little bit. Nico Collins is not a Andre Johnson or a J.J. Watt.
True.
So as the team hopefully gets better, there's going to be more and more guys on that offense. Mm-hmm. Hopefully, I should say, as the offense gets better.
Yep.
That might have a gripe.
Derwin James got a new deal with the Chargers. He's now the highest paid safety again. So he's kind of doing the little thing, but the safety position, he's now reset the market twice. He is getting $25 million a year at the safety position with his new contract. Big money in that safety position right now.
Yeah, because it's not even the safety. It's more changed into there are old school safeties, and then there are guys who can do a whole bunch of stuff for you. And that's how that's how it's always been with safeties. People look at it as basically a commodity type of position. Unless we can use you in multiple different ways and you make big plays and everything, and then we'll treat you more like a cornerback.
Yep.
The thing with Derek Stingley is I think he's still one of the top 5 paid cornerbacks.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think. This is the first year coming up that his extension even kicks in.
Yeah.
He's still got 3 years left on his contract.
In terms of percentage of the cap, he's the second highest paid cornerback.
Okay.
So
David Mulligetta is his agent. We should just point that out.
Yeah, for whatever reason, I can't find average per year on the one I'm looking at. Oh yeah, he's still average per year. He's third highest paid.
Yeah.
So that's an easy.
Nico was like 18th.
If Stingley comes to him and says, "Hey, you tweaked Nico's," and you say, "Yeah, Nico's still not a top 10 paid wide receiver."
Yeah.
I would be surprised if Stingley did that.
I'd be shocked. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Quick college football news: Brandon Sorsby, who transferred to Texas Tech to play quarterback for them, he is a big-time NFL prospect at quarterback. Transferred to Texas Tech to play for them this year. For those who don't know his story, he went into rehab for gambling.
Yeah.
And shared the stories that when he was at Indiana, he gambled Hoosiers. He wasn't playing at the time. He would believe he was redshirting, but he was like, hey, I just wanted to have a little extra interest in my team. I mean, he showed all the symptoms of being a problem gambler, including gambling on things that, quite frankly, I've bet on in my life, like the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. I took offense to everybody painting a picture of Brendan Sorsby as some sort of maniacal degenerate gambler.
That's what makes you real degenerate.
He was
if you're
betting on the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. Yeah. It's one of the most gambled on events. But at any rate,
Turkish basketball.
What's that?
Turkish basketball.
He bet on
gambled on.
Romanian soccer. Obscure doubles tennis matches. True story. True story. The NCAA ruled that he will not be reinstated for Texas Tech, which gets interesting because Texas Tech is going to appeal this in court. If it doesn't get overturned in court, then chances are he'll go into the supplemental draft. Mm-hmm. And he's viewed as a first-round talent at quarterback. And the way the supplemental draft works is you give up. You privately submit a round in the draft and say to the NFL, like, hey, we'll give up our second-round pick next year for this guy.
Yeah.
And whoever says we'll give up the highest pick gets the guy, but you give up that pick next year. It makes me wonder if a team with a first-round pick next year would like what, or a team with a quarterback need next year, what they would give up to get Brendan Sorsby, especially knowing he's got a gambling issue.
Especially, he's in the draft specifically because of what will be the first item in the negatives in his scouting report.
And this is a draft, unfortunately for him, this is a ton of quarterbacks in it. So the supply and demand doesn't work out real well for him. It's an interesting story.
I like a quarterback who's a gambler. A little bit, no risk it, no biscuit.
That's right,
That's what he said. That's what he should have said in his statement. No risk it, no biscuit. That's what I hear.
It's just another version of the gunslinger, man. Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. OTAs start today. What are the biggest things we're going to be looking for with the Texans? A lot of them on the offensive side of the ball, man. We'll give you our list coming up next.
Hey, summer is almost here, and you could spend your whole summer in style and a
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, OTAs start today for the Texans, so the offseason program gets into full swing. They've got 3 sessions this week, 3 next week, and then mandatory minicamp the following week, and then it's off to summer vacay for about 5 or 6 weeks, and then training camp starts. Quick reminder, about this time a week from now, 7:30 actually, Nick Caserio will join us next Wednesday, April the 3rd, or April.
The
June 3rd.
Sorry, people know what you meant. Yeah. There's not anybody.
I
out
like
there
getting a ding. I like the reward of getting the dates right.
Yeah, maybe you should do it for your own intrinsic motivation. Okay, all right.
That's my bell always over there. How can I do it?
Validation from a bell
when I can't reach the bell.
No, I don't let Sean anywhere near the reward.
What the hell, man? Thank you.
I think the biggest thing about OTAs is that look, a couple things will happen. One, I've noticed this year more than anything else. It feels like after rookie minicamp or any kind of video from teams that come out showing veterans working out, man, people evaluate the hell out of these position drills. Just guys hitting bags and stuff. They'll have breakdowns on, wow, look at it. And I'm guilty of it a little bit. I'm not judging guys by it, but I've done a couple videos explaining exactly what they're doing and everything. But there's not a whole lot of real football that goes on. The things that you look for are you don't want any stories about your quarterback sailing footballs around all over the place. That's cool. You're going to see some, wow, this quarterback completed 90% of his passes in 7-on-7 or something absurd like that. And that doesn't tell you anything at all.
Dude, the 7-on-7 stats are the best.
Well, Todd Monken, the Browns coach, he made news off of OTAs because he was complaining after one of the OTAs about it. He'd never seen so many interceptions thrown in a 7-on-7 with no pass rush.
Yeah.
So that's the only actual notable football things that can happen are when guys are performing really badly, or as it was last year with C.J. Stroud not performing at all. Because
C.J. Stroud he didn't throw.
had a sore shoulder, and if you were concerned about it, you would immediately get called an alarmist, and you don't know ball and all of that stuff. And yet, lo and behold, C.J. Stroud would go on to look like a guy that could have used a little bit more time in the offense.
He definitely did. I would say of the C.J. things, him throwing the football might be third on the list.
Yeah.
I am most looking forward to his press conference, as I mentioned earlier, because I just want to hear how he handles the question about his contract that will get asked. Number 2, kind of looking forward to seeing the new slender, new hairdo CJ in person.
Yeah.
Not just this obscure phenom that we see on occasional posts on social media. I want to see up close and in person. He's got a thinned out face.
I remember seeing him last year in training camp for the first time and thinking, yeah, he looks beefier. Not in a bad way. He just, sounded like he had started lifting hardcore for the first time in his life.
Well, he had been sacked 54 times year before.
That's true,
So he probably felt like, man, I got to beef up here.
Yeah, and I wonder this year after his sack numbers go way down and he did a better job of avoiding them, ended up getting his concussion when he was running past the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
If he thought, oh, okay, you know what, now if I'm not going to get hit as much, then maybe I can be a little bit more, a little more pliable.
Yeah.
Tom Brady like
he may not have liked playing at that weight.
Yeah.
With all that extra bulk.
And anybody who throws an object, it's always, you got to find that right balance of, all right, when do I feel like everything's real fluid, and sometimes you can get a little too bulky.
Nobody ever said be more like Tebow.
Right? Well, that was when I watched that Jackson Dart press conference after the OTAs last week. He was specifically asked a question about, hey, do you worry about being too bulky? And he kind of said, it's not like I'm Tebow. And he wasn't doing it to throw shade at Tebow. He was saying, I haven't bulked up or anything. He's the classic. He's in the best shape of his life.
Jackson Dart.
Yeah. He gained some muscle but lost some fat, so he's the same body weight and all that.
Yeah. Did anything happen above the neck with him? You know, like has he gotten like? Do we know if he's going to get smarter?
He said he's not gonna. He's going to be smarter about not taking hits.
Okay,
that he understands that he's going to be that he's got to be smarter about when you take those risks.
I will be anxious to see if he lives up to that.
It's hard if it's ingrained in you.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what you've been doing
That's
your
what
whole
I'm saying.
life.
Yeah, I know it's not like I'm throwing shade at him, but it's he does not play a smart brand of football if you're trying to stay available.
Right. No, and it'll be fun when the Texans play him because he'll have had to learn some lessons already, but then he's also going to have to face Azeez Alshire.
And we we know what happens there.
Man, I can't remember why. I was going back and I was watching the Jaguars game in Houston last year.
The comeback.
And it was Azeez do you remember the play in that game where Azeez was coming in as Trevor Lawrence was getting tackled on a run and he sailed over the top of him?
Yeah.
But that was dicey. That was really, really tight.
I do remember it.
Azeez was not playing conservatively in that game.
No.
Or worried about it at all. Yeah. And credit to him, he adjusted just well enough. I don't know if it would have been a penalty or not. It wasn't a slide or anything, but man, it would have been a gruesome hit.
And if he did it again,
yeah.
He got suspended for 3 games the first time. They need him out there. I mean, we saw the one game he missed last year was that Raiders game, and Henry To'oTo'o was like he's like a dog that you're faking the tennis ball throw to. He's all over the place. He's a mess. So that's the thing I'm most looking forward to with CJ. It's not even him throwing the ball. I'm just looking at the body type and the press conference. I'm kind of using Jonathan Alexander's biggest things to look for in OTAs as a template here. If people want to text in stuff that they want us to keep eyes on while we're there, do it. 713-572-4610. Jonathan asks, can the defense replicate their success in 2025? I don't know how much we're going to glean from OTAs on that particular topic.
I know. I'm trying to think of what might happen where I'm like, oh, this Texans defense is even better this year.
Yeah.
How are you can tell? They were out in no pads versus an offense that was already moribund last year.
Right.
Yeah, that's how.
Dominating.
I think training camp is the big one. I just want to see actual competition between the offensive line and the defensive line.
Especially this group now this year.
I just, okay, can I not have all of my listeners act like I'm being a spoil sport and because I report what I see, which is this offensive line's getting destroyed.
Right.
Yeah, I'd like to see some actual back and forth between the offense and the defense.
This one I am 100% here from Jonathan. How will the offensive line shake out?
Yeah, especially this early in the process where they're not in pads. For offensive line, it's tough to really take a big step forward in a competition when you're in no pads and you're on the offensive line. The interesting thing will be with Rutledge, because if they want him to compete for that starting center spot, then the biggest challenge is mental. Mental, and then I'd say shotgun snaps too. It's one thing to snap the ball between your legs and get into learn how to pass protect and run block when you're doing that. When the quarterback's under center,
yep.
It's another thing when you're. And I speak on this based on my experience as a high school center who hated playing center at times. I think my sophomore year I played center. Or something.
You guys ran some stuff out of the gun
No, because I was awful at the gun.
So he was under center the whole time.
I don't think we had a shotgun in our in the old wing tee there.
A lot of high school. I wonder how many. Well, they all do now. But
these days, yeah. You know what? Yeah, now it's no big deal. If you played any high school center or whatever, it would have been all out of the gun.
Yeah. The biggest, to your point, with Keelan Rutledge, that would be the biggest sort of wow
if
moment.
He was consistently taking reps with the one
brought out ones, which nobody will be there today when they do this, except for Texans social media. Maybe they put something up. But let's pretend we're all there today at 9:30 when it starts, and they trot out the ones, and there's whatever number Keelan Rutledge is going to be at center with what is clearly the first team, right? Ariante Ursery at left tackle, probably Wyatt Teller at left guard, at least to start with, Ed Ingram at right guard, and then Braden Smith, Trent Brown, one of them at right tackle. Probably Braden Smith to start out with. If Keelan Rutledge is the center with that first unit, that's easily the biggest wow moment potential, right?
Yeah. And if
that's the biggest newsworthy
thing. If they're consistently doing it,
right,
with him at center, because you know what happens too this time of year when the media is only in there for some of the practices,
a lot of shuffle.
Yeah, Jake Andrews might be there the entire day today, and then when Keelan Rutledge is the first guy out there, people report it, or some people interpret it as, oh, look at that, he's with the ones in the first group, and they don't realize that he didn't take any snaps at center the day before.
Yep.
So, but if he is over time consistently working with the ones more than Jake Andrews, then I would say,
that's a sign.
This is one of those things where they're expecting him to start at center week 1, and they're going to get him as many reps as possible.
Yep. I'd be excited about that. I'd be a little nervous, but I'd be excited about it. Where does Tank Dell fit in? And I'll put it in my own words. That was Jonathan Alexander's words. What my question is, what is Tank Dell going to be doing?
Yeah, if he's involved in full team work against the defense, I'll be really excited.
Yes,
that's the high bar. I don't even know. I don't even need to know if he gets any receptions or not. If he's just out there doing teamwork, that's a huge step forward.
Huge step.
Yeah.
The low bar would be him working out on a separate field with trainers.
Yeah.
I think that's the worst case. It seems like he's going to be. I mean, he's always present and there at the practices, even when he was recovering from his injuries. He was at practice.
Yeah.
But I think as far as doing things, he's clearly doing things now. We've seen the videos of him working out and cutting and things like that, and he looks good. Looks very skinny, but he always looks skinny. I'm talking about his legs. But I think I think you're right. I think the best case scenario is he's out there doing things in team drills, in 11 on 11 and 7 on 7. The low bar is he's one of probably what will be a handful of guys recovering from something that are working out with some of the trainers over on a side field.
Right,
somewhere.
so then it'll feel like, okay, we haven't really made any progress at all.
That'll be a bummer.
What we can see.
If he's not doing things with the team, I'll be a little bummed out.
Like,
about
we've
that.
already seen him do agility drills and everything just by his social media.
Yes.
So it's the team stuff and it's the drills and catching passes from CJ against defenders.
Mm-hmm.
That's the really interesting part.
Yeah. The last one Jonathan has here is, can Nick Caley take the next step? And again, I don't know what we're going to see at OTAs that's going to have us feeling like, oh yeah, Nick Caley, he's going to be on all the hot head coaching lists this year.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Really adjusted to what Matt Burke was trying to do to him there.
To your point, training camp is when we're going to learn about the offensive line.
Yeah,
it's when we're going to learn more about Nick Caley.
Okay, I would say from run and what kind of an offense they want to be, I think it's going to look a lot like what they did last year, where they did a whole bunch of early in camp. They're in training camp. It looked like the only run play they were going to run at times, it felt like, was duo, which is just mashing right up the middle. It's just you take those defensive tackles and you move them into the laps of the linebacker. Those are the types of guys they signed and they drafted, are guys who can run that type of a system.
Yeah.
And I think we're probably going to see that. Last year, I think Caley wanted to do that, and it just they had to realize over time, all right, well, these guys just are not physically capable of doing it. So they got more guys who are physically capable of doing that now.
Do you have any that you would add to Jonathan's list here that when you go out there you're going to be keeping eyes on or anything like that outside of
Reed Blankenship? I just want to see how he fits in the secondary.
Yep.
And, I'm like, he's going to be the starter opposite of Kalen Bullock. I think there's a lot of versatility you can use with those two guys now, too, where I think Kalen Bullock has more of an ability to come up and be a guy that either plays in the box or, plays underneath and doesn't have to be a true free safety. And Reed Blankenship being there helps that out. I think you can really hopefully use Kalen Bullock's ranginess more effectively because you've got a veteran safety next to him that can be the deep center fielder at times.
People were weighing in as to what they're interested in out at OTAs.
Then just to be clear, I'm not calling him a box safety. He doesn't have that physique, but it's up there near the line of scrimmage, using him creatively.
Yep. Text message. I'm interested in hearing about Woodaz and Fisher, the two rookie linebackers. What do y'all expect from those guys?
Yeah, okay, so Woodaz is the one who's more athletically intriguing, and that's why he got drafted higher. Aiden Fisher, I think, I'm really interested in seeing how he looks speed-wise from out there against other NFL players, because he's not a fast guy, but he was very productive. He was on a very good defense at Indiana, and he was a team leader. And he was a classic guy that sees the game really well, makes the right reads and all of that. But you've got to just be nails with that stuff if you're not actually all that fast.
You know what that pick feels like to me? And I'm not saying it is. It just feels that way. he was a 7th round pick. He was their last pick that they made in the draft. That feels like one where like Nick's like, D'Amico, you go ahead. Pick. It's a 7th round. You pick whichever guy you want, and D'Amico basically picks like the Indiana version of D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah.
Obviously not as physically talented as D'Amico because D'Amico was a 2nd round pick, but D'Amico gushed about him more than any day 3 pick I think I've ever heard him gush about.
Well, this is where it's interesting when it comes to D'Amico evaluating linebackers because if you go way, way back, Sam Mills was a guy who was a Hall of Fame linebacker. And I used to get told stories about him all the time because Dom Capers was the one that got him into pro football with the Generals. I think that was his first time. The New Jersey Generals.
USFL. I think it was Philly, but
Philadelphia. Yeah, it was. That's where Fangio and Capers were.
Okay,
Stars. Yeah. But anyway, like he was an undrafted in a 12-round draft type of guy, or maybe a 12th round pick, and was a classic. Didn't test real well. He was really small, but he was the type of guy that didn't have a good 40 time or anything. But his reads and his first step in the path he took to the ball carrier were all just light years ahead of most other guys. His instincts and his football IQ were so high that he was able to become a Hall of Fame caliber linebacker just because he was so good from the neck up. And I think that D'Amico's probably got a knack for seeing guys like that, for just understanding, all right, this kid sees the game differently. So there's upside there. I don't think it's going to be anything that stands out when there's no pads on.
Right.
It's that kind of, and sometimes guys like that, it doesn't stand out until you get into the regular season and you can actually game plan for people. This is what used to drive me crazy about sometimes the camp heroes. They are the guys who are the most physically impressive, and nobody's going truly 100%, and there's no scouting report or anything. The guys who are combine warriors stand out in these environments.
Yeah.
It's when you get into the rhythm of a regular season and you actually have to scout the opponent and you can pick up on tendencies and everything. That's when those guys tend to really show their worth. But a lot of times they don't get an opportunity to even make the team because they don't look as good in training camp.
Yeah.
There are guys who are genuinely gamers, and it's not because they're lazy in practice. It's because they just They don't get to display how much their brain helps them in practice. It only shows up in the regular season. Like Kevin Green was like that. Because Dom Capers used to tell me stories about him. He said he'd never seen a guy that was so horrendous in practice, and it wasn't because he wasn't working hard or anything. It was just because he was always working on something, and then he's a Hall of Fame pass rusher because he had notebooks full of every offensive tackle in the league and what their tendencies were and what the offense's tendencies were.
Yeah, that's good stuff, man. That is good stuff.
So I think that's where D'Amico might see some of those intangibles in Aiden Fisher.
Text message, things to watch for, offensive line attitude, from skinny jeans and spa days to savage headhunters.
Yes.
No more skinny jeans on the offensive line.
Sloppy, nasty, poor hygiene offensive linemen.
Do you think that when Titus and Laramie were here, that the other guys like Blake Fisher and Jared Patterson and the guys who are in the building felt pressured to have skinny jeans in their closet and have them, and now that both Titus and Laramie are gone, they're going to have some sort of skinny jean burning ceremony or something like that? Like, finally, we can get back to being, wearing sweats.
I don't have to try to. You don't have to keep up on Instagram or anything.
Right. It's probably very liberating, I would imagine. You don't have to keep up with all the fashion trends and everything else.
Rutledge. What did he say? He had one pair of khakis.
He said he doesn't own a suit.
Yeah.
He said he's got like 2 pairs of khakis. He had to buy the Texans golf shirt that he wore to his introductory press conference. My understanding is he got that at the team store.
Ed Ingram, I don't know what I'm not on Instagram, and I feel like Ed Ingram strikes me as a guy who's kind of a grimy, old school offensive lineman. So I don't want to know if I'm wrong or not.
Oh,
because he plays that way.
Yeah,
he plays like he'd rather go have a beer at a sports bar than to be sure that he's got a reservation at the best sushi place in town.
He plays grimy.
Yes,
he plays grimy. Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's shift gears here. We didn't get to this little cut yesterday from James Harden. Proclaim this after the Knicks beat the Cavaliers by 37 in an elimination game of a sweep.
Yeah, it was 4-0, but I don't don't think we had a chance as far as our best shot. You know, from a standpoint of the circumstances. You know, obviously they dominated us 4-0, but yeah, I don't know if I can necessarily answer that question. Just because genuinely I do feel like we are the better team.
I got a lot of traction yesterday. It was almost like dueling pianos between James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, and their head coach Kenny Atkinson over the last few days.
Just in such extreme denial.
Who can say the dumbest things?
Right. Yeah, citing expected stats, and sometimes the ball just after you get swept in a humiliating fashion. I mean, it's unbelievable. It really is, man. I feel like there's so many NBA players all of a sudden that are operating as if nothing in the real world actually matters as long as you can back something up with some advanced analytics.
As long as you get open shots, you're a winner.
Right. Like that's
they don't have
the
to
whole
go in.
goal.
It's just as long as your process yields open shots, they don't have to go in.
Right. And that you can excuse it all away
it's
as just randomness.
That they would have gone in.
It's funny because, you go back to... I can remember reading the study that it was in the late 90s where it basically showed that the myth of the hot streak and everything, a lot of it's random chance. In basketball, players and coaches and everybody just fought against that. That's bogus. That's so fake and everything. And now the pendulum has swung back so far the other way to where it's almost like they'll use randomness and chance and probability to excuse away everything.
Yeah.
And like now they've bought into it hook, line, and sinker. They are true believers in basically, we actually have no control in this life, in this world, and nothing I do on the basketball court is going to affect whether we win or lose.
I don't like it because I love basketball, and that rationale basically reduces the game to a game of pop-a-shot.
Right.
It's like...
Well, because it completely ignores everything else that goes on in a basketball court.
That's what I'm saying,
Not to mention what it does. I do think there's something about what happens when you embrace that too fully, that what it does to you psychologically and motivationally.
Yeah.
That, all right, well, hey, sometimes the shots just don't go in, and you stop being the irrationally unrealistic, the dude that is always fighting tooth and nail for perfection, even though you know it's not attainable.
Yeah.
Like there's a certain amount of just being an irrational whack job that goes into being.
Yes.
And now routinely we're hearing basketball players say, hey, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
Sometimes you just lose.
You just got to make shots. You just got to make shots. It got me thinking yesterday, Kenny Atkinson is going to be the coach of the Cavaliers again next year. I thought for sure they would at least spend a few days and evaluate things. They did it. They announced, it was reported yesterday, less than 24 hours after losing by 37 points in an elimination game, that he'll be back as the head coach of the team. And less than 3 days from him having said this idiotic thing about after 3 games that we feel like we've won 2 of them through the analytics.
Analytically, I think we've won I said 3 out of 3. We're 2 out of 3 in the expected. I don't know if you guys follow that. There's an expected score. And we've won 2 out of 3. And I know you're looking confused, but I'm not. There is really, if you believe in process and all that, so take that later.
Okay, so we're good on that, Ben. Yeah, we're good on that. So for those who missed it, or maybe the squeaking of the shoes was too much, he's basically saying after 3 games, like, hey, the expected outcome, if the shots had gone down that should have gone down, was that we're up 2-1 in this series right now. That was a bad look at the time. It's an even worse look when you go out the next day and lose by 37 points in an elimination game. Like, okay, how about now, Coach? What was the expected score of this game?
Yeah.
Where you lose by 37 points.
They shot in that game, like they're 41% and 27% on
in game 4.
Yeah, field goals are 41% and 3-pointers are 27%. That's like okay, get them up to league average numbers, and you're still not winning that game.
Still lose by 20.
So you're ignoring everything else that goes into the game. Like in a game where you give up 130 points, are you going to tell me there's no room for defense and evening that out? That it's just a matter of like, oh, we just didn't, shots just didn't go our way. The advanced stats and the expected stats, they make perfect sense over the course of a season and a bunch of basketball games. When it comes down to using them in an individual situation, it's just that's not the way it works.
That quote is going to follow him around for the rest of his career.
Yeah,
I think. And I was a little surprised the Cavs endorsed him yesterday.
I was wrong on this stats. Oh no, yeah, I was right. Okay, go ahead.
It got me thinking about other sports figures who've had notable quotes that have followed them around, and have they followed them around to their detriment or to their benefit, or is this when you hear this person's name, is this the first thing that you think of? So I've got a few of them here. This was Sam Darnold when he was with the Jets playing on a Monday Night Football game, and he was mic'd up, and he said what is a now infamous lament about how things were going for him in this game against Bill Belichick and the Patriots.
Here's Sam Darnold on the mic.
We're going to keep bringing it. Seeing ghosts.
Seeing ghosts.
That's not good. And you heard what he said? They're going to keep bringing it.
Yep. And they are.
Yep.
Yeah.
Seeing ghosts.
Okay, so, I've defended Sam Darnold.
He got asked about that after winning the Super Bowl.
I think the problem is that's a term that I think people use that as almost like him saying he's petrified or something. This is what defenses want to do with deception and disguising looks, is that you make quarterbacks see ghosts when they're doing that. You remember a couple years ago, Kirk Cousins threw an interception where he basically just threw it directly to a defender. Mm-hmm. That's what happens when you disguise your looks really well, and you break some of your own tendencies and everything. So quarterbacks, like every other human being in the world, when you're seeing things and you're looking at things, your brain's making a prediction about what you think you're seeing. And so good defenses kind of create optical illusions and expectations, and you end up seeing things that aren't there. So that's what he was seeing.
Darnold needed you as his PR agent that night, because that thing followed him around for years.
I know. Yeah. No. Well, he shouldn't have said it.
Yeah. Right. Well, he's mic'd up.
But it is, you start seeing ghosts. Well, and the opposite dynamic is when you see a quarterback throw an interception to a defensive lineman who dropped. Yeah. It's because he didn't see him at all. It's like when there's a new stop sign at an intersection. People just won't see it.
Yeah.
They're driving through, they got their expectations, and you just don't see the stop sign.
Their brain is trained.
Yeah. So likewise, that's what happens when defensive linemen drop into coverage, just flat out doesn't see him because he doesn't expect them to be there.
Okay.
So I defend Sam Darnold on that one.
You defend Sam Darnold. Okay, I've got a few more. Like when you name these people, is this the first thing that you think of? This is Denny Green after a loss to the Bears in 2006. He was the coach of the Cardinals at the time, in which the Bears they won, I think it was 24-21, something like that. They didn't score an offensive touchdown in the game.
Yeah.
They had defensive touchdowns. I think Devin Hester might have had a return for a touchdown. This was Denny Green after the game.
The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
We don't get that from coaches anymore, man.
Well, you know why? Because in today's age, he would have pointed out the expected stats in that game. Because they are who we expected them to be.
That's true.
And, by expected stats, we won that game.
Do you know what that probably was?
We won that game.
Do you know what that was, Seth? Probably that was one of those games, like, in the history of football, teams that have allowed no offensive touchdowns and scored this many points were 282-2 going into tonight.
What was the final score of that game?
It was like 24-23 or something like that. It was in 2006. I was living in Chicago at the time. They went to the Super Bowl that year, the Bears.
I just always appreciated that kind of, you just got beat, but I'm not going to. It was the exact opposite of good sportsmanship and everything, but it was cool because it came with such ferocity. One part about that, and I don't like to criticize guys too much when they're all hot and heated like that, but I love the Bears are who we thought they were. That's why we took the field.
Yeah.
As if somehow they thought, if they genuinely thought the Bears were a really good team, they just would have forfeited.
Yeah.
But no. we thought we had a chance of winning this game, so we took the field.
Well, if you watch the video, too, he kind of leans in when he says that, like it was pretty tough of them to actually take the field.
Yeah.
It's like, and that's why we took the damn field. If you're watching on YouTube right now, he like leans his shoulder forward. It was kind of funny. Yeah, that was it was 24-23 was the final score. It was week 6.
One of my favorite all-time moments of that was I had one of my teammates once. We were having a really heated one-on-one pass rush drill, and my friend was John back and forth with the offensive line coach, and at some point he walked away. And he turned back and he yelled at the offensive line coach, "It's all fun and games until someone starts laughing." And we're all looking at him like, "Yeah,
got him." Sick burn.
I think what he meant was the O-line coach could dish it out, but couldn't take it.
Yeah.
But it came out that way.
He fumbled.
He had such bass in his voice.
Yeah,
it kind of.
That's funny. Okay, I got a couple more. Quotes that have stuck with guys. I think that stuck with Denny Green to his benefit.
Yeah,
when he passed away, that's the first clip people played of Denny Green.
Yeah, people don't remember that as being as kind of goofy and weird as it was. It sounds like It's
a head coach, man.
Yeah.
This is Allen Iverson talking about being judged by whether or not he goes to practice.
We sitting here, I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we're in here talking about practice. I mean, listen, we talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice. Not a game. Not the game that I go out there and die for and play every game like it's my last. Not the game. We're talking about practice, man. I mean, how silly is that, man? We're talking about practice. I know I'm supposed to be there. I know I'm supposed to lead by example. I know that. And I'm not shoving it aside, like it don't mean anything. I know it's important. I do. I honestly do. But we talking about practice, man. What are we talking about? Practice?
I had to leave the part in where he's like, man, I know I'm supposed to be the leader. I'm supposed to lead. I really do know that, honestly.
You know what? That's another one, though, kind of like the Denny Green one, where you can use it any different which way you want. And I feel like people still use that as when somebody is talking about practice, people use it as a put down. And, I mean, you look at it and you think this is also when you're still in the Michael Jordan era of like, oh, wow, you hear all the stories about Michael Jordan just being vicious at practice and treating it like it's life or death and everything. And, like, whenever somebody sends the we talking about practice gif as a sarcastic thing or something, I want to be like, Iverson never won a championship.
No.
If we're talking leaders and everything, we're talking about practice.
The one thing I'll defend,
Sir, Mr. Iverson, yes, respectfully, I will talk about practice.
The one thing I will defend Iverson on is he did go balls to the wall in games.
Oh yeah,
he did go balls to the wall in games. People would have been way more sympathetic nowadays in the age of load management.
Yeah.
Of him missing practices here and there.
Yeah.
Do we hear about that stuff anymore? Like you said, I think.
Well, it all depends on exactly how and when and
that's true.
Is it planned?
I'm being probably a little overly general with it, but you're right about the Jordan era. Like he was the crown jewel of the league, and he treated every practice.
You
like
hear
it was
all
game
these stories
7
about
of the
fights
finals.
at practice and everything.
Yeah. All right, one more. I'm going to do this one. Vince Young, after he got signed by the Philadelphia Eagles in 2011 offseason where the Eagles got Nnamdi Asomugha and they signed I think Jason Babin was one of the signees they had that year. He was coming off a season. He had a bunch of sacks.
A lot of Texans fans don't realize that Jason Babin ended up being a really good football player.
For a couple of teams, he wound up being pretty good. They signed a bunch of guys, including Vince Young, who thought that the team that they had assembled was...
All right, what about the pieces that this team has added, Vince, in just the past few days?
Dream team. From Nande to Camardi, from Jason to myself, I know they're going to do some more things. It's just beautiful.
Yeah.
Didn't work out that way.
It ended up not being so great.
It was not the dream team, yeah. Do you think people still think of Vince Young when now here is a little more complicated because he's from here, so and you have UT will always remember Vince Young for the scamper from 20 yards out to win the national championship.
Yeah, well, and he wasn't signed to be the starter there or anything.
He was not.
I guess honestly, like one of the notable things was him kind of lumping himself in with the other players,
the backup quarterback.
Yeah. I've always felt like he got a raw deal on that one, just because. It was a quote by the backup quarterback. If it was anybody other than Vince Young, who was famous for his college exploits in his rookie season, I don't think that it would have caught. It wouldn't have been referenced so often. Yeah. But now it's the cautionary tale of spending aggressively in free agency.
It is. Yeah.
You know what? I bet a lot of people that might not think too hard about it think that, oh yeah, they thought they were signing Vince Young as part of this dream team package, and then he didn't even start for him. Like, no, they weren't signing him to be one of the huge elements of the dream team.
No, not at all. No, Michael Vick had an MVP caliber season the year before.
Yeah.
In 2010.
Yeah, I bet a lot of people remember it that way if they don't think about it. They're like, oh yeah, that dream team where there was going to be Vince Young and everything, and then Vince Young didn't work out. Like,
right.
No. That's not the way it went. Yeah.
People texting. We have multiple people texting in Jim Mora. Playoffs.
Oh yeah.
You know, Jim Mora is 91 years old and still does crazy workouts every day.
Oh really? Yeah. That tracks.
Yeah,
He's a psycho.
He lifts weights. He's got a cardio regimen. 91 years old. It was. I saw it on social media this weekend. It's got to be true. It's got to be true.
No, definitely. There's so many 90-year-olds that are doing crazy stuff these days. Yeah, I'm watching it right now.
Yeah, man. He gets after it.
It says in all caps in the title, so I know it's intense.
Got to be intense if it's all caps. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, there's still some free agents floating around out there. Do the Texans dip their toe in the water with any of these guys? The big names that are still out there, we'll do a little impromptu shopping here for the Texans. Maybe. We'll do that coming up next. But first, I want to tell you guys about Dr. Ben Salento, Texas Sinus and Snoring. Now, here's my story. It begins
Studio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Do you have an appetite for the Texans doing any free agency shopping here over the next handful of weeks? It was about this time a year ago they signed Nick Chubb to a contract.
I saw, I think on this list that we're about to look at, Nick Chubb's one of the best remaining free agents.
He pops up on this list, yeah.
I felt like that was a nice thing to do for Nick Chubb, but I wouldn't put him as one of the best available free agents.
They have him as the Cowboys being the best fit for Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
Jerry might still think that Nick Chubb is the same guy that he was like 3 years ago. You know, Jerry might be.
That's true.
Jerry Jones might be like, Nick Chubb.
That's what he did with Ezekiel Elliott.
Right.
You know, like, oh yeah, I remember him.
Yeah.
He was real good.
He was good for us.
Yeah.
Let's bring him back. I don't know where he's been.
I do at running back. I know that I've been probably one of the most vocal people about, hey, let's remember they don't have, on the defensive side of the ball, they don't have Derek Barnett or Danico Autry right now, and that's something that's got to be acknowledged. Those guys played about 600 combined snaps between the two of them.
Yeah.
I'll fact check myself on that.
Your backup defensive ends right now on the depth, if they were to put a depth chart together today, would probably be Dominique Robinson, who they signed for a low-level one-year deal, and Dylan Horton, who's in the last year of his rookie deal.
And Horton did some good things. He played more last year than people would probably remember, and did some good things. But he's not the pass rusher that
he's got half a sack in his career.
Danico Autry or Derek Barnett are. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on Joey Bosa and AJ Epinesa and some of those guys who are probably just shopping around for the right situation. And also Derek Barnett. I think Derek Barnett criminally is not listed in any of these available free agency lists.
He's had 5 sacks each of the last 2 years.
Yeah.
He's done some stuff.
You know what? It's weird where people, they overvalue sacks, and yet the people who overvalue the sacks and when they make these articles and these lists, are almost just completely discounting the fact that he's had 5 sacks in each of the lists.
With limited snaps.
Yeah. So what I always try to remember, though, too, is that, all right, Derek Barnett was a guy that a lot of people thought was just kind of kaput in his career when the Texans got him.
Yeah, he got waived.
Yeah, they picked him off of waivers in the middle of the 2023 season,
That's
right?
right, yep.
And so like those guys are out there, and I think there's a chance that sometime during training camp, if they don't feel really good about some of the younger guys or the acquisitions that they have right now as backup defensive ends, they go trading or shopping.
Yeah, the list you're referring to, there were 8 guys on this list, and the majority of them play that position that you're talking. You know, there are edge rushers. 5 of 8 on this list. You've got 3 skill guys on offense, 2 of whom have played for the Texans in the last couple of years. Stephon Diggs still out there. Legal situation cleared up. Deebo Samuel, who last we saw him was a little heavy. And then Nick Chubb, as we mentioned. The other 5 guys on this list are all guys that play a position that the Texans have a need at right now.
Mm-hmm.
One of the few areas on the defense that they have a need. Joey Bosa, AJ Epinesa, Cam Jordan, Jadeveon Clowney, and then Von Miller.
Cam Jordan's going to be 36 this year, I believe. And yet, he's also a guy that at this stage of his career, he should want to be in. Usually, guys at that age, they love the idea of going to a place where, okay, yeah, listen, my ego's been stroked enough. I don't need to be a starter. And if I can play 20 to 25 snaps a game for the next 3 years on a really good defense, that he might be intrigued, especially after going through what he's gone through in New Orleans for the past few years. Because this is a guy he's tasted what it's like to be on a good team, and now he's had to live through kind of a purgatory there with the Saints for the last few years. That maybe he might just feel like, yeah, the Texans would be a great place to be.
Have you ever looked at his profile on Pro Football Reference before? Like, and here's why I'm asking. So he's in it. Last year was his age 36 season, so he'll be 37 at some point this year. He has started pretty much every game for his entire career.
Yeah, he's been incredibly healthy.
His career is 16 games, 16 starts, 16 games, 16. This goes back to 2011, his rookie year. So he was in J.J. Watt's. To give you an idea of how long he's been playing, he was drafted the same year as J.J. Watt.
Yeah.
2011. He was their first-round pick. And he started 15 of 16 games that year. Since then, the whole thing is 16 games, 16 starts up until 2023, where it's 17 games and 17 starts. So he missed a couple of games in 21 and 22 when they expanded the schedule. But those are the only 2 games he's missed.
Mm-hmm.
He's missed 2 games his whole career, and who knows? Those might have been Week 18 kind of stuff. I have no idea. But you don't see somebody's bio like this on Pro Football Reference. Even the most durable guys have a game missed here. This is all just 16-16, 16-16, 16-16. It's crazy.
So there's a little bit of like a Calais Campbell vibe.
Yeah,
with him.
10.5 sacks last year.
Calais Campbell's still playing, and he's in his 40s.
Yes.
And he's been incredibly durable, too.
Yeah.
That's where I don't look at his age as boy, you're right, though. Everything I said about him, where like, okay, hey, maybe this is the time where you kind of step into that role of semi-retirement while still making millions of dollars.
Yeah.
He's never not started a game
other
than his rookie year.
Right.
So
and he was productive last year.
Yeah, so he's probably not going to come here.
Maybe, yeah. And
he's going to have another chance to go and be. I think most of the edge rushers who are available right now are going to want to go to a good team where they're going to be the starter. Yeah. And that's why I don't.
Bosa, Cam Gordon.
So, and we don't need to be spending that kind of money for a guy that might not want to be here anyway, because he'll have a similar offer somewhere else where he can be a starter or be a bigger role.
You texted me an interesting thought about the linebacker position yesterday.
Yeah.
Blake Cashman.
Oh, I forgot about that. I forgot I had texted you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Blake Cashman, who reportedly had a down year last year in Minnesota. And so who knows? I didn't dig into exactly why it was a down year or anything. But we know that the Texans liked him a lot. He ended up getting a nice deal up in Minnesota. And I wonder if...
And they signed Aziz to replace him.
Yeah.
So they probably feel like they upgraded.
So I wonder if Blake Cashman is available, and after they get a beat on just what... and again, he's just reported as a potential trade. Yeah. So that doesn't mean that that's actually real or anything. That's a guy where they could bring him in. If say they get to September and they feel like, all right, Aziz is probably going to be maybe even longer than we had feared, and we should get somebody in here who we like
EJ Speed, you mean?
Yeah, what did I say?
Aziz.
Oh, geez, that's a big deal.
That's scary.
No, EJ Speed.
Yeah.
So if EJ Speed is looks like his recovery might be longer than they had hoped or something.
Yeah.
That's somebody to keep an eye on.
They know him.
Yeah, but it's also somebody whose name they just threw out there on guys who might be potentially traded.
Who?
I don't. So of the
you looked at these guys yesterday.
Yeah. So yesterday the potential replacements for the Texans. And it's interesting. I kind of lumped them into 3 different categories. The potential replacements for EJ Speed.
Yeah.
Because he played 45% of the defensive snaps last year. It's not a small hole right now.
No.
That you're trying to fill.
And special teams too.
I kind of lumped them into 3 categories. One are the special teams demons, who are smaller but very speedy guys.
Okay.
And that would be Jake Hansen, who we've already seen.
Yep.
The guy that nobody's talking about, and I almost mean that literally, is Jake Hummel, who remember they picked up in March, who'd been with Baltimore, really good special teams player for them, but who's also played a fair amount of defense. Mm-hmm. Both those guys, when you watch them play defensively, it jumps off the screen how much faster they are than the other guys who are backup linebackers right now. So the guys who are veteran players but more thumper types, where if you want a guy to come in and take on a fullback or stack and shed and do all of those things, Jamal Hill, who's entering his 3rd year, and very big year for him.
Big year for him.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Before I get into the thumpers, Marte Mapu, who they traded for from the Patriots.
Yep. It's kind of a hybrid, right?
Hybrid safety / linebacker / special teamer.
Yep.
I think he might be the leader in the clubhouse amongst those veteran special teams type players right now that could earn that EJ Speed role for now. The guys that are thumpers and younger players, but you just don't know what you have in them. Jamal Hill, who's he's got to make the team this year.
Yeah.
And then KC Osai, who they just brought back, who had been UDFA last year. Not real fast at all, but a bigger guy. They experimented playing him at defensive end some last year with the Texans. And then the rookies after that. So Aiden Fisher and Wade Woodaz.
Yeah, I'm excited to see the rookies.
I think if I had to handicap it right now, it would be Marte Mapu and then Wade Woodaz.
Okay. So not either of the Jakes.
I don't think so, just because they're special team studs for a reason.
Yeah, and I think at least one, if not both of them, are probably going to make the team, I would think.
When Jake Hansen's in there, I don't know. He's listed at 230, but I'm skeptical of that.
You know, Jake Hansen's heading into year 5.
I know. And he's fun to watch because he really runs around.
He will not die.
Yeah.
I like it. I respect it.
Okay, so Jake Hansen last year had 9 snaps on defense for the Texans.
That had to be an easy watch for you.
And Jamal Hill had 8 snaps on defense.
What did you do?
You have a hardcore film study there.
What did you do with the rest of your day?
Jamal Hill got in the fourth quarter of a couple of blowout wins.
Okay.
And one of them was a Ravens game, and I think the other one, I can't remember what the other one was. He's not afraid to stick his nose in there, and he was in on a lot of plays as like kind of either a jump on pile or made a couple of nice tackles.
Yep,
he had a couple of nice tackles as a special teamer last year. And then Jake Hansen got in on those 9 plays, and somewhat one of them was earlier in the game, but mostly similar situation as Jamal Hill. He's like just the exact opposite. He'll jump around blocks. So he's not going to take on a block, but that's fine if you're good at it. But he's 5 years into his career, and they look at him as a special teamer, not a linebacker.
Yep. Let's circle to the Astros last night. Actually, they lose the game. I came away more encouraged on a few things from last night's game that we will get into coming up next.
Trajan Wealth, if you want to improve your retirement plan or create one.
West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There's a win in the second game of this series, 10-7 the final score. Astros never stopped battling tonight after being down 8-0, but it ended up being too big of a mountain to climb.
Yeah, not to go all Kenny Atkinson on this thing, after a loss and trying to be positive about stuff, but I actually came away from last night's game not discouraged at the win. I mean, I'm discouraged the win streak ended. It was fun while it lasted, the four-game win streak. But I'm looking at the whole thing. I'm going, you got one bad inning from a guy who's probably like your ninth starter. Mm-hmm. And then other than that, man, they didn't do much scoring the rest of the way. The Rangers, that is, and the Astros hit a bunch of bombs.
Right. No. If you're Kenny Atkinson, you would get out there and say, well, by the expected stats, we won that game.
We won the game, and I'm not saying that.
Right. Yeah. No, this is more of the classic, hey, out of 162 games, this is going to happen at times, especially when Jason Alexander is pitching.
Yeah.
The problem is that the Astros are in a bit of a hole. So
they need to win some games.
These do hurt
That's
more.
True.
I don't have an appetite for extreme being philosophic about it or anything. Yeah. And yet you got big time production from your big names. So Jordan hits yet another home run. Jeremy Pena gets a crushing 454-foot home run. Cam Smith got a home run, and by and large the pitching situation, it is what it is, which isn't. It's been good in May. But Jason Alexander isn't one of the guys that I'm looking at once Hunter Brown comes back. They're like, oh boy, no, he's got to be the best version of himself.
And dude, so last night after the first inning, when Jason Alexander gave up 8 runs, not all his fault. Christian Walker kind of botched a ground ball that was scored a triple. Bryce Matthews had a kind of a strange break on a ball out in center field that ended up bouncing off the wall.
Yeah.
If he had broke the right way, he might have been able to catch the ball. Look, Bryce Matthews' first months of playing center field, so I can't get overly angry with him. I say all that to say it wasn't all Jason Alexander's fault, but you give up 8 earned runs in the first inning, it's definitely partially your fault. And so I tweeted after that, after he gave up 8 runs in the first, I said, man, the Twins should be embarrassed that Alexander shut them out for 6 innings last week.
Yeah.
Out of anger, I tweeted that because I was so angry at Jason Alexander. And I had a couple people reply to me with his stats from that little run that he had last year of like 9 or 10 good starts.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I know he pitched well last year for 9 or 10 good starts. His ERA was still almost 5 last year.
Yeah.
So it wasn't all great last year. And by the way, he didn't make the team out of spring training.
Right.
Jason Alexander is back to being a guy who is a fringe major leaguer who is not very good.
Yeah, you know what?
Yet somehow he's got a Car Shield commercial.
Is that where we are? Is where we're going to take the best stretch a pitcher has had and act like the sum total of what he's done doesn't matter?
Those two people did.
He's got a 5.54 ERA.
Yeah.
He's 33 years old.
Yeah.
It's just, he is what he is at this point. He's not going to be some miracle story of the guy that finally figured it out when he was 33 and now he's actually a really good pitcher.
Have you seen his Car Shield commercial?
Yes.
It was the most shocking thing on TV to me the other day where it pops up and I'm like, hang on, is there another Jason Alexander that looks like this that's more famous? I know there's another Jason Alexander that,
Right. No, Jason Alexander, the Seinfeld actor.
Right.
Just to be clear, this year he's got a 9.33 ERA. But in his he's a 5.54 ERA.
Gotcha.
So, but no, I think you asked how does he get a Car Shield commercial?
Yes.
I think it's brilliant by Car Shield because I think people see the name Jason Alexander.
Yeah.
And they think, oh yeah, George from Seinfeld.
Right.
But that's not George from Seinfeld.
Not even close.
Wait a second. There's a Major League Baseball player named Jason Alexander, and then it sends them to their computer or their phone. Okay. And they Google it, and meanwhile, along the way, Car Shield gets some extra, they end up being optimized. It's an SEO trick.
Just by finding names of famous people, you find obscure people who have the same name as famous people.
Not obscure. somewhat notable people.
Yeah, he's pretty obscure.
Yeah, but he's a professional baseball player.
He's a professional baseball player. Right.
So he's an obscure athlete.
He's still famous.
It's enough that it piques your interest.
Okay.
More so than any other standard car warranty service might.
That's a better theory than some ad exec sitting down going, you know who's going to convince people to get services from CarShield to invest in their product is Jason Alexander, the 9th starter for the Houston Astros, and his 9.68 ERA this year.
Yeah.
I was just stunned when I looked up at my screen. I'm like, that Jason Alexander?
Yeah.
Where does that conversation even start?
Because it's not like a local commercial or anything.
No, it's national.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith just did a CarShield commercial on this very television like a half an hour ago.
That's exactly why it's
very
happening,
famous.
I think you know who else should have capitalized on this was Sandusky.
Sandusky.
What's his name? Jerry
Sandusky.
Jerry with a G, Sandusky. You're like, somebody's like, hey, Jerry Sandusky here for, Acme was such and such.
I don't know if that's the name CarShield wants to brush up against.
But people would Google it, Sean.
That's true.
All right? And then you end up getting more traffic.
It is thinking outside the box.
It's all about clicks and traffics and ball bearings these days.
You're right.
Yeah. Stop being such a dinosaur,
ball bearings.
boomer. Yeah.
So they lose last night, and we'll see Mike Burrows tonight. Do you think so? When Hunter Brown comes back, if they're how do you feel a starting rotation of Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti, Kaiwei Tang? I mean, I feel really confident in those three guys.
Mm-hmm.
Peter Lambert kind of is what he is. He's your classic 5th or 6th guy. I think that's what he's sort of devolved into after a few really good starts. He kind of keeps you in the game. Boy, Imai and Burrows, man. If Imai and Burrows can be what Dana Brown thought they were, and I'm not counting Javier or McCullers or Jason Alexander right now. I'm just putting them aside.
Yeah.
Can you get back into the race in a ratchet division like this?
Oh, yeah.
With that as your starting rotation?
I think so. Well, especially because, remember, I feel like we have to constantly reset and remember that lots of really good teams don't have 5 really good pitchers.
Yeah, we got used to it for a while.
We got used to it.
Yeah. We got spoiled.
I mean, Imai, it's a double whammy. And remember at the beginning of the year when we were like, oh, they'll have to use a 6-man for Imai, but that's cool.
Yeah.
We're welcoming.
Right.
We open our arms.
Right.
Okay. Now we're like, oh, somebody's acting like a diva. Wow. Got to have a 6-man rotation to be sure that Imai is taken care of.
What time do you want to eat, sir?
Yeah, so maybe
is
Imai...
the mound a little hard?
If Imai starts pitching the way a guy that, requires having an extra guy in your rotation, then I'll feel better about it again. Right now, I'm a little bit annoyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Imai's out there being like, I asked for medium rare plus. This feels much more like medium.
That's what he
could
is.
You send this back to the chef?
That's what he is. What did he say? Because he pitched well the other night.
Mm-hmm.
Did I see something where he said the mound was a lot more like what he was used to in Japan that night? I thought I saw some quote like that about him.
The Astros grounds crew is having to put up with him.
They're going to dig out the mound and put a new one in.
And are they calling him Princess yet?
Oh,
Princess wants the mound a little bit lower.
Oh,
Princess says the rubber is a little too stiff.
That's funny. Okay, former minor league baseball player here. This is a text. 1 year in Daytona Beach, we had a Tim Tebow throw out the first pitch at a game and pack the house. It was a construction worker named Tim Tebow who showed up and threw out the first pitch.
Oh, that's a bad move, man, by that. Oh, I wonder if it doesn't sound like they were transparent with it.
It does.
Well, that was the whole thing with Tebow as far as, when
Boy, that is a way to kill you right there.
Yeah. The people must have been pissed. Ask if you're still listening. Text back and tell us whether the fans were upset or if they thought it was an hilarious joke.
Yeah.
Where was it? Did he say which?
Daytona Beach.
Oh my gosh. Well, no, and especially Daytona Beach, Florida.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet people drove. Yeah. I feel bad for the minor league team if they openly were doing it as a joke, but that people it got passed around on Facebook and everything, and people didn't realize
that would be a fun gimmick. Actually, if people knew it was a gimmick, is just famous people throwing out the first pitch, famous names, but it's actual civilians with the same name.
You know what would happen is, okay, so for one, I feel bad for that Tim Tebow who lives in Florida because you know how many disappointed people there are in his life all the time. Every time he shows up anywhere, where they're expecting Tim Tebow.
Oh my God!
He probably gets so many of those looks like, it's you.
Yeah.
There's no worse look to get than it's you.
Yeah. Like we're disgusted to see you.
My brother-in-law's name is Brian Leftwich, which sounds a lot like Byron Leftwich.
Okay.
So when he would come visit me in Jacksonville, when I lived in Jacksonville for a while after I was done playing, it was people were constantly disappointed that
it wasn't the quarterback of the team.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. I have a funny story.
And he doesn't look anything like Byron Leftwich, but he is black. So he would still get some people that were like, you're taller than I thought you were.
Okay, so when John Harris and I, if Johnny's listening, he'll remember this. When John Harris and I used to host together over at the other station, literally this happened 2 weeks into our careers. We did a segment every Friday called like C-List Celebrity Friday or something. Yeah. We never told our guests it was called that, but our goal was to book like actors or actresses from the 80s.
Yeah.
The first one we ever did was Corey Haim, R.I.P. from the Lost Boys. The second week, David Nuno at the time was helping us book those interviews. He was kind of fishing for actors from old shows. Nuno comes into it. We all had an office that we shared. Me and John Harris and Lance Zierlein shared an office. Nuno comes in all excited. Guys, I booked Willie Ames from 8 is Enough.
Yeah.
And we said, oh, cool, that'll be fun. 8 is Enough, Charles in Charge, but his Bible man.
Yeah.
So we'll have fun with that one. Nuno comes in 2 days later. This is on a Tuesday. He comes running in happy with the interview. Thursday, he comes in because we do the interview on Friday. He said, guys, I got really bad news. He said, I booked the wrong Willie Ames. He booked Willie Ames with 1 A. The actor is 2 A's.
Yeah.
So he was Googling Willie Ames with 1 A, found one, booked him. It turns out this guy was a banjo player in San Diego.
Mm-hmm.
So Nuno's like, well, I guess I'll just go ahead.
Probably like the second most famous banjo player after Steve Martin. Or
right.
Something.
Yeah, maybe. So Nuno's like, well, I guess I'll just go ahead and cancel. I'm like, no. We're going to interview him as if we think he is the famous Willie Ames.
Yeah.
So we're just peppering him with questions. They all had bets in the control room as to how long before he hung the phone. He hung on for 7 minutes.
Did he play along?
No. He was very confused.
He was confused.
And by like the third or fourth question, he's like, no, I'm not that Willie Ames. We were asking things like, hey, did you ever hook up with any of like your actress sisters from the show? And he's like, I don't really know what you're talking about here. By the end, he was screaming out his MySpace page. He's like, these guys are frauds. I'm not that Willie Ames. MySpace.com/ He's screaming out his MySpace page. That dude hung on for like 7 or 8 minutes. Like he was water skiing on the back of a boat or something like that.
Kind of mean, man.
Huh?
That's kind of mean.
It's a great radio bit. And you know who called it? This is the funny. I promise this is the end of the story. After he hung up with us, we got our phone board there that shows who's calling, and one of the calls was Vito from The Sopranos. And so during the break, I asked our producer, I'm like, that's not really Vito from The Sopranos. Is this people just trying to like get in on the bit? It was Joe Ganascoli, who played Vito in The Sopranos, who was in town for a cigar show. And he was listening to it, and he called in to say, that's one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life. And then we interviewed him for 20 minutes.
I think, you know what I blame on that is, honestly, Willie Ames, the banjo player. Like, he's got to be prepared for something like that. He would have known by that point that there was another Willie Ames.
Thank God that he
was an actor.
Thank God he wasn't.
Yeah.
Because it made for really funny radio. I've still got the audio for it. I'll send it to you.
What was the point that made him realize that it was that he really?
I don't remember. I just remember him snapping at one point and screaming out his MySpace page.
Willie Ames.
And it was really funny. Why do you feel sorry for him?
Because I like picture him as an old man. Was he an old man?
No, he was a young dude.
Yeah, that's totally on him then.
Yeah, he was a young guy. He was much younger than the Willie Ames we were trying to book at the time.
I'm going to search him out on MySpace right now.
Dude, it was 18 years ago. He could be dead. He might have OD'd.
Yeah, but MySpace
He's a
still
musician.
Exists. I know, but MySpace still exists.
Yeah.
Which I didn't realize.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to search. Look at their search This is how you search on MySpace. Everything's
it's
from
just
like
a blank
1992. I got. I'll accept all cookies. I guess.
Is Tom still on MySpace?
I don't know how it works. I never had a MySpace account.
No, I didn't either. I
don't know how. I think I have to sign up to. What the hell?
What do you think the MySpace offices are like? You think there's like
everybody walking around informing people that they're a registered sex offender?
I just picture.
Nice to meet you. I'm a registered sex offender. Are you a registered sex offender?
I picture it being just like three people just looking at a screen. Just, not doing anything.
I think people still use it for creative things.
They do,
like for music and everything.
I thought it was dead.
It's probably got a retro appeal now.
Okay,
like kind of like a nostalgic,
like bell bottoms
or vintage appeal.
Okay, all right. So there you go.
This is all like on their homepage. It's all musicians and everything.
Okay, is Willie Ames
Michael
on
Jackson, Big Shot.
Yeah,
Willie Ames. No, I can't do the search.
Okay. All right. 713-576. That story is freaking awesome. Thank you. I liked it too. It's a good story. It was a good radio bit. We started just looking for people along those lines. We started looking for people, like we found a Vince Young who was like a dentist or something like that. Yeah. Like, let's book that guy and ask him Vince Young questions. It didn't
work out.
It did. Well, we never booked it. We were like, it's not going to work.
Well,
this Willie Ames was exceptionally stupid.
Well, usually if you're somebody that gets big doing like a fake personality or something, like Borat or something, the problem is that at a certain point you become so famous that people realize what's going on.
Yeah.
And they see Borat coming and they know what the deal is.
Yeah.
With a local radio station, you never have to worry about that.
You never know, man.
All right, we're gonna start being mean to banjo players more often on this show.
It was a good bit. I think. Yeah. It was fun. It was fun. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a what's today? Wednesday or Thursday? Today's Wednesday. All right,
Get off MySpace and pay attention.
Well, once you stole the ding bell, it lost all incentive to get the day right. All right, coming up next, let's look at the Texans through this lens. Daniel Jeremiah of NFL.com tweeted something out yesterday. His view on the items that you need to be an elite football team. Does this match up with what the Texans have, or does this theory even hold water? We will do that coming up next.
Just how big was Tatsuya Imai's performance in the Astros' combined no-hitter? Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Payne and Pendergast.
Sorry about that, Ben. You were telling the story about how you guys called up Willie Ames, a banjo player, and pretended like he was Willie Ames, the actor.
Yeah.
And it made me realize it. So David Nuno, who was a young intern at the time, or entry-level employee.
He was, he hosted the midday show and helped us in producing our show.
So all you from Texags know that that's where he got his start.
It is.
Working for Sean Pendergast.
we were peers. He was helping.
But that I was just him booking the wrong guy. That I always think of that story whenever on TV you see they'll pan to different people in the audience and the announcer will be like, and Morgan Freeman is here tonight, and they show a picture of it's Denzel Washington and the announcer gets crushed. But meanwhile, what actually happened usually is some intern was like, oh, that's Denzel Washington, types it into his computer, hands a note to the announcer. The announcer might not even be looking at the monitor, and then there he goes.
He hasn't even looked to see who he's talking about.
The vast majority of things that happen like on a broadcast, maybe this helps you. Sometimes you'll feel like your team got screwed over because they'll show a graphic where it's like the best defenses in the NFL, and the Texans won't be on there. It's never the actual announcers that come up with that list.
Oh, no.
It's not a conspiracy by the league to disrespect the Texans. It's that some kid who's working 3 jobs and is making minimum wage and probably less than that because they're making him work extra unpaid hours, was in a hurry to type something in.
Probably sleep deprived.
And screwed it up. Yeah. He worked all night at the FedEx facility before he showed up to this job, and that's usually what happens. So everybody take it easy on David Nuno.
Yeah,
all
man.
right? So tired of this guy who was cursed with really good looks and an impressive physique and
beautiful family,
a cushy job with Texags. I'm tired of him always being abused by all of you.
Yeah, stop it already, all right? Stop it. Okay, so Daniel Jeremiah, I'm actually curious, Seth, if you agree with Jeremiah's worldview on this thing when it comes to the concept. Daniel Jeremiah, who I like, he's a former scout, NFL.com, probably going to be on ESPN at some point because now they own the NFL Network.
I think he already is, isn't he?
I think there might be some moving going on with him.
Basically, there were like 40 main talent people there that 37 of them got moved to ESPN.
Okay.
And there's 3 guys holding down the fort there at NFL Network now.
Yeah, he's really good. I like Daniel Jeremiah a lot. He tweeted this yesterday. I'd like to revisit this concept for every NFL team. To build a championship foundation, you need to fill these 12 spots. Okay, so Daniel Jeremiah's theory is a championship foundation, a team with a championship foundation has these 12 things. Quarterback, 3 offensive playmakers, 3 quality offensive linemen, 2 pass rushers, 3 defensive playmakers, which I'm assuming can be an off-ball linebacker, a safety, or a corner.
I think this was 3 defensive playmakers. My first thought was like, we're loaded. We got way more than that. I think those are the numbers he's been using a while for when he does this little exercise. I think things have swung back a little bit more to where you got to be a more balanced team to win a championship. Most likely that it's going to be hard to just be a team with an awesome offense that's going to outscore everybody. There's just defenses have caught up to some of the things that offenses are doing. So I might tweak that up to 4 defensive playmakers. Where again, I feel good. I feel like the Texans are there. I don't even want to go through. I don't want to go through the exercise of figuring out which 6 or 7 guys are considered playmakers.
Well,
on the defense.
I was going to treat this like blanks and just see how many blanks the Texans have filled in.
Okay. So we'll go by Daniel Jeremiah's standard of 3 defensive playmakers. We'll start with Will Anderson.
Well, I think the edge rushers are separate, right? He's got 2 pass rushers and 3 defensive playmakers.
Oh, yes. So it's 5. All right. So that makes more sense then.
Yep. So the edge is obvious. You've got Will and Daniil, 51 and 55.
Yeah.
Who do you think, outside of them, who are the 3 biggest defensive playmakers for this team?
The biggest defensive playmakers, I would say, are, boy, it's tough. I think, with cornerback, it's going to be different because the best cornerbacks don't necessarily make a lot of plays. It's that people just don't.
They shut down their side of the field.
So I put Stingley out there because Stingley still does that.
Yep.
I don't know. And then, I mean, the biggest, I would say Kamari Lassiter.
Yep.
And then either I would say Kalen Bullock.
Kalen Bullock?
Yeah. No. Jalen Petrie.
You have Petrie over Bullock?
Yeah.
They're both playmakers.
Yeah, I would say Jalen Petrie.
Okay, so 5. You know Kamari Lassiter changed his number to 3.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know that before we go out there tomorrow.
Kamari.
Yeah, just letting you know that.
Thanks for making my life that much harder.
Yeah.
This stuff gets ingrained and yeah.
I know. I hear you, man.
I already know a 3 is a better number than 4.
So I
for a
feel
football player.
Right,
Ben? Is it,
it's 3, but
they're the same, really.
Okay. Thanks, Ben. So
Mr. Science in there.
So I feel like we've
3 is 25% less than 4.
Yeah.
Basically the same.
Yeah, Ben.
I have a soft spot where I think of Devin Hester as 4.
Oh, okay. There you go. So I feel good about those 5 that I just filled in the blank that you named. 2 All-Pro edge rushers and 3 Pro Bowl caliber playmakers, and we still got meat on the bone.
And if those guys weren't on the team, I still would, doing that exercise. We could have, yeah. They got
even
playmakers to spare.
Aziz was a Pro Bowler. Okay, the offensive side of the ball gets a little dicier. I mean, we obviously know who the quarterback is. It's just how do we feel about the quarterback? Do they have 3 players you would call offensive playmakers for this team?
That's what I wonder. Like in terms of bona fide playmaker. I think that the Texans have to put some guys into categories where there are other offenses in the league, and they might say, "Oh, those are your playmakers."
Yeah,
huh?
that's. I mean, we got like who are their 3 best playmakers?
Yeah, Nico Collins.
Nico's obviously one of them. Yeah, so I got him in there. So we got 2 more space. We'll do the O-line.
A guy that you would call a playmaker. I would say if healthy and if he's actually got a solid offensive lineman in front of him, David Montgomery's still in that category.
Well, and especially given what I think the expectations are for him in short yardage.
Yeah.
I know short yardage plays aren't very sexy, but he converts short yardage plays like it's nobody's business.
Well, and it's interesting. If you look at his numbers last year, they're pretty much on par with what they were the year before, except he didn't score as many touchdowns. And also, Jahmyr Gibbs just took the mantle in terms of the feature back on that team.
Yeah.
I think as he played last year, and if he's the main, first and second down guy especially, if the offensive line is actually legitimate this year, then, yeah, he's still a playmaker.
Okay, who would the third one be?
That's a tough one, Sean. Dalton Schultz, I guess.
I was going to say Dalton Schultz. I think it needs to be Jaden Higgins.
Yeah.
You right? Like, I think if I had my druthers, because I look at Dalton Schultz, and he probably is Dalton Schultz right now, and that may be something that's holding back the offense.
He was a league. Well, no, he was a league leader in reception yardage for tight ends. I mean, he's not an electric playmaker, but but you don't classify him as one of the top tight ends in the league. He's a productive tight end.
Yeah. There's a productive tight end. That's why I'm saying I think it needs to be Jaden Higgins. And not because Dalton Schultz got hurt or something like that. It needs to be Schultz having the same type of year he has, but with Higgins ascending the way that Nico Collins did a couple of years ago. Maybe not to that degree. I mean, Nico's first breakout season, he had 1,300 yards receiving. I'm not expecting that from the Texans' number 2 wide receiver. But whatever Higgins was doing in the second half of the year that was getting him in the end zone and that was getting him moving the chains, he needs to do that for 17 weeks this year.
Yeah.
So I think it needs to be Higgins, but I think it is Schultz right now. That's what I would put Schultz.
And I think that it's tough because, playmaker is a pretty vague term, and it could mean a lot of things.
Yeah.
There's All-Pro, there's Pro Bowl, but then, a guy that makes plays. If Dalton Schultz was in the top 5 of receiving yards for a tight end, like that's a productive playmaker. But he's not Trey McBride.
No. No. But on this team, he's one of their top 3 playmakers, and again, that's why the offense has a ceiling on it right now. Probably one of the reasons why. So
Trey
how about
McBride, who I stood next to in the elevator at the Pro Bowl
at
the hotel.
Did you recognize him?
No. At first I thought Aiden Hutchinson isn't nearly as big as I thought he would be.
You thought it was Aiden Hutchinson?
I thought it was Aiden Hutchinson, yeah.
He is smaller than Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, not that much smaller, but he looks more like a tight end.
I was surprised by how few guys I recognized at our hotel.
Yeah.
The Pro Bowlers.
I was really bad at identifying.
Terrible.
I'm bad at, I won't identify. When we're at the Super Bowl, there's times where there's like Hall of Famers that I'm kind of like Jerry Rice I didn't recognize right off the bat. Because he looks a lot different than he did even like 10 years ago.
Okay.
So, yeah. I was honestly, I had a hard time identifying Jerry Rice.
It's everybody at our hotel.
In person.
Yeah. Will Anderson I recognized at our hotel.
Good for you.
Yep, I recognized him. Okay, you need 3 quality men for Daniel Jeremiah's theory to hold water.
Yeah. So
what do you say?
So immediately, because the old theory, because I subscribe to this theory, with 5 average offensive linemen, I think you can have a good offensive line as long as you've got 5 average guys. But so for I kind of tweak it a little bit. You don't have to have 3. You don't have to have 3 Pro Bowlers.
Right.
You've got to have 3 genuinely solid offensive linemen.
Who are their 3 best?
Their 3 best as of right now would be Braden Smith,
okay,
Ed Ingram,
yep,
and Wyatt Teller.
Okay.
And the big swing there could be, we just don't know what Keelan Rutledge is. Actually, you know what? I would actually say maybe Trent Brown is actually
Trent Brown. Well,
I might put Trent Brown, a healthy Trent Brown right now over Wyatt Teller, but Wyatt Teller is going to be starting and Trent Brown.
And I would say something to you similar to what I said about Jaden Higgins in the playmaker category. Ariante Ursary needs to become one of these guys.
And that's where his trajectory. I think he's going to be I think he's going to be at the very least a solid NFL offensive tackle. I think his upside is more than that, but he's not there yet. And you've made this point, and I'm glad you did. It's that you can't just assume that because he had a promising rookie year, all of a sudden he's going to be a quality NFL offensive tackle.
Yeah, we've kind of ignored him this offseason.
We've treated him a little bit like the young Rockets core. They're just going to get better, right?
Yeah.
They'll just be better next year. Of course they will.
Right.
Doesn't everything always rise?
It always gets better.
That's what the people at Trajan Wealth always have to explain to me. I was like, what? It always goes up, doesn't it? Like, Seth, we've talked to you about this 29
times. There's a disclaimer in the ad.
It went up yesterday. Why don't you buy more today?
I'm the same way.
Yeah.
I'm the same. It's always all. But I figure in my world, every team there will be a day where all 32 teams are 17-0.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen.
And then the big thing is then after you demand that they buy it, when it falls, scream at them about it.
Mm-hmm.
How did you let me buy that?
That's right.
No, I don't. That's not the way I treat the people at Trajan Wealth.
No, we know.
They know I'm not. They
You're
know
a great
not to
customer.
listen to me. I told them when I came on board, I was like, listen, this is the thing. Don't listen to me.
Yeah.
Okay? All right? I just don't accept my 2 a.m. phone calls. This is why I'm working with you. I'm not. Don't accept my. Don't listen to the voicemail I left at 2 a.m. where I told you about what's happening in the Asian markets.
One of my favorite phone calls to listen to, a Seth Payne call to his investment advisor.
There's
at
a drought
2 in the morning.
West China. Do you realize what that's going to do?
2 in the morning.
To soybean futures? You got to get in. Yeah.
2 in the morning. The whole text page is all people with famous names, but they aren't that person. Like, there's a bunch of people, like, my favorite commercials are the ones that had Michael Jordan, but he was the little white guy, Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Somebody says he has a buddy named Austin Powers.
Oh, wow.
That's going to be kind of a fun name to have.
That's a good name to have.
Yeah. Yep.
That's like there was a Simpsons episode where Homer changed his names to, was it Max Powers? And all of a sudden things started happening for him.
Oh, really?
If I remember it correctly. I haven't seen it in a long time. Yeah. Like you change your name to Max Powers and all of a sudden people have certain expectations.
All right, speaking of the young core for the Rockets, the Spurs and the OKC Thunder are battling it out in the Western Conference right now. Is the solution to combat Victor Wembanyama for the next 10 years sitting right there for the Houston Rockets? We will discuss that coming up next. I need to tell you, though, this show is sponsored by BetterHelp, the leading
22. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. OTAs starting today. We'll talk more about that in the 9 o'clock hour. Good to be with all of you. 713-572-4610. If you want to hit us on the text page. So there was an article in The Athletic by Sam Amick, and he talked to a bunch of NBA executives, and there's a lot of NBA executives out there, Seth, that think that as they prepare for the era of Victor Wembanyama, which is in its infancy stage right now, and a little scary. It's in its infancy stage, and he's going into Game 6 of the Western Conference Finals.
He hasn't even put on his dad muscles yet.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So we could get a Wembanyama that's 20 pounds heavier over the course of the next 3 or 4 years.
We might.
Yeah.
The only thing that might stop, there's two things that I think could stop Victor Wembanyama. One of them is not mentioned in this article, and that's injuries. Of the whole, and I'm not wishing this on him. I'm merely pointing out the fact that there have been a lot of people over the height of 7 foot, granted much heavier than the skinny Victor Wembanyama, but the human body at that size was not meant to run up and down a basketball floor.
That's right.
For 82 games a year.
That's
whatever.
right. He violates the laws of nature.
That's
and
right.
For that, there are repercussions.
I sentence you to a real job, no longer playing basketball.
Yeah.
The other one.
Good luck fitting in a cubicle stretch.
The other one, these NBA executives in this article that Sam Amick did that he talked to said the only other answer is Giannis Antetokounmpo for Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
Because if you try to get him with an athletic wing, he's just a little too tall for them.
Mm-hmm.
If you try to bully him, he's too quick for them. He can knock down outside shots, so you've got to defend him all over the floor. There's just a healthy, obviously, Giannis Antetokounmpo is the only answer for Victor Wembanyama. I know the appetite on this show for Giannis Antetokounmpo as a Rocket is lukewarm at best.
Just because of his injury.
Because of the injuries,
right.
yeah.
Because he's another freak of nature.
I
call him the Greek freak. I'm going to be one of those people that pretends I made up nicknames.
It up. Does Wembanyama's run through the postseason here?
Yeah.
And what these NBA execs, not that these NBA execs are the smartest people in the world, who knows? He may have interviewed a bunch of dullards that aren't good at putting teams together.
Right.
Does this move the needle for you at all?
I think this is a thing. If I weren't worried about Antetokounmpo's injury history and everything, I might say, yeah, hell, makes sense. But look, Victor Wembanyama is probably going to be a headache for a long time in the league. And then it's like, if you're looking at something that's going to be a 10-year problem, bringing in a guy right this moment that might be the guy who can stop him, because this is when we need to win a championship. I just feel like it's a bad operating procedure. I don't think you should focus on that one individual on a team that might not make the finals this year. To do something that's going to have far-reaching implications on your team.
I'm with you on that. It would clearly, any type of move to go get Giannis, because there will be a market for Giannis to where it's not. It's going to be. I think it's going to be different than the Kevin Durant thing last year, where Durant seemed to have a lot of say as to where he wanted to go.
Mm-hmm.
Giannis may have that same thing. Who knows? And Giannis has the same thing creeping in the background, lurking in the background that Kevin Durant did, which is a potential contract extension.
Well, I think he definitely has that same dynamic going, because most teams don't want to trade for a guy who doesn't want to be there.
Yeah.
When it's this caliber of player.
Yep.
So you almost have a de facto no trade clause.
Right.
But I would imagine he'd want to.
But I just wonder if Giannis has, maybe there's multiple places he'd be open to going to.
Yeah.
I'll go to the Knicks, I'll go to the Cavs, I'll go to the Rockets, and he's not picking just one. Either way, it's going to cost you some of your young core to go get him. So getting Giannis is clearly, it's a big decision, because you are doing something that the Rockets have not wanted to do.
Yeah.
And I don't think they did with the Kevin Durant trade. I know we got our Jalen Green stands out there. I don't think the Rockets compromised the future by making the Kevin Durant trade. I think the biggest thing they lost in that trade, honestly, was Dillon Brooks. I think missing Dillon Brooks hurt them more than missing Jalen Green on this team. This team could have used Dillon Brooks and some of what he brought to the table more than what Jalen Green brought to the table for the Rockets. So I don't think they really compromised the future. You start dipping into trading Jabari Smith Jr. and Alperen Şengün, and undoubtedly one or more of the really nice first-round pick assets that you have. I don't know if people realize, the picks that the Rockets are sitting on for next year's draft, they're sitting on a couple nice picks for 27's draft. Then you are starting to really shorten the window. You're raising your floor and your ceiling now, but you are really shortening that window to probably like a 2 or 3 year run here.
Take me through again. Just give me the bullet point version of why Antetokounmpo's injury history scares you. Because compared to the fact that, this last year was kind of it was one of those deals where who knows how many games he would have played if it was in a better situation. So I don't look at the games played this last year and think, oh yeah, that's who he is now or anything. But it's not like he's missed huge swaths of time in his career.
No. I mean, this past year he only played 36 games, but yeah, and he's missed some.
I'm saying before this
year. Yeah, no, he right. It's never been as bad as this year. Yes. Yeah. The two things that scare me the most. One is he's a big man that's dealing with these injuries now. That always scares me more for some reason with basketball. Maybe I've got Yao Ming PTSD.
Yeah.
Number two is the nature of the injuries this year. We're all getting older injury. It was a knee. It was a groin. I think there was a calf in there. That it was. It wasn't one thing. It was multiple things recurring over and over again. That's the biggest thing for me.
And I guess that was just the part where I just don't know how much of that is. Yes, those are classic old man injuries, but they're also not major injuries. And that in a different situation, if the Bucs were better this year, that it's the stuff that he would totally be playing through.
Yeah, they sat him.
You're right.
Yeah.
So it's just not. So if I don't know if I weight it as heavily. I'm talking to myself into this over the course of the last few weeks.
You sound different than you did at the beginning of the segment.
I do have to. This is one of those things where I gotta dive in deep on Reddit into Bucs Reddit for a while and just figure out exactly how they're feeling about it. The fans have a better fans. I think fans are sometimes the best gauge of whether a guy's actually injury prone or not, because there's sometimes guys that seem perpetually injured, even though they don't miss a bunch of games and what have you.
He misses like 15, 20 games a year.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it right now.
But part of that is, too, like modern load management.
Sure. Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, I'm just telling you what the back of the basketball card looks like. Since 2019, 63 games, 61 games, 67 games, 63, 73, 67, and then, this was bad this last year. He hadn't had anything close to this past year, 36 games.
And those are in seasons that you mentioned where he's finishing either fourth or higher in the MVP race.
Right.
Right. So he's dealt with these minor nagging injury, and yet he's still Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Same outlet, The Athletic, that the Sam Amick article came from, did their tiers of NBA players. We've touched on this a little bit over the last week or so. There are 8 players in Tier 1 of the NBA in the eyes of whoever wrote this for The Athletic. I'll look it up in a second. And within Tier 1, there's 4 sort of mini tiers, A, B, C, and D. There's so many ties to the Rockets in here without having an actual Rocket.
Yeah.
Cade Cunningham is in Tier 1D. He was the first overall pick in the Jalen Green draft. You had the best odds to get Cade Cunningham. You didn't get him. Victor Wembanyama, you had the best odds to get him. You didn't get him. You got Amen Thompson, who's a good player, but he's in here. I'm bringing this up because Giannis Antetokounmpo, to your point, even though the guy plays, average of 60, 65 games a year, something like that. But yeah, it's a really good 65 games. He's Tier 1C. These are the 8 players that are on a tier of their own in the eyes of The Athletic. Cade Cunningham, Jason Tatum, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Anthony Edwards, Luka, Wembanyama, SGA, Nikola Jokic. It's those 8 guys.
Yeah.
You got a chance to get one of them here. The Rockets have the goods to go get him if they want to.
Yeah.
If they want to give up enough, they can go get Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yeah. The big thing about Antetokounmpo is, and this is where the game logs doesn't show up, is 100%. You're correct about the fact that it's throughout that entire time with the games that he's missed. It's the stuff that super explosive guys sometimes really have an issue with. Like, the tendon, patellar, knee, all of
it's
that.
The nature of the injuries.
How long can you hold up with that? But then it's the playoff series that he's missed. So it's at the end of the season and on into the playoffs. There you go. It feels okay, great. You're doing that all season long, but then what are you doing, and are you available in the playoffs when we need you most, Kevin Durant?
We felt that, right?
Hey. The Rockets, with Kevin Durant and Giannis Antetokounmpo, they could have the best regular season squad in history.
Yeah.
Will either of them be available in the playoffs? No, probably not.
No. No, the regular season is amazing.
They're old. Sorry, they're old. If they shorten the end, if we all of a sudden get a blockbuster announcement that the NBA season is shortened to 62 games or something, then hell yeah, go get Antetokounmpo.
Yes, yeah. I'm looking at the TV, like their topic right now on ESPN. Would the Cavaliers be better adding LeBron or Giannis? There's going to be a big Giannis market out there. It's going to get pricey, man. It's going to get pricey.
I think probably, tell me if this is fair, he's not injury prone, but there are durability concerns. That's basically the same thing. But
that's what I was going to ask you. I'm like, what's the difference?
It is the same thing. It's a nicer way to say it.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But durability. He's just not because injury. Injury. I'm thinking of something where something snaps or breaks or something.
Yeah.
Where this is it's a durability concern.
I promise you, if they trade for Giannis on this show, they will be categorized as durability concerns.
Yeah.
It won't be injuries. There'll be durability
concerns. He's got durability concerns, Sean.
That's right.
Which doesn't sound bad at all.
No. It's a concern. You can always address concerns. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. So we got Texans OTAs coming up here. OTAs at other teams' facilities as well, including press conferences. 2 press conferences that everybody seems to be, well, at least some people, seem to be very much looking forward to today outside of Houston. We'll tell you who they are coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we, for the good of all Houston and our mental health,
this was your idea.
Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. All right, OTAs start in 30 minutes for the Houston Texans. This is the spring getting into kind of full swing here, I think. You know, the guys, we got all the rookies and the vets in the same place at the same time with each other. So we've got that drills, do it for the next couple of weeks, little mandatory mini camp action. We should circle back to Nico Collins in this segment too, and we will. If you missed it earlier, we talked about it. They didn't extend Nico, but they gave Nico Collins more money, the Texans did yesterday. Timing of that is interesting to me, given that OTAs are starting today and they agree to that. I wonder if there was any sort of behind-the-scenes agitation that, hey, you know, like if I don't get more money, I'm being very coarse with how I'm phrasing this here, but if I don't get more money, I'm not showing up to OTAs.
Yeah, I hope not.
I hope not, too.
And yet, the timing makes you wonder.
Yeah. And by the way, it's totally within Nico Collins' rights to do that.
Right, yeah, it's a voluntary OTA. But I think it's one of the fun things though about it being voluntary, supposedly, is that it does put pressure on teams that if they really want them, they're like, oh, okay, this is something you want, huh? You want everybody to show up and all this and everything like that, and they lose a little bit of leverage that way.
So we'll talk about Nico in a second here. The two press conferences, and the Texans will have their press conferences tomorrow, because that's the day that's open to the media, is tomorrow. So I would expect that C.J. Stroud is going to be one of them. We haven't seen any list of players or anything yet. I would think it would be a little weird if C.J. Stroud wasn't one of the players tomorrow.
Last year when he wasn't throwing, I think, was he also not? He didn't talk to the media for the first couple of weeks, I think. I don't think it just seems like he didn't talk to him until he started throwing.
I think you're right.
That's right, yeah. So that's why it was there was all kinds of speculation running rampant, and some of it responsible, some of it irresponsible. I do think the thing that was valid last year that I will stand and fight to the death on this one. It's always relevant if your quarterback is missing any time at a team activity because of shoulder soreness, and it just is. It doesn't mean that it foretells doom or anything, but it's relevant because at this point of the year, a guy shouldn't be having a sore shoulder, and then it turns out, at least by the way CJ described it, it sounds like he might have just been working out a little too hard. Yeah. Maybe he had some tendonitis or something, which is cool. That's at least a good reason. It wasn't like he fell in a pool room, a bar room brawl. But
that would be kind of fun too, though.
Kind of want my quarterback to get injured in a bar room brawl. But I think that as of right now, I'd be really surprised if there's anything notable that you hear about CJ coming out of this OTAs. You know, every quarterback looks great during OTAs because there's no pass rush, and you generally things go pretty smooth. The stories you hear about quarterback performances are like, this guy was thrown at 8 yards off the sideline. It was just he was awful. We're not going to hear that with CJ.
Not with CJ. I think people are more interested just in how he looks, body type, and new haircut, things like that. And certainly interested in the press conferences. So we'll see about that.
He should wear extensions like Fromber.
Oh, put him back on?
Yeah. That's what I want him to be spending his time and energy on.
Yeah, hair. Absolutely. The two press conferences that I saw people online taking great interest in. One is, I'll get this first one out of the way. Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk is thirsting for the drama that will, I'll just read the headline. Jackson Dart, Abdul Carter drama will take center stage when Giants OTAs resume.
Oh, he's making a prediction.
Yeah.
He doesn't like making predictions, and then there he is.
Yep.
He's insisting that it will take center stage.
They arrived together as first-round picks in 2025. 13 months later, things got awkward between them. That's the first sentence of his article. But Florio's doing that thing where he's like, this must happen.
Yeah.
These questions need to be asked of John Harbaugh.
Mm-hmm.
These questions need to be asked of the two parties involved, Mr. Jackson Dart and Mr. Abdul Carter, and we must get to the bottom of this. A tweet from Abdul Carter saying that we've solved everything, we squashed everything, and y'all in the media are just a bunch of narrative creating fools. Paraphrasing. That will not suffice.
Mm-hmm.
You need to hear it from his human lips.
Yeah. I don't. This is my standard.
Are you
policy.
as thirsty as Florio?
So for those of you who don't know, Jackson Dart introduced Trump at a rally, and Abdul Carter. What did he tweet? He said something. What are we doing, bro, or something?
He tweeted, "I thought this was AI. What are we doing here, bro?"
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so immediately, okay, these guys are the locker room's going to be destroyed. They hate each other. All of that. I think that everything with Twitter changes everything. So Abdul Carter, Jackson Dart making the introduction, and Abdul Carter questioning Dart publicly. I think,
and then squashing it later that day, or trying to.
Yeah, you can read into it any way, which way you want. It feels like the more heated you are about politics in general, the more convinced you are that these guys must hate each other too. And I in my long experience of political debates, religious debates, anything else that guys get into arguments or we have extreme disagreements about in a locker room, is that if it's a strong locker room, it's really not that big a deal at the end of the day.
Yep.
And that guys can be vehemently opposed to each other in certain things. And we can go back to, if you talk about NFL locker rooms going back to the civil rights era, people have just had huge disagreements about lots of big things. But ultimately, it's like, it's just as long as guys know how to, if they know how to act and have disagreements with each other, it tends not to be a big deal.
Is this where John Harbaugh earns some of the money that he's making here with this thing, do you think?
As far as just
managing the locker room?
No, because I don't think it's even actually that big a deal.
Okay.
In terms of the internal strife.
Yeah.
Or whatever conflict that it could create.
Yep.
But yeah, it's probably better with Harbaugh than if there is somebody that has an extreme issue or something.
The question I would want to ask Abdul Carter, if I were there, because I said this yesterday, I really don't care about the politics of the whole thing, one side or the other. I would ask Abdul Carter, why do you think the media is creating a narrative here when you tweeted about this?
Yeah. Well, I think in fairness to Abdul Carter, I think there's probably narratives that he saw that above and beyond whatever, they could have seen with the public tweet.
Sure.
I don't feel like Abdul Carter was as extremely out of line as people are saying because he had tweeted that. I know your issue is more of him acting like people are creating a narrative despite him tweeting it.
He tweeted about it.
Right, he tweeted about it.
Yeah.
But it's also, but then the narrative becomes like, oh, boy, there's going to be trouble. These guys don't agree on this. Like, one guy likes Trump and the other guy doesn't. Oh, boy. It's everything's going south already. That's a bit of a narrative.
And it's a very general tweet.
Yeah.
The way I read it, and again, it's all tone. It's an 8-word tweet. So we do this all the time. We as human beings, we apply our tone to something in writing.
Yeah.
And I read that as we're just creating something out of thin air.
Yeah.
When in fact it was really just responding to something that he actually said. That's why I would ask the question.
Yeah.
Hey, if anything, it gives him an opportunity to clarify it if what you're talking about is true.
Yeah. No, and I think there'll be the answers.
I'm saying I'd ask the question.
The answers will be exactly like what Abdul Carter's follow-up tweet was, which is pretty much we keep this stuff in-house and this is it's not whatever.
We're moving on. Well, Florio is thirsty for that one.
I'm trying to remember if there was an instance. Can we remember an instance over the last 10 years where this has actually become something where oh, well, did you guys hear? Oh yeah, the Ravens fell apart because the guys disagreed with each other on political candidates.
No, and there's been no shortage of opportunities for that to happen.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys who are very public about their political beliefs that are the opposite of other guys who are public about them.
One of the most interesting conversations I ever had with somebody about this was Roger Staubach, who was coming out of he was a Naval Academy grad, Vietnam veteran, and stepping into a locker room where the vast majority of people were very anti-war.
Yeah.
And that's a pretty big topic,
Yes.
And they managed to do all right. It was they
Staubach just strikes me as a guy. He strikes me as a guy that can manage any situation.
Yeah. Well, but I don't think it's not like my point would be that it doesn't require as much management because at the end of the day, people when they're around other people in real life and they're working together are not the version of themselves they are on Twitter. So, like, everybody on Twitter that weighs in and everything is all very, very confident and resolute in exactly the way things need to be.
Yeah.
And that's not the way it works in the actual human flesh and blood world.
It does not. The other press conference that people are looking forward to today, and by people, I mean Tony Farmer, who is basically the Mike Florio of the Vrabel-Rossini story, which has really died down a lot, but may pick up some steam again today when Mike Vrabel meets with the media for the first time in a non-curated environment.
Yeah.
Where it was all, just the only Q&A he got was off to the side, and the questions were very filtered and things like that.
I want to get, what if we get unfiltered Vrabel, where he just talks about just how, the lust, he just can't contain the lust at times.
Starts telling Rossini stories. Yeah. What she's into. That would be amazing. Could be some good pub. You never know.
You guys ever just find yourself around a person where you can't control yourself? That's what Diana does to me.
Rossini, man.
But the wife and I were working through some things, and we'll be fine.
Counseling. Counseling. And then blah, 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 counseling.
But I got to tell you.
Yeah. She's a tomcat.
What if at some point in his press conference he says, I've really just recommitted myself to my family, and I understand I hurt the organization, and there were just I did some things, and then he just kind of looks off to the side and pauses,
loses track of what he's saying.
That he's thinking about something, and then he turns back to the mic and goes, "Oh, where was I?" Yeah. Was
starts accidentally muttering things.
Okay, so if an opposing team, and please let it be the Texans. No, it's going to happen week 1. It's going to happen the preseason. Somebody's going to score a touchdown, and they're going to turn, and they're going to clasp hands.
Oh, no. Yeah,
with a teammate.
The interlocked hands.
Yeah, they're going to do the Vrabel-Rossini pose.
Dude.
Then we're going to see that. Yes.
I'm so mad the Texans don't play the Patriots this year.
Oh, it's got to happen. Is that going to be taunting?
No.
And then the referee's going to have to get up and announce it and say, the celebration was an allusion to a regrettable affair that Mike Vrabel allegedly had with Diana Rossini.
I'm telling you right now, I feel like the player or players who do that,
I
want to make a donation. They do it. I will make whatever a suitable donation is for a sports talk radio host to the charity of their choice if two players score a touchdown against the Patriots and interlock hands Vrabel-Rossini style.
You're allowed to choreograph celebrations these days in this modern NFL, and it's led to the potential for that to happen and not be flagged. Yeah.
Here's Tony Farmer, the person that's been covering this Vrabel-Rossini thing, like it's like it's the war in Iran. He is very anxious for the Vrabel presser today.
Hey, Athletic, were you aware that your journalist, who you were benefiting from having a close relationship with a head coach, was hosting Mike Vrabel on your dime? That would be a big deal if that was the case. New England Patriots, if they paid for it, was Bob Kraft aware of this relationship with Diana Rossini? These are very legitimate questions, and we're going to find out tomorrow how legitimate these Patriots beat writers are. Do they have an ounce of journalistic integrity? What I expect is there's going to be a mixed bag, and there's going to be some of them who are more friendly to the Patriots and not wanting to ask the tough questions, and there's going to be some who are actually asking the tough questions. Will they be the real tough questions, though? Like who paid for the hotel room in Sedona?
Okay.
Yeah.
What are the chances?
That's a tough question. I think Vrabel paid for it. I would just assume he paid it. It's more of a news story if all of a sudden it turns out that Rossini was actually the one that was dropping big.
Makes Vrabel look like a cheapskate.
Yeah.
I kind of want that to be the case, actually. In addition to being an adulterer, he's a cheapskate.
Okay, so this Tony Farmer character is just lashing out against everybody in all directions with this. With The Athletic,
he's out of hand.
Is he?
He's out of hand, yeah.
So with The Athletic, all right, I don't know. They found out about this deal. They initially supported her, which leads me to believe that they didn't know that she was having a relationship with Vrabel. They found out that it looks like she was probably having a relationship with Vrabel. They parted ways. And okay, what are you going to do? You can't hold a company responsible for everything that an employee does that's inappropriate. It's not always their fault.
Right.
It's always a question of, okay, when they found out that there was something wrong, did they take measures to address it?
Yep.
So, like, I don't see necessarily where the big smoking gun is there with the Athletic.
No, I don't either. And this is why I say Tony Farmer is out of hand. Like, he's just, you know me. At the beginning of this whole thing, this story, this is right up my alley. All this stuff.
Yeah.
And when Tony Farmer was doing all those things like listing all the various media angles to it, I found his information and opinion to be helpful. He's just being a pain in the ass now.
Mm-hmm.
He's going and finding. He's going and finding media members. Like we jokingly talked about this, what he did with James Palmer last week, which is James Palmer, who used to host a podcast with Diana Rossini, tweeted about her 162 times over the last 2 years, but on April 7th, he hasn't tweeted about her since then at all. That's the day the pictures came out on the New York Post. I'm like, Palmer might be under orders not to.
There's also a part of this where at the end of the day, it gets to a point where you're like, all right, like, is this, wait, was somebody selling national defense secrets to the enemy or something?
He is treating the Coach of the Year award
like it's Watergate or something.
Like it's the biggest scam of all time.
Yeah. Like, I think it gets to a point where most sports fans are kind of like, all right, I don't care that much about it, and this isn't the thing that I need to do the deep dive investigative journalism into.
No.
But I don't know.
He's
he's in that mode where Florio gets in sometimes where Florio insists that you care about something.
Yeah, that's why I said he's the Florio of this story.
That collusion case last year where an arbitrator decided that there wasn't any collusion, Florio and Pablo Torre would not stop lambasting NFL fans for not caring about it. Like, NFL fans are basically like, oh, well, so they found there was no collusion.
Yeah.
And they're like, but you should care about this.
You should care. Why?
Why? Because they didn't find there was collusion.
You should care because it's important.
Yeah.
Why is it important? Because I just said it's important.
Right.
That's why it's important, okay? Yeah, so that's why I feel he's a little out of hand. Now, he just started following me on Twitter last week, too. I sent you that screen grab.
Have you tweeted about Rossini since this whole ordeal?
Probably. I've been on.
I would say 473 times.
I
don't think you're. I don't think you're not gonna fall under the umbrella of people who he thinks.
My thirst for this story is very clear.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of this story. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here in the 9 o'clock hour. Okay, let's go back to Astros. It was a big day on Monday for Tatsuya Imai, and a big night for the Astros. The Astros are an historical baseball team when it comes to one big thing. I will power rank this thing for the last 8 years. We'll tell you what it is coming up next.
Ability trees. That's a big deal when it comes to taking care of your trees. It's not always.
Studio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Astros threw a no-hitter on Monday. Woo! Woo! That's the
What's
game.
today, Sean?
That's the game I choose to remember.
What day is today?
Today is Wednesday.
Good job.
Thank you.
But you lose because you made me. For a second, I lost myself in space and time, and I thought, wait a second. Did they have a no-hitter last night? And
No.
Did I not actually see it? Maybe I dreamt those 9 runs that
the
they
Rangers
allowed.
got a lot of those hits out of their system last night early.
Yeah.
So the Rangers win last night, 10-7. They'll play. Two teams will play again tonight and tomorrow. Both night games, 7:00. Mike Burrows tonight. We get a little Arrighetti action on Thursday, so that'll be fun.
Mike Burrows, we're in this wait-and-see mode of just what is he going to be this season.
Yes.
And Spencer Arrighetti, it's very much in, we get to see
We
Arrighetti.
know what he is.
Let's
yeah.
keep this going. He's got to get up. I still think he's below the limit for qualifying for the leaders right now. So he's got
for innings pitched.
For the sake of us, hoping that he makes the All-Star team and everything, we need him to get up so he's got enough qualified innings and that he's.
I can't imagine he's not going to pass that threshold. He only missed 2 or 3 weeks at the start of the year.
20. I think he was 20 innings shy of. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, he will definitely catch up to it by the time they're picking all-star teams. That doesn't happen for another month. Assuming he stays healthy and he pitches well and all those things. Goes out and gets you 5 or 6 innings every time out. So, so that's the rest of the week. We got the no-hitter on Monday, and I didn't realize this, that the Astros, since they became a Major League Baseball team in 1962, they have the most no-hitters of any franchise, including the postseason.
Yeah.
By a pretty wide margin.
Mm-hmm.
They have 18 total since 1962. The next closest is the Dodgers with 13.
Yeah.
The Dodgers had a lot of good pitchers over that time. But the Astros have 18 no-hitters, and they've been largely, in no small part, fueled by the golden era and the remnants of the golden era that we exist in now. 7 of the no-hitters have come in the last 8 seasons. They had a couple of them at the end in 2019. They had a couple of them in 2022, including the World Series, and then one in 23, 24, and then the one 3 nights ago. So I did I just want to take a trip down memory lane with the no-hitter, Seth, since we haven't had a ton to celebrate this year. We can go back in time and relive the no-hitters of days gone by. I have power ranked the 7 no-hitters that the Astros have thrown in the last 8 seasons.
Okay.
I will count them down for you. Okay, let's see if we remember all these. Number 7 is actually the one that's the longest ago. August 3rd, 2019, Aaron Sanchez, who they picked up at the trade deadline, made his Astros debut, and they beat the Mariners 9-0. He combined with Will Harris, Chris Davinsky, and Joe Biagini.
Joe Biagini, that's right.
That is why
your favorite player
is why this one is in last place among the 7 no-hitters.
Because of Joe Biagini?
Yes, I can't get excited about anything involving Biagini.
I got excited to hear Davinsky's name.
Former All-Star.
Yeah.
Will Harris, former All-Star, too.
Yeah. No, but I just hadn't thought about Davinsky in a while.
He was fun. Yeah, Biagini, not as much fun. Thought he was hilarious. And everybody fed his ego, too.
They kept trying to, it was every reporter was he's the funny guy.
Julia would do these sit-down interviews, and she'd have to laugh at his stupid jokes.
He would do, shadow puppets and stuff that weren't shadow puppets.
He was the worst.
Yeah.
So this is number 7 by far because Joe Biagini was involved. Miraculously, he didn't give up a hit in however long they used him because that guy gave up a lot of hits back in the day. Number 6, only because I don't remember this one that well, Framber Valdez had a complete game no-hitter in 2023. August 1st, 2023, beat the Guardians 2-0. So this is one of those no-hitters that if you're going deep into the game, you put a guy on base with a walk, not only might you lose the no-hitter, you could lose your win and the game, too. It's a close game. So I don't remember that much about that one, except it was at home, and it was in 2023 when they were in kind of a dogfight for the division that year with the Mariners. So I know it's the only no-hitter by a lefty in team history, Framber Valdez. So that one's number 6 for me.
That's a good little nugget to know.
Yeah,
that'll come up on an Astros broadcast.
Absolutely,
at some point.
A little trivia,
and then I can tweet in and see if I make the screen or not.
Yes. Number 5, counting down the 7 Astros no-hitters of the golden era.
That was August. When did he start wearing the extensions?
2022, I believe.
Okay.
When he made the All-Star
so
team for the first time.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, he may have he got rid of him last year at one point. I think. He had the extensions for a long time. Number 5, Ronel Blanco getting a no-hitter in Joe Espada's first win as Astros manager, April 1st, 2024. If you recall, the Astros got swept by the Yankees.
Blanco was the only good pitcher on the squad.
He was the saving grace.
Yeah, and it wasn't just that he was the only good pitcher on the squad. He was also out there dealing no-hitters.
That's right. So
that was back before we realized that we were going to be on a 3-year journey of getting off to incredibly slow starts.
Yes.
We didn't realize. That was back. We were innocent then. We didn't know. We used to complain about Astros slow starts, and it would be, they're slightly below 500.
Right. They're 16 and 14.
So you see their ERA is like the 4.2. It's awful.
He would be the only good thing for like the first month and a half of the season, Ronel Blanco. I was looking, too, at that season. I was just looking. I got in a little bit of a wormhole. Blanco should have made the All-Star team that year. He ended up winning 13 games in the ERA under 3. Their 5 top starters that season, in terms of just number of starts, were Framber Valdez, Ronel Blanco, Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti, and Justin Verlander. And I started thinking, if you got the best version of those 5 guys...
Yeah.
Holy smokes, that's a good 5. But they just were. Verlander was beat up at that point. He was old. Arrighetti was new. Blanco was still a noob, but he was.
Well, and Arrighetti wasn't good until midway through the year.
And even then, he was still kind of inconsistent.
Yeah,
Now,
he was
Hunter,
very inconsistent.
Hunter was horrible for a month and a half, and then amazing for the rest of the year.
Alex Bregman told him to start throwing his sinker.
Yep.
And that's what he did.
So that's number 5. Ronel Blanco, complete game no-hitter against the Toronto Blue Jays. Number 4 will be Monday's no-hitter. The Imai, out of nowhere, no-hitter combined with Okert and Santa.
Yeah. No, and Santa, that one's going to be noted. And again, that'll be another one. That's a nice little nugget of baseball history.
Yeah.
The first rookie to be involved in a no-hitter in 154 years.
He's getting more attention, I feel like, than Imai is for that no-hitter.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel that way?
It does feel that way. I mean, because I guess it's more notable. Plus, it wasn't like it was an awesome performance by Imai.
Right.
It was one of the weirder no-hitters you're ever going to see.
Yeah, he
in
walked
terms of
4
just
guys.
how trafficy it was and how you just didn't... There's no way in the first inning that you thought you were hoping at that point that he just didn't get destroyed.
Well,
then he ends up being part of a no-hitter.
And a lot of good defense behind him, too.
Yeah.
You know, there were plenty of balls hit. You know, like the expected, that was not an expected no-hitter.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what? That's got to be the new rule.
Yeah.
A manager or a coach isn't allowed to get up after a loss and say, well, you know, this is an expected win if you look at the stats. Unless you do the same after victories.
For wins.
You got to get up after every victory and say, well, you know, I mean, it's hard to celebrate, really. I know we just won a championship.
Yeah.
But the expected stats, we shouldn't have won this.
That would have been hilarious.
Really, if anything.
Joe Espada completely crapping on Imai's no-hitter.
Yeah.
That would have been great. Yeah, it's all well and good on the scoreboard, but...
It's an expected loss.
Giving up like 5 hits.
Yeah.
All right, so that's number 4.
No, I'm 100% going to start going with that.
Yeah.
Every time, I want to start holding guys to that.
It's hypocritical not to.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, we're down to the top 3. Third, among the 7 Astro no-hitters of the Golden Era, and the Golden Era remnants, Justin Verlander's 3rd career no-hitter, September 1st, 2019. So less than a month after the Sanchez combined no-no against the Blue Jays. And again, this is a close one, like the Framber one. This is a 2-0 game, so this is a close one. This was the game where Justin Verlander went looking for Abraham Toro after the game.
That's
if
right.
I remember correctly.
Where the heck is Toro?
Yeah.
I remember that's what he said.
Yeah.
Where in tarnation is Toro?
Yeah.
Whereabouts ye, Toro? I think that was the quote.
I think, yeah. I think that was the game where he was seeking out Toro after the game. I'm pretty sure. So that's number 3.
Yeah, because it was on the lead up to the World Series. And
Yep. So that's number 3. Number 2, Christian Javier, combined no-hitter, Yankee Stadium, June 25th, 2022. A nice big summer middle finger to the Yankees, who going into that game were 52-19.
That's right. That was the big thing there.
They were on pace to break the season win total record.
It was the greatest team in the history of baseball.
Yep.
And damn it, they weren't getting enough credit for how good they were. This is the Yankees fans talking.
Yep.
And then the Astros just kind of basically slapped them down to earth.
Do you remember what happened in the playoffs with the Yankees that year? That was the year the Astros won
Was that
the
one
World
of the
Series.
years that the Yankees beat the Astros in the ALCS?
No,
it wasn't one of those years. It was another
I think that
weren't
was,
any of those years.
I think that was the year you're thinking of was no,
that's
I can't think of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
They got swept.
Was that year the
did.
Yankees did something really impressive versus the Astros in the playoffs? I can't
that was
come to
nope.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 1 on the no-hitter list. Christian Javier, combined no-hitter. By the way, the Yankee Stadium no-hitter combined with Hector Neris and Ryan Presley.
Yeah.
World Series, Game 4. And, you got to go back. I got to go back and find maybe like a mini documentary on that World Series, just that goes game by game and things like that, about how we were feeling after Game 3. That was the game where Lance McCullers got shelled in Game 3, and you're in Philly. Philly's got a chance at home to Philly could have closed that World Series out at home because it goes 2-3-2 in the World Series.
Except that it was, remember though the feeling was, it reminded me honestly of the year Chris Paul got injured in the playoffs, and after the game, even though the Warriors lost, you could see on Steve Kerr's face, like, we got him.
Yeah.
We got him now.
Yeah.
And, that's where Lance stayed in the game because they just wanted to save. They were going to lose the game. They're going to save the relievers as much as possible. And you looked at the situation of the pitching staffs, and it were doing the Phillies winning that series.
That's a good point.
That's what Phillies people were saying.
Yeah.
Astros fans were trying to, not be too, don't take anything for granted. But it was night and day, the difference in the pitching situation.
100%. That's a really good point. I had forgotten about that. So yes, there's that. What I'll remember, and by the way, it was Javier combined with Brian Abreu, Rafael Montero, and Ryan Presley. So Javier pitched, the first 5 or 6 innings. Those guys finished things out for the Astros. The other 2 things I'll remember about that, it was either Game 3 or Game 4 after one of them. Probably Game 3 because the Phillies won that game, and Philly fans were probably feeling a certain kind of way.
Yeah.
But that was the one where Mattress Mac almost got into a fight with Philly fans. He was up at the game. And Mattress Mac is dog-cussing these Philly fans who are cussing at him. The other thing that about this particular game, what was the other thing? Damn it. I'm like, the other thing that I'll remember is this thing that I totally forget right now. I'll think of it anyways. Yeah, I think of Mattress. This was the game where Michael Brantley gave the pep talk before the game.
Oh, that's right.
Remember that?
Yeah.
He gave the pep talk. He was injured, but he gave the team a pep talk, and they didn't lose in the World Series after that.
Right. He gave a pep talk to the hitters.
Right.
And they didn't do much that night, but they didn't need to because of
5-0.
Yeah,
they got 5.
Was it pep talk that night, or
I think it was before Game 4. They had just got beat in Game 3.
Arrighetti right now, to get him to the leaderboard for pitching, he's got 41 innings pitched. You need as many innings pitched as games played. So to qualify, what's the record right now?
They're 24-33. So they've played 57 games. How many?
So he's got to get up to 57 innings pitched, and he's right now at 41.
You have to pitch 162 innings to qualify, huh?
Yeah,
a lot of guys don't get to that these days.
Oh, yeah.
In the age of load management.
Yeah, maybe they change it towards the end of the season, but at least right now.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, final segment coming up. OTAs are underway over at the Methodist Training Center. Presumably, I don't know. Well, it's not raining anymore, so outside, inside, we're not sure. We'll be out there tomorrow to check things out with our own eyes. So what are the things we're looking for? In the text in, if you didn't text in earlier, what are the things you're wanting us to see? What are the things you're wanting to hear from us when we go out there? We'll hit that in the final segment. We'll see what the guys got going on In the Loop today. We'll do that coming up next. Men's Tea Clinic. Friday's my Men's Tea Clinic day. I go every Friday right after the show, and I get my testosterone replacement therapy. It's quick, not just a little, syringe in the old buttocks there.
2022.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so OTAs underway over on I'll just say over on Kirby. I don't know if they're inside, they're outside, they're in the stadium. I don't know where they are, but they're doing stuff. Can you see?
I'm looking towards the bubble. Right, I see the bubble.
Yeah.
I don't know if I see any little ant-like creatures out in front of it.
Do you see any punts going up in the air?
No,
we
but
didn't talk about that. We have a punter battle.
I see blue skies, so I'm guessing they're outside.
Yeah.
I don't see any rain clouds over there.
How moved are you by the punter battle that we have going on here at training camp? We haven't had one of those in forever.
Moved, Sean.
I'm moved.
Let me
man.
sell this.
I just want to. Yeah. Yep.
Woo!
Yep.
We don't punt that pigskin.
We don't sell the steak. We sell the sizzle.
That's right. Oh, did you see the arc on that punt?
Stonehouse.
Yeah,
that's his name.
It's a good name.
It's a great name. Yeah, it's a great name.
I don't know. I guess I'd put punters into the category of I don't think about them too much until they're really awesome or really bad. If it's Shane Leckler or if it's who was the worst punts history?
Tommy Townsend at times last year wasn't all that great.
He lived in Shankville.
At times. Otherwise, I think he might be back here. But yeah,
I kind of like that he had that. He had a little bit of badass to him.
Oh yeah. He played real football positions.
He looked like he could have played in the band Rush. You remember? Yeah. They kind of had that kind of little wiry kind of
put that evil on
look about
Tommy
him.
Townsend. No,
you love Rush.
No. Okay, so what actually? Punters aside, what are we looking for here? C.J. Stroud will be the big one. Just, I'm assuming he's throwing a football, unlike last year at this time when he was too yoked up to throw footballs. Or he had something going on because he tried to PR in the weight room in the offseason. Throwing is third on the list for me behind press conference and body type.
Press conference, body type, and then also, I mean, it's intertwined with, all right, are we actually going to see Tank Dell involved in team activities?
Yes.
Because then it's, okay, CJ throwing to Tank Dell.
Yeah.
And exactly how much is Tank Dell practicing? Is he with the full team? And what's he look like when he's doing it?
Yep.
I think, okay, you know what? All right. I'll be the first one to say don't read too much into OTAs. When it comes to Tank Dell, who's out there going against really good defensive backs, and I know it's 7-on-7, or even if it's team, it's still basically 7-on-7 because it's not a real pass rush. But it's way more than I think you might have expected when he first got injured and you found out how severe that injury was, and this long road back from injury. If all of a sudden, if I find out that, after tomorrow's practice, if we show up at practice, because you and I will get there late, and I hear that CJ's hit Tank Dell 3 times already or something, I would read read into that. I wouldn't say read way too much into it. I would read into it, and I would say that's a really good sign.
I ain't scared of a good time. Oh, that would be fun.
And then we'll start worrying about Stingley and what's wrong with him.
Yeah,
he allowed 3.
Right.
Allowed 3 receptions to Tank Dell.
No, we just need Tank to start, but just by picking on like Jalen Smith or Tremont Smith or somebody, and then work his way up to Stingley.
Yeah,
I don't need something that makes me feel bad about one of the really good players.
Mm-hmm.
I just need...
that is, when it comes to, I guess, C.J. Stroud, I think his mechanics are going to look good. He's going to be throwing the ball accurately and all of that. I think the guys getting involved and who's working in with the ones and who do you see him maybe connect with at times that you didn't expect quite this early is Jalen Noel. If there's a practice where Jalen Noel, for whatever reason, ends up getting a boatload of targets, people will read into that. And because there's an appetite for more Jalen Noel in our life.
A big-time appetite for more Jalen Noel. All right, so what do you predict when they do 11-on-11 drills and they trot what we think is the first team out there? Like, if CJ's out there, we know it's the first team.
Yeah.
What is your prediction left to right as to what the offensive line, assuming all these guys are here? I know it's voluntary, but assuming everybody is here, what's your prediction for the first line?
I mean, okay, you know what? I'm actually glad. I'm glad you asked that, because Ariante Ursa would be your left tackle, Wyatt Teller would be your left guard. I think it first, to start off, Jake Andrews is going to be the center, and Keelan Rutledge is going to have to show that he can competently handle all the mental parts of it and everything before they start working him with the ones. So I think it's probably going to be Jake Andrews at center. And that Ed Ingram at right guard, it's interesting because, look, Trent Brown played well for you last year when he was in, but you signed Braden Smith in the offseason to probably be your starting right tackle. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities that maybe Trent Brown starts at right tackle, but I'd be surprised.
I think it's a competitive situation.
I think it's competitive, and I think Braden Smith probably starts, but I shouldn't be 100% confident in that.
No, and normally I'd say follow the money. But Cam Robinson was getting paid more than any of these guys last year on a one-year deal, and he was pushed to the side and traded to Cleveland in a minor pick swap.
Yeah.
So I truly believe them when they say the 5 best guys are going to play. And Keelan Rutledge will be the interesting one. That would be a wow moment if he was running out there with the ones. And I know some people will say, well, they've shown they're not afraid to bump a rookie up to the top of the depth chart in OTAs. They did it with Kamari Lassiter 2 years ago when he was a rookie. My response to that would be, well, he had played cornerback before.
Right. Yeah, he had played cornerback before, and you can tell a lot more from OTAs with defensive receivers than you can tell by offensive and defensive linemen.
Yep.
Keelan Rutledge, not once until training camp, is going to really understand what it's like when you have a guy, a stud NFL defensive lineman across from you and you're trying to snap a football. So I think it might just be more of a slow rollout for Keelan Rutledge.
We had a few people asking. They missed earlier in the show when you and I did a deeper dive on Nico Collins, and I promised it in the 9 o'clock hour. We haven't gotten to it. But I think you and I are kind of in the same boat on this Nico Collins contract. We'll call it a contract adjustment. If you missed it, the Texans have guaranteed the last 2 years of Nico Collins' contract. He's got this year and next year left on it. If he were to have stayed at the same dollar amount, he'd be making about $20 or $21 million in each of these next 2 years, which would put him way down the average annual value list of wide receivers. They are giving him $8 million, I think, this year and $9 million next year. Maybe I have that flipped around. But a total of $17 million in new money to add on to the salary he's already making for the next couple of years. It puts him just outside the top 10, so it puts him in an area where I would say Nico probably feels both fairly compensated and fairly treated.
Yeah.
He's done good things. He's way underpaid. And I would say it's still a good deal for the Texans. I think Nico Collins is one of the top 10 wide receivers in football.
I think one of our listeners this morning brought up, hey, is it going to be Derek Stingley now saying, hey, why don't you redo my deal? I was all pro, et cetera, et cetera. The thing about Stingley is he's still the third highest paid cornerback in the league. So I'd be surprised if there were ever any kind of drama with that, at least this year, and we'll see moving forward.
Yeah, you got to remember, when Nico got paid, he had one good season.
Yeah.
And he was a Pro Bowler, but he had been banged up. He had injuries, and I know people will say, well, Stingley had only had one full real good season. Yeah, but Stingley, in his second year, when he came back from injury in the middle of the year, played like a Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
So when Stingley had been healthy, he played like a Pro Bowler from the middle of 2023 through all of 2024. So that's kind of I just feel like Stingley had a better body of work at that point. Plus, he was a third overall pick. I think sometimes that factors into things just perceptually. I don't think Stingley's going to be agitating. I don't think Will Anderson's going to be agitating in a few years or anything.
Are there any surprise holdouts? Who would be holding out right now? Who? Other than what if CJ hasn't done a thing to suggest that would be the case?
That would be
a shocker. All of a sudden, what if he started walking out on the field and then just took his jersey and threw it on the ground and walked back?
Threw it at D'Amico's feet and then walked out.
Can you do that for us, CJ? Things are a little bit slow right now.
Give us something,
all
man.
right?
These draft picks
Astros didn't even have a no-hitter last night.
I know. What the hell?
Like, what? Can you do something?
These draft picks are all boring people because they just play video games every night. They don't get into trouble anymore.
Yeah. That's enough of that.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody got arrested yesterday.
Really?
Yes. A notable person.
Was it a football player?
A football player. An NFL player got arrested yesterday.
Okay, that narrows it down.
I know because I saw it at like 3:30 a.m. this morning.
Okay.
So either somebody got arrested or I was.
No. Josh Jacobs.
That's right. It was Josh Jacobs.
Now he's denying
I remember it very clearly now.
Yeah. I'm reading the headline. Packers running back Josh Jacobs arrested on 5 charges, including felony strangulation.
Whoa!
That's big, man.
That's what Stefan Diggs was accused of.
Yes.
And quickly exonerated.
And Jacobs is denying it.
Okay.
Yeah, he is denying that this happened. Packers said in a statement obtained by Tom Pelissero, quote, "We are aware of the matter involving Josh Jacobs. As it is an ongoing legal situation, we will withhold further comment." Jacobs, through his attorneys, David Chesnoff and Richard Schoenfeld, denied the charges in a statement obtained by Ian Rappaport, where he vehemently...
he was vehement.
Vehemently, Josh...
Well, now that I know that it's a vehement
He
denial.
not just denies it, he vehemently denies it.
So, you know what? The thing about these things is maybe it gets thrown out and there's nothing to it. Maybe it is actually something. It's not one that I would look at it probably affecting the Texans game.
No, week 17?
Yeah, I mean, you look at Stefan Diggs. Stefan Diggs was facing those allegations for a big chunk of the season, and the entire season, wasn't it? And they didn't end up doing the court case until after the year.
Yeah, I think it was a little later in the season. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah.
But this, that they don't play...
I remember there was a motion to, for whatever long. It was a stretch of time.
They were trying to get it pushed out of the playoffs.
Yeah,
they were trying to get everything shoved off to March when the season was over. Yeah, I doubt this is something that ends up... Well, we'll see. Investigate it. Who knows?
As of late, it seems like the NFL pretty much just lets the legal part take its course. I don't know. They change their policy every other year, but that's where it seems like they've figured out a way to take it seriously, but also try to stay hands off as much as possible until the legal part plays out.
But then once they do investigate it, they'll investigate it sometimes even if the legal part doesn't result in an arrest or charges.
They'll interview the alleged victim and everything, and
So it's the long arm of the NFL.
That's what happened with Deshaun. Yeah, like they let it all play out, and then the NFL investigated and looked into it and said, okay, there's more
stuff
to this.
Yeah, there's stuff. Gentlemen, Luke Morrow, Chris Partee, they are in the loop today. They're in for Reggie Atatula and John Lopez. How we doing, gentlemen?
Good. How are you guys?
We're doing good. Just a little angry that we didn't have any no-hitter last night with the Astros.
Yeah, you get used to something. You kind of expect it, like it's going to happen.
Pissed off about that, but other than that, it's been a great day.
It was. They at least let us know early on it wasn't going to be.
That's true.
Jason Alexander does not keep you waiting.
That's the bright spot there.
Yeah,
there was no suspense.
I've always said though that's like probably the worst thing in sports is if you went to that game as an Astros fan.
Oh yeah,
because like that's
last night's game.
Yeah, last night's game.
Yeah,
where like you go to an NFL game, your team might get blown out, but it'll take a little while. You go to an NBA game, your team, at least you can enjoy the first half. But like when that's your night out to the ballpark and you bring the family and it's 8-0 in the first inning.
Yeah.
And granted, the Astros hung around last night, but still, it's like, man, this stinks.
What do you do at that point though? Are you staying? How long are you staying?
I'll stay. I'll go.
They have a majestic Jeremy Pena home run, a Jordan home run. They still have the Astros, as beleaguered as they are this year. They still have a lot of stars that you want to see.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, Jason Alexander isn't quite like a V-Day, Verlander situation.
He's on the Car Shield commercials. Okay, he's a big Car Shield star.
That's true.
Yeah,
I heard you guys talk about that earlier. I do think they have I think they picked athletes from each team and that they're regional. So I don't think the Jason Alexander commercial is national.
Okay.
I think it's just
Eric
here
Burns
in this
pops up on my screen sometimes.
Sean is the schmuck who grew up thinking that the point guard from the UConn basketball team was on every Wheaties box all over the all over the nation.
Hell yeah, man.
They played that
Carl
trick
Hobbs.
on you.
Yeah.
They didn't. I didn't know it as a kid.
Yeah.
I thought that like whatever local athlete was on the Wheaties box.
They were everywhere.
Like, everybody knows.
Yeah.
Everybody knows Steve Tasker.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, when you're 10 and there's no internet at the time.
I know.
I didn't have internet when I was 10.
Dude.
There was no internet then, so
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. When I was 10, there weren't even computers.
Oh, come on.
No, we had computers wheeled in once a week into the classroom sometimes.
Don't laugh. We didn't get our first home computer until I was 14 years old.
You had a home computer?
We did. Well, my dad worked for IBM. We got an employee discount.
Hey, you got to take advantage of that.
Yeah,
I had a Commodore 64. Which you load. Hey, listen, kids, you too. Back in the day, on your Commodore 64, you know how you would load a program?
Don't
say floppy disk, and not even the big floppy disk.
No.
Cassette tape.
No.
100%. There was a cassette tape. You put your
tape
cassette
recorder
into the cassette drive.
Yep.
and then it would read all the information off of the
True
magnetic
story.
tape.
I gotta find the image of this somewhere.
True story.
I gotta find something.
And we would finish up, and we would walk barefoot to school both ways in the snow.
Of course, yeah.
All right? There were no buses back then. All right, you're listening to KLT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What is the question of the day, fellas?
Yeah, so we were actually talking about Michael Jackson yesterday, and then we got the news that Drake evidently passed Michael Jackson for most number one hits all time with 14 now. So the question of the day...
14 sounds low for Mike.
Yeah, he had 13.
It does sound
Drake
low,
with
right?
14.
That sounds really low.
Yeah.
But that's not including any Jackson 5.
Oh, that's
It's
right.
just
Oh, yeah,
him.
Figgy
just
told me that.
solo.
Yeah. There's no Jackson 5.
It's just
That's
him.
right.
Just
Yep,
solo.
yep.
So the question is, what's a record or a stat that you just can't get behind or take seriously?
Oh, like a new one. Okay, I'll 100%. AL home run record.
Yeah.
When they made that a thing with Aaron Judge, and they were breaking into
football.
college football games to give you updates on whether Aaron Judge had taken over the AL home run record. Even before he was even close, they had to update you.
Yep.
Hey, he's one closer to the AL home run record.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't a thing ever. Nobody ever talked about the AL home run record until it was Aaron Judge
I'm
doing
watching a game between like Tulsa and Cincinnati in early September because I had money on it.
And then it turned into a whole new thing.
And they split the screen on me.
No, but the worst part about that,
Judge on there.
So essentially, Barry Bonds has the record, so it started up a debate about steroids in baseball again. And the worst part of that was having to explain to Gen Z that, yes, steroids definitely help you hit a baseball harder and longer. Like, people were reigniting that debate, where for a long time, remember, people were acting like, well, how much is it actually? It's hand-eye coordination and everything. And meanwhile, every dude that looks like that looks like he's a bodybuilder on steroids are the guys hitting the home runs.
Yep. You know what mine is? I think of it. It gets brought up on our show a lot when we talk about Shedeur Sanders, and people point out that Shedeur. What's the stat, Seth? He's like 10th in
career completion percentage.
Career completion percentage. And in a vacuum, it sounds nice. Like, oh wow, okay. I'll ignore the fact that half his throws were screen passes behind the line of scrimmage. But then you rattle off the top 9 guys.
The top 8 guys in NCAA career completion percentage. None of them were a viable NFL starter.
And they're all air raid guys, where every pass is the air travel of every pass is 4 yards. Yeah. So that's mine. That's the one I can think of off the top of my head. Anything that's like in a gimmicked offense, anything that's
the whole triple double thing too, which became
Russell Westbrook's MVP year. That's my answer to this question.
His might have been the most absurd. The triple doubles he got.
Oh, they're backing away to let him get rebounds.
Yeah, he was telling teammates to clear out. Let me get the rebound.
Yeah, that's trash.
And it was for a stat that the previous record holders didn't even know existed.
Right.
You know.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Here are the other. This is who Shedeur Sanders had to surpass.
You love this.
I'll go from up to 1. These are the guys. No, I'll start at 8 up to
whatever
1.
makes it the most absurd.
These are the guys that Shedeur Sanders somehow surpassed to be the career all-time completion percentage winner. Stop me when you get to the awesome NFL quarterback. Brandon Whedon, number 8. Number 7, Will Rogers.
Ooh.
Grayson McCall, Graham Harrell, Kellen Moore, Colt McCoy, viable-ish NFL quarterback.
Colt was solid there for a little while.
And then Colt Brennan was number 2 overall. He had finally Colt Brennan went down and was beaten out by Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, that's it's quite the list right there.
Quite you look at those schools: Hawaii, Boise State, Texas Tech,
Air raid. Yeah. Yep, absolutely. Do you guys have one?
I'm still percolating on mine.
That you're willing to give up right now? Lopez will normally give us a Costco sample on that.
The first one that always jumps to my head for sports was one specific one. Was Rafael Palmeiro won the Gold Glove when he played like 17 games at first base and was a DH the whole year. So I always look at Gold Gloves a little differently.
Yeah.
Wow. They've gotten better.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that is one of the things, though. The advanced stats on defense have made the voters for the Gold Glove a little smarter.
Yeah, it used to be like whoever had the fewest errors would be.
It used to be you'd get rewarded for offense. Like to Luke's point, like that was sort of like the Gold Glove would, like Ozzie Smith would be the only guy who's just strictly a defensive guy to win a Gold Glove. The rest of them would be guys who are pretty good at defense. defense, but home runs.
Yeah. I wonder, was it used like almost like as a consolation prize for not being an all-star or something too?
Yeah.
Like, okay, this guy didn't get recognized, so let's give him a Gold Glove.
Yeah, you'd have to ask the voters. I just know that they've gotten better at it through the years.
One of the other, so this is the one thing when you see that a book's a bestseller anymore, you got to go and check and see, because a lot of times it's like, for sports biographies of athletes who played in the 1960s. Number one. Like they've got too many. Amazon's got so many categories.
Oh, yeah.
That's the case now with podcasts.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Podcasts are the same way.
Oh, yeah.
Like top 50 comedy podcast in the Northeast.
Yeah.
Okay.
They break it down so much.
Yeah.
So many subdivisions and categories.
Oh, man. How have I never been recognized on any of this stuff for a podcast? I got to write a book. That's what I got to do. Sounds like it's easy to become a bestseller.
You own ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Just go ahead. You'll do it.
Just
do it in the next 10 minutes.
Hey,
dial it in.
Lefty, write me a book. 150 pages. All right, boys. Have a great show.
Appreciate you.
All right. Luke Morrow and Chris Partee in for the fellas. Figgy Fig is here. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Hey, antibodies to you.
Thank you,
Good
buddy.
luck on your literary endeavors.
Thank you. Appreciate that very much. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Luke Morrow, Chris Partee, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. You can join the conversation over the course of the next 4 hours on the text line, 713-572-4610 throughout. Also, can get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Chris, we were here together this show on Monday.
Yes, we were.
Actually, it's funny. Monday, we were coming off a sweep, and we were joking.
Oh, the memories.
Yeah.
The memories.
Think way back in your memory to 2 days ago. But it's funny because at the time, Astros were coming off that sweep of the Cubs, and I was joking, but you were guilty by association. We were joking that your momentum's only as good as the next day's starting pitcher, and I was mocking Ime for being that next starting pitcher.
He was going a little hard on him, too.
And then he went out and threw a no-hitter, a combined no-hitter Monday night, and the Astros get a nice win against the Rangers, 4 straight victories, and then juxtapose that to last night where he gave up 8 runs in the first inning. They hung in there. Credit to the Astros, but they lose 10-7 last night to the Rangers. It's been a bit of a...
They gave it a go. They gave it a go. They did.
It's been a roller coaster like 48 hours since you and I last sat in these chairs.
It really has. And we talked about it on Monday, just... Can they start stringing together more than a couple wins in a row? They were at 3, then they got to 4 Monday night, and you're feeling good. It's like, all right, maybe we are due for a 5 or 6 game, maybe even 7-game win streak, and then first inning come out and you just get. It's hard when you just come out and you get punched in the mouth so early.
Yeah.
Now, give the Astros credit. I think the final score was 10-7.
Yeah.
So they did. Give it a go. They
7-2
the rest of the way.
Innings.
The rest of the way, but that doesn't get you the W overall.
No.
Yeah, that doesn't get you the W overall.
Some positives for sure. I mean, Jordan continues to swing a great bat. He now leads the league.
That's what he does.
In OPS, or at least American League. I think the entire league.
Yeah.
And you got Christian Walker, who's been swinging a hot bat the last week. He's been doing well the last 3 days. But I think last night was a good example of kind of those issues where Jason Alexander, who, look, I loved last year, was very good last year, not the same pitcher this year, and he was coming off a good start, but, I mean, he just got shelled last night right out of the get-go. But this is a case where he is thrust into the starting rotation because they just don't have better options right now. And it's worked out for Lambert, and it's worked out for Tang. We'll see how long they can keep it going, hopefully all year. But, what could be a Hunter Brown start or somebody else, instead it goes to Jason Alexander now, and he got knocked around last night, and the Astros got beat up by the Rangers.
Man, it's just hard to keep your head in the game. And, I mean, we talked with the guys just a couple minutes ago there in Crosstalk, and I'm just like, as a fan, looking at it as a fan, obviously the Astros have some guys you want to see play, but it's hard when your team gets just kicked in the pants the first inning out.
Yeah.
And they're down, I get it, 2-3 runs is one thing, but 8 runs in the first inning. And then now, luckily, if you did stick around, past the, third or fourth inning, I'm sure there were people that left after I'm sure there's Astro fans out in Arlington.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I know. That's what I was saying. I feel bad. And maybe this is because I grew up, I didn't grow up in a city with professional sports teams where here, you just go over to the Astros game and
the ballpark.
It's not as, obviously it's an investment in terms of money, but like growing up, we had to drive an hour and a half.
Okay.
So there was nothing worse than you get the family in the car. You know, my father bought the tickets. It's expensive to take a family to the ballpark.
Yeah.
You drive an hour and a half. A lot of times on a school night and a work night, you know, we get home, we hustle, we get in the car, we get there, we arrive in time for first pitch or whatever, bottom of the first. And it's like, oh, man, they're already down 5-0. Or in this case, like down 8-0. At least if you go to an NFL game, you'll get to see a few interesting possessions. Not often does a team fall down, 21-0
in the first 7 minutes of the game.
Exactly.
Like that's very rare in the NFL.
Yeah, or the NBA. Not often does a team start on a 20-0 run and then just continue to win. The NBA is a game of runs.
It's a game of runs. It's like the Spurs got out 15-0 a couple games ago.
Yeah.
The Thunder got back in it.
Right.
Thunder got back in it. I mean, you can expect that in basketball in general because of the flow of the game. But in baseball, if you get down 8-0, man, it's going to be a rough go.
It's tough.
It's going to be rough.
Text line, someone said most people probably hadn't made it to their seats in Houston yet.
That's true.
Yeah, right?
That is true.
You sit down, you get your hot dogs and everything. It's like, oh, man, it's already 8-0. And again, credit to the Astros for fighting back, although to me that's kind of like when people give credit to their teenagers for not doing drugs yet. It's like, well, it's kind of expected.
Yet. You said yet.
Yeah.
Oh, it's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, wait till they get to college.
It's coming.
They won't be wearing their Dare shirts anymore. But,
I remember Dare.
Yeah, who doesn't? I didn't know there was a song, though. If T-Mill was here, he would sing the song. We didn't have a Dare.
Yeah, we ain't have a song.
Yeah, we didn't have the Dare jingle.
I don't remember
apparently.
a song. I was in California, though, so I don't know. Maybe
I didn't grow up here like Tyler did. I know, Figgy, you didn't grow up here.
So maybe we're all excluded from that.
Maybe it was an area.
Could be.
So.
But yeah. But I had the shirt for Dare.
Oh, yeah, we all did.
Of course. But I forgot what we got off topic with the Dare. I forgot
Astros.
I know. It's easy to happen, and it happens for athletes or teams where they quit. But it's kind of to be expected that even if you're down 8-0, like you're still a professional, you could go have professional at bats. So props to the Astros.
They didn't quit.
Give them that.
They did not quit.
Props are hanging in there, but also that's kind of like the bare minimum for me. That should be the expected of not quitting after the first inning.
Basically, do your job.
Pretty much. So it was a bit of a buzzkill for the Astros with the good vibes, and it's just one game out of 162, but you're coming off the 4-game winning streak, clawing a little bit closer, and then you lose to the Rangers last night, losing a game to the Rangers. Good news is the A's also lost. I can't believe we're doing scoreboard watching here in May when the Astros are 24-32, but that's where we are.
That's where we are.
They're 3.5 games out of the division.
Well, let me ask you a question though, real quick before you keep going. How long can you keep saying it's just 1 out of 162? Because we say that often when they lose or after this is a game we think they should win or after a winning streak like this. Oh yeah, it's just 1 out of 162. So how long can we keep saying that, really?
Yeah,
because those ones keep adding up to 32 losses, right? Already,
right? Well, that's always
well. There we go.
It's always the thing. You look back at the end of the year, and you can compile the games. Well, if they just won this game, or this game that they blew in the 9th inning, or whatever, this game in extra innings, it's like, well, if they won 3 of these 10 games, there's 3 more wins. Oh, they missed the playoffs. Like you look at last year, you missed the playoff game 2. It's like, oh, well, that made the difference in the season. So, yeah, every loss can be costly. It's just that you don't want to overreact. It's not like football. You don't want to have a big reaction
no.
after one baseball game.
No. Football's different. They only get 17 of them.
Yes.
So in the NFL. And college is even less than that. So I get that.
So every loss is important, impactful. They add up, especially when you've dug yourself as big of a hole as the Astros.
Yeah.
And you're 8 games under 500, and you have to dig yourself out of that hole. Every game you give away or every loss, tough one like last night, it's going to hurt. But for the Astros in particular, and we've been talking about this all week, they've been playing better baseball the last week or two, but still just 24-32.
Mm-hmm.
And it's tempting when you look up and you see the first place team only 3.5 games away, but then you look down and see like, oh, well, there's also only like 2 or 3 teams below us in the whole American League. It's just a bad league. How good are we?
Forget about that part.
Yeah.
That last part you mentioned there, just forget about that. Only worry about what's ahead of you.
I think a lot of Astro fans do want to forget about that part, but I think it's the most important. I think that is more crucial than the actual games behind. It's more about the record than games behind. Games behind just shows you how bad the whole division is.
Yeah.
It means you're all bad. Not that you're suddenly good because you're only 3 games out of first, right? The whole division's bad. You're all bad teams.
But that brings hope, especially for fans.
Yes.
When you say, oh, yeah, we're 24-32, but we're only 3.5 games back of first place in the division.
Mm-hmm.
If we can get something rolling here like we thought they were, like they just did over the weekend, let's just be honest. They had it going, 4-game winning streak. It's nothing you know what I mean? It's really not, especially seeing how they played the past month.
For sure.
Being up and down like that.
Fans can be fanatical. I have no problem with that. I'm just trying to help. But the front office needs to be more realistic. But I heard this clip last night, Area 45. Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani played this audio from 105.3, The Fan there in Dallas, where they were talking about the Rangers, because the Rangers are in a very similar situation. I mean, obviously, after last night's win, now the Rangers are only 2 games ahead of the Astros. Astros beat up on the Rangers Monday night. Rangers got some revenge last night. Here was Jared Sandler, who's part of their broadcast team. He was on the radio station over there after – this was yesterday after the Rangers got no hit and after they beat the Astros, where the Rangers were 24-29, similar to the Astros. Anyways, here's what Jared Sandler said about how he sees the Rangers' position right now.
What do you think they're thinking in the front office right now?
In the event they were to decide to sell in July, it's not like they need to commit now and they're building up intel now that they'll use to their advantage in July. They're having conversations on both sides internally, I'm sure. They don't need to commit to anything for a while. So for them, let's just, they're going to take the approach. Let's just see where we are, right? Like they don't need to. The only thing they would maybe need to do right now is if they felt like they had to go and get someone right now to give this team a chance to win. So, I think that's where they're at. Like I get that a lot of fans have made up their mind. And again, I understand the emotional roller coaster. Get it. I understand that there might be people that are saying trade everyone right now. And then in 2 weeks, if the Rangers go 10-2, over this stretch, you're like, no, okay, you know what, I'm back in. Like that's a part of being a fan. I get it. And there are people who are more resolute. They don't care what's going to happen. They want to buy. They don't care what's going to happen. They want to sell. But for the front office, they just don't need to have that mindset right now. So I think they are still fully committed to trying to see this team win.
Jared Sandler talking about the Rangers, but I think it pretty much is the same scenario here with the Astros. Yeah. They don't need to make a decision yet.
No, it's May, what is this, May 27th?
Right.
So it's June, basically.
Yeah. We still have over 2 months to the trade deadline.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens here in these next 2 months and which direction they go in. Because if you get Hunter Brown back and you get Josh Hader back, which both should return in the next couple of weeks, that obviously is a big boost. Maybe Altuve returns eventually, even though he's not the same Altuve as he used to be.
But you still want him in the lineup. You still want him out there.
Yeah, you want him you just want him in the dugout.
You want his presence. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You want his presence there.
Right. And by the way, I always love. I know this is how it works, and you have to be careful with these guys working back from injuries. But the updates for Altuve yesterday was that he had 30 swings down in Florida, swung the bat 30 times, and took some ground balls.
That's great.
It just sounds so funny to me.
I love to hear it. Not 30 at bats, but he had 30 swings.
Right, exactly. Not at bats. It's like when your kid is practicing baseball. It's like, okay, go outside, go swing the bat 30 times. Yeah. Right? Go shoot 30 foul shots, and then, dribble with your left hand 30 times, and then, with the right hand. It's so elementary. But I get that he's working his way back from injury. This is how it goes. It's just funny that today, Altuve swung the bat 30 times.
And that's the update.
Whoa, watch out.
That's the update. Now, but hey, you got to crawl before you walk, right?
It's true. And he doesn't like rehab appearances, so whenever he's ready, he'll most likely come back to Houston.
Jump back in.
But let's see if these reinforcements help, and as we get closer to August, you can continue to monitor. But my point in all this being, don't get distracted by the games back. Focus more on the actual record. That's the better indicator of how legitimate of a team you are. Just because you're in a bad division, again, the line I keep using, smartest kid in summer school, just because you got A's in the summer, still doesn't mean like, okay, you're smarter than all these other kids, but you're still in summer school for a reason. So let's not celebrate too much. Don't put the bumper sticker on the back of the car. That's all I'm saying.
I got you.
Coming up, Nico Collins got paid. Got a little addition to the contract. What does it mean maybe for the future of a teammate? We'll talk about the Nico Collins deal when we come back. It's in the loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we, for the good of all Houston.
610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Coming up next, what happened?
Nothing, man.
Continue.
Hey, man. AB conversation.
That's right.
And see your way out of it.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm ready to be done with the show, and that means that coming up next.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Nico Collins getting paid. We'll talk about that here on In the Loop. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. But Figgy Fig is here holding things down, keeping us all in order. OTAs begin today for the Texans. You can join the conversation throughout on the text line, 713-572-4610. Text into the show. Also, can get to us on the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. Exciting time. OTAs start. Tomorrow is the open portion for media. And so I believe Seth and Sean will be out there. Guys will talk to the media for the first time. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud, really for the first time since that debacle in Massachusetts a few months back.
Forget about that. It's in the past.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we'll see until they bring it to the present tomorrow.
I'm sure everybody's saying that.
Right? Forget about that. That was what? That was
why y'all
that was
keep bringing
January.
up old stuff?
Yeah, why y'all bringing up old? That was January. Don't worry about that. We're going forward. Look ahead.
Well, we'll see if that's the case tomorrow.
Yeah, it won't be. Trust
me.
me.
Brought up once or twice. So tomorrow is the big day, but today's the fun day because it's the beginning. It starts. The guys are actually going to get out in the field for the first time
in their shorts and
might see some
jerseys.
stuff. That's right. I'm sure the Texans socials will post some stuff.
Oh yeah,
might see some videos floating around today. I already saw some yesterday from some other teams. People making a big deal about J.J. McCarthy's throwing mechanics. So it's starting. Football
so they've
is back.
improved, is what they're saying.
Or
they haven't improved.
No, they have improved.
Okay.
Based off of the 10-second video the Vikings put out.
Of two passes.
So it's football is here.
Football's
and one
back.
guy is going to show up with a little more money in his pocket, or at least will soon have more money in his pocket, and that's Nico Collins, who received an adjusted contract. He didn't receive – it wasn't like it was – I guess it is a new contract, but it wasn't like it was some new long-term deal. He just added money to the current deal. He'll receive $9 million more for this upcoming season and then $8 million more in 2027, according to Drew Rosenhaus. So that would put him at $29 million for 2026 and nearly $30 million for 2027. But these this would still keep him out of the top 10 highest paid wide receivers. And wide receiver, by the way, is the third highest paid position in the sport. And so Nico Collins is getting his money, but he's still outside the top 10. I was a little surprised just by this news in the contract, not in the sense that I'm not going to say Nico Collins doesn't deserve it. That's not what I'm claiming.
He does.
Just simply surprised by this. I did see someone on Twitter say that they believe it does help the salary cap in one way. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know. I can't figure out all the...
You're not seeing what way that it helps it out, like right initially. Like
not because I'm skeptical.
Yeah.
Just because I'm not smart enough. I don't know the salary cap well enough. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know all the ins and outs, how all this stuff works. People always joke that the salary cap isn't real in the NFL, and it's because of all this little finagling, and maybe this is part of that.
It can be circumvented, and it has been.
Yeah.
These owners, these GMs and these capologists, they get around that when they need to.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's why I always think it's BS when they, we don't have enough money to pay this guy.
Right.
You can figure it out.
Yeah, find a way.
You usually do.
Yeah, look under the couch cushions.
Yeah.
But for Nico Collins, I was surprised because not often do you see a team just simply say, here's more money. Right? There's no added years or anything, but just like, you know what? We're going to pay you more this year, next year. Teams don't typically typically do that when guys are under contract.
No.
And I'm usually of the school of thought, like most GMs, where I think like they already gave you a deal. Mm-hmm. And for Nico Collins, like it was 2 years ago, finish out that contract, and then we'll talk about a new one. Or we'll just talk about a new contract, an extension beyond the current years. which is why, like I said, I was surprised that a team was just like, okay, here's an extra $17 million over the next 2 years. It's a nice gesture, but it was surprising to me.
Yeah, we're just going to give you a raise. I mean, what prompted this? Not to say that he doesn't deserve it, because I believe that he does. I believe that he does. But it's just, like you said, it's not a new extension necessarily for longer year, for a longer term. Just more, money on top of the money he was already going to receive.
Right.
Which is great for him. Not balking at that.
No. What prompted it brings me to my next question. And I don't know that I don't think I buy into this either, but I've heard it brought up is the timing of it all.
Yeah.
OTAs do begin today. The deal got done last night. Was there some sort of rumor of like Nico Collins being unhappy or not going to show up? And I can see the text now of me trying to stir up drama. I'm not saying I buy into this idea, but
stir it up.
The timing is stressing him to at least talk about the question of, was this some sort of play on Nico Collins' part? And in turn, the Texans rewarded him with $17 million.
Yeah. I have Figgy, Luke, have you guys heard any rumors about Nico being unhappy? I haven't, nothing through the media. Not to say that there couldn't be a rumor inside the building, but I mean,
he's a pretty quiet, laid-back guy.
Yeah.
So it's kind of shocking because I was kind of waiting on him to come on and say, hey, this person get paid more than me, and look what I produced. So I'm kind of shocked he been this quiet because, receivers got that whole diva thing. So I thought he would have been screaming from the mountaintop like, hey, I can't be the 19th highest paid receiver. Like, you got to at least put me in the top 10.
Yeah, which is kind of weird that he's not.
Yeah, well, now he is. Now he, what'd I say? He's still outside the top 10?
Just outside the top 10, yeah.
No, I think before, I think we looked it up, he was like 19.
Yeah.
19 highest paid, which was insane.
But even with this raise, now he's still not in the top 10 now. Now, he's probably top 12, top 15 now, but not top 10.
I mean, it's good for the Houston Texans.
For the salary cap, yes.
Yeah, it's good for them, but maybe he's just happy.
Yeah. Yeah, good to make your star wide receiver happy too.
Yeah.
I mean, there was scuttlebutt around the draft about having to come up with an extension or like going to have to work out a trade, but it never came. It was all that from like reporters.
Yeah.
Third source. Nico Collins has never said anything. I don't think Drew Rosenhaus ever said anything publicly, but it also helps with the long-term ramifications for Nico Collins, because he did say he was at a football camp for kids yesterday, and he said, quote, "I love the Texans. I got drafted here. It's somewhere I want to end. I love the city, the people, the community. There's a lot of great positive vibes coming out of the city of Houston, so it's definitely a place I would like to retire." So it could just be a case of make the guy happy, and then maybe negotiations become a little bit easier for that next long-term deal, since he wants to be here.
Let's say hopefully. Hopefully that's what that is. It's great that he wants to be here, loves the city of Houston, loves the area, loves the people, loves the fan base, obviously, loves the organization. It seems like he's happy. Now, hopefully he can stay here. It's rare now when you see a guy, especially a receiver, stay with one team their entire NFL career if they play, a decade plus, whatever it may be. It's rare now.
Yeah, it is. I know. I was just trying to run through my head. Like, even Jerry Rice ended up with the Seahawks and the Raiders.
Even Jerry Rice went elsewhere.
Randy Moss and T.O. obviously bounced around.
Yeah.
We'll see about A.J. Green. Him and Joe Burrow might stay in Cincy for a while. We'll see. They're eventually going to have to make some tough decisions. But, yeah. Hey, here is Matt Harmon. Him and Nate Tice, they have a podcast. And funny with the timing, they were actually just doing a draft of, like, position players, I believe it was. And this audio clip came out yesterday, and then we get the news of the Nico Collins extension. But here was Matt Harmon talking about how Nico Collins, or why he is one of the more underrated wide receivers.
You've hinted at him a couple of times here, Nate, from the per route stuff. Yeah, everybody's favorite stat, yards per route run. Second since 2023, behind only Puka Nacua in yards per route run among receivers with 600-plus routes. So he has a statistical profile to back it up. He's sixth in terms of first downs per route run. I think he might be the most underrated receiver in the NFL. Like, the way people are talking about him right now, like, he belongs to me in that, if not top of tier 2, like, just very, very end of tier 1 receivers. Like, other than being able to stay healthy, and I did take 2 injury risks here to lose the graphic war, Nate. I did take two players that I'm not going to get the pub from social media for on these guys. But yeah, I mean, Nico, to me, like, tell me what, other than staying healthy, like, tell me what the weakness is in his game. Like, I don't see it. He's awesome after the catch. He's a ball winner. Even like people, I think more than the three of us on this podcast are down on CJ Stroud, and yet you still have Nico Collins putting up like best of the league wide receiver numbers, and everybody hates his quarterback. I mean, this guy's awesome. Again, injuries are the only concern here. He's an A-tier route runner. He is he's one of the best press man coverage beaters I've charted in the last 3 seasons. So he's an ex-receiver, allows us to live out of 11 personnel and move these guys like JSN and Jamar Chase around. So yeah, Nico Collins here, I think one of the most underrated receivers in the NFL, and he will be my final pick.
I can't disagree with that, including the health. He hasn't played a full season yet in his career. That is the big thing, especially if you're going to devote a big payday or a lot of money to him. You want him on the field. And when he's as big of a piece of this offense, he is their one star on the offense when it comes to pass catchers. I like Schultz. Maybe some of the other young guys will flash in the wide receiver room, but right now he's the only real proven like playmaking commodity for C.J. Stroud in the passing game.
I think one thing that really, I guess, hinders Nico from breaking into those conversations of the top pass catchers in the league in terms of outside of this market is that he plays for a team that wants to run the ball more often than not.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And also, like Figgy said earlier, he's not someone that talks. You know what I mean? He's not always on camera or on audio, somebody's podcast talking himself up. He knows he's great. He knows he's a really good pass catcher. But I think the fact that he plays for a defensive coach and they want to run the ball, he's not always getting the opportunities that some of these other guys like a Jamar Chase is getting in Cincinnati, catching the ball from Joe Burrow when Joe Burrow is healthy,
right? When
he's out there.
Yeah, and that's why Rob on YouTube said he's probably more unhappy about them not throwing him the ball last season than his money, which is probably accurate. Funny you mentioned Jamar Chase, because that's who I meant to say before. Thank you to Figgy for getting in my ear. I said A.J. Green. And to be honest with you, when he corrected me, I still looked at him like, what are you talking about? Yeah, I said A.J. Green. What do you mean? And then when he said Jamar Chase, I was like, oh, right, of course. Jamar Chase is who I'm trying to think of, not A.J. Green.
I would be down to seeing Joe Burrow, A.J. Green.
Right?
Man. A.J. Green was kind of slept on a little bit as a receiver.
He was nice. He was nice there for some years, yeah. A.J. Green was pretty good.
And even he finished his career elsewhere, not in Cincinnati.
Yes, he did.
Someone on the text line said the only one I can think of off the top of my head is Larry Fitzgerald. Played his whole career at the Cardinals. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that was a choice because he easily got
gone.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Played with a lot of bad quarterbacks instead.
Yeah, and in more recent time, Fitzgerald might be the one.
The only other one I thought of was Marvin Harrison. But again, that's going back almost 20 years.
Yeah.
Larry Fitz at this point is going back a few years too, but
yeah, he's been retired quite a few years now, actually.
Yeah, they move around. Lastly on this, before we move on, do you think it makes C.J. Stroud feel any sort of way after seeing this news, as C.J. Stroud waits for... Look, again, Nico Collins didn't get an extension, but he did get an extra, what seems like $17 million thrown his way, which is obviously a financial reward by the Texans for believing that he's done a good enough job to earn the additional compensation. If you're C.J. Stroud, you look around, Will Anderson got paid. You know, a few guys have gotten contracts here this offseason in the last couple of years. He's still waiting for his big contract. Does it impact your feelings in any way if you're Stroud?
I think he's happy for his guys, but at the same time, he's saying to himself and likely to his team, the people closely around him, when is it going to be my turn?
Mm-hmm.
When is it my turn? Do they believe in me, but when are we going to get this? When are we going to get this done? Everyone else is getting paid around me. It's my time, but I think he's happy for his guys, though. I really do.
Well, Nico Collins, as we heard in that clip, he's performed like a top 10 receiver. I don't know if people would put Stroud as a top 10 quarterback based off of his last couple of years. Figgy, do you think Stroud feels any differently one way or another? Maybe he's happier because Nico's happy, or maybe he's a little more frustrated based off of the Nico Collins deal.
I think I got a feeling that CJ, of course, he's happy for his guys, but I think he's really trying to lock in, man, because I think he's going to use this as motivation where, he's seen everybody else getting paid. Will Anderson, who was in the same class as him, got his big contract. So I think he's probably going to come in this season motivated a little bit.
Good. That's good. That's not a bad thing.
That's a great thing.
That he's more locked in.
Yeah.
Nah, that's great.
Yeah, it's better than kind of pouting around and saying, pay me.
It's true. That's true.
That's what you don't want to see.
No. And Seth made the good point yesterday that quarterback specifically, that one position that they perform really well when they have that chip on their shoulder.
Yep.
It saved Aaron Rodgers' career in Green Bay when they drafted Jordan Love. Even Tom Brady was looking over his shoulder at Jimmy Garoppolo.
Wow, yeah, exactly.
And then it comes to the contract stuff. When guys are playing, we see it in all sports. When you're in a contract year, and Stroud's not necessarily in that, but for all intents and purposes, it is. When you're in a contract year, guys typically have career years because they're playing for that next contract. So, yeah, nothing wrong with motivation. Coming up, time for our question of the day. Drake apparently passed Michael Jackson yesterday for most number one hits all time, with 14 of them now. We're not buying it, though. What's a record or a stat or even an honor that somebody holds that you just can't take seriously? Send in your answers. We'll get to them next. 713-572-4610. It's in the loop.
Just how big was Tatsuya Imai's performance?
Choose from all three major 5G networks with one locked-in low price at redpocket.com. That's redpocket.com. Redpocket.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
What's a record or a stat or an honor that someone has that you just can't take seriously? Let us know on the text line 713-572-4610. We asked this because Drake has passed Michael Jackson for most number one hits all time at 14 of them now. Most number one hits in Hot 100 history for male solo artists. Now, some people are pushing back, saying, Drake only had 6 number one hits as a solo artist. The other 8 are Drake as a lead artist featuring others or as a guest artist. Meanwhile, all 13 of Michael Jackson's are solo hits and don't count any of the Jackson 5, which would add 4 more. So, maybe it is fugazi to begin with, but either way, come on. Does this mean suddenly now Drake is the greatest, solo artist of
all time? No, not even close.
That's what people saying, man. They putting the goat emoji.
Stop it.
Get out
Stop it.
Let us know, 713-572-4610. What are some others you don't buy into? Someone on the text line says, I can't name a Drake record. It's not my area of expertise when it comes to music, but I also have to, if I heard his songs, I'm sure I'd recognize them, but that's always what has not surprised me. I just never got, I know Drake is huge. People love him, but I was like, I don't know. I listen to a lot of even modern music. I don't know any of his songs.
People do love Drake. They absolutely love him.
Yeah. So I ask you guys, Chris, what's a record, an honor, a statistic that you just can't take seriously?
Mine, I'm actually going to skew away. Well, actually, I guess you can include sports in this sometimes, but I'm going to skew a little bit away from sports. I'm going to go social media, and sometimes some of these social media influencers and personalities that you see them, and sometimes I'm just like, I have no idea who this person is. Then you go to their page, they got 14 posts and over 14 million followers, and I'm just like, and I'll ask other people, like, do you know? Like, no, who is this person? I'm just like, where are they famous? That's my thing. It's like, where are they? Obviously on the internet, on social media, but what do they do? Sometimes you can't even guess what they do, even from their posts on social media. It's like, what is this person famous for?
Yeah. It makes me feel really old. I'm the same way.
Yeah, I don't get it sometimes.
These boxing events or anything, I'm like, I don't know who this person is. Am I supposed to be intrigued by this fight or any this celebrity? I don't know who this. They're an internet personality. I don't know any of these people.
Yeah, I kind of run into that a lot because sometimes I be out and about, and I do some content on Instagram and stuff too.
But people know who you are, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm on the radio and stuff, so people know you. People listen to the radio say I am. But whenever I go to these events, it'd be like a chick with 500,000 followers. And I'll be like, dang, who is this person? And everybody around don't really know who the person is.
Really?
So I'm just like, dang, so how famous are you?
So it's more than just you saying who is this person. It's like it's others in the group. Oh, yeah, like that.
Yeah, because I kind of went through trouble with other people that tried to hire me to maybe do some food reviews and stuff like that. Like, oh, you only got 20,000 followers.
But they're authentic.
Exactly.
They're actual followers.
Yeah, these are people. They're people that listen to the radio station and all that type of stuff. So we can include all of that, but my personal page only had 20,000 followers.
Yeah.
But they'll look at somebody with almost 1 million followers, but don't nobody really know who they are, and they don't get the traction that they thought they was going to get.
Yeah, go through there and see how many bots those people have. How just fake profiles sometimes. Yeah. It's
true.
Yeah. It happens. It happens.
Figgy, what about you? What are some? I'm sure you probably have a list of things.
Yeah,
What's a record or a stat you don't buy into?
Yeah, I got a few things. I'm gonna rattle off some stuff on this list. So streams in general, man, I just don't really buy it. Sometimes you get tweets from like Apple Music or Spotify saying, "Oh, breaking news: Kendrick Lamar has the most streams in Spotify history."
Wow.
And I'm just like, what am I supposed to do with that? so just Spotify history, not Apple Music.
It's true.
Not
Spotify.
Tidal.
Right.
Yeah, so sometimes I just be like, what am I supposed to, what did that even mean?
Like, if I was like an up-and-coming artist, I would just have like my fan computer. I'd rig some way where the songs are just on repeat. Get my streams up.
And then not to mention there's so many stream bots and stuff like that.
Yeah, there you go. Right.
So streaming farms. So it's that type of stuff I can't really take serious. A sports one that I got, and y'all might hate me on this one.
Uh-oh.
But I never understood the quality start thing, man.
Yeah,
What?
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, baseball. Yeah.
Yeah, just quality start. Like, oh, he got a quality start. Like, what did that mean if you go 6 innings but you give up 5 runs? Like, is that a quality start?
Well, yeah. So
Or quality.
at least 6 innings, allowing 3 runs or less is a quality start.
Okay.
Yeah,
But I never liked it because that's still a 4.5 ERA. I don't know if that's quality. Having a 4.5 ERA.
Yeah, I don't know. I just never understood that. I don't look at that as a pat on the back. Like, yeah,
that's fair.
Quality start. Yeah, he gave us I never understood that one.
Although nowadays it feels like a 4 ERA is considered, pretty good.
I think nowadays, if your starter is consistently going 6 innings, that
It's
might
pretty
be
good.
quality.
Yeah,
That might
that's
be
good,
quality.
yeah.
But I do agree with you.
I feel like it's cool if it's a Jason Alexander type of pitcher.
Yeah.
Somebody like that. But I wouldn't pat Justin Verlander on the back like, yeah, you gave us a quality start.
Good job, Tiger.
Yeah. Another one I don't really care for now, and I'm kind of up in the air with it, but Grammys.
Ooh.
Sometimes it depends who win the Grammy and all that stuff, because if you look at some of the people some of the artists that won Grammys, you're like, okay. Then you look at the ones that didn't. It's just like, wait a minute, something don't smell right. So Beyonce, she got the most Grammys ever. I think she got 35.
That's a lot.
Which is cool. Like, I like Beyonce. But Diana Ross has never won a competitive Grammy ever. And I feel like that's kind of weird, man. Like, she never won one. I'm sure she probably won with the Supremes, but by herself, she had a really good solo career.
Yeah.
And
All
never
those-
won one.
All those awards, are such a sham. Even Beyonce winning Best Country Album. Yeah, come on. They're all political. They've become
A lot of that is.
We can point to a lot of that stuff. There's a lot of movie snubs. People always say, like, how did this movie not win Best Picture? Yeah, the award shows.
We see that all the time.
Yeah, the award shows are always very, let's say, controversial, for lack of a better phrase.
Yeah, some more Grammy ones that was just kind of like, really? Queen, the rock group Queen never won any competitive Grammy, despite being one of the best bands.
Yeah. That's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah,
that is ridiculous.
Jimi Hendrix never won one during his lifetime.
Now that's absurd.
Yeah, so
that's just absurd.
I'm like, really? The Beach Boys? I think they were nominated only four times and never won any. So I'm just like, man, like, I just can't. Sometimes I can't take this stuff serious. So whenever people making an argument about who's the best artist, this person got this amount of Grammys.
You can't go by that.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't go by Grammys.
Exactly.
That can't be the determining factor on who's better than who.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It just can't.
It's the same with really awards, certain awards in sports. I mean, obviously Pro Bowl. Pro Bowls are not what they used to be.
Not anymore, especially since they're not even, playing on the field. It's more of it's just for fun now, really. It feels like the Pro Bowl is kind of just for fun.
It's a joke. It's more about all pros, if anything.
Definitely all pro.
Another one I saw was Milli Vanilli won Best Artist. They won the Grammy for Best New Artist before they got exposed.
Well, that was before they got found out. So.
Yeah, well, still. So that's a sham.
Before the tape popped.
I don't think they had to give back the award like Reggie Bush's Heisman.
I wouldn't give it back. I'm like, man, you gave me this award. I'm keeping it.
Yeah.
I might need to pawn this off someday.
Who was in that category?
That's a good question.
That was either 90, well, it might have been either 90, 91.
I'm really curious now.
Yeah, let me try to pull that up.
Yeah.
We were talking about it earlier, but I am one that would say the home run record for Barry Bonds, I think, is a bit of a sham.
Yeah.
So I know he has, obviously, the record.
But I don't mainly because of the steroid thing? Or
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, come on.
He said, come on.
Yeah.
You're not buying it, huh?
No.
Never failed a test.
And I agree with the whole Aaron Judge, AL home run record that Seth was talking about earlier.
That no one cared about.
Yeah. They made it a thing just to try to, make baseball relevant during football season. I'd tell you another one.
That's ESPN.
Yeah.
That's ESPN doing that.
Yeah, ESPN was cutting into college football games.
Yeah.
Another one would be Joey Chestnut or any of the eating competition stuff. I could not care less. He's like, whatever. 15-time champion of the Nathan hot dog eating contest. Means nothing to me.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
You're not amazed at how many glizzies a guy can eat?
No, that's like a cool party trick. It's not some sort of honor or anything.
All right, so I got the list that Milli Vanilli was nominated with.
What year was it?
1990.
I thought so, yeah.
So you had Milli Vanilli, you had Igloo Girls, you had Nina Cherry. I'm not familiar.
I remember her. I remember the name.
Yeah. You had Soul to Soul, which is it has some pretty good songs.
Yeah.
And Tony Loke.
Tone Loke?
Yeah, Tone Loke.
Yeah.
Tone Loke. Yeah.
Okay.
Should have won.
You said Tone Loc? Yeah, probably.
Probably.
I don't remember what song it was for. Or
it was just Best New Artist.
Just Best New Artist. Okay, yeah. Tone Loc probably should have won.
Come on. Funky Cold Medina?
Yeah, my posse's on Broadway.
It's crazy because do you hear any Milli Vanilli songs now?
Actually, I still do sometimes.
Okay.
Blame It on the Rain, and there was the other one that they had, the other big hit they had. Girl, you know it's true.
Sing it.
I love you. Yeah, that right there.
That's crazy. I don't be hearing them.
Really? I hear them sometimes. Yeah, I hear them sometimes. We're obviously listening to different playlists and channels, but
on the text line, I like this one. Someone said Wilt Chamberlain's off the court record, where he claimed he slept with 20,000.
20,000. Yeah,
20,000.
That's actually a good one.
People, yeah.
Oh, y'all not buying it?
No.
Yeah, 20,000.
People did the math, and I don't have it in front of me, but it was something ridiculous.
Yeah,
it was like multiple people a day.
Yeah,
every day for his entire life. Like, come on.
Hey, I mean, the man did. He did live in through the 60s and 70s, man. I mean, he was famous through the 60s and 70s. I don't know.
Man, I would at least
Wilt was slaying him.
I would at least cut that number in half.
Cut it in half.
Yeah.
Make it a little more believable.
Yeah.
He probably should have just went with like 2,000 to 3,000, That seems a lot more doable. No pun intended.
On the text line also, someone said most Grammys, kind of like we were talking about.
No.
I do agree. Someone said Taylor Swift, 3 chords and same songs. Look out.
Why y'all hating on Taylor, man? Damn,
that's a shot.
Yeah. That was a 12-gauge shot right there. Good Lord.
I do like this one. Someone says I can't take 1,000-yard seasons in the NFL serious anymore. Especially with an extra game, it's an average of like 65 yards a game. I agree.
It literally is 65 yards a game. Yeah.
Yeah. It's more about like the endurance than anything, like being available 17 games and being consistent.
Yeah.
But yeah, 65 yards a game is not all that impressive.
But I think once you get up to around 1,250 to 1,300, now you're saying something.
Yeah,
yes.
That's just me. The 1,000 is like that's old school.
Right, I agree. Other people saying certain awards, certain Heisman trophies. The awards are always, they can be controversial.
Yeah.
And Michelin stars. So am I paying for the food or the stars?
You're paying for the stars for sure. That's definitely paying for the stars.
That's a good point.
If it's 5, you're paying for the stars.
You young guys sound like old people complaining about the greatest of anything never happening before 2000 or 1990.
Wait, say that again?
We sound like old people complaining about the greatest of anything never happening before 2000 or 1990. I didn't even get what that means. We're defending Michael Jackson.
I don't think we said that.
Yeah.
I don't think we said that.
Yeah. Well, come on in. We are old people complaining.
Hey, it is what it is sometimes.
It's what I do best, to be honest with you. Coming up, it's time to go around the NFL, including who's the most underappreciated. Who's the most underappreciated player on the Texans? We'll talk about it next in the Loop.
What's the position the OG Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The fellas are out today, but we will go around the NFL. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee and Figgy Fig on the steel wheels as well. We asked last segment for the question of the day, what's a record or a stat that you just can't take seriously? And we asked this because Drake is being given credit for passing Michael Jackson as the record holder for most number one hits all time for a male solo artist. You can continue to send in your responses. 713-572-4610. Was texting during the commercial break with the texter who said we sound like old people. And he said it wasn't a bad thing. It's just funny to hear this because it's not actually coming from old people.
Oh, well, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that love.
Clean that up. Okay.
Yeah.
Now we understand.
Yeah, and he said, usually we add in back in my day. So
okay.
we're going to do it. We got to say, back in my day.
Back in our day.
Yeah,
Back in the day.
That's right. Back in my day, Tone Loc should have been the best new artist of the year.
But that's probably true, though. He probably should have been.
He should have.
I wonder how you feel about that.
How Tone Loc feels?
Yeah, just imagine you in that category and you lose out to somebody like that.
Who was faking, like really pump faking like that.
Really
like,
wasn't doing the singing like that.
Yeah. Speaking of faking, somebody said the math on Wilt Chamberlain would be having relations with 1.2 women a day every day since he was 15, apparently.
How you can do that?
Until he passed away at the age of 63, if that math is correct.
Will could do that. 1.2, he can do that. That's light work for Wilt.
But that's every single day.
I think Wilt could have done it. I'm just going to put that out there. I'm going to give it to him. I'm going to give it to him. 1.2? I might point you of a woman, but go ahead. Have at it.
I just Googled it to try to double check that math because that came in on the text
Is that
line.
correct?
I don't know, but I did see this article here that says, now I have to look into this.
Uh-oh.
It has a quote that says, having one woman 1,000 times is what's really happening, when Wilt Chamberlain reflected on his controversial 20,000 women statement.
Now, that makes a lot more
So he might have
sense.
walked it back a little bit.
Yeah. That sounded a little more reasonable.
It does. That's a lot more reasonable, actually. But I'm going to still give him that 1.2. I'm going to give it to Will, man.
20,000.
I know it's a lot. I know it sounds absurd.
It's so absurd. And then lastly, on the text line for now, I love how nervous anyone is whenever they say something negative about Taylor Swift. It's like the Swifties are going to come whack you if you do something.
Now,
they might.
Hey, that's true,
You know who you probably get more nervous about is Beyonce.
Absolutely. Even though
because the Beehive is kind of Beehive kind of wild, man. They'll get at you.
Yeah.
I think the Swifties kind of overtook.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
They pretty hardcore.
They are hardcore.
I guarantee you, if we put that segment on Twitter, I'm sure they will find it and destroy all of us over this.
I'm all for that. Bring the smoke.
No, please don't.
Please don't. Luke's like, no, I want no part of that.
Yeah, I got enough going on. I don't want to deal with all that. Let's go around the NFL. Hey, the Supreme Court won't intervene in the Brian Flores case against the NFL. And so they announced this yesterday. They're rebuffing an appeal from the league. The league wants to handle this just through arbitration rather than, open courts in New York. And it's evidently going to move forward. This has been going on since 2022 is when the lawsuit began. And now it's continuing on in Brian Flores' favor in terms of the progression of how this is going to be handled. Things could get. I imagine I know why the NFL is trying to shut this down because the longer it goes, and if it does go into court, it could really expose maybe some terrible things for the NFL.
And the longer it goes, the more digging that will be done into the NFL and their books and conversations, emails, everything. So no, of course they don't want this to go to actual court.
Yeah.
And to the discovery phase and all those different things like that, or trial, whatever it may be. They don't want all that.
It has always been wild to me, though, that he continues to coach in the NFL while suing the NFL.
I know that is kind of yeah. But I mean, didn't Al Davis once sue the NFL and was still an owner in the NFL?
Yeah.
These things happen.
Yeah.
It's not maybe for a coach. But just for someone who is, I guess, employed by although the owners aren't really employed by the NFL,
that's true.
They're the commissioner's. They're the commissioner's boss, actually.
Yeah. Right. That's kind of like suing your business partners.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's more like that, but not.
This is kind of shocking. He's still coaching like this because you would have thought he would have got blackballed or teams would have just stayed away from him.
I thought he was going to,
but he hasn't been a head coach again.
No.
He's been a coordinator, but he hasn't been a head coach again. So
still,
maybe
just
he's
a coach.
But maybe he's being. But that's the ultimate goal, though, is to be the head coach, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I think he might be blackballed from that. But they're like, okay, because he's a good defensive coach.
Great defensive coach.
He's a great coordinator. So it's like, all right, we'll give him that. But that's the only right now.
I would have thought they just stayed away from him
altogether.
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, imagine
it is weird.
Suing your employer and then working for them. Like it's odd. I wouldn't want to hire that person.
It
is
strange. It is strange.
Steve Wilkes has joined the lawsuit, and Ray Horton, who has not coached in the NFL since 2019, but he believes the Titans did not offer him a genuine interview for the head coaching position in 2016. Steve Wilkes is still coaching in the NFL, but he joined the lawsuit because he believes the Cardinals hired him as a bridge coach in 2018. I don't want to make light of this situation, but couldn't David Culley or Lovie Smith join it too? Because weren't they bridge coaches here in Houston?
Yeah.
They could if they wanted to. I think David Culley could 100% if
David
he wanted
Culley
to.
for sure.
But I think honestly,
for sure.
I think he was just happy being the head coach and he got his nice little check.
Yeah.
I think he's probably cool. I don't think he don't come across as the type that want to disrupt anything.
And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong here, Figgy, but hadn't Culley been coaching for a long time without ever having an opportunity?
I don't think he ever interviewed for a head coaching job.
But I'm saying he had been like an assistant for years, right?
Like a receivers coach.
Okay,
yeah. He was pretty much a position coach his whole career.
There you go.
And he's been around for a minute.
That's what I was. Yeah. That's what I thought.
So
I remember correctly.
Honestly, if I got the story right, I don't even think he was looking for a head coaching job.
Just kind of fell in his lap. Now, how often does that happen?
I think they came to him.
How often does that happen?
I'll give it a try. Why not?
Why not? You want to pay me, $4 million? Let's do it.
He said, "Who, me?
Yeah,
head coaching? What?
Why not?
All right, I guess so."
By the way, thank you for the great reminder in the text line. D'Amico Ryan did sue the Texans previously, and then was hired as a head coach years later. So it happens.
Was that had to do with the turf situation? Right?
Yeah, with an injury during his playing career. So it's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, so it's not completely unprecedented.
Bygones be bygones.
Yeah, we can look past it. And now look where everybody is with the Texans and D'Amico Ryans.
It's
right?
true.
Everything's great.
But the Brian Flores thing seemed like it's getting spicy, though.
Yeah. Oh, it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, it is going to get worse, most likely.
For the NFL, yeah, that is. It's only going to get worse for them.
They don't want that.
Who's the most underappreciated player for the Houston Texans? NFL.com put out their list where they picked a player for each team. Most underappreciated. Chris, who would you say if you think of the 2026 Texans? By the way, I saw the list from last year. It was Christian Harris was most underappreciated, and then his 2025 didn't go very well. Now he's
here.
Yeah, he's off the team. So I don't know if he was underappreciated. He might have been just right.
Might have been just right.
Yeah, but for this year, who would you say is most underappreciated on the Texans?
Heading into the season.
Yeah,
most
currently,
underappreciated.
as we sit here currently.
Seeing as how I already know who was on the list, I'm not going to pick that player. Wow, most underappreciated.
And the person they chose for NFL.com was defensive lineman Tommy Togiai.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Figgy, do you have one?
Yeah, go ahead, Figgy.
I was going to say Jalen Petrie, but I feel like he's appreciated around here now. I think the NFL is on notice with Jalen Petrie now. So I say he's underappreciated or underrated. But that was the first person I thought about.
Let us know, 713-572-4610. I don't know if...
That's tough.
I don't know if he qualifies, but I've been a big Dalton Schultz guy. And people were
underappreciated, yeah.
Well, everyone was really down on him. He didn't have a great year 2 years ago, and I think he was dealing with injury. But I thought he played really well last year, and I think he could be a big piece. I think he has to be a big piece of this offense this year. I think he could have a big year this year. I mean, he's their second best pass catcher on the roster. So I don't know. I don't know if he's the most underappreciated, but I do think he's maybe a little undervalued currently.
Okay.
And then I think also it's probably unfair to say them because they're just coming into the league, but I think there's their first two picks in the draft.
Higgins and Noel. Yeah, I was thinking.
No, the first two picks in this year's draft.
This year's draft, okay.
Like I think they're both obviously going to play huge roles for this team. and really step in and fill two big voids. But I don't know if that makes them. I guess they're not underappreciated. It's just that they haven't played yet.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Noel. Was it Jalen Noel?
Jalen Noel.
Yeah, Jalen Noel.
Jalen Higgins.
Yeah, or just I was thinking Noel because everybody's saying that he's going to need to step up more this year. He had a decent season last year, but I mean maybe Higgins too. But I think we're definitely going to see more. They're going to get more opportunities, in my opinion, to be able to step up this season in the receiving game. So
for sure,
yeah,
they're going to.
But I mean, Tommy Togiai was the pick from this article.
Yeah, as most underappreciated.
I mean, do you agree with that? I mean, I know you just went through some of the players you felt might be underappreciated, but do you guys agree with that? With Tommy, being underappreciated, like
I'm actually okay with it, man, because I think a lot of him coming in. I think he came in last season, towards the end of last season. This year, I felt like we didn't really pay attention to him as much, but he's been the only one that's been really solid, man,
consistent.
Yeah. Like he's been kind of consistent for what he is. And I think so. I think it's fair. I think he's low key an important part of that offensive or that defensive line.
Yeah, I think it's fair. He'd be on my list. I don't know if he'd be number one, but he'd be on.
But he's
list.
on there.
Yeah, like I don't think it's a ridiculous choice. On the text line, someone said Davis Mills. Yikes,
underappreciated
for the one game. I think he was very appreciated.
Hey, Davis Mills definitely has a following here in Houston. Like for real, people love them some Davis Mills for real.
The backup quarterback usually does.
Yeah,
because it's kind of like a grass is greener.
Always.
They don't typically have to get out there to actually prove you wrong or right. And it's
until
a little
they do.
bit of like out of sight. It's like your ex, you get out of a bad relationship, and as time passes, you're like, maybe things would be different, or maybe I should get back together, because like you're further removed.
You start to reminisce a little.
And then sometimes those backup quarterbacks get in the game, and they're a reminder to you of like, oh yeah, no, this is why it didn't work out. This is why he's a backup.
This is why you're a backup.
This is why I'm still not with that person anymore, because we shouldn't be together. This guy should not be a starter. Man. So backup quarterbacks do benefit from that, of being like out of the spotlight and being that grass is greener. Hey, OTAs have begun for some teams. Patrick Mahomes was on the field throwing to teammates at OTAs yesterday. I guess I shouldn't be shocked because it's Patrick Mahomes, but he says he's planning to play week one. They get the Monday Night Football game on week one, so the NFL probably knows more than we do.
Oh, yeah.
And he's out there already at OTAs. I thought this was going to be a much longer return or rehab for him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's Patrick Mahomes.
It's crazy, man.
Especially coming off the season that they had, which was, what were they, 6-11 last year, I believe?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, they for the Chiefs, they had a really, really down bad year. So he wants to get back out there as quickly as possible. Obviously, wants to rehab the injury and be healthy to do it. But, I'm not that surprised, honestly.
I'm kind of surprised, to be honest, because I felt like he just got hurt before the season ended.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be back maybe around October, November, somewhere around there. I thought it was going to take a little minute. But it looked like Justin Fields ain't going to see the field at all.
Yeah, I know.
Damn.
I was counting on him maybe.
Were you?
Yeah, maybe to play the first month or a couple games or something like that. But, that it kind of show you, too, man. CJ better be out there throwing.
Right.
Patrick Mahomes get out there throwing and it just had an ACL issue.
It also annoys me because, not that I root for an injury or anything, but it was like finally the Chiefs had a down year last year.
Yeah.
And then they get the injury for Mahomes. And it's like, all right, well, he's not going to be back till like November, December. Like, they're not going to be that good this year either. Good. I'm tired of the Chiefs. And then we get news of like even Mahomes, as great of a quarterback as he is, he also comes back from injury much faster than anybody else. He's already out there at OTAs.
And you skip one thing, they got the top 10 pick in the draft.
Yeah, so, that too.
Just like, man.
And it's your schedule because they did
to retool.
They didn't win the division.
Yeah, I fully expect them to obviously based on what Mahomes can or can't do on the field, I totally expect them to bounce back this season.
Yeah, I think so.
Not saying they're going to win it all, but in the playoffs,
Lamar Jackson back at Ravens OTAs. He was not there for the first portion of OTAs. And, they have a new head coach, so all eyes were on him. He has foregone almost $1 million in workout bonuses in years past for not being at some of the off-season workouts. Yeah. But anyways, crisis is over there in Baltimore because Lamar Jackson has shown up.
Crisis averted. He's like, man, I ain't missing no more of this money. Isn't he wanting another extension already too? Yeah. So he's like, man, I ain't missing no more of this money. because of these trainings and workouts. So let me go to OTAs and get out here. And again, they also had a down year. You know, these guys want to get back out there and get after it.
And then lastly, Josh Jacobs arrested for 5 different domestic violence charges, including strangulation and suffocation charges. We were talking about this before the show, but when you hear those words, it sounds terrible. And so who am I to defend somebody who might have done an incredibly terrible thing and should be thrown away? But I will say, because actually I know somebody who went through something like that if you just put your hand on someone's throat, they will label it as strangulation or suffocation in certain cases. I don't know. Actually, I haven't heard of suffocation, to be honest with you, but the strangulation. But they have to prove that you actually did cut off
forcefully
their breathing.
Forcefully, yeah.
But if you get in a fight with somebody, and that's a common move, people just put the hand on the throat, and simply by doing that, you can have those charges, but then they still have to prove those charges. I'm not going to sit here and defend Josh Jacobs. He turned himself in. There's 5 different charges. He I shouldn't say probably. He's being accused of doing something terrible.
Yeah, legend.
But I will say, when it comes to that specific, the strangulation thing is always tricky because then they have to prove that you actually cut their breathing off.
Yeah.
And if you put the hand on the throat, it usually gets charged as strangulation. Anyways, Josh Jacobs arrested. That's the latest. That's around the NFL. Coming up, does this NBA Finals make you regret how the Rockets have handled things the last 12 months? We'll talk about that next. It's In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we, for the good of all,
Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Does this NBA Finals matchup, whatever it might be, does it make you regret the trade for Kevin Durant? We'll get to that here on In the Loop. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. Figgy's on the steel wheels. And you as well on this Wednesday, rainy Wednesday. 713-572-4610 to join the conversation. Stay safe out there on the roads if it's still raining today. It was nasty this morning. I don't get all this rain. I don't know. I don't know when Houston turned into Seattle. It's been raining for the last month or two. Just
right? Man,
pouring.
that thunder was crazy.
Yeah.
It's some of the craziest thunder I heard over the last week or two.
It's been roaring.
And where I live, it floods easily. Mm-hmm. My backyard especially will pool with the rainwater. It's the worst. You can't backyard, and then it comes to the driveway. You go to get in your car, and there's pools of water.
I mean, it feels like that's damn near all of Houston, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Just kind of floods,
But it takes like days for the water to go out of my backyard, and our dog needs to run around. He's a German Shepherd.
Oh, yeah.
He gets all pent up if he's not active. I'm like, sorry, we can't go outside this week. There's still water out there.
Yeah, my dog got bougie. I take him outside. He'll stand in one spot, like, nope, I ain't going out here.
What kind of dog?
It's a golden doodle.
Okay.
Yeah, but mini golden doodle.
Acting bougie, huh?
Yep. You like, nah, I ain't going to the bathroom in this wet weather. Like,
yeah,
I love it.
I'll go on the carpet.
Oh, damn.
Home.
I just wait till y'all leave.
Yeah, I'll wait till y'all leave.
Yeah.
Go right on this carpet.
Yeah. I got you.
I don't blame him either. I wouldn't want to use a bathroom where it's leaking from the ceiling.
Nah, I don't think any of us would.
That's true.
I'll just go. I'll
gotta
go
put that in
outside.
perspective, man.
Yeah, I don't want to go out there either with the dog. I'm like, it's raining. We'll go out later. You can hold it.
Just hold it.
Yeah, you can hold it. Hey, this NBA Finals, it got me thinking when we look at the three teams that are still around. You know, the Thunder won last night. They're up 3-2 on the Spurs, so we'll see if the Spurs can extend that series, get to a Game 7. And the Knicks, meanwhile, they're waiting around another week to see who they'll face in the NBA Finals. And with the Knicks' victory, a lot has been made about their patience and what was the other word people have been throwing around? Essentially just the patience and letting this thing work over a series of years.
Kind of to run it back a little bit.
Yeah, patience, persistence.
Yeah.
And not taking like the big... Maybe Jalen Brunson would be considered a big swing to some. I wouldn't say so. He's not in that same... top tier of stars.
Yeah. Or at least not at that time.
No, right.
Yeah.
It's different now.
Yeah, but that was more of a big chance. Some people thought it was a risk.
Yeah. It seemed crazy at the time.
To give him that money when when they brought him in.
Yeah,
so
some people kind of understood why Dallas didn't try to sign him.
There you go.
For sure. And then you have the Thunder and the Spurs who are still alive in the West that are built around, these younger cores.
Youth.
And haven't gone out and made that big splash. So it got me thinking, and I'm not saying I agree. I'm just asking the question. If you're a Rockets fan, when you watch these three teams, does it make you regret how the Rockets have handled the last 12 months at all? Now, look, I don't miss Jalen Green, so that's kind of no.
Come on.
So that's kind of a wash. I don't think they really mortgaged the future to bring in Kevin Durant.
Nah.
But now there's talks about Giannis this offseason to be able to keep up with OKC and San Antonio. Maybe that's the better question. Should this Finals shape how the Rockets handle this offseason? In that they don't need to don't break up this young core to go try to add a Giannis when you look at the Spurs, the Thunder, even the Knicks who were patient, gave it 4 years here, made a coaching change instead, and eventually this group got them to the finals.
No, I'm not a fan. For one, I don't think it's going to happen, them going to get Giannis along with keeping Kevin Durant in town. I just don't see that happening. I don't see it happening. I don't think it should happen, honestly. I think you just mentioned how the Knicks, of course, they were patient. Rockets keep building. They've done well. I'm looking at some of their draft picks over the past, going back to 22, right? So 2022, Jabari Smith, Tari Eason. 23, Amen Thompson, Cam Whitmore. Whitmore, we know, is no longer with the team. Reed Sheppard in 24. 4 of those 5 guys contributed heavily to this team this season, right? The past 2 seasons, I should say. Not just this season, the past 2 seasons. I think they're on the right track. Keep going. Stay with it. Now, maybe you make a tweak here or there. We talked about coaching and Ime Udoka. I don't think it's time to – I'm not saying it's time, and I don't think it's time to move on from him, but maybe you go another year, and if you still can't get over that first-round hump, maybe you make a tweak, right? Tweak here or there, maybe bring in another player, but I don't think you need a guy that's one of these big names like a Giannis, because what are you going to have to give up to get Giannis in terms of draft picks and players, especially some of these young guys that I just named are probably going to be involved in that deal if it's a trade. Right? So, no, I don't think you go that route. Continue what you're doing. Now, I think it is going to be tough the next few years when you look at the Thunder and the Spurs, who have done a great job of building around young pieces, building a young team. Bring a couple veterans in, but you're building around a young team. I think the Rockets continue to do that, and I think you improve from there.
So you'd prefer to hold on to the young core instead of go get Giannis?
Yes.
So I assume it'd be the same for – there's a lot of rumors and talk about Jaylen Brown, but the rumors are they'd have to part with either Şengün or Durant and first-round picks. So are you also in favor of just keeping this core instead of adding somebody like a Jaylen Brown?
Now, Jaylen Brown is quite a few years younger than Kevin Durant. I understand that, but I'm still with the for the fact that you're going to have to give up some of this young talent, even if it's not because I don't think they're ready to move on from Durant. I just don't. It's only been 1 year with Durant in house here. I don't think they're ready to move on from Durant, so I don't see that happening. But I'm really not a fan of moving on from Alperen Şengün either right now. Not right now. I think he's still developing and still getting better every season. What is he, 4 years in the league now? Şengün? Was this year 4 for him? Something like that?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, year 4 or 5, one of those. So, I don't think it's time to move on from him yet, and I don't think you necessarily have to make that, because bringing in Jaylen Brown would be a big splash to me. In my opinion, that's largely based on, obviously, his play, but his contract as well. That's a big splash for me. I don't think they're at the point where they need to just do that, because that tells me, all right, you're just going all in and you got to pretty much win a championship right away. Or you think you're going to have to win a championship right away. I think now they're still on course where give it a couple more years. You can, what?
No, I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying I don't think that's what fans want to hear, right?
Fans don't want to hear it. I'm just giving you my opinion.
Give it a couple more years. And I thought this would be the start, this year would be the start of it.
Hey, but once again, they went out in the first round this year. I get it, but continue to do. Yeah, you're gonna make tweaks here and there. I get that. You're gonna make tweaks every season. You're gonna change. Some guys are gonna be in. Some guys are gonna be out. Maybe, like I said, if maybe next season you don't get the results that you presumed, maybe you make a coaching change.
Probably. Yeah, I think that seat will be much hotter on Ime this year.
I will probably make a coaching change before I make a big splash like a Giannis or anybody like that. I think, and Luke, you brought up the teams that are in the finals. They didn't really make a big time splash like trying to make a big three type of super team.
No.
They like if you look at the Knicks, I mean, they got a nice little squad, but it wasn't we got to get Giannis or we got to get LeBron or Kate. They kind of stayed the course, and they made a coaching change, which was very controversial at the time. Because I was looking last year around this time, I'm like, what are they doing? They were just in the Eastern Conference Finals. They lost it. I think they lost in 7.
They lost to the. You talking about the Knicks?
Yeah,
they lost to the Pacers last year.
Yeah. They lost. I think they lost in like 7.
It was 6.
6.
Yeah, I believe it was 6. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like, why would you do that? I thought he did a good job, Coach Thibodeau.
Yeah.
But they made the right move. They stuck with the same roster pretty much and just changed the head coach, and now they're in the finals. So I think the Rockets, if I did had to, I guess, make up a player they could get, it would probably be Jaylen Brown.
Okay.
I think
over Giannis.
Over Giannis, yeah. I don't know if Giannis will really. I mean, you'll be better than the first round, I think, but I don't know if that will be a championship team. Like I don't know if that will take down or the Spurs or anything like that. So if it was my choice, I would probably try to go with Jaylen Brown.
I don't even know if Giannis guarantees you getting out of the first round. They didn't make the playoffs this year, right?
Yeah,
he
was hurt.
He was hurt too.
He missed like more than half.
He was
the
hurt.
season.
Yeah.
But I am more in line with Figgy of I'd rather have Jaylen Brown than Giannis.
Yeah.
But I also think the best move, and I love Ime, and I've defended him on these airwaves, but I do think the best move would be that coaching change instead of trying to go get Giannis and breaking
the big
up,
fish.
Yeah, breaking up the core.
Oh.
Yeah, because sometimes I feel like Cleveland is kind of in that weird spot too, where they started off as a young team, and now the pressure is kind of building where they had to go get a James Harden. Now they talking about old ass LeBron James who will be 42. And then they talking about Giannis and all that stuff, and now they talking about giving away, or they had to get rid of some of these young players now.
Yeah.
And at that point, you got like maybe a year or two to win a championship, and now you got to break everything up. So I just don't want the Rockets to be in that place where they getting these older superstars, and it only lasts 2 years, and you end up firing the coach and breaking everything up.
Right.
I think Jaylen Brown and maybe a new head coach. To me, that make more sense if they was going to make a big change like that. And honestly, with Jaylen Brown, I will be okay with giving up KD for Jaylen Brown, and
like a straight up kind of thing.
If it was some draft picks, you give up KD and some draft picks,
but no
Jaylen
other
Brown.
Players.
Yeah, because I would like to keep and then that young core with Jaylen Brown. I think that would be a team to compete.
I don't know where they would be without Durant, but I'll ask the question, do you think Rockets fans should regret putting their eggs in the basket of Kevin Durant after watching the Knicks, Spurs, Thunder not go out and get that big player, instead build a little bit younger, be a little more patient? Should Rockets fans feel regretful of the Durant move?
I'm going to say no. It's been 1 year. It's not like, the OKC had to ramp up the past couple of years to get to last year. Now we're seeing the Spurs kind of ramp up. The Knicks ramped up the past 3 years to get to where they're at now in the finals. So I know it rarely happens when you just bring a guy in. And I think we're kind of past the whole Figgy kind of made mention to the big three or super team. I think we're past that era. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but I think we're past that.
I never did like that era, to be honest.
I just think we're past it, though. You know what I mean? Whether you liked it or didn't like it, I think we're kind of past that. And we're seeing the teams that are going further, they're kind of building from within or with their homegrown guys.
Yeah, the teams you've been watching.
Yeah.
Like these teams built from, they were,
for the most part.
Yeah, they were, smart with their drafting. So they didn't go out and try to get all these super teams or anything like that.
Or they made the right move. Sorry, Luke. Or they made the right moves in free agency and making trades, like the Knicks. Mm-hmm. They traded for some of these guys and went through free agency, but they made the right move. They didn't have to go for the big fish.
Yeah. No, Leon Rose has done a great job. The Knicks were the most losing team. They had the worst record into 2020 when Leon Rose came in. And he turned them now into an NBA Finals team. He's done a really good job.
Shout out PC, Knicks fan.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I was going to just the other thing with the drafting, too, is you could also kind of point to just some bad luck with the lottery or at the draft for the Rockets. They missed out on Wemby. They missed out on they made maybe a bad evaluation. They took Reed Shepherd instead of Stephon Castle.
Mm-hmm.
Things could have been a little different with some of these drafts. They missed out on Paolo Banchero and even Cade Cunningham. You get just one of those guys, things could be a little different.
It looks different now.
Yeah. On the text line, somebody said they need to double down. The Rockets don't have a single All-NBA player besides Kevin Durant. You're wasting time with this Rockets head coach. These young players need to develop offensively.
I think that's important, man.
It is. It is.
No, you won't believe how big of a difference it is if you switch head coaches, man. I think a lot of teams try to break up the team and try to bring in these superstars that still don't work. Man, it makes a big difference if you bring in a different type of head coach and kind of running back with the same team. And I think that's they probably not going to do that, but no. I would consider that before I consider blowing up the whole team.
How much more time y'all giving Ime though? Another year, another 2 years?
I think another year.
Another year.
Okay.
Yeah. Rockets need a closer. My suggestion is go get Joel Embiid from the Sixers.
Why? They have to be. Is that Ocho? They got to be trolling. Who is that?
No, I don't think that was Ocho. No name.
They got to be trolling.
Joel Embiid.
Yeah.
Can't play 50 games a year? Stop it. He's great when he plays, but he barely plays.
Yeah.
He barely plays. Come on, stop it.
A lot of split. A lot of people say Jaylen Brown over Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
But someone else saying it's over for the Rockets. They need to get Giannis to pair with KD.
Yeah.
So we'll see. If we get Giannis.
Just trade everybody, huh?
I'm not watching the Rockets anymore. So there's that one. 1,000% Jaylen Brown. Split. Somebody said, I totally regret getting an injury-prone old Durant. We gave up too much depth. So there is at least one Rockets fan out there starting to regret the trade.
I don't know about that. Man, the only thing I don't regret giving up Jalen Green. I kind of regret giving up Dylan Brooks, man. I feel like he would have been solid with this squad, but I feel like he was truly missed. But I don't think I don't regret the trade.
Yeah, I don't regret the pieces they lost.
Yeah,
maybe more so the idea of like you said, if they continue to go down this road of like being since you only have 2 or 3 years of Durant, putting more pressure and going out and blowing up your whole plan to feel forced to go get a Giannis. If it's just this part of the process, I don't think it's as big of an issue. But if they continue to put their eggs in the basket of Durant and go down this road, that's where you can kind of lose your way. And then lastly, someone said Knicks are almost 100% non-homegrown, including a huge cat trade. Yeah,
that's what I said. Free agency.
Yeah, my point in including the Knicks was that they were patient and they didn't go out and make a Durant move. Jalen Brunson was kind of an under radar signing at the time. And then the Karl Anthony Towns trade, I mean, they gave up Julius Randle, seen as a win-win for both sides.
Because there was a lot of questions about Cat in Minnesota and if he could elevate a team.
Yeah, I think the other thing is a lot of people were expecting the Knicks to go after like a Donovan Mitchell or whatever,
exactly.
And they didn't do that.
No.
And then, not to mention, they ran it back with this squad that lost last year.
Yeah.
So they didn't go out to get the big fish.
Right. So that was the point with the Knicks and including them. Hey, coming up, we got to get to what's poppin', including they announced the Coach of the Year in the NBA, and of course that Thunder win we'll talk about as well. We'll do it next in the Loop.
Just how big was Tatsuya Imai's performance in the Astros combined?
SportsRadio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. Figgy Fig on the other side of the glass as well. You can join the conversation, 713-54610 on the text line. A lot of feedback on the Rockets conversation. A few people trickling in saying they do regret the trade. It's become a heated conversation on the text line amongst Rocket fans. Speaking of the NBA, the Thunder get the win last night over the Spurs. Thunder are now up 3-2. Do you think the Spurs get it to a Game 7?
Yes. Okay. Largely because I picked them to win the series.
Oh.
But no, I think they get into a Game 7. And I've been hoping and wishing all along that this is going to go 7 games. I just hope that it's a good Game 7, not one of those blowout Game 7s. It seems like we see more often over recent years. Blowout Game 7s. I want something close. Yeah. Like similar to Game 1 of this series, where they went double overtime. Doesn't have to go double overtime, but yeah, give us another instant classic.
That's right. I'll be betting the Spurs in Game 6.
Yeah.
And then I hope we get a Game 7 so I could bet the under in that game, because that's usually a winning strategy, knock on wood.
Luke got his bets all lined up. He ready to go.
That's right. I'm a system better. OKC won last night, 127-114 over the Spurs, so the Thunder one game away from getting back to the NBA Finals. We talked about this off air earlier. This I don't know if we can even call it a conspiracy theory, but this idea that when Wemby went to the bench, told a couple of guys to go out there and issue some hard fouls. Do you buy into it? Do you think Wemby sent out a couple of hits on OKC there in that one last night?
I would like to say he did not, but I mean, I don't put anything past anybody when you're competing. You know what I mean? Like you're trying to, and they were getting their butts kind of handed to them in that game for a large part of that game.
Yeah.
So you're trying to get something going, get your guys fired up. Maybe it came out the wrong. If it happened, this is all alleged. We don't know if this happened for sure, but allegedly, he may have sent some guys to handle some business on the court, trying to get the team fired up.
Yeah, there was a video of him heading to the bench, talking closely to one of his teammates coming into the game, and then the two teammates that checked in both picked up fouls afterwards.
Sent the goons.
Yeah, Figgy, do you buy into it? Do you think Wemby sent the hit out on someone?
I'm buying it.
Yeah.
I'm buying into this, man.
Okay.
I think he's low key a dog. Don't let that nice little French accent fool you, man. I think he's a real NBA player. I think he takes this really serious. I don't think he's just out there being cool with everybody. You could tell even some of the. I think he got dunked on by somebody, or he missed it. Something happened where you could tell he was really upset over it.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't surprise me if he said something in French, like, "Hey, hey, knock him on their ass." Because that's exactly what they did. As soon as they got into the game, man, poor Jerry McClain, they knocked them to the ground like twice.
Went for it.
I'm like, damn.
I feel like this postseason might be Wemby's origin story.
Yeah?
Yeah, like from, the elbow to this. And he's getting beat up himself. Like, you can only take so much. You're going to start fighting back, and I think
you should.
He might have come over here as like this nice, young, innocent kid, but they're roughing him up and toughening him up here in this postseason. And yeah, he might have that edge to him where he's like, yeah, go out there, go injure somebody. He might be like,
just give him a hard foul for me.
Yeah, that's right. Let him know you're out there.
Hey, we might look back on this in a couple of years and say, yeah, Luke was right about that.
That's right.
That's the origin story.
Mm-hmm. It's like the Joker. Joe Mazzulla named Coach of the Year. Ime got no votes for the Rockets this year. No votes for the Rockets head coach. What I was most surprised about, can you guys guess what decade was the last time the Celtics had the Coach of the Year?
80s?
Figgy, what would you guess?
I would say it got to be the 2000s, right?
Oh, you tell me. I don't know. You're going to guess the 2000s?
I'll say 70s or 80s. But
I'm going to say the 2000s.
So you said 70s or 80s.
Yeah.
It's like right in between. It's the 80s, but it was 1980 was the last time.
Okay, yeah.
I was shocked by this. The Celtics haven't had a coach of the year since 1980.
Doc Rivers ain't get one?
Right, Doc Rivers?
Dang,
Anybody throughout the,
Did you just say Doc Rivers?
I thought he would have got one.
Don't get me started on Doc Rivers, please.
He had an okay team in Boston. He won the championship.
Yeah.
So I thought he would have got one during that time.
Yeah.
That's probably some of his best teams.
He won it in Orlando as a 41-41 team. Yeah. Doc Rivers. Don't get me started on Doc Rivers today, please.
Nobody from the actual 80s either for the Celtics, like the Larry Bird.
Yeah.
So who won it? Who was it?
What? Who won it this year?
Yeah, no. Who won the coach of the year?
Oh, in 1980?
Yeah.
That would have been.
Was it still Red?
Bill Fitch.
Oh, Bill Fitch. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Dang, I wouldn't.
Wow. Yeah.
Right.
Man.
It's been 46 years since the Celtics, one of the premier franchises, has had a coach of the year.
Dang, so not even with the Larry Bird, even with Larry Bird, nobody won the coach of the year. That's crazy.
Not was it Jim O'Brien around the turn of the century with Paul Pierce and Antoine Walker? They had a couple playoff teams. Certainly not Rick Pitino. He wasn't good enough to win it in Boston.
Give Rick a break.
Rick's my guy. Love Pitino. But no votes for Ime this year, so it goes kind of back to our conversation of from last segment of the difference of last year. We were talking about how he was deserving of being the coach of the year. This year, didn't get a single vote. I was surprised he didn't get a single vote.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not saying he should have been in the conversation for coach of the year, but one vote. Because if you looked at the ballot, there was like 10, 12 coaches that got a vote. Ime wasn't.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's rough. That's rough.
It kind of make you look at this award. Speaking of the question of the day,
right?
This one kind of look a little funny in the light too, because I saw Kenny Atkinson got. I think he got a third place vote or something like that.
Yeah,
and he looked awful in these playoffs.
Yeah, in the playoffs. I had no problem with the award. I think Missoula's deserving. I did not think the Celtics would be very good this year because of the Jason Tatum injury and everything else. And their win total was only 41.5 in Vegas, and they exceeded it by like 15 wins.
Yeah, they had a great season.
Yeah,
much better than anyone, mainly based on the Tatum injury.
Right.
So, I think he came back in like February, one of those. Been back a few months.
He came back at the very end and then bailed in the playoffs.
That's right. Yeah.
Hey, as we continue to go around what's popping here, 2 people were arrested in Argentina. Do you guys remember the string of break-ins on American athletes? Joe Burrow and whoever else. Anyways, they arrested 2 people in Argentina connected to those burglaries. The 2 people arrested are actually from Chile. They were in Argentina, and yet they were in the United States committing crimes. Robberies. They're part of like a big group or a gang.
It's a syndicate, huh?
Yeah. And so they got scooped up in Argentina, evidently. So 2 people arrested there. I was just surprised to see the international connections to this. It included Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, former tennis player Juan Martin Del Potro, Joe Burrow, Bobby Portis. The FBI got involved. They were looking into it.
Damn.
Hey, so they say we going over to America. We going to target these athletes, and we going to make a lot of money.
They were arrested at a bus station.
Okay. Hey. Horrible place. I guess any place is horrible to be arrested, but the bus station.
Yeah. Tony Parker hired as head coach in the French League.
Okay.
What stood out to me, he's going to be paid $1.2 million. It's a record for that league for head coach, The previous coach that he's replacing was paid $120,000.
Wow.
And now Tony Parker's going to get $0.2 million.
Wow, so he got to bring home a world championship.
Name recognition.
Yeah.
The team he's taking over was 8-30 last year.
God.
And it's a team that he used to be a part owner of. Then he sold his stake in the team.
I would have to.
And classic Greg Popovich, disciple here, he was the president of the team. He was like the GM, and now
he made himself
he's
coach.
Making himself the head coach with a $1.2 million contract.
Hey, he paid attention while he was in San Antonio.
Yeah.
You got the power. Do what you want to do.
He learned from the best.
Yeah.
And lastly, here on What's Poppin', Travis Kelce and his girlfriend, as they called her, at the NBA game the other night, not even fiance, or naming her. I don't think she's involved, but Travis Kelce is joining the Guardians ownership group, the team he grew up a fan of, so he'll be part owner of the Cleveland Guardians in Major League Baseball.
Hey, she will be involved once they tie the knot for
exactly.
real. She might be a handyman there or something, man.
I was gonna say
running the show,
the Ursay there in Indianapolis. She's gonna be like, in the dugout,
with a headset.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. So there you go. Congrats to Kelsey. Coming up, that's what's popping. Coming up, a conversation yesterday on the drive sparked my interest, and I started looking at win totals for the upcoming NFL season. What does it tell us about the AFC and the NFL this year? The perception of these teams in Vegas. We'll talk about that next in the Loop.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing and your new vehicle.
Sports Radio 610 presents Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
What do the win totals say about the upcoming NFL season? It's in the Loop. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee. Figgy Fig with us as well, as always. And you on this Wednesday. You can join the conversation on the text line throughout 713-572-4610 or in the YouTube and Twitch chats. I believe it was the fellas of the drive yesterday, who we'll catch up with later on this afternoon, of course. But they were talking about win totals in the NFL, or specifically the Texans' win total. I think it was them. Honestly, it might have been Seth or Sean. I heard it somewhere on these airwaves in the last 24, 48 hours. And it got me thinking. So I looked into the win totals, and I'm a bit of a degenerate myself, so I'm always curious and keeping an eye on some of these things from a betting perspective. But as I always say, even if you're not into gambling, if you're not a bettor, I think Vegas can be it can provide interesting insight. Because they're right more often than they're wrong. They're usually pretty accurate with a lot of this stuff. And it's a kind of it can be an important indicator when it comes to specifically like win totals. So anyways, I was looking at some of these win totals, and if you look at the teams with the highest projected win totals this year in the NFL, Ravens and the Rams are at the top of the list, each at 11.5. So the Ravens are expected to be the best team in the AFC. Rams expected to be the best team in the NFC. Honestly, I'm a little surprised change down year they had last year that they would have the highest win total in the AFC this year. But they're viewed as the favorite in the conference.
Huh.
Then you get to the next group of teams. These are the teams where the win total is at 10.5. Seahawks, Eagles, 49ers, Packers, Lions, all in the NFC. In the AFC at 10.5, you have the Bills and the Chiefs. Then you get to 9.5, and this, of course, is where you find the Texans. The Texans' win total is set at 9.5, and we'll get back to that in just a moment. But the teams at 9.5, Patriots, Chargers, Broncos, Cowboys, Bengals, Bills, Jaguars, Texans are all 9.5. And then one other one just to throw in case you're curious, the Jaguars are there at the Texans at 9.5. The Colts are then at 7.5. Dealing with the Daniel Jones injury, so they're a little bit further down. First, focusing on the Texans. That win total has been set at 9.5 now 3 straight years. They went 12-5 last year. They came a few turnovers away from being in the AFC title game.
Yeah.
And then knowing what we know with no Bo Nix, the Texans would have had a very good chance at winning that AFC title game.
Yeah.
It might sound like a homer take, but I think it's fair to say the Texans should have been in the Super Bowl last year. It almost sounds like James Harden saying, well, we got swept, but we were the better team. I get how it comes off, but really, if we're honest about it.
I think we all was saying that, man. We were at the Super Bowl like, man, they should have been here, man. Like, that was the best opportunity this franchise probably ever had to get to the Super Bowl. Just the way the cards played out, just the injuries and all that stuff, and you don't wish injury on anybody, but man, it was right there. If they would have beat New England, I think they would have definitely beat the next opponent.
Yeah. But I'm saying even outside of Houston, like it's easy for us to say that as homers and say the Texans should have been in the Super Bowl, but I think any realistic football fan watching those games can say, man, if Stroud just didn't have one of the worst games of playoff history, they win that game, and then, the Texans should be Jarrett Stidham and the Broncos should be in the Super Bowl. So I was surprised to see the win total still at 9.5. 3rd straight year. That would also mean that if they do hit that over, or if they're right at that number, that they decrease. They win fewer games this year by a couple than this past year. So I guess my first question built off of this. I have a couple. But I guess the first part would be, I don't know if you've looked at these win totals at all this offseason. Are you surprised that the Texans would be at 9.5 after what we saw last year?
I thought it might go up a little bit, maybe 10.5, go up there. But I'm taking the over once again. Took it last year. I'll take it this year. I think they'll get over it by, 1.5, maybe 2.
Yeah.
2.5.
So that would be 11 or 12 wins.
Yeah, 11 or 12 wins again.
Might get back to 12.
Yeah.
Do you think the Texans, in the eyes of Vegas, and maybe it's not so much a Texans thing, it's a AFC thing, a schedule thing, an NFL thing. But do you feel like the Texans have, as OTAs begin today for Houston, so it seems like it's a fitting time to have these conversations, do you feel like the Texans have improved from last year? Would you say they're a better team than last year? Are they on the same level as last year? You're picking the 12-11 wins again, so I imagine you don't think they got worse from last year. How do you view like the Texans offseason and how this team looks currently as we get ready for the upcoming year?
I thought they had a good offseason, although I know there are questions about the depth on defense, losing some guys on the defensive side. But I still think, and maybe it's just me expecting, or more so probably hoping, that the offense can improve can improve from last year.
Well, you're not alone in that.
And not put so much pressure on the defense to be lights out for 17 games, based on especially seeing how, there's a lack of depth there once you get, past that front line. And I mean all the starters at each level.
Mm-hmm.
Once you get past those starters, especially with the D-line and the linebacking core, there's some questions there. Some younger guys or some guys that aren't as proven that are going to have to step up. So I think everyone is hoping that the offense can finally click consistently and make it to where that the defense doesn't have to basically save the day, in 12 and 13 out of 17 games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, as I've been saying all offseason, I like the offseason. I think if nothing else, they stayed the same. We'll find out if they got better, right, when they actually take the field.
Yeah. You never really know until September.
No, I don't think they got worse. I like the offseason. I like the idea. I'm hopeful for some of these additions. But again, you just never know if they do work out or not. I don't think they got worse. So I was a little surprised. Originally heard or saw, and yesterday was the reminder, but that win total was only 9.5, and it feels like, man, it's kind of it seems like a lack of respect. After what we just saw last year, this team should have been in the Super Bowl. They have the best defense in the league, had a solid offseason, won 12 games a year ago, and then the win total again is back at 9.5, just like it was at the start of last season. Which is why I did the digging and I looked at the other teams. And when I looked at the other teams, I thought, well, maybe it's not so much a Texans thing. Maybe it's more of an NFL thing.
Mm-hmm.
And look, as a gambler, I can tell you that most years there's not a lot of teams that are in like double. Vegas doesn't put a lot of teams at 12.5.
Yeah, that's
11.5. They don't expect a lot of teams to win a bunch of these games.
Yeah.
So this might be the norm. But when I looked at the NFL as I laid out those lists, like we only have 2 teams at 11.5. And we have 3, 6, 7 teams at 10.5, and then you get to the Texans. So maybe it's just a thing of like kind of the NFL. The point being like it's kind of wide open, right? We don't have that clear favorite of Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. All these teams are sort of grouped together. Yeah. The Ravens and the Rams are the betting favorite on paper right now, but that's the only 2 teams, and they're only 1 game ahead of 7 other teams. And then when you go to 9.5 wins, then you get to another 7 teams, including the Texans. So maybe these teams are all just kind of bunched together. Even though the Texans are at 9.5, it's kind of like, well, they're all going to beat up on each other. There's no one that's going to go off and go 15-2 and run away with this thing. It's kind of like what we've been talking about there, where there's not a lot of great teams anymore, just a bunch of good teams.
More parity, a lot more parity.
Yeah, more parity. Yeah.
Which is what wants, honestly.
Of course.
They want that.
So it could be more of a case of simply that and not the Texans. And then when you look specifically at the AFC, the Ravens are there at 11.5. The Bills and Chiefs are at 10.5. And then you get to the Texans in that next category. So it's kind of new year, but same storylines.
Same 4 teams.
It's those same 3 teams that the Texans on paper are chasing.
Yeah, okay.
The Ravens, Bills, and Chiefs.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Especially with 2 of those, getting the quarterbacks back, or at least the Chiefs getting Mahomes back. And the Ravens looking to also bounce back, just like the Chiefs, from having a down year.
Yeah.
I think everyone expects those 2 teams specifically to be back in the hunt.
Yeah, evidently. And a lot of times these lines, obviously, as we know, they're based off of like public perception, what the public's going to bet on. Because in a perfect world, what Vegas wants is equal money on each side of the wager so that they win regardless. So some of it is just simply, playing the market, for lack of a better phrase, like what they think people will buy into.
Yeah.
But I did find it surprising that those are the top 3 teams and the only 3 teams ahead of the Texans. I mean, those have been 3 staples in the AFC, and you can never count out Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. But when you look at those 3 teams, the Ravens had a down year last year and made a coaching change and have a first-time head coach with some questions there. And they're expected to win 12-plus games based off of the win total.
Yeah.
Then you have the Bills and the Chiefs. The Chiefs, as we talked earlier, I mean, Mahomes probably will be back for game 1 and be the MVP this year because that's just what he would do.
Right.
But they did have a down year last season, even before his injuries. And now he's back. We'll see what his health is like. They have questions, and yet the Chiefs are still there at 10.5. The Bills are another team where they made a coaching change. Joe Brady's going to be a first-time head coach, and he was also part of that staff.
Yeah.
Now, I think Sean McDermott was the problem, and his defense came up small in a lot of big moments throughout his tenure.
Too many times.
But also, like, how much is going to change other than removing the experience of your head coach by simply sliding Joe Brady over? So my point being, like, those three teams still have a lot of big questions, and yet, on paper, they're perceived to still be the three favorites in the AFC. That's honestly, that kind of surprises me a little bit. Those are the three teams ahead of the Texans when I feel like I can poke more holes in those three teams than maybe the Texans.
I think a lot of that is largely due to the quarterbacks those teams have.
That's a good point.
Those are three of the top quarterbacks in the league.
Right.
What is football about? What is the NFL about? It's about quarterbacks. You got to have that guy to even have a chance, right? To have a chance to have a deep run or be considered a Super Bowl contender. So Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes. Those are three of the top guys in the league. So that doesn't really surprise me that those teams are up there.
Are you telling me C.J. Stroud is not in
Don't do that, Luke.
You're going to get some angry texts.
I know. He's not on their level. Come on.
No,
let's stop. Let's stop it, people. They know that. They know that. They may not admit it, but they know it.
Okay.
He's not there yet. He might get there one day, but he's not there right now.
Well, that's a fair point. They do have the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
It's just interesting to me that after the season we had last year, the Texans, kind of back to where we were a year ago, which maybe puts more salt in the wounds of what Figgy was saying of last year being the best chance for them to actually go to a Super Bowl or go win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Didn't take advantage of that opportunity. And then now this year, it's like, oh, yeah, no, the Bills, the Chiefs and the Ravens, they'll be better this year. They'll be back in the conversation. The Bills will still be there. And it's like, oh, man, that was our chance where the Bills, or not the Bills, the Chiefs and the Ravens missed the playoffs last year. You know, you're dealing with Drake May and Bo Nix or Jarrett Stidham instead. And you still couldn't get it done. That makes it even more frustrating, of course.
I think what you just mentioned there, that's the part that really gets you as a Texans fan is that if we only could have got past the Patriots, you play Jarrett Stidham the next week.
Mm-hmm.
Really? You don't think the defense could have had a field day with that guy at quarterback? Come on.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And it was an awful-looking game, too, man.
Yeah, on top of that. Yeah, it wasn't a great game.
Oh, that game, yeah.
It was rough. It was a rough watch.
Yeah, Stidham did not play well in the elements. Okay, then what about the division? Because I guess this would be a credit to the Texans in that the Jaguars won the division last year.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, when you look at the win total, and again, we're just basing this simply off the Vegas win totals, and you might be listening saying, like, who cares? But as I laid out before, this stuff is usually a pretty good indicator of what will transpire in many cases. The Jaguars and Texans are on the same level, both at 9.5. That might be respect towards the Texans in that, regardless of what happened last year and the Jaguars having the better year than the Texans, again, in the eyes of Vegas, it's that level that it's not like the Jaguars have taken over the division, right? The Texans could still be the belle of the ball in the AFC South after, leading the way the previous 2 years.
Yeah. Just I'm sorry. Tell me again. What was the Jags are at 9.5 also,
both
right?
teams are at 9.5.
Yeah, they're both at
so
9.5.
even though it seemed like the Jags, some
took
might
a step
say,
ahead.
Right. Some might say passed them by last year, at least in the regular season, not so much the playoffs.
Yeah.
They're still both at 9.5. So the idea being, that they haven't passed the Texans. Like, this is still the Texans. The division, like we would say with the Astros the last couple of years, the division still runs through Houston, not Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Do it kind of show you that they don't really trust the Jags as much?
That's where I was going next. I think a lot of people still see it as, okay, the Jags, they had a good year.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people don't trust Trevor Lawrence is what it is.
Yeah, they had their best year last year.
Yeah.
Man. They, what 13 games?
13 and 4, yeah.
Yeah, so, that's kind of interesting to see that maybe they don't trust the Jags like that.
Give us another year, and then, we'll talk about it. I think it's what a lot of people are feeling about Jacksonville.
That's how I feel.
Oh.
I think they're down on the whole division, to be honest with you. I mean, Colts, look, they have their quarterback issues. We don't know when Daniel Jones will be back.
Going on, yeah.
But the Colts are dropped down to 7.5. Titans, I think, were maybe 6.5, 5.5, somewhere around there.
About right for them.
Yeah, maybe 5.5. I don't recall. But, again, I mean, this was one of the better divisions of football last year. Yeah. And now this year, the Texans and the Jags their win totals at 9.5. Mm-hmm. Colts down at 7.5. So Vegas kind of down in the whole division. On the text line, a texter said, if the Texans remain predominantly healthy, there is caps now. No way in hell they don't win at least 10 games! Exclamation point. No way, in all caps, 3 exclamation points. I do agree. I think like the floor for this team, the floor for the team is probably 10 games.
Yeah, I think they could get you 10 games easily,
right?
If they primarily healthy, like the texter said, they have to. Yeah. 10 games.
Somebody else said Texans are currently a public team in terms of betting, which just means that there's a bunch of sports fans are betting on them.
Yeah.
Not the sharp bettors, but your everyday bettor are all betting on the Texans.
Ooh.
That's why they're currently only at 9.5 wins. I don't know.
Ain't trying to get everybody money or something. Like I don't get it.
So usually like the sharp money will move the line.
Mm-hmm.
Vegas, they'll love to take Joe Public's money. Because most gamblers, are not winners, of course, as we know.
Yeah.
So, anyways, as somebody asked, this is an interesting question. I don't have the answer. What would the win total be if Davis Mills was the quarterback? Does it change much? I think it does. I think it would be less than 9.5.
7.5?
Maybe.
I don't know if it would be that much.
8.5?
No, right now
it's
9.5 now.
8.5?
I can see 8.5, man. Yeah, I can see 8.5.
But are you still sticking to that? They should win 10 games even with Davis Mills out there. Really?
I don't know. No. I ain't going that far.
If he's the full-time starter.
If he's the full-time starter, I think he could get you 8 wins.
Okay.
With this defense and all that.
9 with a little luck. 9 with a little luck, maybe.
Well, he was 3-0 last year, right? So
I would say 9 wins if he can pull you a game. If he him actually winning the game.
Yeah.
Like similar to the Jazz game last year.
Yeah. By the way, the over.
I'm giving him a lot of credit.
I know.
Goodness gracious.
I know.
Need to trade him for a first-round pick.
Something, yeah.
Well, it speaks more to this defense and the talented pieces on the roster that even Davis Mills could come in last year and look good and win 3 games. Although I am a Davis Mills guy, that's not to be a slight on him. I do like Davis.
That
Mills.
was a shot, Luke.
No, I like Davis Mills. Yeah. I think other teams would be lucky to have a Davis
Mills.
Right? The over is juiced, by the way, which just means that it is expected to hit the over. Yeah. The over is -125, and the under 9.5 wins for the Texans is plus 105. So yeah. I just found it interesting looking at the list. Does it feel like the Texans are being disrespected nationally or in the eyes of Vegas? Although it looks like the division still runs through them at least. 713-572-4610 to continue to provide your feedback on the text line. When we come back, it's time for our lunchtime confessions. We'll do it next on In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we
11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Fellas are out today, but we still got confessions. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee and, of course, Figgy Fig. You can always text the show on the text line 713-572-4610. My confession, I got to tell on myself. I have a terrible sense of direction, and I still use the GPS for whenever I go anywhere in the car. I still use it. Like, even to come here, I've been here so many times. I know the path. And yeah, I still, yes, it's part of it's a fail-safe. Part of it's also just like, I really don't know how to get there otherwise. But my point in all this, because this seems like a big thing specifically in this city, with the whole in the loop, out the loop, this area, that area. Oh, yeah. People are really into directions around here of like locations and everything. I'm terrible at that. So I apologize. But I read these stories about like a new restaurant being put in. And they never give the exact address.
The location. Yeah.
And I'm like, just give me the exact address so I could punch it into my phone and see how far it is from me. I read an article about, I'll say the place, I guess. It's always kind of weird when they're not sponsors and whatnot. But Cabo Bob's, they're supposed to be adding one. And I like Cabo Bob's. And I was like, just give me the exact address so I can punch it into my phone and see if this is close to where I live. Instead, they're like, oh, it's going in the old so-and-so over
right
by...
off the Katy Freeway.
Yeah, Katy Freeway, whatever. Over by 59 and this. I have no idea what that means.
Over in Edo.
Well, they're assuming that everyone has lived in Houston for 37 years. And they know where everything is.
But see, this is
in the city.
This is Houston, though. A lot of people were not born and raised here.
Yeah,
that live here.
Yeah, that's true.
It's true.
Like most
terrible.
major cities now.
It's true.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they'll say, whatever, over by, 59. And I was like, I don't know what that means. Just give me the actual, give me something I can Google so I can see how close this is to me. And it happens in all these articles whenever they're talking about, like, new restaurants or new things coming to the city. And they don't give you the exact address. They'll
East
just tell
End
you the
downtown.
area.
Like, where is that at?
Exactly. Yeah, how am I supposed to find that?
Can you just give me an address, please?
That's all I need.
That's all I'm asking.
07 Queens Boulevard.
That's all I need. So that's my confession. And look, people look down on you if I admit such a thing, but I have no sense of direction. You tell me landmarks in this city, I don't know what you're talking about. People will say, like, is that in the loop or out the loop? I was like, I have no idea. It's wherever my phone says it is. So I have a terrible sense of direction, and it's annoying when people try to use highways or landmarks as location. Just give me the exact address so I can look it up and see where I have to go or how far it is from me.
Yeah, I think I got used to it. Just living here as long as I have. Yeah. Going on 10 years.
I was gonna say, you've been here longer than both of us. So
yeah, I've been here.
I believe.
I've been here going on 10 years this year. But when it do sound like foreign language when somebody say, "Oh yeah, it's right off of 249." And then naming these beltways, different beltways and stuff like that.
It's like where on 249?
What really throw you off when they...
What is 249? I don't even know.
It's right off of 249 and 59. And
where's that at?
Yep, off of toll 99. And you be like, what? Like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I kind of got used to it now.
I've always been like that. Growing up, too, even where I grew up, and they say different highways. I'm like, oh, okay, I don't know. But it's even worse here because it's a bigger city, and it can be more confusing, but there's these more specific... beltways and all this sort of stuff. And people seem to take pride in knowing the area, which is great. I'm just not one of those people, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
I think the one that used to get me, though, was the 610 North, 610 South, 610 East, 610 West. I'm like, I've never seen that before.
It's true.
Just all over the place.
16 got all the directions.
Yeah. Usually it was like even numbers is east and west, odd numbers is north and south, if I have that correct.
Something like that.
Yeah. I think one time I was using my GPS, and it had me going 610 south, I want to say. And 610 south was on the right side, like taking a curve.
Yeah.
But it had me going 610 south straight, which wasn't 610 south.
So you was all confused.
Yeah. So the first time I did make that curve, and I went to a totally different direction. So I'm like, dang, it just said 610 South, but it wanted me to stay on, I want to say I-10 East to get to the other part of 610 South.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it can be really confusing.
Yeah,
especially
it's a
here.
little.
I have gotten much better, but I used to account for. I used to literally get not lost, but I would take one wrong turn on every trip. I'd get off like in the wrong.
Oh,
exit.
that happens. Yeah.
I've gotten much better. That hasn't happened very much lately, but I was always like, I need to add an extra 10 minutes because I'm probably going to get off at the wrong spot or this or that or whatever. So, anyways, I have no sense of direction.
These are my confessions.
I guess that would mean I'm up next, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm actually going to tie mine into our question of the day about the stat and the Drake thing with the number one hits, and this is probably going to irritate some younger millennials, and it's directly about Drake. I don't understand, and I've never understood the whole Drake fandom and the infatuation with Drake. I've always thought he was a good rapper, but I just don't get I've worked with people in the past who were just like super duper Drake fans, and I know people who are some years younger than me. They're just all about Drake. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I've never understood what is so special, extra special about Drake outside of all the number ones and all that. I don't get the Drake thing. I don't understand it.
Yeah,
I just don't.
I'm with you.
I don't get it.
It's not
Sorry,
my area either,
I don't get it. I never have really.
Yeah, I think I appreciate Drake more than I ever have. Now? Now. I was never really a stan or anything like that.
That's the word I was looking for, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't a stan, but to me, I think to kind of tag on to what you're saying, I think what bothers me is when people throw out lyrics that he said and they be kind of basic.
Yeah.
I'll be like, man, that's like, you can hear
he
better.
Didn't really say nothing.
Yeah, and people be praising that like, yeah, see, that's why hip hop needs him. I'm like, that's kind of a basic line that been said 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So that part I kind of like, I'm not a hater or anything like that, but I'm not over dramatic when it comes to Drake. Like, I think he got some good songs.
Yeah. Now I'm not saying he hasn't had good songs, and obviously we just heard how many number one hits he has. He's had hits, whether or not we believe we believe in the streaming numbers or not, whether or not we actually think that's accurate or legit or not.
Yeah.
He's had some good songs, but it just seems like over the top. Some people are over the top with Drake, and I did like I get the Beyonce thing. I get Taylor Swift. I'm not gonna lie to you. I get it. I don't understand. I don't get Drake. I just don't. I'm sorry. I don't understand.
Yeah, and not to mention, I think a lot of his number ones are kind of in the R&B space.
Yeah,
so I'm not
more so.
Yeah, I'm not really an R&B Drake guy. I like rapping.
You like rapping,
Drake.
yeah.
Yeah. So so I think I like more of his B-side stuff, his album cuts, more than his actual number ones.
Yeah, like the radio stuff.
Yeah, because they're a little too poppy.
Text line says Drake is cool, but he'll drop 20+ songs. Of course, he'll have one or two hit songs. He's a compiler. He's a Frank Gore, is what they're saying.
Yeah, and
Instead of who? Frank Gore?
Frank Gore, just a compiler,
And kind of gaming the system a little bit. Yeah. So now he got the number. He dropped 3. For those who don't know, he dropped 3 albums. I want to say a couple weeks.
He
ago.
did like in one night or one day or something like that.
Yeah. So one was an R&B album, one was a rap album, one was like a EDM type of dance album.
Okay.
And so all 3 of those albums were 1, 2, and 3.
Of course they were.
So I'm like, man, to me, I just look at that as gaming the system a little bit. So
the algorithm.
Now you got 9 out of 10 songs in the top 10. So I don't know.
It's smart marketing, though. I'll give him and his team.
It is
that.
if you want
give him that
your numbers and you want the accolades of being number one and there's many songs in the top 10. But
it feels like it's more about than anything else.
Yeah. I just rather have good music.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Ain't even got to be top 10. Give me some good music.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to confess. I was watching a movie the other night. I think it's called, is it Jack Ryan? It was Jack Ryan. It's based off of a series. I think it was a book.
I think so, yeah.
I think it started off as a book.
Yeah.
But it's a guy by the name of John Krasinski.
Yeah, Krasinski, yeah.
He was in The Office.
Yeah.
It's my guy.
Jim. Yeah, he's starting in it. So he's like the like this special agent guy.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta confess, man, I couldn't watch this movie without seeing Jim from The Office.
I give you that, yeah. It's tough.
Yeah, and to be fair, he played in a lot of different action movies.
Oh yeah.
So it's not like this is his first action film or
I believe
TV show.
I believe he's also a director.
Yeah, I think he do a lot of stuff. He got a lot of stuff under the belt outside of The Office.
Yeah.
But I can't see nothing but Jim from The Office, man. Just him being in the car with a gun and all that. I'm just like, man, what are you doing?
Biggie, I'm with you. It's hard not to picture Jim Halpert.
Yeah.
Halpert.
Expecting him to make like those silly faces at the camera.
Yeah, I felt like he was making some silly faces. I'm like, man, maybe I just been too close to The Office now, man.
Probably.
So I just can't unsee it. It was a cool movie. I never watched the series.
Okay.
So I guess I got to go back and watch the series.
But the movie was
it was fun. It's a fine action movie.
Okay.
But
a lot of blowing up stuff.
Yeah, it's the typical action movie, but I just can't unsee it, man. I keep seeing Jim from The Office every time I see him.
I think it was part of the reason why I was never interested in his The Quiet Place movies he did as well. Because I'm looking at it now, I don't think I've watched him in anything.
Outside
I haven't
of The
watched
Office?
those. Yeah, outside of The Office. I think I've avoided it as well.
I mean, he was so good in The Office, and I think they did like, 9 seasons or 10 seasons, whatever it was. Yeah, they were on a long time.
Yeah, and there's some other actors that will go out in a serious role and kill it. I think Jason Bateman. I think he did a really good job in Ozark.
He's
very good.
Renaissance man there.
Also, The Gift. He was the movie. He was good in.
Yeah, it's a couple other actors, but for some reason I can't unsee Jim from The Office.
Have you ever seen Arrested Development? TV show?
Yeah.
Jason Bateman, great in that.
Yeah.
He can do just about anything.
Yeah.
He can do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's good. He's one of the few child actors who then had issues and then rebounded and had a great career.
No, I was really impressed with him in Ozark, man. I just didn't see him playing like a high end, I guess, lack of a better word, drug dealer or whatever he was in Ozark. I thought he did a really good job in that one.
Yeah, that's one of my all-time favorite shows. Love that show.
Yeah, I never finished it, but what I saw, I loved.
Yeah, great show. Love Bateman. And then I stood up for him yesterday. Adam Sandler's another one like that. Serious actor. He's got the acting chops.
Yeah, I'm not a big Sandler guy. I can't with him. I'm sorry. I can't. I've never been a big Sandler guy. I like a couple of his movies, and other than that,
I love Chuck and Larry. Yeah, that's my movie, man.
Most underrated. I made the claim when I was in with Tyler and Ron, and I said it's the best Adam Sandler comedy movie of the last. I think I said this century or since Big Daddy. And they pushed back on it, but I stand by it.
I did like Big Daddy. I'll give you that.
Yeah, since Big Daddy. And now pronouncing Chuck and Larry is the best.
That's a funny movie,
It's
man.
a great movie. Very underrated. Coming up, he might not be here, but we'll still have Judge John Lopez. Court will still be in session, and we need to debate. We need to figure out, should a certain somebody do a certain something this week? We'll talk about it next. It's In the Loop.
Just how big. Is on the Texas Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. Judge John Lopez might not be here, but court is still in session nonetheless. We have a stand-in for him. If you're on YouTube, or if you're not on YouTube, head on. Yeah, you're
bang my gavel.
That's right.
There we go.
There it is. If you're on YouTube, you see it. If you're not on YouTube, get over to our YouTube stream, Sports Radio 610, to see how the wig looks on Chris. Or, you know, if you're ever curious, Rick James passed away 22 years ago. If you're ever curious what Rick James would look like today.
Damn, that was 22 years ago?
Yeah.
Damn. Wait, was it?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
22 years in
Been
August.
a while. I remember when he passed.
I'm Rick James.
That's right. If you were curious what he would look like today, head over to our YouTube.
Iggy Luke's told me I look like Rick James. Without
Enjoy yourself.
Enjoy yourself.
It's not a bad thing.
Oh, man.
Today's case, should C.J. Stroud throw or not throw at OTAs this week? Should he hold out and play a little hardball to get himself a new contract with the Texans as OTAs begin today for the Texans? Chris is the judge today, so Figgy and I will present our cases. Figgy, you could go first.
Yeah.
Opening argument.
All right, so, Your Honor, first and foremost, thank you for filling in for Judge John
fall
Lopez.
for the brown nosing. He always does it.
You're doing a great job, Judge.
Thank you, sir.
And I will
Thank you,
vote for
counsel.
you again. Yes.
Thank you, counsel.
Anyway, Your Honor, I think C.J. Stroud should hold out this season until he get a new contract. I think he proved himself to get a contract, man. I don't think this is a situation where you got a quarterback that you're not sure if he should be in the league or not, and you don't want to give him a contract. I think he deserves something, man. I think he shouldn't go in this season without a contract. I think he proved to be a valuable starting quarterback. Now, if he wants a huge record-breaking type of contract, I think that's maybe a different topic. But I think he should have something. I think he deserved enough where he should go into camp with a new contract. Maybe it's a regular contract. Maybe it's not a big old, top 5 quarterback in the league contract. But I think if I'm C.J. Stroud, I think I earned enough where I at least deserve some type of talking to or discussion about a contract. So I think I will hold out. And honestly, I know the last couple playoff games were bad, and you could probably question the last 2 seasons outside of his rookie season. But I think he's still a valuable quarterback in this league. So if I'm C.J. Stroud, and not to mention he did win playoff games each and every one of his years in the league. So I think he should hold out until he get something.
All right. My turn. I think C.J. Stroud, I will argue the other side. C.J. Stroud should not hold out because I believe my client in this case is a realist. And Stroud has not been good enough to try to play hardball or have the expectations of getting the big payday that we've seen other quarterbacks get. I admit I am very picky. I would be very picky. If I ran an NFL team, I would be very picky on which quarterbacks I committed to. I think too many teams settle. For me, if you don't have the answer to this point on your roster, you go out and you find the answer. And I think certain have regretted settling with their quarterbacks before getting enough information or because they made the decision before they had to. For example, Tua in Miami, I think was a mistake. I think the Jaguars would probably, if they're being honest, I know last year was a good year, I think some people still have questions with Trevor Lawrence and that contract, at least at the time when it was given to him. Maybe it'll work out to be a good deal. I think, depending on how this year goes, we could have questions about Justin Herbert and the big contract the Chargers gave to him, as he still looks to, get a playoff win. If you don't have a guy that you believe can win you a Super Bowl, then you shouldn't commit to them long term. And last year was the best opportunity for this Texans team, and Stroud could not get it done. Not only could he not get it done, but he put up some of the most horrendous playoff stats we've seen from quarterbacking in NFL history. So that's kind of more so from a Texans perspective, but I think Stroud realizes this, that he was not good enough in the playoffs, and it would maybe do more damage than good. It wouldn't be a great look to now try to play hardball with that being your recent exhibits, Exhibit A and Exhibit B, to point to those two playoff games. How do you take the next step as the quarterback of this team? You get out there and you throw the ball at OTAs this week and throughout this offseason and participate in the programs and continue to improve in this offense in year 2. And hopefully they can take a step forward with the new offensive coordinator now in his second year and new pieces in the wide receiver room, or pieces that are going to have to play a bigger role. Last year, he didn't throw at OTAs. This year, it's very important that he specifically throws at OTAs and is involved in all the offseason stuff. And lastly, I'll say you get more bees with honey. And I think it could go even further for C.J. Stroud if he shows up and is a good teammate, despite what happened in the playoffs, despite wanting the new contract, if he continues to be a good leader, a good teammate, says and does all the right things. And I think as a franchise, you can appreciate and reward that more so than the guy like Jacoby Brissett, who's playing hardball and not being with the team, and you're thinking, Jacoby Brissett, well, who is this to be holding us up for money? He's fortunate that we even made him a starting quarterback. I think it'd be similar at Stroud that the Texans would go further in negotiations if he does all the right things instead of trying to play hardball after what we saw in the playoffs last year. So that's my case. Yeah. I rest my case.
Now, Your Honor, I did want to respond to Counselor Luke.
Yes, Counselor.
Yes, I understand what he's saying, but you got to remember, quarterback don't grow on trees like that. And I think I probably 3/4 of this league would love to take C.J. Stroud in. So I think they're playing. I think the Texans got to do something. I think they got to try to get a contract together. It don't have to be the most expensive contract in history, but you don't want to make a quarterback ticked off where he want to go play somewhere else and you got to start over. So I think you have an okay quarterback. I think you just gotta. I think he's in his second year in this new system with him. So I think he got a little bit of time to grow a little bit. So I think you just sign him up now. You don't want a situation kind of like what happened in Cleveland with Baker Mayfield, where they decided to part ways with him, and they haven't had a good quarterback since. And he went on to be a pretty decent quarterback. So I think you got to kind of think about signing CJ up sooner than later. And if I'm CJ, I will hold out till I get that contract.
Any closing arguments, Luke?
Yes, Your Honor. CJ Stroud. CJ Stroud is a competitor, and he understands the pressure and the chip on his shoulder. He doesn't need that new contract right now to go out there and perform well. I'll tell you someone else who bet on himself. Dana Brown said, I don't want a contract extension. I'll let my work speak for myself this year. And while Dana Brown made evidently a terrible mistake because he doesn't know what he's doing, CJ Stroud, on the other hand, I believe, will do a much better job of coming in here and playing for that new contract. He doesn't need to go this route of holding out and not being a good leader of this team. CJ realizes if I do all the right things, if I go to OTAs, if I continue to progress in this system and improve with my teammates, I will put up the numbers that I know I'm capable of, and that will get me the big payday instead of trying to force the hand of the organization now here in the offseason. So Stroud welcomes this pressure. It'll allow him to play better this year and ultimately get the bigger contract down the road. Therefore, doesn't need to hold out now.
Your Honor, I have another thing.
Oh, no, my goodness.
I'm joking. I rest my case.
You rest your case, yes. Luke? Are they going to end the closing arguments?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We think so.
All right. So both sides
give you both credit here, both counselors. Good job, job done there. Presented valid and well thought out arguments for and against C.J. Stroud holding out. I guess training camp, whatever we're talking about here. But after careful deliberation, this court finds that Figgy Fig made the better argument and that CJ should be paid and he should hold out to do so. Court is adjourned.
I love America. I love America.
We will be filing an appeal. This is not over.
You're more than welcome to do that, sir.
And next time we will be, our client will be represented by AI lawyers.
So, Chris, how do you really feel? Court is over.
Court is
What's
over.
Your real
Court
thoughts?
is adjourned.
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep the wig on though. I kind of like it. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, go for it.
I do feel like CJ has earned a contract. I know we're up against it here. I do feel like CJ has earned a contract. I am with Figgy in the fact that I don't think necessarily it's a $60 million per year contract like the top line right now for those top level NFL quarterbacks. But I do think he has played well enough. I get it. Last year wasn't as great. The last 2 years weren't as great as the first year. But once again, those franchise quarterbacks don't grow on trees. They're not just lying around in a field somewhere. You go grab one whenever you want. So I don't think the Texans want to put themselves in that type of a situation. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. I do think you need to go ahead and make him happy, get him a deal. It can be a 3-year deal. Give him $45 million a year, whatever it may be. Doesn't have to be 60 because that's the top level right now. But you need to lock him up long term, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and I know I was arguing the other side, but I think he shouldn't hold out. I think he should. Yeah. I think for the simple fact that this is his second year in this offense.
Yeah.
I think he need to get a rhythm together, man.
Want to learn more, keep learning.
Yeah. So it'd be one thing if he was in the same offense for the last 4 years or something, where he can miss it and kind of call her bluff a little bit. But I think he need to get in there and kind of get going because the last 2 playoff games was bad for him.
Man, I got beat by someone who didn't even believe in what he was representing.
Maybe I should be a lawyer.
Yeah. This is the most humiliating loss of my law career.
Which spans how many months? Years?
A couple months now
years.
On this show here and there, filling in for some cases.
Man.
Yeah,
that's
not
hilarious.
Great. By the way, somebody said that wig has been worn by several different people without it being washed, and we all know Lopez doesn't wash his pillow covers. Ew, is what they said.
Yeah, he kept that same nasty pillow for 20 years.
Oh, my God. Well, hey, I love how you guys tell me this after I've worn the wig for the last 15 minutes.
It looks good. Coming up, let's see here. Coming up, do the Texans check these offensive boxes that a former NFL scout thinks premier teams need to check? We'll get to that next. It's In the Loop.
What's the position the OG content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Does this Texans team check all of the boxes? We'll walk through it here on In the Loop. The fellas are out today. I'm Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee and Figgy Fig on the steel wheels. Appreciate you hanging with us here on this rainy Wednesday. You can join the conversation anytime, 713-572-4610. We just had our judge, not John Lopez today, but Chris Partee.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody on the text line said, Luke, take this case to the Supreme Court. Completely unfair and biased ruling. So we are.
I don't blame you, man.
I don't blame you.
There you go. See, that's all I need. There's my evidence right there. If you ever miss anything from the show, you can always go find the podcast. You can use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app. You can rewind on the YouTube video. It's also always archived. Plenty of ways to go back in case you ever miss anything from the show. Appreciate you hanging with us. Do the Texans check these offensive boxes specifically? Begin today. Media will be out there tomorrow, so you might not get a whole lot from what's going on today over there, but at least, you know, in one sense, football is back here for 2026. I heard the guys talking about this morning on the drive-in, Seth and Sean, about this tweet from Daniel Jeremiah, who used to be an NFL scout and now works for the NFL Network and therefore, I guess, ESPN and, you know, covers the NFL and usually seems to do a good job, have reasonable takes. I'm a fan of DJ, and he put out this tweet yesterday afternoon, and he would say that, or he said in the tweet, he has this concept for every NFL team that to build a championship foundation, you need to fill these 12 spots. And those 12 spots are quarterback, that's 1, 3 offensive playmakers, 3 quality offensive linemen, 2 good pass rushers, and then 3 defensive playmakers. And when you total it up, that's 12 spots on a football team. If you could check those 12 boxes, you're a championship team. And as Daniel Jeremiah said at the end of the tweet, it's a fun exercise to compare teams with this focus. And there's a bunch of responses on Twitter or X with people going through different teams or their teams or whatever. And, you know, oh, we check this box, we don't check that box, so on and so forth. But what about the Houston Texans? Do they check all of those boxes? You can let us know on the text line, 713-572-4610. I think the defensive side of the equation is pass rushers. You need 2 of those. Yeah, I think the Texans have 2 of those in Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson.
Oh, yeah.
Best duo of pass rushers in the NFL. Defensive playmakers, it says 3. I imagine that would be separate from the 2 pass rushers, because otherwise it's really just the 2 pass rushers, then adding 1 more playmaker. So I think it's 3 playmakers on defense, plus the 2 pass rushers. That's really 5 out of your 11 defensive players being playmakers.
Yeah.
And I think the Texans check those boxes as well. I mean, you can kind of pick your 3. You could just go solely in the secondary.
Yeah.
I would say.
Just about.
Right?
Yeah.
With Lassiter, Stingley, and then even Jalen Petrie had to throw in there. There's your 3.
And you go to linebackers.
Yeah.
Al-Shaair.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1.
Yeah, I would include him.
Yeah.
Honestly, depending on how he does, I do like the Reed Blankenship addition this year.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a hot take, but I think he could be a playmaker in the back end of the defense this season, especially with those other guys.
Might be adding him to that list, yeah.
Yep, and then this, of course, is excluding Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. For all we know, Caden McDonald lives up to some of that hype that a lot of people have, and even as a rookie, flashes. You know, B. Scott has said on these airwaves he thinks he's kind of that missing piece or the final piece of the puzzle for this defense. So anyways, I mean, pick your poison. Choose your own adventure with this defense. It's why it's the best defense, or at least was last year, best defense.
They're set.
In the league, yeah.
They are set.
They got playmakers, and they have talent at every level. So, again, Texans check those 2 boxes for Daniel Jeremiah on the defensive end. But what about that, of course, is where the real questions come, and that's where the intrigue is around this team. So on offense, he has 3 different categories. Let's work backwards, because it'll be more fun that way. Quality offensive linemen. He said 3. You got to have 3 quality. Now, that's not Pro Bowl. It's just quality offensive linemen, 3 out of 5. And if you look at the Texans, you're looking at Ursary, Teller, Rutledge, Ingram, Braden Smith. Are 3 out of those 5, at least 3, quality? Chris, would you say that they have 3 quality offensive linemen on paper right now?
I'm gonna say yes on paper. Yeah, I'll say yes on paper. Yeah.
The quality part is tough.
I mean, what are we
to quantify?
For offensive linemen, it's always tough. What are we if we're not talking about they have to be a Pro Bowler? What are we saying is a quality? Offensive lineman. What are we going by?
Because are they good enough? Like, I really like the Wyatt Teller edition. I would say he's a quality lineman. Yeah. Braden Smith, I like that edition. I think he should be a quality lineman. So you have 2 there. Then the third one, honestly, it's a little more interesting to me. Ed Ingram, I'm still a little skeptical about. I think he's a good run blocker. I think he needs to be better at pass blocking. I think some of the numbers weren't as kind for him last year. Is he quality, though? Yeah, maybe he's quality. He might be a quality. They signed him to a 3-year deal. He might be a quality guard.
I mean, Ursary, right?
That's what I was going. Yeah, that's what I was working towards. I think Ursary is a quality lineman.
I think he would be number 1 at this point.
If you listen to the station, I love Trent Brown. Trent Brown, even though he might not be a starter, he might be that kind of swing lineman. I think he's still quality if he's healthy. That's a big if. And then we'll see about Keelan Rutledge, the rookie, who will be playing center this year. Maybe he turns out to be a quality. So, yeah, on the low end, I think we can find 3 quality. I think that's the hope. And if not, then obviously they're in big trouble. But the Texans made big enough changes to this offensive line in the offseason. They signed 2 starters, a guard and a tackle. They brought in a first-round pick. They invested a first-round pick on what will be, we believe, their new center. So if they don't have 3 quality linemen this year, then
they might be in trouble.
Then they're in trouble.
But, I mean, right now, all we can do is go off what's on paper.
Yeah.
Because we haven't seen this unit, these guys together as a unit yet in games in games in general that mean something. So,
and that could be the most important thing.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about this with last year's offensive line, the idea of like 5 fingers in a glove. You don't need to have Pro Bowlers at every spot, but if you have 5 guys that work well together,
exactly,
that can be more beneficial. And that could be the case with the Texans' offensive line. Obviously, we have to see the 5 get out there and play together.
Mm-hmm.
But, let's check that box. 3 quality offensive linemen. Then you get to the offensive playmakers. They need 3 of those. Do they have 3 offensive playmakers now on the roster?
And now we're talking running backs, receivers, tight ends, not including a quarterback or anything like that. Yeah.
Right. So do they have 3 there? Obviously, Nico Collins is one.
Yeah, let's. Yeah, we don't even have to mention him. I mean, obviously, he's their playmaker. He's their guy. He's the playmaker.
That's maybe the problem and the concern. So that's one. Do they have 2 more?
Put Montgomery in there, or do we need to see him first? With the Texans, I should say. We've seen him with the past. But
I mean, if I'm being honest with you, I think I want to see him first. But for the sake of the exercise, let's give him the benefit of the doubt.
Let's put him in there.
We'll include David Montgomery.
Okay.
I mean, I do have questions for him.
Yeah.
As like if he is going to be the premier back at this point. But I talked about it the other day. David Montgomery historically has been great in the red zone. The Texans have not been good in the red zone, especially from the running back position. So
feels like that should line up.
Yeah, for that alone, Montgomery. So okay, Nico Collins obviously is one. Let's say. Again, the whole assumption with this exercise is that the offseason moves will work out.
Exactly. Yeah, of course.
Right?
Of course.
Wyatt Teller, Braden Smith, David Montgomery. So we include them on the list. If they don't work out, then the Texans don't check these boxes, and they're also probably not a championship team, to Daniel Jeremiah's point.
Yeah.
You have a failed offseason. The offensive line still struggles. You can't run the football with David Montgomery. You're kind of right back where you are last year or maybe even worse. So to Daniel Jeremiah's point, if these moves don't work, they don't check the boxes, then that's all she wrote. But do they have a third player? We have Nico Collins. We have David Montgomery. This is the big question for me with this offense, this is where I think they're lacking. I don't think they have enough playmakers on offense, specifically in the pass-catching game.
Yeah.
Montgomery, obviously, is in the running game. He'll play a role in catching footballs out of the backfield. But who is that third guy on offense? And for some offenses, it can be pretty easy to find, 1, 2, 3. Like, there's 3 weapons for him. Look, I grew up a fan of the Vikings, so I always think back to the Vikings. But even the Vikings, like you think back to, they have 3 receivers you can point to. Justin Jefferson, now they add Juwan Jennings. And that's not even including T.J. Hawkinson or their multiple running backs, So certain offense, the Rams are another team. You can, 1, 2, 3 right there. Do the Texans, though, do they have that third guy? It's a little bit more of a
I don't know if it's clear-cut.
process, right, to find that third person.
I don't know if it's clear-cut.
the first name, just looking at the roster and the depth chart, the first name with me would be Dalton Schultz.
Mm-hmm.
As that number 3 option.
Right.
As that number 3. And he followed up, you mentioned it earlier, 2 years ago, he didn't have a great year. He followed up last year and bounced back.
Yeah.
Going off that, I'm going to put him at number 3 because as much as we all loved Jaden Higgins last year, he was a rookie. You got to see more. Got to see more. And Jalen Noel, got to see more from him too. Right? And with Tank Dell coming back from that injury, we don't know what we're going to see from Tank Dell. So I think I'm going with Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, I think Dalton Schultz would be my pick too. As the third playmaker. I don't know how great. I'm a Dalton Schultz guy. I've defended him. I defended him on these airwaves 2 years ago when he was struggling and everyone was kicking him. I do like him. I think he could play and will play a big role in the offense this year. But he's also not like there's a ceiling to him. He's not a George Kittle. He's certainly not explosive. He's not a top-end tight end. So, yeah, he is that third quote-unquote playmaker on this team. But my concern is, I don't know if that's still enough. I think we need more explosiveness, and specifically in the outside from the wide receivers, which is why if Tank Dell never got hurt, right, if we had 2023 Tank Dell, then different conversation. But this is my concern with this offense, a lack of playmakers. You have Nico Collins, and then you have to count on David Montgomery having a good year, which very well might happen.
Yeah.
And then you hope Dalton Schultz as the tight end is that other big play receiver.
So if you had to go with someone else, another running back or receiver or maybe tight end, to slide into that third slot ahead of Schultz, who would you go with?
Today I would.
Is there one?
Yeah,
there may not be another one that you feel comfortable with.
I wouldn't go with anyone right now, which is the big question in this offense. Can Jaden Higgins fill that role? Can Jalen Noel? I don't know. Somebody else. Foster Moreau? I don't think so. Xavier Hutchinson? I don't think so. But could somebody like that step up? And then it takes us to the last part of the equation, and that's what we were talking about last segment. But as Daniel Jeremiah said, quarterback.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the $1 million question right now for this team, as we were debating last segment, is do the Texans have the quarterback? They have a good enough quarterback.
Yeah.
He doesn't add a phrase to the court. He said quality offensive linemen, playmakers at the skill positions.
Yeah.
He just said quarterback.
Yeah.
They have a good enough quarterback, obviously. He's won playoff games. Is he a Super Bowl winning quarterback? Well, if you just want to base it off of last year's playoff, then you probably say no. But if you want to base it off what we believe is still a potential based off of his rookie year, then yeah, I think you'd say yes. So some might debate the quarterback position. I think Stroud can be certainly good enough for them to win. So would you say that the Texans do check all of Daniel Jeremiah's boxes of a championship team?
I mean, based on our little exercise, I'd say yeah, because I'm going to go with yes, they have the quarterback. I believe they do, despite the contract issue and CJ wanting an extension, and I think he's going to get it, whether it's this year, next year, whatever. I think he's going to get it, but yeah, I would think that they believe they have their franchise quarterback, and because that's what they drafted him to be.
Yeah. Haven't paid him yet, though.
Yeah, no, they haven't. They have not. But I still think I don't think they want to go back to worrying and wondering, is this the guy? Is this guy the guy? Is this next guy the guy? I don't. It's hard. It's hard to find those guys. It's hard to find that franchise quarterback. Everybody's not going to be a top 5 quarterback, but if you can get a guy that's, top 7 or 8, top 10 with a great defense and a good running game, you can definitely do some things. You can be a contender. I'll even say that.
I think the exercise shows. It states kind of the obvious with the team. We're not worried about the defense.
No,
when healthy.
No.
The only concern with the defense is obviously if they run into injuries, and the depth gets tested. But offensively, it just comes down to some of those questions. And if those questions are answered in a good way for the Texans, then we assume they're going to have a really good year. If those questions don't work out in a good way, if some of the plans this offseason don't pan out, then they might not reach where we hope this team goes. And that's obviously quality offensive linemen. You hope at least 3 out of the 5 linemen work. Again, they brought in 2 new starters and they drafted a 3rd. So if you think already a quality starter, if you think Ursary is already a quality starter, then you only have to hope 1 out of those 3 additions works out.
Yeah.
Playmakers is the other one. Nico Collins. If you want to include Schultz, okay, where's the third one? Well, hopefully the David Montgomery edition works out, and it's not like a Joe Mixon last year, which is worst-case scenario. Or one of these young receivers develops, and he's that third playmaker. And if you can check all those boxes and you get positive answers to these questions that revolve around the offense, including the quarterback, will C.J. Stroud bounce back? Right? If it's a yes, you get yeses to all these things. Obviously, the Texans can have a good year, but it just furthers the idea that these are the questions surrounding this Texans team. Will the offensive line be good enough? Will they have enough playmakers? Will the quarterback be good enough in the biggest spots? On the text line, somebody said, I think Woody Marks as a third down back could be your third playmaker. I like Woody Marks. I don't know if he'd be a third playmaker. And if so, then you're talking two of your three playmakers are from the backfield potentially, and David Montgomery and Woody Marks.
Yeah.
And if we're talking strictly just a third down back, I don't think that's enough of an impact to be one of your top playmakers.
It's tough to be considered an all-around playmaker if you're only primarily in just on third down. That's tough.
Someone said they do not check the boxes until the offensive line proves itself.
Okay.
And the running game.
Fair. That's fair.
And, something about a threat. Stephon Diggs can fill that role, and he's a free agent. That is true. I don't know. I don't know if you want to run it back.
Kind of been there already, right?
Yeah.
But,
Somebody else on the text line said, bring back Diggs. So I guess Stephon Diggs has a...
People like Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
I give him that. People
he had
like
a good year last year, too.
He did. He had an exceptional year.
Yeah. Colonel Chef doesn't like him.
And then there's that.
Yeah. How do you have a great defense when you pay an average quarterback $50 million a year? Yeah, that's a good question. That goes back to, I guess, your last conversation.
Yeah.
So anyways, fun exercise nonetheless from Daniel Jeremiah and what you might think of this Texans team. Let us know, 713-572-4610. We got to get to Figgy's mixtape when we come back. Figgy, what do we got going on?
Man, so crazy trend going on for 8th graders. They are red-shirting. So I want to know how y'all feel about this story, plus receipts from 20 years ago, grocery receipts from 20 years ago. I'm going to go through them, and we're going to see the difference between then and now.
Oh, boy. Can't wait to hear it. We'll do it next. It's In the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we
is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. Before I get to the new trend that these 8th graders that play sports are doing, aka redshirting. Just a quick little update. We talked about Josh Jacobs getting in this situation. I think he had like 5 charges going on. Apparently his lawyers released a statement, and Ian Rapport posted this. He said, "We are extremely pleased that Josh has been released from custody and that no criminal charges have been filed against him. As we previously stated, we encourage everyone to keep an open mind while the matter is fully reviewed. We remain confident that once all of the evidence is gathered and elevated, it will confirm that no charges should be brought against Josh in the future." So that was kind of quick, man.
Yeah.
Like usually that stuff kind of take a little longer. So I guess my nosy self is wondering what happened. What was going on in this situation?
Yeah,
because, it kind of backpedaled real quick,
real fast.
So yeah. So just a little update.
Makes you wonder.
Yeah. But it's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 610. So it's a new trend going on with 8th graders who play sports. They are purposely holding themselves back a year before going to high school, and I kind of want to know how y'all feel about this. Here is Fox News with the story.
So, Sandra, did your parents ever say, you better get your grades up, little lady, or you're going to repeat 8th grade? Well, now some 13-year-olds are doing it by choice, hoping to get into a better school, a bigger scholarship, or more NIL money.
I play baseball because I love the game, but it's cool to know that if I do what I love, I'll get a little bit of money out of it.
Carter Cancelleri is attending 8th grade a second time by choice.
It's given him an extra year to work on both his academic skills and his skills.
15-year-old Carter is part of a growing trend of young athletes reclassing.
It's for students that are currently in 8th grade, and they get an additional year of middle school to delay their start of high school. Once you start high school, you have a 4-year clock, academically and athletically.
Michael Hatcher started the Elite Performance Academy at a public middle school in Orange County, California.
Kids can come in person and have access to 2 separate classes. One is a speed and agility class and also a strength and power class.
After losing students to private schools, Hatcher decided to give parents what they wanted.
I'm witnessing more people doing it and doing it wrong, to be honest, or doing it loudly.
Consultant Shanae Howard offers families a reality check.
It's a 1% chance for them to go D1. 1%. For D2, 1%.
Of 8 million high school students in sports, only 7% will play in college. So far, 10 students signed up for Hatcher's Performance Academy. But across town, enrollment at this private sports program is booming. It's not cheap. Parents pay thousands a year at schools like this, but believe the investment is worth it.
Hopefully when I get to the MLB and I'm making a lot more money than $50K, I'll be able to pay him back.
So skeptics say given the odds of making it D1 or any college sports, kids are better off concentrate, most of them, on academics. On the other hand, Sandra, right, the number 1 pick in this year's NBA draft, expected anyway, did 8th grade twice. So the point is there are options out there for parents who want it.
And that was with the audio.
Wow.
So I want to know, do you feel like this is a good idea? And I want to start with Luke because you over there shaking your head the whole time.
Yeah,
man.
this is terrible. This is disgraceful.
Oh, my goodness.
What are we doing? We have lost the plot. And obviously, look, I'm as big of a sports fan as anybody. It's our livelihood here. We sit here and talk about sports. This is disgraceful. In 8th grade, the lady there at the end had the numbers, the likelihood of actually going and playing in college, let alone like going on professionally. And when your career ends, you need to have something to fall back on. And I say this as somebody, my father played in college. I had a brother who played in college. My father played professionally. But I saw through my brother how tough it is He didn't get to play Division I, and he was a great basketball player. How tough it is to get to that level. And you're doing this in 8th grade. It should be about academics most importantly. And I know we've lost academics when it comes to college athletes, and I get that a little bit more because you're a little bit closer and they're getting paid and all this and that. But we're now at the point where in 8th grade, we no longer care about grades. You're intentionally having the kid. And that was the other part, too. All these people kept throwing in another year to get their academics. It has nothing to do with it. That's not why you're doing it.
Yeah.
Right? It's just simply for the athletics. I think it's just, honestly, these parents should be ashamed of themselves for holding their kids back and ignoring grades and ignoring their education because they think that they're the next superstar that's going to go play Division I and get a little bit of a payday and then go on and go pro. And these are the parents that are the worst at all the sporting events where they think little Johnny's going to play in Major League Baseball.
Everybody thinks that. Yeah,
exactly. Your kid stinks. Make sure he gets his education instead. And sports should be something, it's almost like a hobby. It should be something fun. Just like all these kids that are only focusing on one sport now. I think that's a mistake. Have your kid have different experiences, play different sports, so on and so forth. And now we're even moving past education to focus solely on a sport. As I'll use the word again, I think it's disgraceful.
How do you feel about it, Chris? Like I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you got kids or anything.
I don't.
Okay,
I don't.
So we probably have to ask Ron or maybe Clint how they will feel about something like this. But I'm curious to know how you feel about this.
I don't have kids, but if I did have kids, I wouldn't be going this route, telling them or enabling them to hold back a grade for the sake of furthering their clock or extending their clock in as far as high school goes. No, this is like another mark against this current generation, and there's many marks against this current generation of parents, of students, of just anything you can think of. This is just totally absurd. I can't say it much better than you said, Luke, because this is I don't get this. I don't understand it. Everyone thinks that little insert name here is going to go to the league, whether that be NBA, NFL, MLB, insert professional league that you want, and it's very hard to make it there. It is extremely difficult.
Yeah.
The chances of your son or daughter going professionally in any sport just about is minute. It is.
Also, the other thing I did want to say just real quick, because I don't want to take up all the time here, but I think it's wrong to also teach the 8th grader, like I know money makes the world go around, all that sort of stuff, but sports are supposed to be fun. I think it's wrong that already in 8th grade at the age of like 13, you're already making it all about
NIL.
Trying to get compensated. Like, just go out there and have fun and play basketball and baseball, whatever else, and not worried about trying to get a sponsorship deal when you're 13.
We used to play for free.
Yeah,
like totally free.
Imagine that.
I don't think anybody I knew in my life growing up ever got paid to play basketball. At any point.
Imagine just doing it for the love of the sport or for fun, just for fun. Even if you suck, you're out there, you're having fun. Imagine that.
We used to have to pay to get in some of these spots because jerseys. And all that. It's like all through the city and all this other stuff. But man, like we talk about that in 8th grade. I don't know. That's insane.
Our society continues to devolve.
I guess with the whole NIL thing too, I guess I didn't really consider the high school part of it and how it could trickle on to middle school at some point.
That's sad too.
I don't think anybody did.
If you're donating money to a high school athlete, just go set it on fire instead. That's pathetic as well. Give it to a charity. Who cares about your silly little high school winning the local basketball game?
Yeah, it's sad, man. But we here. It's the Mixtape and Lou Sports Radio 610. So somebody came across a receipt from 2006, a grocery receipt. And so I'm going to rattle off a few items, as some people like to say, and what they are now in 2026. All right, so Post Cereal is a very popular cereal brand. They make almost all of your favorite cereals.
Basically.
So, Post Cereal, back in 2006, they were $1.86. Right now, they are $4.97. So the cereal game is insane.
It's crazy
now, man. And I thought it was expensive back then, or at least my mom used to say. Like some of the Post brands, no, you ain't getting that one. That's too expensive. But now they damn near $5 for a box of cereal.
For a regular size. That's not even family size.
That's the regular size box.
Yeah, this is regular.
That's the regular box.
Yeah, the greatest stunt ever pulled is General Mills convincing you that breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Just skip it.
I'm a breakfast guy, but I get you.
I haven't had breakfast in 2 decades.
Really? Are you serious?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I don't eat breakfast.
Oh, man.
Capri Suns used to be $1.70 back in 2006. Now they are between $3.47 and $8.47.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
Wait, did you say $8?
Yeah,
Come on now.
They probably the packages and all that type of stuff. So yeah, they kind of got a little high.
$8 and come on,
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's just crazy.
Got to get them kids some of the little cheap Huggies. What's the little juicies? Little juicies with the aluminum foil at the top. You just punch it with your fingernail.
I always preferred those anyways. I was never a big Capri Sun kid.
I used to like
Capri Sun's kid, man.
But like my mom said, it was too expensive to get she used to get the little cheap little Huggy juices.
Mm-hmm. The Huggy juice.
Yeah,
love it.
Lay's chips back in 2006 was $2.
Okay,
and now they are between $2.97 and $5.44.
Yeah, chips, that's the one I have noticed at the store. They've gotten pretty pricey.
Up, yeah.
And, half the bag is filled with air anyways,
exactly.
too.
Yeah, I'm going to skip through a few of them.
Yeah.
Vitamin D milk, back in the day, was $3.05, and now it's between $4.27 and $7.87.
Oh, man.
Luckily, I don't drink milk. I drink almond milk sometimes, but I don't do the
I do almond milk.
regular whole milk or, vitamin D anymore.
And then last but not least, the 10 pounds of Reset potatoes.
Ooh.
They used to be $3.96 back in the day, and now they're around $4.54 in 2026. So
that's not too much of an increase. Not too much.
Yeah, so I actually think this list not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Now,
for some items.
Now, going 30 years back, it might be a little worse.
Oh, yeah, you go back to the 90s.
Yeah.
It's going to feel a little different.
Yeah, it might be a little
worse. It's going
worse.
to feel different.
It is tough now. Grocery shopping, it adds up. It's pricey.
Yeah. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. It's the mixtape in the Luke Sports Radio 610. So I was talking to Luke before the show, and Luke is a big reality show guy.
That's right.
So you like some of the mainly the relationship.
Yeah.
Reality.
Married at First Sight, Love is Blind, Perfect Match.
He's real on them.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
hey,
love him.
Salute to his lady, man. I don't know if he'd be watching this if it wasn't for the lady.
That's right, exactly.
Probably not.
Yeah, so I ran across this trailer for, not really a trailer, but it was a news story talking about a reality show based out of Texas Hill Country. So I want to know if Luke would be interested in this.
All right.
All right, well, a whole lot of drama is coming to the Texas Hill Country. The Bravo Network announced a new reality TV series called Secrets, Lies, and Texas Wives, based in Bernie, Texas. That's near San Antonio. Show follows a glamorous group of women balancing family life, ranches, farms, and packed social calendars. But behind the polished image, secrets, affairs, and strained marriages threaten friendships and shake the town's reputation, proving life in the Texas Hill Country is far from perfect.
Is this something you and the old lady would be interested in?
I don't think so. I don't think we typically don't watch these. It actually sounds really interesting. Like, it sounds entertaining. I think it'd be the perfect mix of garbage and whatnot. But we typically watch more of, like I said, just the dating ones. We don't watch like Real Housewives, which I think this would be more of. But I tell you, we did watch The Hunting Wives on Netflix.
The who?
Hunting Wives, which sounds like this, except it was a scripted show, but it was about moms in Texas and all the drama with these, stay-at-home moms.
Yeah.
And so the show wasn't bad. And so this is probably, coming out of something like that. And I love that it's Texas. So it intrigues me, but it's not really up our... We probably won't make my list, but I am intrigued.
Did you ever watch Mob Wives?
No.
Remember Mob Wives?
Yeah.
I thought that was a joke at first.
You thought it was a joke?
Yeah, I thought they were joking because this is around the time it was a whole bunch of wives.
Yeah.
And all these other shows, but when they came out with Mob Wives, I'm like, this can't be real, right?
It was real?
No, it was real. It was wives of some former mobsters and all that stuff. But they just had too much reality TV going on.
Yeah.
So I didn't get into it.
Yeah, it's just not our style. It's just like I never liked Jersey Shore. Like there has to be some sort of, I don't know, I guess just the dating
Some
component.
type of competition.
Yeah.
Okay, you like the competition.
Yeah, I don't want to just watch a bunch of
crazies doing crazy for the sake of crazy.
Yeah, a bunch of bozos just hanging out. Give me something to entertain to watch.
Yeah, did you ever watch the what was the show with Love of Flavor Flav?
No, didn't watch that one.
I did see some of that back in the day. I did see some of that.
I did too. Yeah, that was probably the most reality TV I ever watched.
Yeah,
around that time, and then eventually Love and Hip Hop. I watched like the first season of that, and then I realized I'm like, oh, this is just trashy.
Yeah,
reality show.
That's all.
This has nothing to do with hip hop.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Yeah. All right, that's Figgy's mixtape. There was something. I'll try to find it. There was a text I wanted to refer back to from earlier. Anyways, a lot of opinions coming in on the whole 8th grader thing. I think is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Coming up, we'll wrap up the afternoon. We'll catch up with the fellas from The Drive as well, see what they got going on. It's In the Loop.
Just how big was Tatsuya Ima?
Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Fellas are out today as we wrap things up on this Wednesday. We'll check in with the guys of the drive, see what they got going on today. Luke Morrow alongside Chris Partee, Figgy Fig as well. Appreciate you hanging with us on this Wednesday. Hopefully the weather got a little bit better out there. It's pretty nasty this morning. 713-572-4610 to get to us on the text line or in the YouTube and Twitch chats as well. We'll talk about the Astros here in a moment. You know, I wore my Knicks T-shirt today, just especially for you, Chris.
I know you did.
Yeah.
I saw that.
I know how much of a Knicks fan you are these days.
Yeah. No, not really.
I saw a texter yesterday when we were talking about the NBA playoffs, and they said they disliked the Knicks so much. This was a presumed Rockets fan. They
presumed?
Yeah, they said they disliked the Knicks so much, they said that they'd rather the Spurs win the NBA Finals than the Knicks.
Wow.
I know. I was surprised by that.
I'm with them on that, but yeah, wow.
You'd rather have your rival win than the Knicks?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
That's how I feel about the Knicks.
Now, if I'm being honest, I wore this shirt on Thursday when I was in with B. Scott because the Knicks were either playing that night or they were just coming off a win.
Yeah.
And then I got to be honest, I didn't wash it since Thursday, but I knew I was going to be in with you, and I said,
oh, really?
Let me throw on my Knicks shirt.
My dirty, crusty Knicks shirt?
Well, that was going to be my question. Do you guys wash your shirts after every wear, or do you wear a shirt multiple times before a wash?
It depends on what I've done that day.
Right.
You know, if I'm out and about, I'm out here, it's Houston, it's hot and humid, I'm sweating it through it, then yeah, I'm going to throw it in the hamper.
For sure.
But
if
I'm
sweating it, I'm never wearing it again until I wash it.
If it's one of those days where I just went out, maybe I ran an errand and I was in the house most of the day and I wore the shirt for maybe, 30 minutes and it wasn't one of those kind of days, then yeah, I'll probably wear it again.
I know it looks like hard work here, what we're doing, but I don't think I sweat a whole lot Thursday in this shirt with B. Scott, so I think it was okay.
Probably not.
Figgy, do you re-wear shirts or do you wash them after each wear?
I usually, the only shirts I don't wash immediately is like a button-up shirt or something like that. Where, because usually I'm not doing any hard work in the button-up shirt. You know, where if I keep it clean, if I'm not sweating and nothing, I'll put it back on the hanger. But for the most part, I sweat a lot. So I I couldn't get away with wearing it again.
I did give it the sniff test this morning. I said, I think we're good.
Did it pan out?
Smelled the pits. Yeah.
Smelled the pits, huh?
Yeah. Gave myself a shower of cologne or body spray. And I said, I think we'll be okay. I think we'll make it through today.
Hey, salute to you for even admitting that.
Oh, yeah.
Because people would have just lied.
Shout out.
Yeah, I washed it and, wore it again.
No shame. I'm more curious in the, kind of the acceptance or what you guys do with your shirts.
Yeah.
I'm with you on the button-ups, but for me, honestly, it's more of an intimidation factor. I wash my button-up shirts as little as possible because I always feel like I'm going to ruin them
if you wash them too much.
Yeah. I actually be super careful with my button-up shirts. Like, I try not to get anything on it and all that stuff so I could just put it back just how I found it.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you.
And I don't wear my button-ups to – are we talking about the full button-up all the way down? Is that what we're talking?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I don't wear those shirts that often these days anyway. So, if I do, I'm more of a collar shirt with a polo type shirt guy.
Okay. Yeah.
Most of the time.
Like a couple buttons.
And I'm good. Yeah. Throw it on over my head. I'm good to go.
Yeah, that's right. So on the text line, someone said the Knicks are a fun team to watch, but because Stephen A. I hate them.
And see, that's the reason why I didn't want the Knicks to win. It's just the media love, and I feel like Knicks fans could be very obnoxious.
Thank you.
No, they are. They can be.
And I don't have a problem with the team at all,
excluding Patrick Creighton, our resident Knicks fan, one of them.
Yeah, sometimes it just be like, oh my God, y'all jumping in front of the cameras while a person doing a report and just all the chants. That just drives me nuts. That's what make me want them to lose. But in the heart, I don't have a problem with it.
Also excluding Luka, of course, he's also a Knicks fan.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even know you was a Knicks fan. No, because
he never talks about it. That's why.
Yeah, admittedly, I am a bit of a front runner Knicks fan.
Oh,
I come from a family of Knicks fans.
Oh, well, I mean that makes you. Then you're a Knicks fan.
But yeah, I was
not really a front runner.
I was never really a diehard. My dad, and my brother are more into them.
But did you have another team?
Yeah, I kind of. So that's the thing. That's
okay,
why.
So you did.
I kind of jumped on the Orlando Magic bandwagon because Penny Hardaway was my favorite player.
Okay.
Yeah. And then obviously Shaq. And I love that whole
back
team.
in the day,
yeah, in the 90s. So
good.
I jumped on the Magic. So to be honest, I flip-flop. Whichever team's good. If the Magic are having a good year, okay, I'm a Magic fan again. If the Knicks are having a good year, I'm a Knicks fan. So
that's fine.
I admit.
You was never a Celtics fan?
No. I mean, we went to plenty of Celtics games, and we had no issue with the Celtics, even though we were Knicks fans.
Yeah.
But no, I wouldn't say a fan.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, kind of rooted for them at times when they were good, when they had, Pierce and Garnett and Ray Allen.
Nothing wrong with that. Coming up, I was a Sonics and Pacers fan.
Sonics, Pacers?
Yeah, Reggie Miller and Gary Payton were my favorite players, so those were my teams. And when the Sonics left, I left with them. I'm not a Thunder fan.
Yeah.
But I still like the Pacers, though, even though Reggie Miller hasn't played in ages. But, I still like the Pacers. Yeah.
I'm typically very anti, you can't have two teams. But just when it came to the NBA, I was always like an NBA. Before that was cool. Before all the kids were doing it now, I was just like an NBA fan. I was a fan of the league.
Yeah.
I wasn't, a diehard about a specific team. We watched the Knicks, all the time, but I just didn't have the same passion for them as some of my other teams. Someone said a shirt always smells like the outside once you wear it outside.
Well, I mean.
And then they also said downtown air is something. Well, that's fair, but I didn't go downtown in this shirt. This isn't my downtown shirt, okay?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
That's not your downtown shirt?
This is not.
A little snazzy.
This is not my downtown shirt.
That's your Greenway Plaza shirt.
That's right.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Shirt. I don't even know where you stay. But
yeah.
Galleria shirt.
Galleria.
I used to live in the Galleria area.
Yeah?
Now I'm in West U. But again, I don't know. I don't even know what part of town this would be where we are now. People say.
This is Greenway. I just say Greenway Plaza.
Yeah, that's where we at.
Or Upper Kirby.
That's where we at.
Kirby. Okay, that's a good one.
There we go.
I say just give me the exact directions and I'll look them up.
Right.
Hey, Astros tonight continue their series with the Rangers. The Astros had that no-hitter on Monday. Nice win. Last night, down 8-0 in the first inning. Did battle back. Made it look a little better in the box score, but still lost 10-7. Series continues tonight and tomorrow, and tonight we get Burrows on the mound. So if Ime can turn it around with 6 no-hit innings Monday night against the Rangers, maybe this is the recipe for Burrows to get going as well with his 5.75 earned run average. Going up against Jacob deGrom, who's got knocked around the last couple of times. 7:05 first pitch tonight. Burrows, do you take any hope from Ime Monday night and think that, Mike Burrows can have a nice start tonight against these Rangers on the road?
I think it might be rough.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think it might be rough just based on what we've seen out of him recently. Yeah, I don't know about that.
I got to check. Let me check the betting line. I'm curious. I mean, with deGrom against Burrows, the Rangers should be pretty heavy favorites. I'm also curious just of the total. Rangers are favored, -144.
Yeah.
The total's been bet down to only 7. Over-under is 7.
Okay.
So we'll see. Maybe most of those runs come from the Rangers side then. We'll see how the Astros do against deGrom. But this lineup has been hitting the ball really well the last 3 days. Jordan now leads the league in OPS. Christian Walker, despite that misplay yesterday that was costly, has been swinging a good bat. And then Cam Smith hit one of the longest home runs in Astros history yesterday since they've been tracking it. And for some reason, he plays much better on the road than he does at home. And that's something he's going to have to sort out.
Well, that's something that we can that's hope right there. That's what that is for fans. That's hope. Yeah, that's a little bit of hope.
At least for 81 games out of the year, you can try to count on Cam Smith.
Count on him
when the team's away from
half the time.
Yeah. 281 said at least Knicks fans show up in the first quarter. So there's a dig at Houston.
Now that's
fans.
A shot right there.
Yeah.
Directly.
And another text said if the Rockets were in this situation, their fans would be just as bad as Knicks fans.
Think so?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, man. I think it's
York is it's just different when it comes to stuff like that.
Yeah. Obnoxious. I think really the whole Northeast. You talk about Philadelphia fans, you talk about New York fans, Boston fans.
Philly might be the absolute worst.
Yeah, there's some of the most frustrating fan bases in sports in general. So anyways, hey, Crosstalk is sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing, and the fellas of the drive are in here, Ron and Clint.
What's going on, guys?
What's up, freaks?
What's going on? How often do you wash your shirts? Do you wash your shirt after every wear, or do you wear it multiple times?
My shirts?
Yeah, like a T-shirt, like that T-shirt. Will you wash that after you wear that today?
Hold on, dog.
Or do you wear it multiple times before you wash it?
Bro, like there's only one answer to that question.
There could be exceptions to every rule.
Luke. Listen, I didn't know where
I love the seriousness in Ron's.
We were going. Like, hey man, I might roll some jeans over.
Yeah,
I might roll some jeans.
Rolling the jeans over.
I definitely roll the jeans over.
Hey, Doug. Hey, man. It's your armpits. Your armpits is in this, Judge.
Yeah.
You can't re-watch it. Wear a shirt and not go out and be serious about it. Maybe I might throw on the shirt to go cut the grass or something maybe the undershirt I wore earlier. But this ain't be like, you know what?
What if you didn't do a lot in the shirt that day?
No, bro. There's
ain't no coming back from that.
Listen, I judge the hell out of you. If you go home and you, after a day, you take your shirt off and you say, I got one more in this.
I got one more.
Nah, that don't go right to the hamper. I don't care if you're underneath. That's just weird.
He's judging us all.
And what about button-down shirts? Do you wash button-down shirts after every wear?
Yes, man. What you talking about, man? A shirt, it's your armpit. This is.
You talking to a guy that pits really bad.
I'm sorry, Clint. You get multiple wears out of a shirt.
I have. Yeah. If I wear it all day long, no.
At Baytown, I'm not talking about at Baytown, Lee. I'm talking about since you have.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
You have taken off a shirt before, and you said, "Man, I got another one."
I mean, I can tell you right now. I've done it multiple times in the last month. Yeah, there's no question about it. I get up. There are times when I get up in the morning and I'm digging through something and I got a stack of clothes and I just smell it and I can smell a little cologne on there still. Means I throw it back on, baby. Smell good. Right. Smell good. Keep on keeping on. I don't have a major pit problem.
That's my quarterback.
I'm just telling you, man. Jeans. Hell, I'll wear breeches. The only time I'm like, if there's something on them, or if they're so baggy because I've stretched them out so much that I need them tightened up a bit.
I'm guessing you've done it before. I'm guessing you picked this. You get multiple wears out of a shirt.
Well, because I made the admission. I wore this shirt Thursday last week with B. Scott here because the Knicks had just won. I think the night before. And then when I found out I was working with Chris today and he hates the Knicks, I said, well, let me go dig up my Knicks shirt, but I hadn't washed it after I wore it Thursday.
Where'd you go digging it up for?
It was like, it's not the end table. My shirt's wine table at the bed. At the foot of the bed. I picked it up. I gave it the sniff test. I said, it smells fine. Doused, did the whole cologne bath, and I said,
Ron's facial expressions are just priceless.
How many times you done it?
I've done it before. Now, I did just do laundry, so this shirt is clean. I didn't rewear this one. I did just do laundry a couple days ago. But
I've come in from church. Now, if we don't get real critical here, I've come in from church and just hung my shirt back up. I throw that thing on at 9:40 when we leave the house. We sit through church to about 10 to about 11. Go straight back to the house.
Church got AC,
that's going
right?
back. That's
Church
going,
got AC, right?
No question. That's going back in. I'm trying to help my wife out a little bit. I don't want to overload her. We're load managing our laundry here.
Yeah.
Load management. Laundry load management.
I'm load managing my wife's laundry. I'm going to wear my breeches 2 or 3 times. I'm going to wear most shirts multiple times.
I get if you maybe you ran this. Oh, I ran to the store real quick, or I had this on for an hour.
That's how it starts.
Yeah, I get that.
That's how it starts.
Nah, man, that church service, man. That's.
Oh shoot, that's a button up. That's hung back up for sure.
That's breakfast. That's every bit of 3 hours. In that 3-4 hours, man, we just.
I'll give you 3.
Got to start over.
I'll give you 3.
We got to start over.
I'll give you 3. I'm gonna tell you, man. My biggest concern is not that I've worn it before. My biggest concern is cross contaminating my colognes. You know what I mean? I got to be like, oh, which one is that? I can't hit that other one. That just now you're handcuffing me to one cologne. But all right, hell, it's clean enough. Let's do it, boys. Oh yeah, I'm a multi. Yeah, no question. I've seen Sunbuck too.
I wore this shirt for the day. I'm then going to turn back and wear that shirt again for the day without it being washed.
No, I don't think I do that.
That's what I think. That's what you just did, though. I think you wore that.
I didn't wear it.
You wore that to work. You wore that to work last Thursday.
He let it air out. He let it air out for about 3 days.
But he didn't sweat it. He didn't sweat it up.
That's for the day.
He didn't sweat it up.
How many hours you had that on? 6, 7.
You don't live far. You don't live far from me.
Probably. I put it on before coming in.
That's a day. That's a day.
That's a day. That's a day right there.
That's a full day, Jack.
Oh man!
And you have not washed that shirt in between.
No, I didn't wash it. No,
you just said let's go for it.
And I threw it on before I came in today. About 4 or 5 hours ago. Yeah.
That old bench at the end of the bed is a good catch-all, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Gets me in trouble.
My wife gets me in big trouble. My wife's like, "Are you gonna plan on cleaning this at any point in time?"
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm known to get a pile of
throw
clothes
it in
going.
the dryer for 5 minutes.
Ooh.
With a dryer sheet. It's all good to go for another day.
That's not a bad move.
Freshen it up.
I should have done that before I came in today.
You ever been low on underwear and had to grab you a pair that hadn't come out of the dryer?
Just went out and bought some, huh?
Well, no, I mean, what do you mean that didn't come?
Have you ever had realized that you were out of clean underwear and just said, "Hey, man, you got a pile of dirty laundry over there"? Have you ever picked up a pair of underwear and put them back on?
No.
Never.
Never.
Get the hell out of here!
I will just
you are lying through your teeth.
I will just go without.
You are not. You are
just
not
go free ball it.
I will just go without.
I'm not saying you do it. I'm not saying you would do it by design or on purpose. But I mean, you've never been forced. Oh, I have absolutely.
Stop trying to make me the weird one. No, I have not. Taking off, put back
these golf draws. Give me a little sniff.
Come on, dog.
I ball them up like my wife's draws. And
if they pass the sniff test,
hey, get a little smell. Oh shoot, that's clean. I can still smell the laundry detergent. I don't smell ass. I smell laundry detergent. Yeah, it's clean.
This is Scott.
It's got out of hand.
This
is Scott.
I'm just telling you, it's
written all over.
No, it is happening,
man.
I hate to break it to you. I hate to break it to you. I was a minority where I grew up, and there's a bunch of Hispanics out there and a lot of black dudes out there that wear their draws real long.
That third America.
And multiple times.
I didn't say about that third America.
That ain't.
Hey man, just pull up.
Don't do that.
What is going on? Country, man. Come on, man. Some dudes that just, hey man, I ran out of draws. Let me go throw these dirty ones back on
hey man,
for the day.
It's what you got.
Jack. No, you got on them pants. Just make sure you don't zip your stuff up.
This one got away from you,
Doug.
I've never got away from you.
I've never gone that far.
I'm just telling you, I have.
And it's he gonna say, "Oh, come on. Don't act like you ain't never wore drawers twice." No, man. Ain't nobody.
You've never.
No,
like,
Clint. No, I don't know. No matter how you say it.
I've done that this month. Hell, I've done. I mean, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
No.
Absolutely. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Where do we go from there?
I just go with that.
I mean, again, Luke. It's the church. It's the church deal.
Yeah.
Right, like most of my workout gear it's got the liner in it, so it's I don't wear my normal draws and so I mean it's you give me a good pair of church draws that had been in the church house on Sunday morning and I came in and maybe went swimming or maybe and threw right there. The next day I realized my drawers were a little empty. My wife hadn't done laundry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let me pick them things up. That's gangsta.
Only warm for a few hours, you say.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying I mowed the yard in some drawers and warm the next day. I mean, obviously. But no, just give me the old smell test. They're all right. They're good to go.
Give them the old smell test.
I don't think Ron's okay, by the way.
No. I just
Ron
don't.
is just disgusted right now.
My man.
He's disgusted.
My man got one clipper. Shaves it all.
Yes, that's true. Very true. Very true.
Shaves it all, Judge.
Yeah. Now, I don't typically use the clippers on my face, but if I did need to, I would not hesitate.
Hey, my man said, I don't want to contaminate my cologne.
You can't do that.
But I sure will go sniff them drawers. And if
I sniff them all.
And if they all right, I'll throw them.
Absolutely.
I'll throw them back.
I'm telling you, you ought to try it, man.
No.
You ought to try it, man. You save $40. Hey, over a 6-month period, it's at least one load of clothes you save.
Hey, I may be cheap. I may be
You're saving water and electricity.
I may be cheap.
You're not that cheap.
I'm not gonna go out and go buy them, but I won't wear them.
Hey, man, get you a sniff.
Nah, man, I ain't got one in me.
You get out of that shower and you ain't got none, man. You look around, them old stripes, them old neon stripes you got are sitting on the floor, man. Give them a sniff test.
I fart too much throughout my day. Damn.
Well,
to go to doubling up.
To go double up.
I mean, he got to define a fart. I'm afraid they're bordering on a shark now.
Whatever. I'm telling you, I fart too much.
It happens.
I don't need. I know what I know what I did in the 3 o'clock hour. I don't need.
Ron's like my little cousin. It's like we got to redefine shark now. I mean, you are crapping your britches. You're not. That was not an accident.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Let's hit a smell.
Oh, there ain't no doubt, man. Hell, I sniff socks. I'll pick up some socks that I ain't real sure how long I wore and be like,
"Now I've done that before."
Oh, okay. So your feet's different than your ass.
We have the line now. We have a line.
But I've not done it to go out. Like for instance, like if I'm about to go run or if I'm about to go work out,
sure.
I might throw on them socks I had on yesterday.
Fair.
And put those on because I know I'm going to take a shower afterwards.
Yeah.
But I ain't going to say, I'm going to throw them drawers on. Let me sniff them up first.
Hey, so
I
we're on to something.
I feel like, Clint, you haven't even sniffed before. You just went and thrown them on. You don't even know what you
Well, if I know those are the ones I took off last night and all we did was run to dinner real quick and home, then maybe if I know, but if I'm unsure, I sniff. I'm just telling you.
He just keeping it real.
If I'm unsure, I sniff, and if he passed the smell test, I'll put you on my feet, I'll put you on my sack, whatever. My ass, whatever. I'll do it all.
You're
T-shirt.
Better late than never. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. By the way, in the text line, they said, Ron, you can't stand on the high ground raw dogging the same towel 3 days in a row.
I did not. It took discipline to not bring the towel up.
Yeah, you can bring it up. That towel dries on that drying rack. You're sniffing your drawers and putting them back on, man.
Ask Boss Lady if she's ever sniffed her shirt and put it back on. Not her drawers, her shirt.
Ask her at all. Ever sniffed them panties and put them back on?
Oh, God.
You sniffed them panties and put them back on? No, not the way you perspire. No, man. I tell you, man, this is two Americans, y'all. I'm sorry, man. Sorry, Chris. This is two Americans, man.
I'm glad somebody else was on my side.
Hey, man, and it's crazy. I know a lot of people. I know a lot of black folks didn't grow up with no money. We ain't doubling up no drawers.
Boss lady said T-shirt, absolutely. She said panties, no chance.
Okay. I bet you that shirt she got on right now, she ain't gonna just.
Well, that was a pink suit.
She ain't gonna just put that bad boy down on the counter somewhere and just say, "Here, I'll wear it next time."
Oh, no question. You think she sends those kind of suits to the cleaners every time? She dresses up every day. Boss lady is one of the best dressed out there.
Oh yeah.
No chance she wears her suits multiple times. And I say suits; these are obviously not suits with all kind of shirts underneath them. That was a sleeveless vest.
I don't know if I can move on here.
I'm just telling you. I think she's worn that pink suit right there at least twice before today without washing.
See what you got started, Luke?
I know. Hey, listen, I know Colin mid-C. I know your mama wouldn't dare let you just keep wearing your drawers over.
Well, mama don't know won't hurt her.
Oh, man.
Oh, I guarantee you, Colin's got up and put the same stuff on knowing there were skid marks in them. I guarantee you.
Come on, man.
Colin's the kind of old boy that, his socks will stand up in the corner and he'll put them hose on. I guarantee you.
Shut up, man.
I guarantee
you. Come on,
oh,
man.
there ain't no doubt. Promise you.
I'm sorry, Luke. You said everything you needed to say.
Yeah. In case you couldn't tell, Drive is live. You guys can take it from here.
Hey, man, I'm telling you.
All right, the drive is live. God, where's Tyler when you need him? Tyler would be absolutely disgusting.
Oh, there's no question.
Absolutely disgusting.
He is a pit
I cannot
machine.
wait till his ass gets back here. This fool right here to tell you this. Because Tyler pits like I do. There is just no unbelievable with this thing. The drive is live. You heard Tyler is out today. Mid-C, Colin, Seabass. You hear him on Area 45 every night.
Super producer Colin.
That guy, he is in with us.
You want to get Jesse in here and ask her the T-shirt and underwear question? Hey, Luke, tell Jesse to come here.
We'll catch her in the break.
Okay.
We'll catch her in the
I
break.
want it live, man.
We'll catch her afterwards. Let's look at the next segment. All right.
We're gonna bring it up again.
Yeah. Why not, man? That's gonna be I want to see.
Next segment. Hey, coming up.
I'm telling you, man, if I wasn't the only black person in this office right now, I'd really like to.
B. Scott's definitely multiple. B. Scott is sniffed and he's multiple.
Yeah, 440. I give you the T-shirt with Brandon. Brandon ain't never worn no draws twice. I did no chance.
I'll bet you.
No chance. No, man, that dude keeps cologne and spraying it. No chance. The shirt I'll give you. He got family in Silsbee, Texas. So I think he might.
I think because he smoked some darts, I think there's a better chance he's wore his draws twice in the T-shirt.
Oh, boy. All right, that's Clint. Those of you on the text line, 713-572-46, appreciate jumping in. YouTube and Twitch, you've already been involved in this thing. Yeah, man, listen, that's one of the great things about radio. You just don't know what the hell you're rolling into. Somebody texting, y'all are all lying. Clint is right. Listen, that might be your experience. I'm telling you right now, I have never doubled up on no draws, and I don't wear shirts. Not all day shirts that I'm gonna wear and then just go ahead and fire them back up the next time I'm wearing without a watch. Not a chance in hell. Now, somebody who may do it, maybe Jason Alexander. He should just go. Jason Alexander should have burned all of his draws and his shirts in the middle of the inning, in the middle of that first inning. I mean, Clint, we just started talking about it yesterday, boy. Ooh, here you go, man. Maybe this is them starting to make a move, right? This pitching's been pretty good. And Clinton said, man, we just getting away from. Boy, there's times I get in that car, man, and they start at 6-10. And it's 3-0.
Hey, 45 minutes to an hour. It's three or more than nothing.
Jason said, "Hold on, Jack. Let me show you 8." It was 8-0 after the first inning. All right, yes, Christian Walker didn't help with that ball that he generally is able to be able to handle in his sleep, but that still didn't mean he had to give up all those other hard hit balls that were all around the park. And Clint, it was just over before the damn thing even started. And shout out to the Astros and their offense. Jordan's going to try to drag him to the finish line alone, including his last out, which was hit like 113 miles an hour, right, handcuffing the third baseman. But they stayed in it, ended up losing 10-7. But Clint, this is why you always pause with this group, and they cannot get Hunter Brown here fast enough, Clint, because they just have several candidates that potentially get starts. Mike Burrows is one today. They've got several candidates, Clint. Now, maybe it ain't nothing, but just get you to a place where they put you behind the 8 ball before you even get on the field and before the game even gets settled. Multiple, like Burrows is a candidate. Alexander's done it. Emai's done it. Lance has done it. That Weiss fella, he's done it.
Oh, what happened to him? He's
in Sugar Land. I watched him. I told you I went to the game in Sugar Land on Mother's Day, and he gave up a home run on the very first pitch of the game.
How do you do the rest of the way?
Listen, they just got a lot of guys, Clint. They just put you in a position where, like, well, let's shock you. Mike Burrows has gotten 3-0 a lot, multiple times this year. He has gone 3-0 in the first, and that is just so difficult to deal with when you got multiple cats that are not just capable of it, because everybody's capable of it. But sometimes it's a 50-50 proposition with some of these guys.
Yeah, look, here's the deal. The silver lining is double here. One, the bats are coming back around and they're swinging them well. Obviously, Jordan 2 bombs. Who else? Cam Smith hit a bomb.
Yeah, he did.
One of the longest bombs in Astros history.
Well, yeah, Payne had stuck one out there too.
Yeah, but so that part of it, and then the silver lining on the pitching side of it is that we're not going to depend on Jason Alexander. And so I'm not going to get to. I hope not. I'm not going to get too excited or too down about what Jason Alexander went out there and did. Now I would like to see him pitch better when he gets his opportunity. But if he is in the mix, if he is in the conversation down the stretch here, we ain't going to sniff the playoffs, even in this pissy poor division.
Yeah, no, you're not. And yes, Jason Alexander. That's you said. You hope Hunter Brown can get here fast enough, but still within it, Clint. You turn the corner, and like, how are you feeling walking into Emai starts?
Yeah,
here we go. Let's hope today. You feeling good about Burrows on the mound? Like you feel good about Mike Burrows on the mound? I feel like Mike is going to. And by the way, Jason Alexander pulled out of Mike Burrows. Mike Burrows has his own personal quality start, the Burrows quality start, which means he goes 6. Now he doesn't fill the 3 runs or less.
He'll stick in there and go for the long haul.
He'll go the half of it. Alexander went 6 innings yesterday, 9 earned. Who the hell allows somebody to stay in for that long? But
somebody's short-staffed.
Somebody say you got to eat these up.
Hey, you got to give him credit.
Give Jason Alexander credit.
No, I do not have to give him credit, Colin. No, I'm not giving him credit for ending the game before it started. No. No, to hell with what you did the rest of the way. You gave up 8 runs to kick it off. No, I'm not giving you credit for hanging in there. No, I'll give the offense credit for hanging in, but I'm not giving you credit for giving up 8 runs to start the damn game. No, the hell with your 1 run you gave up over the next 5. It didn't matter. The Rangers were trying to get out of there. Somebody had dinner and whole plans later. No, I'm not giving him credit. No.
He gave us a long runway to try to come back, didn't he, Colin?
Yeah, I guess. No, he gave you a long runway that you had to run to get to. 8-0. God, man, he gave up that 3-run home run. I mean, my God, Jock Peterson came back around up to the plate and just went deep on your ass. Lord have mercy. No, I'm not giving. He doesn't get any credit. None. Mike, don't do it today. Can we get to the?
Mike's going to have us a big day today.
Is he?
Mike's going to have us a big day.
I know Mike's going 6.
Here's the key. Get him out in 5. If he gets through 5 safely,
Mike's
get him
going
out.
6.
Don't push the envelope now. Take what you can get from Mike. If you get a good 5 with 1 or 2 runs, get his ass out of there. Don't give him the 6 because that second home run's coming and it's going to bust it wide open.
Yeah, he will. All right. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Nico Collins, they took care of him at least for the next couple of years. Let's have a conversation about the number 1 weapon on this team. How would you describe Nico Collins? Would you describe him as disappointing? We'll discuss that coming up next.
We're going to talk about the number 1 weapon on this team.
anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the iHeartRadio app. Tune in and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Did a little poll around the old office. Jesse, with you on the shirt. Just not with you on the draws. She said she doesn't really wear them, so that
probably pretty easy to keep the ones you have clean if you don't wear them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hannah and her fiance were absolutely appalled with you on both fronts.
They're lying. I've met them both, and I hope they're listening.
Parker,
I've met them both. I know I'm not going to accuse you of wearing your draws multiple times, sniffing your draws, but I would be willing to bet multiple mortgage payments that you've wore shirts twice.
Parker, our boss,
no
Kristen,
question,
and Aaron were appalled at you with the underwear, specifically very concerned
about what
the underwear. The re-wearing of the underwear. None of them said not a chance, no chance. Parker said he would drive to Walmart. Kristen said she would Amazon them. And Aaron was like me, I just won't wear underwear for a day until we have to wash them.
Yeah.
They didn't agree with you on the shirts. Now, Parker said, like, if I have a lounge shirt at the house.
Well, I don't even like, look. I'm gonna tell you again. I'm gonna bet another house. I'm mortgage payment. I guarantee you, within the last month, Parker has worn the same shirt twice. Guarantee you.
Without
guaranteed.
Wash.
Yes, yeah, without wash. Yeah, absolutely. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, 100%, Ron. No doubt. No question.
I don't know.
I'm just telling you
what he told me.
Now again, I'm sure you set me up right there to fail.
I didn't set you up. I said exactly what you said.
I'm not asking. Like, if you do you wash a shirt every time after you wear it before you wear it again? Obviously, after you work out, or obviously if you wear it for a full work day or something, you're not going to go home and hang it back up in the deal. But are there times? Yeah, absolutely, 100%. They're lying. I think every one of them are lying. And I think half of them are lying about their underwears.
No. I mean, Jesse flinched on the underwear. I said, "Oh my God, Jesse, you do it?" She said, "No, I just don't wear them." Said,
well, she had to think about them. She had to think about it.
I think she's done it before. I'll be honest with you. I think she has done.
Forgot whether now she's in a forgetful spot. If she wears draws on a Saturday and then goes all week with no draws, and Saturday rolls back around, she wants to throw a pet on. She's hit the old sniff test, man.
Drawer.
Is it I don't know what kind of detergent they wear.
I feel like she's got them in the drawer. I feel like she goes to the drawer before she has to make a reach for the one she had worn on Tuesday.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of a stretch with if we're talking women's draws, that'd be a little rough. I'll be honest with you. That'd be. Yep.
That's what Febreze is for. That's the last thing I'm reading on that, guys. Come on. Please, I pray that you're talking about the shirt. I really do. I pray that you're talking about the shirt. All right. Nico Collins, we talked about it yesterday with his new deal over the next 2 days. Clint puts his annual base salary at $29 million this year, $29.2 million next year. And that puts him in the top 10 highest paid wide receivers in the NFL. And his numbers over the last 3 years, and even with him missing, I'd say at least 2 to 3 games at the very least. One of those, he only played 12 and 24. He's missed significant time, missed a playoff game last year. He's had over 1,000 yards the last 3 seasons and has been one of the best receivers in football despite missing time. And even in the playoffs, he's played 5 games. He's got 26 catches, 388 yards, and a couple of touchdowns as well. as we know he missed that game against the Patriots. But I look at this, Clint, and I look at this to the people, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. How would you – is Nico Collins –
No.
Is he at all in your mind disappointing? Because I say that because I've seen people roll through with the – like when they think of Nico Collins, it's the injury stuff and he can't stay healthy is one of the first things that jumps to people.
Well, yeah, the injury thing is disappointing to not have him. I mean, the reason you have him and the reason that you pay him is so that in moments like last year in the playoffs, you've got him. He's available. I mean, that is a definitely a problem and was a problem for – and hell, look, injuries have been a problem for the Texans across the board since DeMeco got here. Offensively, anyway. So yeah, that is a real problem for Nico Collins. And you know the staying healthy thing is a big part of paying somebody $30 million a year. So the expectations are he's available when you play your big games throughout the year. He's available when you get to the playoffs and you need him the most. So that's not ideal. But look, I think Nico has done more with less. I think Nico, when you talk about the top 10 receivers in the league, and you talk and make it top 12, make it top 15, I don't care how you slice it. The majority of those guys are the entire offense is built around them. The entire, let's say, the entire pass game is at the very least is built around them. The problem with Nico is he's in a similar boat, in my opinion, as C.J. Stroud. In this no offense has been built around him. I mean, there's no triggers in an offense. Been here, unless Davis Mills is playing, we've never looked up and been like, boy, they're going to get Nico the ball, ain't they? I think there's been 2 or 3 times. There was once with Bobby Slowick, CJ's rookie year, where we were like, hey, they're moving him around a little bit. And then definitely when Davis Mills is in the game, Davis is looking his direction and throwing the ball. For the most part, Nico is boy, if the system says throw me the ball, that's when I get the ball. And so, you know, I think that's the what's held Nico back from being putting up bigger numbers or being a bigger part of the offense.
I stand by. I think overall, and you'll tell me if I'm wrong with this. I think that is Nick Caserio's best draft pick. You got Nico in the 3rd round, and he has been a all Pro Bowl player. 1,000 yards every year, and like that's you don't usually get that top 10 receiver in the 3rd round. I think that's so his play isn't disappointing, but much like I think what you were saying is it's other stuff that's disappointing that's out of his control. Now some may say that he can control some of the injury stuff. I don't know. Like last year, you can't control concussions, right? And that's what he missed. You know, the games he missed for were concussion early in the year and then an unfortunate one. Now, maybe some of the lower leg injuries from the hamstrings and the calves that have been problems over the past couple of years, that's it. And then the other part that's just disappointing is, and I think this is kind of one is, I just think there are limitations to what his production could be because of the offense and what's around him. I think that part is disappointing, in which it does feel like when he's on the field, they're not getting enough out of Nico or getting the most out of Nico like they could. That part is disappointing, and we'll see what happens this year 2 with Nick Haley and our offense, but it doesn't seem like this offense is trending towards being able to get the absolute best out of him.
No question about it. It's not geared. He is just another, in terms of the offense, he's just another receiver. There is absolutely nothing. I mean, I can count on one hand, since Nico's been in the league, I can count on one hand where watching the game, you were like, yeah, they're doing anything even remotely unique to get Nico Collins the ball. They are a lineup. It's the same thing with C.J. Stroud. It is everything is dependent on the perfect play call versus the perfect defense. and the quarterback seeing the coverage pre and post snap perfect and making the throw. There's nothing of like, hey, I don't give a damn what the defense is doing. I'm taking this snap and I'm popping it to Nico right now, right? I'm taking this snap. I'm going to line Nico up in the backfield. I'm going to drop back and I'm going to throw a swing route to Nico out in the flats. And if they see it and they jump him, then we're going to have one-on-one coverage over the top. Like there's nothing about this offense is creative in the least bit in terms of getting their best player touches. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I don't know, I'll be honest with you, the short time that Bobby Slowick was here, I don't know that there was more than a handful of games where that wasn't the case with him. And the two that are most impacted by that are C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins, right? See, I guarantee you, C.J. Stroud, now he does a good job processing and has done a good job processing post-snap and in that 10-game stretch playing the whole minimize mistake quarterback play. Like he does that pretty well. But when you look at the like easy throws for quarterbacks, like just right now, give it to them right now. You're not even risk. You don't even need an offensive line. You don't care if they're pressured or not. I guarantee you, C.J. Stroud ranks at the bottom of that ranking of quarterbacks that get easy right now throws. Yeah. And the ones that he does get are he's reading it out in a drop and getting it off. It's not a right now throw. It's him having to read something. So I think Nico's numbers reflect that, and I think C.J. Stroud's numbers and really his overall body of work, I think, reflect that.
All right, coming up as we continue right here live on The Drive, should the Astros take a different approach with one of their young players that they're hoping to get a lot out of? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we, for the good of all Houston and our mental health,
this is your
SportsRadio.com/reviews. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We don't need no education. We don't need no thought control.
I'm trying to let this go, but there are some real, I'm not going to sit here, and Colin, you're the only one I can talk to. I'm not going to sit here and be made like I'm weird from YouTube, and all of you other people. Rob, you ought to be ashamed of yourself for letting Daniel Hall roll through this, and I'm going to give you your first. I just heard the first segment, and it's clear Ron is a liar. He has picked up them underwear once. He's ran out. Unless he's doing all the laundry in his crib, he is re-wearing clothes. No, bro. Like, I don't know about you, man. We got kids. We are hitting laundry. We have a time in which we do laundry once a week.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't y'all.
We have a time, and I'll be frank with you, Dan. Before I had kids, when I was by myself, I had a time I did laundry. Like I can see when I'm running low on drawers or shirts or something, and I will redo the laundry. I am not putting back on drawers that I wore again. Am I judging others that do? Yes. All right? But I'm telling you, that's not weird. I'm sorry. Go around your office. I don't even want to hear from you because you're going to lie. Go around your office. No, people ain't wearing their drawers. Yes, people wash clothes. I don't understand. It's not weird. Do you just wait till all your clothes are dirty before you then rewash them?
Just telling you.
Come on, man.
Yeah, look, I mean, here's the deal. Regardless of how you paint the picture, the reality of it is we're not talking about daily walking in and re-wearing underwear. The whole point is if you run out and you don't have any clean, what is your go-to? What have you done? Have you ever picked up a pair of drawers on the floor and put them back on? Or I prefer the sniff, make sure it's something that I worked out in or anything like that, and thrown them on. It's not an everyday deal. Yeah. It's if the few times when now I'll do it anytime with breeches and shirts. Oh, anytime. No, I'm not worried about that. But in the times when you're stuck in a pinch, what do? You choose to just free ball.
But Clint, but this is
I've done it within the last week.
Yeah, but you're choosing to. It's not because you don't have clean ones.
100%. If why would I pick something off the floor? If I've got clean ones in my drawer, why would I pick some off the floor?
You guys, I know you guys have to wash clothes a lot.
Yeah, but we don't wash clothes. We don't schedule our clothes washing. My wife washes clothes whenever, and quite frankly, to be honest with you, my clothes tend to be the ones that don't get washed.
Maybe you need to talk to her about that. Like I just you routinely run out of underwear. Like
I would say that it happens. I would say once a month, at least.
That you run out of underwear?
Yeah, that yes, yeah. I mean, I go through. I just said I had to go to Academy and get me 6 new pairs, so I probably won't run. I got about.
You had to get you 6 new pairs because you ran a full hole.
Well, I had holes in more than one. I had holes in about 3 pairs that I threw away, so my numbers were low, and I'm fourth on the totem pole. If my clothes getting washed, the babies are first. Mama washes the clothes, but we don't have a set day. Like, we just wash clothes whenever we need to wash clothes. So, sure, there are times when it's like, hey, man, there's a pair down there that was only worn for 3 hours at church on Sunday. Hey, throw them on. Let's be.
This started getting like your gas. You get over there. You get over there, Clint. You see, I got about 3 draws left. Maybe I need to throw a load in.
Well, yeah, I got a lot going on. I got a lot going. I throw that drawer open and I grab a pair of underwear. I don't sit there and analyze how many pairs I got. I throw them on and I roll, and I go.
That's how you get caught wearing doubling up on.
And that's why I'm okay with sniffing. Now, I'll be honest with you. I mean, when it comes to now, I'm not calling you. I'm not saying you don't, but I think there's more dudes out there that do than don't. Now, women on the other hand, when we're talking about draws. That's a little different. Them panties are snuggled up. They're snuggled up a little tighter to the goods all day long. That may not be ideal. But I think there's a lot more dudes. I think you are few and far between. I know you are with the shirts. I had to go back there to the back while ago and clarify. By the way, we're getting two different stories from the back of the office.
Apparently, they had a look of disgust.
I'd say the sniff test is valid, though.
So there you go. That means he's done it before. Get you.
I agree with Clint, though. Sometimes you get yourself in a pinch. You don't have time to get ready. Like, this is what I want to wear. No,
we're not.
Sometimes you got to put something on and get going.
Listen, Colin, we're not counting people who grew up on a little house of the prairie. All right. All right. I'm sorry.
Look here.
I get cornered. I get cornered. Excluded. A bad.
Don't just try it, man. It works.
No, I don't need to. I don't want to try.
Imagine you could probably save your wife 2 loads of clothes if you'd wear your shirts again and your drawers again.
I've washed the clothes as much as anybody else in the house.
Then you can save yourself.
We just don't.
It's not a place to save right there.
No, man. Like I can get up in there. I can see in there. Ooh, getting a little low. Or for me, it's like, I gotta pull up a few of these ones that are a little tight. Gotta wear them tight ones.
I got a couple.
Now I know I got
fair, and I will admit there too. I've got 2 pairs that are tight. They're not real comfortable. I've sniffed and
that's a clear. All right, man. It's time. Like you got to go throw them in there.
Well, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I've sniffed and rewore a couple of times to avoid the tight ones. I'm not above it. In this last move, the tight ones got thrown away or donated, I think, maybe. So yeah, I just think most guys have sniffed and rewore.
All right, welcome into the drive.
If not just flat out rewore.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to say that you're wrong on that. I am certain, or I sure hope it's not a. I hope I'm not a small minority in that. I really do. I hope y'all take y'all drawers off and throw them in the dirty clothes and don't pull them back out. I really do. Real quick, this is kind of just dropping, Clint. A bipartisan college sports bill proposes salary cap entrainment, the Protected College Sports Act, limiting athletes to transferring schools only one time without penalty, limiting athletes' eligibility to a maximum of 5 years, prohibiting former professional athletes from playing in college sports, prohibiting schools from poaching a coach from another school during their sports season. How confident do you think this stuff will get passed and this will become potential rules in college sports?
Well, if it will get passed, at some point it will. I think we've got a serious enough problem where most individuals that'll take the time to educate themselves on really what's going on, not the ones that have an 18-year-old that is standing to make $5 million next year instead of $800,000 under a salary cap. Not those. That's not the agents, not the guys that are training them that's ultimately trickling down to them where they're making the trainer's fee now goes from $100 an hour to $1,000 an hour because the kid's making $5 million a year. Not those individuals. For the overall good of college athletics, I think the problem is big enough to where we're going to see some change. Now, how quickly it comes and how broad the change is, I think, is up for debate. I do the collection of minds that Trump had in the White House and all that kind of stuff with Saban and all the athletic directors and all these guys. I think that was a good spark, a good step in the right direction. I think they got some very powerful individuals behind that something needs to happen. And so, yeah, I think it happens. I think it happens sooner rather than later.
Does. I don't know, like the prohibiting schools from, I love the word choice here, poaching coaches from another school during the sports season. I don't know if that's going to stop. Like, you know what I mean? Like, unless they're going to then change transfer portal timing or whatever. Well, like to think that they're going to stop what LSU did to get, and not just he was the biggest name, but what LSU did to go get Lane, and then what Florida did to go get their coach, and what all these Arkansas did to go get their coach, I just don't think that one's gonna something like that's gonna fly.
The key is you've got to penalize them. We got to get away from the wild west. I mean, whether things continue to happen, you've got to get away from the wild west of coaches being poached, players being poached, players signing contracts and then bouncing and not living up to those contracts, players that are transferring multiple times in a career, 3-4 times, guys that have played at 3 or 4 different schools. That's just it's plumb silly. And look, I think there has to be some guardrails put in place, and then there's exceptions to the rule. If you've transferred once after your freshman year, and you're at a place and you're a starter, or you start for, and all of a sudden your coach takes another job, then that's a different story. That changes the dynamic. If you're a junior or senior and your coach leaves, can you transfer a second time? I think there's going to be things that are carved out within some kind of guardrail for all of this stuff. But you got to start with the guardrails and then start carving out. The problem right now is there's just no guardrails on any of them. Coaches, players, money, agents. It's not what they set out to accomplish with NIL. And I think everybody
the salary cap thing too. I think it's going to get fall hard. Limiting their money.
Yeah,
I think that those are the salary cap, and then stopping teams from being able to bring in coaches, especially after the regular season ends or something like that. I think those are going to be 2 hard ones because, one, these coaches don't want that. They don't want that to happen. Their opportunity to be able to move up and stuff like that. And then the salary cap, I mean, these agents or whatever are going to come in and you're not going to cap what it is.
Here's the problem is,
I'm not saying I don't disagree with it, but I'm just
the problem is that you've got, it's like the playoff conversation, the playoff expansion that was being discussed a couple of days ago. The A&M coach, great soundbite, by the way, great interview. He comes out and he just says, "Am I for expansion? Hell yeah." Mike Elko, yeah, I'm for expansion. You expand it to 40. Because
self-preservation.
Exactly. If it's easier for me to make the college football playoffs, it's easier for me to keep my job. It's easier for me to make more money. So selfishly, say yes. Do I think that that's best for college football? No. Right. So obviously, and that's just one example from a coach's perspective, right? And a coach speaking candidly about. So I mean, you can't always have a current coach in a room. You can't always have representation of current players in the room. There has to be some kind of governing body that says, boom, this is a salary cap we're going with. I know the top 2% of college athletes and their families aren't going to like this, but this is the reality of it. If you hit college football in the last 5-year window and you could make $5 to $10 million, then, hey, man, you were born at the right time. You were living right. College athletics moving forward. Because I do believe we're dealing with it right now at Arkansas. I mean, they tried to cancel tennis. You know what I mean?
Brought it back, didn't they? Yeah.
And they ended up bringing it back. But I mean, it's like whether people want to admit it or not, and it's killing college athletics. And the people that suffer aren't the football. It's not the big sports, the basketball. It's all the other sports that make college athletics what they are, and the opportunities of college athletics what they really are and always have. And some folks just don't give a rip about that. But it really is part of it.
All right, last night I was watching something, and boy, did I feel like I saw the Houston Texans, the entire build to where they are. I felt like I watched and saw that, especially with the head coach and the head coach of the Texans. I'll talk about and discuss what that is coming.
The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There were sand and hills and rain. The first thing I met was a fly with a buzz and the sky.
All right, welcome back. It is we are live here on The Drive. Clint's in the building. I'm here. Tyler is on vacation. Should be back soon. But our guy, Colin, you hear him every night on Area 45. Old Mid-C is with us today as he was yesterday, so we are in good hands.
I was about to say no Mid-C for this one, but then you just had to bring me down, man.
Yep. I was in the middle of something there.
Are you still trying to process that first hour?
I'm still in the middle of something. You keep picking me off, Dion. No, man, we're having fun with Colin, man. As I said, man, we're in good hands with him on the ones and twos as always.
I got time today.
There you go. We always do. As Colin said, many of you are still on the text line, YouTube and Twitch, talking about it. But in this hour, we got a little stock up, stock down. Texans defense, and coming up at 4:40, our guy Brandon Scott, he will join us in studio as we'll catch up with him and see what's on his mind as we continue right here on a Wednesday here on The Drive. All right, last night, Colin, I'm watching. I'm flipping through. Got a little baseball going on. Got a little Spurs and Thunder rolling, and that halftime hit on the basketball game, and I switch over to NFL Network, and they've got this 10-part doc on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And we roll into the Tony Dungy years, Clint, and I'm watching this, and I mean, if that didn't feel like what we are in the midst of living right now with DeMeco Ryans and Tony Dungy, they just feel like very similar guys, very well respected around the league, former players that their players love and play hard for them and respect the hell out of them. When he got fired, Derek Brooks was like, he said he was almost in depression. Like John Lynch felt like we failed him. Like they loved playing for Tony Dungy. And he quickly turned around an organization that was kind of a laughingstock, not taken serious. Hell, he changed their uniforms. From that orange to where we see the Buccaneers now.
Pewter?
Yeah, that pewter. And listen, they quickly became a very, very respected, looked at different type of an organization, very similar to what we saw DeMeco Ryans do here. And they won. They won fast. They made it to the playoffs. They had some playoff success. They made it to an NFC championship game in that time frame, multiple playoff wins. But then the hope is, and I'll be honest with you, I got a little concerned for Texans fans. The hope is that it doesn't finish in the same vein that it did for Tony Dungy. Because also from all of the positive stuff that feels so similar to what Tony Dungy built with Tampa, to what DeMeco is building with the Houston Texans, which has been amazing, is it feels like some of the things that caused it to come to an end, we are starting to see a little bit here with the Texans. Their offense, he had 3 coordinators, 2 in 2 years at one point that ran through those 6 years he was there. Their offense never quite got to where they needed to. The description of the Tony Dungy offense: Tampa Bay's offense featured a conservative ball control offense that focused heavily on strong running game, short passing game, and rising turnovers. The Tampa 2 defense routinely ranked among the best in the NFL, but the stagnant and underperforming offense ultimately limited the team's championship aspirations and led to Dungy's dismissal after the 2001 season. The hope is that that doesn't become the case here and they're able to figure out offense, because Tony Dungy eventually left and won a championship with the Colts. But he also was given Peyton Manning in his prime. And, that's a big weight off his shoulders of having to try to build an offense. And it was just interesting to look at and watch to see the similarities here. And hopefully DeMeco can kind of curb this thing. But it looks like they have the same exact philosophies of each other. And hopefully it doesn't turn out that way.
Look, I don't think. Obviously, you know me. When DeMeco got hired, it was clear that I prefer an offensive-minded head coach, and here are all the reasons. And when DeMeco got hired, loved the hire, great head coach. But the reality of it is not only does he have to find his quarterback, but he also has to find his offensive coordinator. And whether that offensive coordinator is good or bad, odds are he's leaving. He's either going to get fired or he's going to get hired. I mean, that's just the reality of that position. And I said it when it happened. Can DeMeco Ryans manage that part of being a head coach, a defensive-minded head coach? Is get the right offensive coordinator in here, let him do his thing, and then keep one in the holster to where if he doesn't done, you got the next one in so that you have as little as little change during that transition as possible. And he struggled with it, right? The first offensive coordinator out of the gate, I thought on the field was good, but clearly behind closed doors that blew up in his face. And now it looks like he's handed the reins over to Nick Caserio, and Nick Caserio, they're going to do a 180, and so now the transition is significantly more difficult than what you would hope would happen. So, yeah, look, I think defensive-minded head coaches, even the greatest ones, as you mentioned, Tony Dungy's a great.
He's in the Hall of Fame championship. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, have a real problem handling the offensive side of the football. And when you're hiring a bunch of guys that have never called plays before, it is a real risk. And that's what we've seen twice here in Houston with DeMeco so far.
Text line coming through. I think CJ is a better quarterback than Dungy ever had in Tampa. I would agree with you. Brad Johnson was probably the best guy he had there, him and Trent Dilfer during those years. But they're using him in a different light. It's interesting to hear you speak of that. They started a different route, and now it seems like they've now moved themselves towards where Dungy was. That reading of the description of Tampa's offense during those years, that sounds like the Texans today.
Yeah.
But it wasn't. They've moved to this. As you said, on the field with Bobby Slowick, they weren't conservative. They've moved closer to this point now.
They're moving in that direction.
They're moving the direction of that, and we will see how that rolls, because they were limited. They kept running into the Philadelphia Eagles, and Donovan McNabb kept putting them out. They even held the Rams down in the NFC Championship game on the road. They held them down points. Their defense played their asses off. But their offense scored, I think, 11.
Yeah.
And they weren't able to get past it. The hope is that they're able to find enough offense. And I'm with you, because CJ could be the difference. If CJ Stroud can get to a way that we've seen CJ Stroud play despite whatever the system is, he could be the difference in them maybe being the Bucs, or them maybe, being able to do more. Because the scary part is with this, Clint, is as soon as they dismissed Dungy, they brought in John Gruden, and they immediately went 12-4 and won the Super Bowl. And not just won the Super Bowl, and their defense had a part of this, but they went in 12-4 and averaged over 35 points a game in the playoffs. And it was pretty immediate when they got the offensive-minded coach to go along with that defense, the offensive-minded coach with the damn near the same cast, offensive-minded coach. So that was so eye-opening in that situation. It was like, damn, it really was just the whole change in mindset.
Just that offensive piece is just so critical, man. It is. Look, it's super difficult to win, and again, with the Texans being a 10 or 12 win team, winning the division, and being a playoff caliber team the last 3 years, that's where the bar's at, y'all. That's where the conversation, right? To exist in the NFL and be whether it's like so defensive heavy to an extreme or so offensive heavy to an extreme, to exist in either fashion is ridiculously difficult, right? And right now, the truth of the matter is the Texans are so heavy defensively. Whether you look at the way that they're paying guys, you look at the way that they bring guys in, you look at the way that obviously the guys produce. Right now, their offense is just going to have to carry some level of the weight. It is impossible to win. I know everybody says defense wins championships, which I've always disagreed with. But people say defense wins championships. Boy, we're going to find out.
Yes, they are pushing it.
We're going to find out. Because, look, I think this is going to be a team. This is going to be a team that the quarterback, whoever it is, obviously right now it's C.J. Stroud, but his ass better commit to getting completions and not turning the football over. He better wholeheartedly commit to running the football, because they are wholeheartedly committed to play good defense, don't turn it over, run the ball, and win that way.
Like you said, very similar. They're so. I mean, they had Sapp, Simeon Rice. If you remember, Simeon Rice was cold blooded. Booger McFarland up front.
Yep.
Derek Brooks is a Hall of Famer. In the middle.
One of them Barber boys in the back.
They got Runday. They got John Lynch in the back end of that. Like they were so strong. Dexter Jackson, who was the Super Bowl MVP, they were so strong on that side of the ball, and they were able to make it, try to make it work from that defensive standpoint, and their offense just could not hold up when they really got against good teams, and they really got against teams that could not get themselves shut down completely by their defense, even when their defense is playing well, just not get themselves shut down completely by their defense.
But the fear, Ron, right, is, and I think Dungy probably did it there, and I think D'Amico's doing it here. Let me be honest, I think Nick Casario's doing it here. The fear is that you put every bit of your, you put all of your time, energy, effort, and monies on the offensive side of the ball into, we're going to run it, we're going to not turn it over, we're going to chew the clock. Okay, great. Throughout an 18-week, 17-game season and 4 games in the playoffs, there's going to be times where you've got to spread this thing out and go score points. There's going to be times where you can't let the game dictate how you play. Right? There's going to be times when you get down 14 right out of the gate, and all right, man, we got to go. We got to change the approach here. How when you put so much time, energy, effort, and money into leaning into the conservative brand, and all your studies and everything you do revolves around being the best version of that, the season's going to come down to what happens the 3 or 4 times when you've got to get outside your character, and you've all of a sudden come out. Hey, you're down 14 at half. We got to go make some noise in the second half. How good are we at that? Are you prepared from a personnel standpoint? Do you have a bunch of run blockers up front, and all of a sudden you got to throw the ball in the fourth quarter and they can't protect? Right? Do you have a bunch of receivers that the first things they do is they block well? Right? They all commit to blocking and doing all this and all that. Okay, well, now I got to spread out and go 3 wides and 1 tight, and we got to do some things. Do you have the horses to get that done? There's going to be 3 or 4 games, probably a couple in the playoffs, where you're going to have to do that, at least for a half of football. Do you have the ability to make that happen?
And to the texter's point, I mean, maybe I need to rewatch some Brad Johnson highlight tapes, but CJ, we do know and have seen that he is equipped to do that.
Oh, no.
You know what I mean? Like, he is capable, and the confidence level that he could pull that off exceeds, Trent Dilfer, Brad Johnson.
Yeah, oh,
and
no
those
question.
Sean King was one of those in there.
Well, it comes back down to his ability. This is a mental thing for him. Does he have the ability in that moment to switch gears and go do what he's got to do and have success, and then the next game go, all right, we got to get right back to this little piddly run the ball and let's get complete, don't turn it over, right? And then, all right, let's turn this thing up. All right, let's get back down to this conservative. All right, let's turn. Like the 3 or 4 times, can he manage all of that? That's really what it boils down to with CJ.
Yeah, it is wild, boy, the similarities to that build that Tony Dungy did to this one. And listen, it ain't from from a lack of trying, Clint. He tried to. He went Mike Shula, Les Steckel. He let Les Steckel on there for a year. He said he was dismissed due to philosophical differences. I mean, he tried. He ran through them. Just couldn't ever get that to stick. And hopefully that is something that D'Amico is able to move past, and he doesn't have to go somewhere and have a great quarterback that allows him to be able, like the Peyton Manning, situation for Tony Dungy. All right, it is Wednesday. We do a little stock up, stock down. You can jump in and be a part of this, and it's going to be the Texans defense, stock up, stock down. We'll do that coming up next.
What's the position the OG will be watching closest with Texans OTAs start? To H-Town, the Dynamo Soccer Celebration, presented by Kroger, is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a little stock up, stock down as Tyler is out today, but I will step in and be the voice here of stock up, stock down. Stock up, stock down is sponsored by no one. Somebody could out there step up. Anyone out there? Anyone out there want to sponsor stock up, stock down? It's there for the taking, along with other things. So keep that in mind. Stock up, stock down, sponsored by absolutely no one. All right, let's do it like this. 713-572-4610. You can jump in, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in with your thoughts, with your answers as well, as we do a little stock up, stock down, Texans defense. Texans defense, stock up, stock down. I'll kick it off, Clint, with a little stock up. My stock up is the defensive coordinator, Matt Burke. I would say his stock is going up. I'll be honest with you. I didn't feel great about it all the time, but he seemed like he was just the assistant defensive coordinator, honest with you, because it was D'Amico's defense, and it still is, but it was D'Amico's defense. D'Amico called the defense, and you felt like a lot of this was running through D'Amico, and it should. He is one of the best defensive minds in football and one of the best defensive play callers in football from his years with the Niners and here. But Clint, we know he relinquished play calling duties to Matt Burke, and it just so happened to be in the same season in which the Houston Texans defense played the best that has played in the entire D'Amico era. One of the best defensive units the Texans have ever had last year, and it was under him calling defense. And we are starting to see defensive coaches be more apt to get hired as head coaches, especially if you see a guy who is a part of this defense potentially go and continue to do what he's done. They have another good year, great year like they had where they were, number one, number two, them or Seattle defense. This could result into a serious situation. We look at the Super Bowl, Clint. Both of those head coaches were defensive-minded head coaches and former defensive coordinators in McDonald and Mike Vrabel. That could be a path for Matt Burke. So I think Matt Burke has another good year, Clint. I think his stock is way up. I think he has a chance to, even though he is under a defensive coach, now that we know that his role has grown, he's got a chance to be a head coach.
No question. I think Matt Burke, I mean, we probably don't talk about it enough, to be honest with you, that he transitioned so well. The defense got better. Yeah. The defense actually got better when he started calling plays. Now, I'm not saying he's a better defensive coordinator than D'Amico Ryans. I know D'Amico Ryans' fingerprints are all over that thing throughout the week, and he is the defensive mind here. But the reality of it is when you hand over play calling and all that entails on a day-to-day basis, you would expect when one of the best play callers in the game is doing that, you would expect there to be some kind of slip. You would almost be willing to accept a little bit of slippage just because you know you're stepping down from D'Amico to Matt Burke. They got better. And they got faster, and they it seemed like they leaned more into this swarm thing, and young guys played well, and so look, Matt Burke's stock couldn't be. I don't know how Matt Burke wasn't on more head coach, at least interviews. I mean, hell, Bobby Slowick had one good year and was on head coach interviews. Well, some guys weren't even in the league, and they never coached and were getting interviews. I don't know how Matt Burke wasn't, being a veteran in this league and being in this system and calling plays away. I don't know how you.
I think the shine of this is just D'Amico's defense is maybe starting to slide off a little bit for him. So, Matt Burke, that is my stock up. Your stock up, Clint.
I'm going to go Jake Hansen. Linebacker Jake Hansen, for obvious reasons. With the E.J. Speed injury, obviously that hurts. The starting, if you're going to play three linebackers, it hurts the starting three, but it damn sure in your nickel defenses, which is what most folks worry about in today's game, it impacts your speed. I know a lot of folks are going to go to the Marte Mapu with much about him. Come out of New England, was in New England for 3 years. He's here now. Wade Woodaz, draft pick out of, I believe, Clemson. Jamal Hill, who's been here for a couple of years. Those guys are the ones I think are going to get most of the attention of like, hey, this means those guys have to step up. I'm going to go one rung deeper on the depth chart with Jake Hansen, the guy that's been here, the guy that knows the defense, can play multiple positions, the linebacker position. He's a veteran. The team, the D'Amico and everybody over there, they know him well. They know that they can put him in, and he's going to play well. And they know he's going to be where he's supposed to be. They know he's athletic enough and can play well and produce in this defense. So I think the big winner here. Now, one of those other guys that are more gifted and more talented, they may step up and be the guy. But even in that case, Jake Hansen's job security with E.J. Speed's injury went through the roof.
Yeah.
So I think Jake Hansen, linebacker that you've seen play from time to time here, definitely a special teams guy. I think his stock right now in that linebacker room is higher, definitely higher than it was, and I think it's significantly higher.
Yep, somebody set stock up with Dylan Horton because they got rid of Autry. Well, not just I don't know that I was thinking Dylan Horton, which I think he's going to probably have a chance to play more.
Yeah.
I think the Logan Hall kid, hometown guy they brought in,
can play inside and out.
Inside and out. I feel like he is definitely going to be in the rotation a lot, playing inside and out.
Yeah.
So I think his stock is up. Then I know Seth has talked about it a lot. The fact that behind Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter was sitting, Barnett and Danico Autry, and now those two are gone, and now it's Robinson and Horton. But Logan Hall, I think, is lurking there as well. So I would go in that route. All right, that's a little stock up. Let's go a little stock down. I'll start my stock down, Clint. My stock down is Azeez Al-Shaair. I think obviously the leader that they are looking for, all the intangible stuff specific to what the Texans and D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke are looking for, I think obviously he's through the roof on that. But he had a really, really great season. A really great season, and he really improved on some of his weaknesses, mainly the thought of him in the passing game. He was at times picked on in the middle of the field 2 seasons ago, and he improved that. He is getting older. I feel like we're in the range where you start to maybe see a bit of a drop-off in play. And so to me, coming off of how great he was last year, I don't think he's going to suck or anything like that. But I don't know that he is going to be at the Pro Bowl level or all-pro level that he was flirting with last year as an interior linebacker. I think he will still be good and be a solid player. But I would say I look a lot of the guys across the board who had really Pro Bowl level seasons, from Hunter to Anderson to Bullock to Petrie to the corners. He is in that, and he is the one that I would look at to say maybe he takes a step back. So that's how I'll go stock down on Azeez Al-Shaair.
All right, I'm going to go stock down on Tommy Togiai.
Yeah.
And this has nothing to do with his ability to produce or not, to play well in this defense. I've said it from jump. I think he has been severely overrated and overhyped. I think he's a good player. I think he gets the job done. I think in this defense there is the opportunity to improve at the interior defensive line, and I'm talking about the front line. I'm not talking about rotational pieces. I'm talking about the opportunity to have a real difference maker up there. I think the team saw it as well in the fact that they drafted Caden McDonald, one of the top interior defensive linemen in this draft. When they give him the opportunity, they jumped on it. No disrespect at all. Tommy Togiai is a good player. Tommy Togiai is a great rotational player. I think what he does in terms of being able to anchor down and not get pushed around and even eat double teams and keep guys off the linebackers, I think he does a really, really good job there. But Caden McDonald has a chance to kind of take it to the next level and maybe get a little bit more shine at some quickly than Tommy Togiai. So nothing against Tommy Togiai. I just think the guys around him, paired with the fact that I think there was a lot of hype last year that was a little bit out of pocket. I'm going to say stock down Tommy Togiai.
I get and understand where you're coming from, and I think you're right, because I think McDonald is going to get every single opportunity to be the one that gets
it may take till half season, but I mean mid-season, but at some point it's going to happen.
The one thing is, I feel like Tommy will fight his ass off though. Like Tommy's, like if Caden McDonald is the one that gets the bulk of the reps there, like Tommy's not going to make it easy.
No,
and he hasn't. And since he's been here, he is, I would say, very very much like Hutchinson is this way. It is hard to take those guys off the field, and there are other dudes that they have put more resources in that they potentially would want those guys to work out more, but Tommy just outlasts all of them, and he continues to run. So if Caden McDonald, you got to work. You're going to have to work to take it.
Well, in a perfect world, Ron, Caden McDonald and Tommy Togiai are on the field together on first and second down, and then you've got some guys that can penetrate and do some different things. Obviously, there's going to be a rotation, and Sheldon Rankins and company, they're going to have to play they're going to have to play throughout a game on the interior, obviously, and on all downs. But in a perfect world, critical downs, first and second down, Tommy Togiai and Caden McDonald, if those two guys could really hold down here, let those other penetrators rest, and they come in on third down or obvious passing situations, that would be ideal. I just think that Tommy Togiai just got a little bit blown out of proportion last year with all the stroking that they did. But he earned it. Don't get me wrong. But I think that's one place where the Texans can get better.
Another stock up, Kamari Lassiter from the text line. Yeah, this is a big year for Kamari.
Mm-hmm. Ain't no doubt.
This is a contract. This is basically a contract year for Kamari Lassiter, and he could put himself in a great spot from a financial standpoint if he has, just another year that matches what it is that he was able to do the last couple of years. So I completely agree with that one on Kamari Lassiter. All right, coming up last night. That was one of those disappointing performances from a superstar, a guy that you really thought was ready to take off. Kind of reminds you of his youth and inexperience. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Since we, for the good of all Houston.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Like to say that I'm not the only one, Clint, that gets into it at AAU events.
Who else does?
Well, Kendrick Perkins has had to be restrained by about.
I saw that video.
It looked like about 10 to 15 people.
Saw that video.
About 10 to 15 people. I said,
you got to ask yourself.
I'm not alone. I'm not alone.
Well, I saw his retweet of somebody, TMZ or somebody caught the video, and I saw his retweet. I'm going to protect my guys like they're my own, no matter what. Probably won't be the last time.
He said this on Pat McAfee. Things got heated this weekend. That's my organization. We were in a tournament after the game. One of my players got body slammed. He said had an exchange with the coach. Looks like more than an exchange, but had an exchange with the coach. Dapped it up and we kept it moving.
Yeah, I mean, look, to each their own, man. I just encourage you to whatever led to that. I believe I'd remove myself from the situation. I believe I'd do everything I could to keep it from happening again. And I don't know that I'd be retweeting the video talking about, boy, yep, and I'm gonna defend my guys just like they're my son or whatever it was he said. Like, I mean, if you got to ask yourself, we're playing basketball. I mean, what are we in a position to defend guys? What are we doing?
Make sure they're not getting body slammed around there.
Yeah. What are we getting body slammed? We didn't just go from a friendly game of basketball to somebody getting body slammed.
Those AAU games get pretty intense now.
Yeah,
no Colin knows.
I mean, we didn't go from a friendly game of basketball, competitive game of basketball, to somebody getting body slammed. That's not typically how that works.
Ron, I've heard your stories.
That's why I said he's got to protect him. I've been there, man. Shoot, man, you never happens in them stands on the court. Never know.
I remember the story you told a few weeks ago about how this lady was just cussing, screaming like crazy.
Yeah. Now I was not going to put myself in a position where I needed to be held back. Somebody should send the video of my situation to TMZ.
They should. Hey, if Big Perk had Ron there to break it up, Ron would have quick feeded his way right in there and had it before it took the whole team.
Think about this, ESPN. Think about this job now. Somebody's got to get over there. Somebody else has got to show the emotion. Kendrick's got to be the peacemaker.
Yeah, you can't be the enforcer over there, man. I mean,
honestly, I want to know, because that probably was local. That was probably somewhere in the area. I'm guessing.
He's got a son that. I mean, well, I guess AAU nowadays, your son could be any age.
Yeah, but like Beaumont, Houston area, it has to have been local. I just like the person who. That's Kendrick Perkins. Let me get this recorded. And then how do you get that thing? Oh, let me send this thing over to TMZ. Let me get this rolling. Like that's a. And I don't mean to speak for Clint, but I feel like I can. That just does not cross my mind. Ooh, there's Kendrick Perkins. Oh,
pull the camera out.
Let me pull the camera out, record it, and then send. Now listen, I like to save money, make a little cash, but that does not quantify.
That's what people do these days. No, instead of addressing a situation, they pull out the phone, they record, or whatever they do.
Whoever did that, they found gold. Oh, here we go. I'm about to make me some cash right here. Let me pull this sucker out. I don't have that one here.
That's the wildest, really silliest, but the wildest part of like all the videos that you see, regardless of what it is, right? Whether it's famous or political or whatever, the best part in the videos is the other people that are pulling their cameras out in video, and how many people are just standing around. It's a lot of times endangered. I mean, could get sucker punched.
I could have. Yeah, I should pull my camera.
Yeah, I mean, and they're worried about getting that camera shot, man. That's wild. It's the time we live in, though. Big C, you're right.
Man,
Mid C, my bad.
Yeah, you're right. Come on now.
Oh, come on, man.
Mid C on that thing.
All right.
Yeah, but again, man, I'm not alone, baby. I am not alone. I'm not the only one who lets it get after him at AAU tournaments. All right, last night, Clint, it was a pivotal Game 5 in OKC pivotal. Yeah, there's something there.
Pivotal play.
Pivotal play.
You could have pivoted if you wanted
You
to.
could have pivoted if I wanted.
Didn't have to, but you could
It was
have.
a pivotal Game 5 last night between the Thunder and the Spurs, and I'll be honest, that was disappointing from Victor's standpoint, and it's hard because he's really young, and this is really his first. This is his first playoff experience. This is his first year in the playoffs.
Well, I need you to explain what happened. I'm at the in-laws, and I didn't have the ability to watch last night.
You ever get in and watch a game, and you can see right off the bat, something's off with him or her, whatever happened.
Mm-hmm.
Something's off.
Yep.
They don't seem to have.
Well, I've been that guy before.
They don't seem to just
Couldn't figure it out my damn self.
Whatever it is, they just don't seem to have it. Like his presence defensively was just not there. He wasn't moving. He looked, and oddly enough, Kendrick Perkins, who said this earlier today, he looked like he was worn out from the first quarter, like from the beginning of the game. If you know Wemby, hell, he's on one block, but he's covering the other block too, just with his length. It just wasn't happening. Like he just did not look like himself, and how big the game was and how huge it could be. I know you said it yesterday. If they could win this game, they could win the series. I mean, he was 4 for 15 in this game. Now, he went to the line 12 times and made all of them, but he had 20 points. Man, he was sitting there. This was just Şengün-like. He was sitting there with 1 rebound, in the second half. Like, he ended up with 6 rebounds, which is just absolutely it's ridiculous for him.
Well, that's a real advantage that Oklahoma City has, right? I mean, you don't, I think managing, especially with the way these games are every other night, and managing your emotions throughout, and you've never been there before, like Wemby. That's a real advantage that I think Oklahoma City obviously has. They have that advantage anyway because they have the ability. They have enough guys to wear folks down when they're whole. I mean, obviously when Williams isn't there, it's obviously maybe not the case to that degree, but they have the ability to wear you down. And when you're a young player that's never been there, that has to exert the level of energy that Wemby does, then obviously that's a real problem.
I think the real big telling point was he just seemed to be really cool with just shooting perimeter shots. 0 for 5 from 3. Yeah. Just kept pulling them up. Didn't seem to want to get in the paint. Oh, Isaiah Hartenstein has really played well in this series since game 1, where they kind of set him on the bench, and he's been really, really physical with him. But that was kind of disappointing. It feels like this is becoming Wemby's league. It feels like this is becoming like he is growing to become the biggest star in the sport right now. And that was a moment. And SGA, he just went on the way SGA does, 32 points, 9 assists. And he's pissed off at himself at the game. He still doesn't believe he's playing up to the level that he should be playing. But, I mean, he went to the free throw line, of course, 17 times and went 16 to 17. And he came in, and you could tell he knew how big the game was, how important it is. And he came and brought what he needed to bring. And Wemby just didn't have it last night. And it makes you wonder, is this going to be the thing that continues? Because we watched Jordan had to suffer for 7 many years. We watched LeBron do the same. Kobe and Shaq went through their moments where they had to struggle. Is this what Wemby is floating through and going through right now?
How does he respond? Back at home, how does he respond in Game 6? We'll see.
I just want a good game.
Yeah.
That's been the thing that's been annoying as hell to me in this is here of late.
Seems like they're taking turns.
They're just taking turns to just like we get through mid-fourth quarter and it's like, all right, this thing is 10, 15, whatever. I know they brought that one young man in. I can't remember his name for the Spurs, but he looked like he was out there just trying to take out folks in his they waved the white what's his name? What is Bingo
on the Spurs or on the Thunder?
On the Spurs. He went out and got 2 hard fouls on Kane.
Oh, Bismack Biyombo.
Yeah, Bismack. Yeah. He came out. I mean, and everybody's showing this clip where they throw up the white flag, and he just starts emptying the bench.
Mm-hmm.
And before he goes in, Victor, like, whispers and talks to him in his ear while Victor's going out and he's going in. And, I mean, he about tried to kill people.
He was also talking to Mason Plumlee as well.
Yeah, I don't know if he was, but they Kane, who came and got the start, he got drilled twice in the final 2 minutes of that damn game where they were gonna where I was like, damn man, he was rolling. Yeah, someone on the text line, he looked sluggish. Yeah, he did. He looked like this is. And to be honest with you, that's why I'll be honest, I don't think LeBron ever has a chance. LeBron, Steph, KD, to be honest, is in this space too. If they don't have real help, like this, the 4 rounds to get to and win it all, like that is a lot of basketball, man.
I know why they do it, but it's ass backwards. I mean, it is the fact that you'll have 3 or 4 days between first round games and then 1 day between damn near every Eastern and Western Conference final games is stupid.
October baseball once we hit the
look, I understand why you do it. You're spreading them early games out. You got a game every night. You can sell it. You can make a bunch of money. But like that's the dumb. When it comes to, like, we talk a lot about short weeks of rest for football guys. Forget all that. That's the dumbest thing in maybe in pro sports now that we're talking about it, is you give everybody a ton of rest in the first round, but then you run their damn legs off in the finals.
I mean, you just think KD didn't get past game 2. I mean, just think about what it would have taken for KD to be right, like, here.
Yeah, no chance.
Like, you know what I mean? I don't know if he's going to get hurt, but, I mean, Wemby's 22, 23 years old, and he's got to get his body used to it. I mean, he is, they have played so many games, and like you said, now in short time, like, they are fighting it, and he looks sluggish, and if you're not used to it, it's going to be they got game 6, and the OKC can close it out. They got game 6 coming up tomorrow night, and I hope this thing goes 7. I do. I hope it goes 7.
I'd love to see game 7.
I don't feel great about it. I feel like SGA and crew smell blood in the water, and I think they're going to go ahead and take it.
They can't do it at home, man. San Antonio will get this one at home.
I don't know, man.
Do you think the longer this series goes, the more it benefits the Knicks? Or are you all believer? Are y'all believer in, like, when a team sits too long, rust starts to set in a little bit?
No. I like, there may be rust, but the rust ain't gonna last for a half. I think this is a huge advantage for the Knicks, because it's not just this series. They've played 4 games in 20. It'll be 23 days. They played 4 games. These jokers, if they go 7, they're going to be going back and forth, back and forth. And we already see Wemby, and I'm telling you, they're going to bang too. Now, OKC, I think, is a little deeper, and I think they can absorb it more, because Chet and the Williams kid from Arkansas, and they've got Hartenstein, the other big. It's Wemby and Wemby, really. Cornette comes in for a little bit, but he ain't got a lot. There ain't a lot of other big dudes. All right, what you got coming up?
What makes a championship roster in the NFL, and are the Texans there? We've got a checklist. Daniel Jeremiah's got a checklist. Let's see how many boxes the Texans check, and let's grade those particular boxes that they're checking. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Just how big was Tatsuya Imai's performance in the Astros? Sportsline Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I've had some boots on layaway here at Zapateria La Bailarina. Genuine ostrich. 3 payments. Oh, I'm just goofing. New boot goofing.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily. Part of being dirty, I guess, is sniffing your shirts and even a pair of drawers from time to time if you need to wear it. 713-572-4610 to all my fellas out there, all my hard-working fellas out there. You ever open that old laundry, your drawer where you keep your socks and your underwear, and you realize you're out of underwear and said, uh-oh, what am I going to do? You turn around, you start looking around, whether it's in a dirty clothes hamper, maybe at the end of the bed, on the foot of the bed, wherever it may be on the floor. Seen you a pair of drawers right there that you know may be fresh enough to put back on, picked them up, sniffed them, realized, boy, it still smells like detergent, and slid them things on and wore them again for a second time. You ever done that? I have. Hell, I've done it. I don't know if I've done it this week. What is it, Tuesday? No, I ain't done it. Was it Wednesday? I ain't done it this week, but I've done it. I've done it in the last couple of weeks, no doubt.
Ron's definitely done it.
Yeah, the T-shirts all the time. Draws, every now and then. It's happened, no question. 713-572-4610. Fellas, text in. Be honest now. Be honest. I'm not going to call Ron a liar. I believe him now. He's passionate about it. But I'm telling you, I think there's more guys that have than haven't. That's for damn sure. Check it out. Today's Dirty's Daily, which, by the way, you don't get the nickname Dirty without if you ain't willing to sniff a pair of drawers every now and then.
My dad's nickname, and I can assure you he never did that.
Oh, I bet he did. I bet he did.
You don't know Dirty Red.
I bet he did. But he threw him back on.
No, he did not.
Time or two. I bet he got up the next day and put him back on.
There's a clean son of a gun there.
Yeah.
It's T-Mill 1,000%.
He may not have shaved.
I don't know about T-Mill.
Really?
We'll run T-Mill through the gamut and see what he thinks. T-shirts for sure, because he's a bad pitter. Him and Ron pit, so they ain't wearing T-shirts again. Dirty's Daily today, powered by Buc-ee's. Boys, I know everybody knows this. I know it. But Buc-ee's, I stopped at old Buc-ee's in Baytown today. Hey, man, them bathrooms. You can tell what I really appreciate? Ain't no peeking over them partitions.
They got them high.
Oh, they're tiled. Hell, they're 2x4s that come out. There ain't no fake partition drilled into the wall. No, it's a full wall all the way tiled all the way to the ceiling, man. I mean, it's you ain't got to go in there and get off in the corner over there and turn your back to everybody so you can hide your goods, man. You every one of them things right there, man. They got nice, clean bathrooms, man. Big shout out to Buc-ee's bathrooms today. I stopped through and spent some time in Buc-ee's. They spent me about $30 in there. They get me every single time. All right, the Texans. Look, the Texans are, by most folks, and I'm in this group, I believe that they have built a championship caliber roster. I think most folks believe that they've built a championship caliber roster. In fact, I think the most folks are erring on the side of, boy, this is a Super Bowl caliber roster or bust type situation. I don't know if I can get there or not, but let's talk about the championship caliber roster piece of this thing. Daniel Jeremiah of NFL Network, one of my favorite, old quarterback, played at Louisiana Monroe, I believe, back right around my years. NFL Network analyst, big during the draft season, getting more into the NFL season. He's one of my favorite out there. Apparently, he's done this before with NFL teams. And it's a little checklist, all right? And so I want to go down DJ's checklist here and see, Ron, if you think the Texans have checked this box, and then I want you to grade it. Whether they have or not, I want you to grade it, okay? And the checklist is this. It's the checklist to build a championship foundation, right? In Daniel Jeremiah's belief, to build a championship foundation, you need to fill 12 specific spots on your team. All right? The question is, how many of these 12 spots have the Texans filled? And in those spots, how confident are you in those players? All right? It starts with the QB, right? This is the first position, first of 12. It starts with the QB. Ron, have they checked that box or not?
Yes.
How confident are you in that?
with everything around it on a scale of like 1 to
10.
I would say a 6.
Okay, that's fair. I think it's very, very accurate. I think it's more than fair. Spot on. All right, that's one spot. That's one position. All right. Offensive playmakers. Ron, you got to have 3 of them. You got to have 3 offensive playmakers to build a championship roster, championship foundation. You got to have 3 offensive playmakers. Have the Texans check that box?
I think they have 1. I think they're too short.
So they're too short, and I'm obviously you're pretty confident in that one.
Too short.
Too short. That's Oakland's finest, right?
Yeah, Bay Area.
QB, check that box. Offensive playmakers, 3 of them. We are not checking that box. Only one of them's not going to check the box. All right, quality offensive linemen. See, you got to have 3 of them, Ron.
I want to get an explanation of what quality. Like, what quality offensive lineman?
I'd say Braden Smith and up.
Then today, right now, I think the Texans have, I'll say 2. Quality 2. I think
who are you going with?
I think Braden Smith. Like, I think Ed and Ursary are in the same boat.
Oh, they're on the verge, ain't they?
They're on the verge. I think they are still serviceable right now. I think Ursary with another season could be quality.
Okay.
I think Wyatt Teller is serviceable. I think his age is not where he used to be. I think Braden Smith, and so I really want to say one of the push, but I'll say 2. I'll say they got 2.
Well, let's check that. Got there too, at least Ed Ingram and Ursary. They can equal. I mean, you got that's 2 pretty good. I agree with you. Serviceable and on the fringe of being quality.
Yeah.
So I would say that I'd say that right now, knowing what we know, I would say that box is checked. All right. How about pass rushers? You got to have 2 of them. Check. No, without a doubt. 10 out of 10, right?
Yeah.
All right. How about defensive playmaker? You got to have 3 of them.
And I think it's checked. And I do wonder, does that include the pass rushers? Either way, I think even if you take the pass rushers off, I think Bullock, Petrie, and both corners are playmakers. So I think they do have playmakers.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you've got more than, I mean, both corners and Bullock are all, those 3 guys are playmakers. I think you can put Azeez Al-Shaair in that mix. Hell, I think you could put Henry To'oTo'o in that mix. The way that these guys play fast and downhill, and obviously the two edges. We'll see if anybody inside can become one of those playmakers. I think it's more of a rotational position. But yeah, I think you got three playmakers. Hell, I think you got 5 playmakers. I think you got 5 guys that can change the game. In those 2 corners and Bullock and in them 2 edges.
Yeah, I think Petrie's a game.
Yeah. Shoot, you probably got
that man tipped that ball in the air and then circled back around and caught it.
Right,
picked it off. I think he's kind of.
You're right. I would probably put him above Azeez. Now I know Azeez is the brains behind the thing. You go both edges, and you go Jalen Petrie, both corners, and Kalen Bullock. I'm sorry. I think you've got. Isn't that crazy?
Because Petrie can blitz. He's changed game.
Do it all.
Strip sack. He can. Yeah.
Isn't that crazy when you just start thinking about the game-changing, play-making type of dudes? Isn't it? Until you start talking about it, you don't realize how lopsided it is on this team.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, because I mean, right now when you as you go through the playmakers, I don't know. I mean, it's Nico, and I know there are some people. I see some people texting in that wanted to add David Montgomery to it. For me, again, I think he's a good football player. I wouldn't put him into the category of Nico in terms of a playmaker.
Yeah, look, I think it goes. The conversation goes right back to what the one we've had multiple times. I think they've done enough on the offensive line that we could talk our way into having 3 quality offensive linemen one way or another. Like you said, we got to get creative. Maybe. I think even I know I'm critical of C.J. Stroud, but I think if C.J. Stroud, if you're just talking about C.J. Stroud, I do think you got a quarterback. However you view C.J. Stroud, I do believe you got a guy that you can win a championship with. I do believe a guy that C.J. Stroud is a guy that as you build a roster, it's not. In fact, it would be crazy to think that C.J. Stroud is a quarterback on a team and the team's not championship foundation because C.J. Stroud is there. Again, I'm critical. I don't think they win a championship with C.J. Stroud. But if you're building a roster and you're talking about roster construction, C.J. Stroud being on the team is not the one that's not championship caliber or championship foundation. But I agree with you. I think when you look at the weapons on this offense, how much can they get out of David Montgomery? How much can they get out of Dalton Schultz? And then how much can they get out of Higgins, right? I think because we can sit here and pipe dream with Jalen Noel, right? And I think he's going to be a big part of this offense. I think he's got to be. But until we see it, I can't believe it. But when you talk about the guys that we have seen play, David Montgomery, Dalton Schultz, and Higgins are the 3 that are going to be the biggest pieces to help or counterpunch with Nico Collins. And I think all 3 of those, I think there's a severe lack of explosion in that group.
So I think this is as he says in his tweet, it's a fun exercise to compare teams and look at. But I think there's also stuff that's left off because football is a sport where, yes, these things are important, but football is also a sport where there are things that are off the board here, or there are things that can be weighed higher that can help things. Like I think coach at the coordinator spots and the head coach is as important as everything on this list except for quarterback.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if we were to add head coach and coordinators, and you would say, do you think like they have it, which I think are huge parts of building it? I think a head coach, hell yeah, they got it. A coordinator, hell no, they don't.
Yeah. And
it's not just a hell no, they don't. It is a dragging down, because a part of when you ask me do you think they have it at quarterback? Yeah, and then what's your confidence level 1 to 6? A part of the 6 is due to the 0 that I think they have at coordinator.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I was going to ask you, but you just put it out there, a 0. I just
right now to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I just with Nick Caley, you think that's just the deal killer? You think Nick Caley? You have 0 confidence in Nick Caley?
Right now, I don't have a lot of confidence that he is like. If you take a look at it, if we look at one, like their offensive line is improved, but I don't think their offensive line is improved where they can cover up, somebody who potentially doesn't bring a lot creatively. Right? Like their offensive line is improved, and David Montgomery and we're going to be improvement over Nick Chubb and year 1 Woody Marks. But they not just, hey, man, put the ball down, man. And like North Turner, it didn't matter what the hell North Turner, like what he won. I mean, he was a good offensive mind, but hell, you got Troy Aikman and that offensive line up in front of you with Emmitt Smith and everybody. Hell, it didn't matter. You can call. He's not working with that type of talent to where whatever he calls, he's probably going to be successful. And if you look at it, one of the things that we can see is 2 guys on this list, CJ and Nico. Do we feel like that they get the best out of those 2 players? Do we feel like Nick Caley is going to be able to pull the ceiling out of those players?
No.
And those are 2 of the players on the list. Like I look at this, and you can compare it to other teams, and one like I don't think the Chiefs have several of these. But coach is not on the board. which rings heavy.
Right.
And they've won games just because of that. And their quarterback can make up the difference for them not having 2 pass rushers or them not having three playmakers on defense, because they don't have the Chiefs don't have any of the defense stuff, and they don't have the playmakers.
Right.
So, but their coach can get creative to get the playmakers they have. Like, I don't think Travis Kelce is a playmaker that I would put on the list anymore. But his coach can get him wide open.
Yeah, he's going to put up numbers. Yeah, he's going to put up numbers.
I don't know how good Kenneth Walker is, but I think their coach has a chance, and their quarterback has a chance to make it better than he is. What? Let's think about, just think about David Montgomery. I wonder how much better David Montgomery looked with Jahmyr Gibbs out there and St. Brown and Ben Johnson and that offensive line.
Jameson Williams running them up.
How much better as a second cog does he look? So I just think I like the experiment, but I just think there's some things that are left off the board that make, because right now if you just look at this, you're like, man, damn, the Texans they about hit almost all these suckers. Why people got them winning 9 games?
That is as a Texans fan, it's a little bit scary when you talk about David Montgomery in particular. Maybe this is another segment, but the thought of David Montgomery, and when you start rattling off, Ben Johnson was the play caller in his years where his numbers didn't decline. You start rattling off. I mean, he had Jameson Williams, who can take the top off of defense as good as anybody out there. You had Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's an all-pro receiver. You had Laporta, the tight end, that was a really, really good player. You obviously had one of the most explosive weapons in the game in the running back that you were splitting time with.
Nobody gives a damn at the pre-snap what the hell is going on with David Montgomery.
Yeah,
their offensive line was really, really good.
Yeah, really good. You just wondered, I haven't thought about it. I've just thought about David Montgomery and the product that he is. I haven't slowed down enough to think about, I wonder how much of his production and the room that he had was due to all the weapons that he had around him, a great play caller, the great offensive line, and is that going to come to fruition here in Houston?
Yep. Text line coming in. You can have all the players you want, but if you don't have good offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator, you're not going anywhere. Look at Seattle. Basically the same players, and suddenly they're the best defense in the league. And then Clint Kubiak with Sam Darnold. And, I mean, we'll see. Because, listen, I thought that Jackson Smith and Jigba was coming along. I didn't know he was coming along like that.
Yeah.
like that last year. So, like I said, it's just there's got to be some other things that affect all of those other spots. Because if Ben Johnson was over here running C.J. Stroud's offense, I think, maybe we may feel different about the quarterback and the playmakers. If they were, you tell me, I might throw Nolan in there. If that's, see what he did with St. Brown. All right, coming up, we'll get you ready for the Astros, and you guessed it, guys. They've made another move to the roster. They're doing this on a daily basis right now. And some good news for some of the reinforcements who could potentially come back. We'll do that and discuss the Astros coming up next.
What's the position the OG will be watching closest with Texas? Soccer Celebration, presented by Kroger, is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us, kicking off June 11th at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Brandon Scott coming up here in the next segment.
Is it already skeezy time?
It's getting close to it.
Right now, you think he sniffed a T-shirt and put it back on? Yes or no?
The T-shirt, like I will be surprised if Brandon wore a shirt for more than mulch and didn't just say, all right, man, that one's done. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to watch that. I would be shocked. I'll be not shocked. I'll be surprised, especially in like the last 10, 15 years, if Brandon has said, all right, man, I wore this shirt, to work, like Luke did. I wore this shirt last Thursday, took it off, and I wore it again.
Oh, I think he's done it.
To work without washing it.
Oh, I think he's done it.
There is no chance Brandon has put on dirty draws again, that he's reworn draws.
Okay.
No chance. No chance. No chance.
How many texters you getting over there that have?
Someone text in, yes, most guys do that, 100%. Yeah, I don't think most guys. Look, I don't know, y'all.
He's still flabbergasted over there.
Yeah, I don't. Like I maybe I should send out a text to the group.
Well, no, I think a lot of guys are going. They ain't gonna tell you the truth.
You don't think I can tell you the truth, even in the group? I got one where it's about 20 deep. The only thing I don't want to text it because that's gonna be going off all night because then they're gonna start having conversations with each other. Oh, you lying, score.
Oh, you nasty. Oh, yeah. I guarantee you, score pass.
No chance.
No chance. What?
No chance. Scorpions doubled up draws. Not a chance in hell.
I'd say 75% of them will admit it.
No chance.
I feel like
Martha kill him.
I feel like has rolled over off something next morning and put the same draws on and just went right back to partying.
No. He rolled off, put on the draws, clothes he had, and went home. No, I ain't do that. All right, we'll get B. Scott's thoughts on that. Someone texted in, Clinton said they feel like that the Texans have all of it except for the weapons.
I could see that. I could see that.
And I think they're one weapon short.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest with you. I can have a conversation, not have a conversation. I can see where people are coming from that believe in C.J. Stroud. And when I say believe in, I'm not talking about him personally. I'm just talking about in C.J., in Houston, and this team winning a championship. I can see where somebody and fans would feel that way. No doubt about it. I don't see where anybody that watches this team, anybody that covers this team, anybody that just pays attention to what's going on around this team, I don't know how anybody can look at this team and go, yeah, we got the weapons.
Yeah, see,
and again, to your point earlier, that's a big part of that is also the offensive coordinator and the general manager and kind of how they're couching this offense. It's all encompassing. I don't know how anybody, like the fact that somebody brings up Tank Dell when they talk about the weapons on this team.
And I want to say him, but I would have said him before Jarrett Wayne got to him in Kansas City.
Yes, yeah, and look, I hope he is the best version of Tank Dell we've ever seen. But the fact that this season, all that hinges on this season, the fact that you're trying to get better than double-digit win season and second round of the playoffs, and we're bringing up a receiver that has has had the injuries that Tank Dell has had in hopes that he's going to be – like if you've got to go that route to prove or to give context to the weapons that are on this team, I think that in itself says the weapons are suspect.
And see, like and maybe I'm getting a little – I'm just getting – because he is saying championship. So I am taking the words like literally. Like when you say playmaker, that means – like this is somebody that can go and make plays.
Yeah.
With that, like that
wide receiver, tight end, running back, quarterback.
Consistently go and make plays on both sides, right?
Yeah.
I think Bullock can consistently put himself in position to go make plays. He can go get the ball and he can take it back. I think Will and Daniil consistently get back there and make plays defensively. I think Nico is that. Like, I think Jalen Noel is capable of making plays. I don't think he's consistent, like someone that I consistently look at. 2 years, like the first year they came out, Tank Dell and Nico were bona fide. They would fit into the playmaker.
Mm-hmm.
The only they had. I think Tunzel would have fit into. I think even that first year, Tunzel and Titus would have fit into the lineman situation. Like when I see quality linemen, in my mind, I think guys that played near a Pro Bowl level. That's in my mind when I hear quality offensive linemen. Guys that played near or above a Pro Bowl level. And I can see that from Braden Smith at the right tackle spot. The other spots, I'm not quite sure that they play at the level. So I think I take it very literal because you're tying it to championship, not just rebuild, but championship. So that's why to me it's a little difficult. And the line, when you said the lineman, that one's tough for me, right?
Well,
to think.
Well, the crazy thing is all you need is three playmakers between wide receiver, tight end, and running back. And even if you, again, I can't even get close, but even if you're somebody that can get there and you're a bigger believer in David Montgomery, you're still one short. You know, then you add Dalton Schultz in there, who's a possession tight end receiver. It's hard to,
like the Rams. I don't even know if they have a third. I think Sean McVay helps Williams become a third playmaker.
Yeah.
And everybody else, they got Puka, they got Adams, and then Williams. If you look at Williams' numbers, his numbers are 1,200 yards or whatever. I think a lot of that has. I don't know if you just put him in. I think Adams and Puka Nacua you put anywhere there. I know about that with Williams. So I don't know. I just take it as literal. By the way, some Astros news. May be surprised, but the Astros have optioned right-handed pitcher Jason Alexander to AAA Sugarland right after last night's game.
God!
Well, Jason Alexander got to be about out of options.
Out of options here, but they took him on out after he gave up 8 in the first, and Logan Van Way he is brought back in from AAA Sugarland. So Jason Alexander out, and then left-handed pitcher Josh Hader and outfielder Joey Loperfido, somebody who I forgot wasn't with the roster, had their rehab assignments transferred to AAA Sugarland today. So the closer, Joey Loperfido, who I think would probably get a lot of run out there, especially in left field.
He's coming.
They're potentially approaching the big club as they move from AA to AAA. So those are welcome sighting. Welcome sightings to potentially have those guys back. By the way, the lineup out today: Pena, Alvarez, Walker batting third. I don't understand why Isak needs a day off. Trammell is the cleanup hitter tonight.
Taylor Trammell in the cleanup spot.
With Cam Smith batting fifth behind him, Shoemake batting sixth, Jake Myers, Bryce Matthews, and Valdez.
Why do you sound so down, Ron?
Like, again, I said it when we saw Altuve go down because Correa's already down. I just said, well, I mean, right now at this point, those four fellas, Pena, Alvarez, Walker, Paredes, they just got to play every day.
Yeah. Agreed.
I mean, you may need to swing like you may have to swing. I don't know when the last time Jordan's played left, but you may swing Jordan in left field and have Paredes DH if that's what you want to do to give him a little time. But those four guys, you just can't. You can't have a chance to win this series, and you can't have Taylor Trammell as your cleanup hitter. He just got off the IL. Fifth was bad enough. Taylor Trammell is a ninth-place hitter and a leadoff hitter in a pinch. He's batting fourth.
Right, left, right, baby. We doing that all the way down. Right, left, right. We got that all the way down, man.
That's a decision there.
If you're wondering, Ron, Alvarez has played in the outfield just 9 times this season for 5 innings. If I'm reading this correctly.
And listen, if you listen to this show, you know there is nothing about me that is trying to push Jordan
72
Alvarez.
innings, rather.
Yeah, Jordan Alvarez to the outfield. I don't want that. But right now, you understand you're in a bit of a pinch here, and those 4 have to go to the plate because this lineup. Look, why again? And they were fools yesterday. Why would you, Jordan wouldn't have a chance to hit the ball as many times as he did yesterday? Because I've got the triple threat of Trammell, Cam Smith, and Shoemake coming up. No, man, no chance, man. I'd walk Jordan and Walker every time to get to those 3. Just wild. All right, coming up as we continue, our guy Brandon Scott, a little B block joining us. B block is hot with Brandon Scott. He joins us coming up in the next segment. Stay with us.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Brandon Scott on his way in as we will get this discussion with him. Someone text in, y'all some nasty mofos wearing old drawers. No wonder y'all be having swamp ass. Wash your damn drawers. Don't you come over to me now.
That's me.
I think that person's lying.
Well,
I think they're projection.
I just find
I think they're projecting.
I just find it hard to believe. Just find it hard to believe that you ain't ever been stuck in a little bit of a pickle and looked over and you, hey man, let me check, let me give these old drawers right here the sniff test, and if they'll do, they'll do. It's just hard to believe that somebody's so good they've always got clean drawers. Just telling you, man.
What the hell is going on? Yeah, man.
I'm telling you, I guarantee you Stephen A's done it.
No chance.
I don't know what the hell is going on in H-Town.
No chance.
He will never admit it.
No chance.
But I guarantee he's done it.
Oh, my goodness.
I think every time he lived in Queens, he didn't. When he lived Hollis, Queens, he was washing them drawers.
You got to be crazy.
He looked like the type of guy just wear his pants.
Just free ball?
Yeah, I don't know how that is just the option. Let me just go without these.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll tell you.
We'll see if Brandon Scott
is. Tell you, it's not an option. I'll take these shorts that I have on right now. I've got on a thin pair of khakis. I've got them in black. I've got the black's not so much a problem because you can't see them, but the khaki ones, the blue ones, the green ones. If you're free balling underneath those, I mean, everywhere you go, the shape of your mushroom's going to be seen.
That's all right, man.
I can't do it. I would rather put on a good smelling pair of secondhand drawers. I'm just telling you, I would rather do that than walk around with my shroom hanging out. I mean, I just can't. I got a pair of sweat shorts that I always wear. They're gray. I've had them so long. I've washed them a lot. They're my favorite pair of shorts. They're great. They're a little thin. If I wear those without drawers, we're in trouble.
My man, Brandon Scott in with us, and we'll get to B. Scott and the sports stuff. But the way this thing kicked off, Luke came in here today and just out of nowhere in the crosstalk. B. Scott's
like what I walk into.
He walked in the crosstalk. He asked me. People have been waiting for your commentary on this. Walked into the crosstalk and said, "Hey, do you rewear shirts without washing them?" I was like, "No, man, that's nasty as hell." He said he wore the Knicks shirt last Thursday with you.
He's the worst. He's the worst, by the way. He said he's doing this. He didn't say, "Do you do it?" He said, have you ever done it?"
Oh yeah.
Have you ever done it? Right. Did you do it? Whatever. Have you ever done it? Did you do it?
Basis.
Have you ever done? Well, he just said last Thursday.
He did it with
and
a
then
shirt.
and then he threw it, did not wash it, drug it out because Chris hates the Knicks, so he wanted to wear that shirt he wore last Thursday for a full work day, and threw that bad boy back on. He said, "Do you do that?" I said, "Hell no."
Yes.
I said,
so from Thursday to what day? To today, Wednesday? Yes. Yeah, no, I don't want it to be Wednesday and I'm smelling like last Thursday.
He said he threw it across the end of his bed down there. It's where his dirty clothes, when he takes clothes off, he throws them at the end of the bed. And he said he realized he's working with Chris today, and he's wanted to wear that for whatever. It was a Knicks shirt, and I guess it was a Knicks shirt, right?
Yeah, it was a Knicks shirt. I will let you set it up because you say I set it up poorly.
So it does depend on what you do in the shirt. Like if you wear the shirt out and go about your day in the shirt, now it's a dirty shirt. If you don't leave the house, say you don't do anything in the shirt, maybe I can see it. But once you go out in the shirt, to me now it's a dirty shirt.
Let's say you get up.
Because don't you get a little pit stain on the shirt a little bit?
Let's say you get up and go to church, right? You get up morning, let's say service about 9:30, you go to church, you get done noon. Is that a shirt you take off and hang it back up in the closet?
That shirt's got to go to whatever I wear to church got to go to the dryer.
I'm hanging that back up in my closet. That's two church and back? Yeah, I'm hanging that in the closet.
Your dress shirt?
Yeah,
what am I wearing?
Absolutely. What am I wearing? Mine was a short sleeve button-up shirt.
You got the shirt on. We're working 3-4 hours, baby. That's just a shirt that's just got to get cleaned again.
No chance.
I'm definitely not going.
Damn sure ain't going to the cleaners.
I told you,
I sweat.
Jeans and stuff, I do it. Like, I got that. Shirts, for me, no, I don't do that. I'm not as surprised as some people. I would hope, man, if you threw that bad boy in, you did a whole work shift. Like,
we're not talking.
I'm
not going. Like, I've had this shirt on since I got up at 7:30 this morning. I'm not going to wear it again. When I'm going to take it off at 7:30 or 8. I'm not going to wear this shirt again.
You're not wearing it.
But I would be lying if I said, hey, there was a shirt that I wore for 2 hours yesterday morning when I was working on the computer, and I threw it over the end of the bed. If I get up tomorrow morning and I want to wear that damn thing, I'm going to put that shirt on.
Yeah, if I don't do nothing in the shirt, I don't mind it. If I don't, it really come down to, like, if I'm being honest, the smell test. Not saying I.
The sniff
not saying
test.
that I just always do the sniff test, but you usually know even before you sniff it what your day looked like in that shirt.
You know you're not sniffing a workout shirt. You're sniffing a shirt that has a chance.
Right.
Right now.
Like I already know before I sniffed the shirt if I was sweaty that day, and if I sweated the shirt out, I'm not going to even pretend like it's clean enough for me to wear it again.
No, exactly. You're a nasty sunbuck if you left a wet, sweaty shirt at the end of your bed.
Right.
Like, my wife would kill me if that's not the shirt I'm sniffing. That's not the shirt I'm wearing again.
If I don't do nothing in the shirt and the shirt is unbothered, I wear it. Yeah, I'll do that. But usually my church shirt, I'll sweat in that at some point. You sweat. You know what I mean?
Well, if we go to lunch afterwards and it's 100 degrees outside, we go to lunch after, and then we hang out with the fam or whatever. That's a different story.
Yeah.
But if I'm just quick in and out, well, then I took it to the next level.
He did.
I took it to the next level.
I guarantee you don't
sniff test, baby.
I feel 100. I guarantee.
There's been a time, maybe once a month, where I throw that. I get out of the shower, and I realize I ain't got no clean drawers, and I got a pair of drawers laying over the end of the bed or whatever.
You know where this is.
And I grabbed. I know they've been worn. I know I didn't work out in them.
No, can't do that.
I picked them things up. I hit a quick little sniff test, and I know, hey man, these things still smell like detergent. I'm good to go.
No, well, hey,
you draw the line there.
Well, good on you for still smelling like detergent, because I can tell you, ain't no drawers I ever wear a pair, man, after a day.
Well, no, I'm not talking about a pair that I put on at 7:30 this morning, left the house, and went and moved stuff, came to work, did all. It's clearly not that. We're not talking about soiled drawers that we're putting back on.
And see, I probably have excess drawers for this exact reason. I have more drawers than probably what's necessary. It's drawers downstairs. There's some upstairs. I got some in my office room.
Yeah,
I got drawers everywhere.
I get to a.
I'm not above.
I get to a trigger point of drawers gone that says we got to wash. I get down. I get in my little spot, and there's about 3 left. And when I say 3 left, there's probably 6 in there, because there's probably 3 that are a little tighter than I want. And these are just this is all I got down to it. Like, I got to wash.
Yeah, see, I know it's time for me to wash when I get down to the boxer briefs.
Smell like detergent.
Because I do boxers mostly. But I got plenty of boxer briefs, too. So once I start wearing those boys, now
I'll smell a pair of socks.
I'll flip the socks inside out. I'll do that. I'll do that.
So you know they're dirty. You know you don't want them.
I'll flap them, take them outside, though, not in the house. Take them outside to the back, flap them a little bit.
Now the truth comes. See what I'm saying?
I'll do that.
See,
I love that. I'll flip the socks inside out.
Because all my socks, I just mean these white ones, but they have been forever. They've all been black Nikes.
Yeah. If the socks just been in shoes, I ain't been walking around, been outside in the socks and all that. The outside is still clean.
Yeah.
I'll flip them bad boys.
Yeah, see there? I'll give that thing the sniff test. As long as it don't smell like some more dirty feet, I'll throw them things back on.
I don't think Ron's okay over there.
Nah, listen. I'm talking about where you're
less of me, and now he thinks less of B. Scott.
Where you going? Again, like, I will throw on some socks that I wore yesterday that I'm about to go to the gym or something in. I'll do that.
Yeah, that may be where I'm headed.
I'll do that.
And socks are different because that's your own funeral, right? That's your feet. They in your shoe. Unless you take your shoe off, it's not bothering nobody else if your feet stink. But the shirt thing is different because if the shirt smelled, then you smell.
You know, the biggest concern I have, I told them with my shirts, is if I'm cross-contaminating my colognes.
Yeah.
If I pick up one I've worn before and I smell it and I can't, it's maybe just real faint.
Yeah.
But I can't, which one is that?
Yeah. Cologne cross-contamination is too close to like must, and especially if you mix that in with a little BO.
Yeah,
that's not.
Can't do it.
That's not a good recipe.
That's key.
Now you smell like a teenager.
That's key. Ron, hey, Ron went in there and asked them Odyssey women in there, and they all hey, shot me down. I'll go in there and ask them. Well, Kristen, she admitted, I wore a button-up shirt. I wore a button-up shirt, worked from home, wore it all day. She said I hung it back up in the closet when I got done.
Jesse's nasty.
Yeah, but see, I'm looking at Jesse. I'm looking at Jesse right now, respectfully. There's no way she sweats like I do.
Jesse said, I this shirt 4 times before washing it.
See there? I'm gonna tell you,
I'm okay with it.
The way Ron and Tyler Pitt, I can understand why they would never wear the same T-shirt twice.
Yeah, I'm in the ballpark. I'm in the ballpark. That's why I'm in the
yeah.
same.
I would not. I would not. There's no. I'm not much of a pitter. I'm not saying that my hygiene's any better. I'm just saying, which I've made clear. I'm sniffing draws and socks, but I do not pit, so I can wear multiple.
A text line coming in. I'd rather rewear my used underwear than watch Dana continue to mismanage the Astros.
Which is worse, grimy draws or a baseball team headed nowhere?
Grimy draws. Ron, you know damn well you've never been to the gym. First off, your mama.
Damn.
Jeez.
That was
shots fired.
And her mama too.
Deep cut.
And I was just at the gym yesterday. All right.
He works out with Cully.
Kiss my ass, yeah. Cully. Today, what's it, Wednesday? Leg day Wednesday for David Cully.
Oh, man, it's good to see David Cully still
leg days on Wednesdays.
David Cully got to just be just rich, working out, living his best life.
I don't know. David looks like he's got that old man strength. He looked like he messed around with David. He get real
firm handshake.
Absolutely.
I ran into him at a Rockets game this year. Firm handshake.
Yeah, I bet you if his grandkids want to wrestle with him, I bet it'd be a long day for him.
David Cully looked like he was sent to go get switches, and he had and he would try to get out of it by getting small switches.
Yeah,
and then his grandma just went and got it herself.
Yeah. Got a 2x4.
Yeah, he definitely knows what a good switch is. Give me a good one.
Give me a
good one.
Give me a good one. Yeah, man. Nah, man. Y'all, man. Clint, you nasty as hell.
I'm just telling you.
You know what? Until
you make it like I do it every day. I'm just telling you, there's extenuating circumstances.
No. This is one that there shouldn't be. No,
it happens. And what do you mean do?
When you, I didn't think about it until Brandon said it. When you said, because you kept saying like you smell a little detergent. Like this must have been you. You ain't wear these drawers nowhere. You ain't wear these drawers nowhere to still get a hint of detergent.
There's a possibility. There's a possibility I didn't wear them anywhere. I mean, because like I said, I'll get up in the morning and shower. Well, I'll throw on a pair of drawers and wear them for 2 hours and then be like, oh, I got to go work out. Well, I don't work. My workout pants have that liner in them, so I'll take them off, throw them on the damn floor. So that's what I'm sniffing for. I'm not going down there and sniffing day-old drawers and hoping it works.
I hope that.
I mean, but I can damn sure this old schnoz can damn sure tell you when I've had a pair on all day versus when one's been on for a couple hours. Yeah, you still smell that detergent? Oh yeah.
I do too much damage.
The bathing and showering part is what's key. Like you got to at least start with a good base. There's some people out here that skipping showers and doubling up on clothes that they done already wore when they skipped a shower before. Now we got a bad pattern going on here.
That's what Ron
tried to pick a struggle around
Ron
here.
tried to make this a two Americans deal. I said, no, bro. I said, I was the minority where I grew up, and damn sure in that locker room where I was, there's nasty sunbucks of all makes,
That's
Chief.
for sure. That's for sure. Definitely in a locker room.
Sniffing up them drawers.
Oh, I mean, I've seen sunbucks wear the same drawers. I mean,
that's nasty.
I've seen sunbucks come off the practice field and not shower and put that practiced in their drawers. And put the street clothes back over them.
I mean,
repeatedly.
Hopefully they're heading back to shower.
I mean, I'm raising.
No, they're waiting until they get home, which is like.
I mean, I'm telling you,
later.
hopefully they're going straight home to shower.
How old is Trey?
12.
Yeah. See, I was gonna say I'm raising. I don't know about Trey, but I'm raising an 11-year-old boy who I got to stay on him every day.
Yeah, but they're nasty
every day.
Yeah, they just nasty.
Yeah,
all of them that age. Girls too, nasty as hell.
Disgusting.
But you, man.
You grown-ass man.
I just got to believe, man, we got to be in it. Like, you put yourself in the spot, any of you, because many of you agree, where you pick up that damn thing and you got to sniff your drawers.
No, but what I'm saying is I feel like it's some patterns that you learn in them adolescent years that you just don't get rid of. Somewhere where you're around your son Trey and my son Kyle, around their age, some stuff you started doing, like the flipping the socks thing. I've been doing that at least since the 7th grade.
I bet Trey done sniffed his drawers before. Nick started just going without draws because he thought it was funny.
Nick better be
showed
careful.
up a couple of times without no draws. Coming up, we'll get you ready for the Astros. The lineup is out, and they made a move. Jason Alexander's ass had to kick rocks after that performance immediately. Playoffs last night, Thunder, they take control. What about Wemby? What did we see with him last night? College football or college sports in general, potentially rules to try to control what's going on with the transfer portal, cap money, and all of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Just how big was Tatsuya Imai's performance in the Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
I have made fire!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show. And Big C. Check that. Mid-C. Seabass. Colin, who you normally hear on Area 45. He is on the ones and twos as Tyler is out today on vacation. We are in great hands with Colin. So we appreciate his work. And make sure you check him out and the fellas at night. They're Area 45 every single night, from usually from 7 to 11, as he's a major part of that show, and he's been a big part of us today. So we appreciate Colin for holding it down. And Clint, the Astros are going to look to win this series against the Rangers. But before we get to that and the lineups and what it looks like, because old Mike, a.k.a. Home Run Burrow, is on the mound. He gives up a home run, it seems like, every single time he pitches. Hopefully this time he is unable to do so. But they did make some moves to the roster. They optioned their right-handed pitcher from yesterday, Jason Alexander, to AAA Sugar Land. I don't know if it was just because of his struggles of giving up 8 runs in 1 inning and going six innings and giving up 9 runs. I would say that certainly didn't help his cause to remain on the team. But they've sent him down to AAA Sugar Land, and they've recalled right-handed pitcher Logan Van Way from AAA Sugar Land today, so he's back up with the club. Boy, I don't know. You felt like there was some depth, especially the way Jason Alexander pitched last year, where he had a nice little run of 9-10 starts. Where you're like, boy, if somebody gets injured, or hell, could he be a fifth starter? There could be something there. It's been more missed than hit this year. His last start before this one was really good, but this one was a miss, and we've seen a little bit more of this. What we saw yesterday, closer to that than we've seen some of the hits. So I wonder, as you said, he's got to be coming close to running options. I wonder how many times we'll see him get called up here. Yeah. Hopefully Hunter Brown and company is coming back, but they've made some moves and let him roll back down.
Well, look, I think on paper, you look at the season started, Jason Alexander was one of the several guys that you would hope could pitch well enough, get enough opportunity, survive this season when other guys got injured, and could be a 5th or 6th guy, an emergency guy. And like you said, it's kind of been up and down for him. And in a time when Hunter Brown goes out, Christian Javier isn't who we thought he was, obviously he goes out. You've got several injuries. And again, look, several guys have emerged, with whether it's Tang or Lambert, or some of these guys that are kind of come out of nowhere and are now starting to get starts and get run and pitch well. So while guys have stepped up and performed well, it seems like Jason Alexander just has the couple of times that he's been out there, he's shown some good moments, but he's backslid, and damn sure did last night.
Yeah, and so they make the move there, and they've really been doing this a lot with several pitchers. Sure. We see this. We saw it yesterday, I believe. They sent somebody down to bring someone up. So it could just be, hey, this is just your turn, and you'll see them again. But they're hoping. I think it seems they're hopeful to start getting some of these guys back. Yeah. And speaking of that, left-hander, their closer Josh Hader, and outfielder Joey Loperfido, they both had their rehab assignments transferred to AAA Sugar Land, so they are moving up from AA and going to AAA, which would only be a sign, Clint, which is, especially for Hader, a huge, huge thing for the Astros, that these two guys, there's only one more step, and that is to the big club, that they're close.
Well, look, I mean, I think Loperfido is a guy that they brought back. He's definitely a guy that I would think is at the top of the pecking of that. That left fielder when Jordan's not out there. I mean, you got to think that he's in the hunt to be that guy. But the big piece here is Josh Hader. And I just look. I think when you get Josh Hader back, it's less about Josh Hader and more about what kind of shape are the guys that are going to get you to Josh Hader. Like and I don't know why, but when I hear Josh Hader talk, I feel like he's got a real good grasp on what he's doing. He's not rushing. He feels really good. I mean, he seems to be pretty much in rhythm and in sync with his rehab. But when he gets back, I expect him to be Josh Hader. Now, Brian Abreu has pitched well of late. This Pearson guy again seems to have some real stuff. You know, we saw the youngster in Santa a couple of nights ago cap off the no-hitter. I mean, that back end of the bullpen is really starting to kind of come together, assuming those guys continue to pitch well and stay healthy, and then Josh Hader comes back and does his thing. I know just as a fan, you know, looking forward to that day when Josh comes back to see the complete package of what we look like in a 7th, 8th, 9th inning with those arms I just mentioned.
Yep, and we won't see him tonight, but we will see Mike Burrows, and he's a guy that eats up innings, but they need him to keep the runs down and the home runs down, man. We joke and have some fun, but, I mean, if you go look at his starts, he's giving up at least a home run, I'd say 70-80% of the time. At least one. He has really struggled with that. And it's multiple times in the game. And his last start, I believe it was 3-0 right off the bat because of that. So he's got stuff. He can survive, but he's got to kind of control that part of his game. But
5 o'clock fire.
Just a cough there, Colin. Just real quick. Let me get the lineups out real quick.
That was my bad.
They'll be facing Jacob deGrom. Pena Alvarez is 1-2. Christian Walker is at first base. Taylor Trammell, for some reason, is the cleanup hitter. Cam Smith, Shoemake, Myers, Matthews, and Vasquez are that's the lineup tonight. And
they're going to go score 6 runs tonight. I guarantee it.
I'm sure they will.
Take the over, Colin said.
We had some fun that one time where Clint just took out the lineup when they played the Rockies one time, and then the Rockies just went off. I mean, the Astros just went off.
About 3 innings in,
we didn't know.
And it was at the hands of every guy that I bitched and moaned about.
And half of those guys aren't here.
It was the day of the doubleheader too.
Yeah, it was the second part of the doubleheader, and it was. I think Bryce was leading off, and I can't remember how it all went down, but I think Bryce struck out, and so I poked my chest out. Next thing you know, that 4, 5, 6 hole hitter, double, triple, home run. All of a sudden, they got 3, 4 runs, and I'm like, boy, that did not age well.
That's when first got introduced to Shoemake.
That's right.
It's Daniel Johnson too.
Daniel Johnson, that's who it was.
That's
Daniel
right.
Johnson when he really took out. But even to where he says listen, they know better than we do, and to be honest with you, the last couple of years, I feel like I blindly know as much about the team as their training staff does. But like Isak Paredes being out of the lineup right now with where you are, like you're actually making a move. And hell, the A's, they lose again last night, so now the division lead is under 500 right now.
I think they're losing. They're losing pretty bad. Last time I checked, like 8-0 against the Mariners.
And they're potentially getting their asses kicked currently again. Right? Like you got a chance to make a move. Right now, I am sorry. Every day in that lineup, when there is no Correa, there is no Altuve, right? There are injuries all over. There's no Diaz. There's no none. Every day, Pena, Alvarez, Walker, and Paredes have to be in the lineup. Now somebody may have to be the DH one day, and you and I may play left field, or Christian Walker may be the DH and Paredes play first base, but they got to be in the lineup right now. And Taylor Trammell just cannot be your cleanup hitter. That just can't happen. That cat was just on the IL 2 days ago. I don't know.
I'm with you. I'm with you, Ron. I'm the load management stuff for anybody, anytime, it wears me out. It annoys the hell out of me, much less when you're in a situation where the Astros are right now. Down Altuve, down Correa, in a division game with an opportunity to make not one but 2 of the teams ahead of you. And we decide it's a good time to load manage somebody. Not to mention the momentum the team has right now. 7 of the last 11, right? 4 of the last 5, and you roll this lineup out there.
Those 4 have to scratch the scheduled day off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Agreed.
those fours have to.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, last night, the Thunder, OKC, they win at home. They win Game 5, 127-114.
No, God!
Really? Spurs fan. And they take
Whoa, easy there, buddy.
And they take a 3-2 series lead, and now Game 6 will take place tomorrow in San Antonio. And I think all eyes last night and in Game 6 will be on the two major stars, because even though SGA is not playing up to the standard that he believes, he's played and outplayed him, especially in Game 5, and that was one of the, I say, low moments for Victor Wembanyama, especially since he's been in this playoff run. He looked sluggish. He looked I don't want to say disinterested, because I think he was tired, but he just, from word go, you could tell like he didn't have it. And your thinking is, man, this could be one of those signature moments where he goes on the road and he beats the champs and has a chance to take them down at home. But he just had none of that.
What did Jimmy Johnson say? Fatigue makes cowards of us all.
Yeah.
You can definitely tell he's tired. He loses focus. He's not all prepared and ready for.
It's the defensive end, really, where it wasn't even that. That's a part of his game. It just seems like if he's just standing in the paint,
he's a problem.
It's a problem.
Yeah.
But it was no problem.
Yeah, man. It's that's where Oklahoma City can separate themselves, even without a key part in Williams. I mean, you can just, having been there before, understanding the grind of a 7-game series at this point with just the 1 day off, 1 day travel day in between, how long these series can be at this point in time. Truth is, San Antonio, especially Wemby, has never done it before, so it's his first time, and that's definitely an advantage. OKC.
Yeah, he's got to get his ass in the paint. Just standing out there shooting perimeter jump shots, shooting threes. That's exactly what I would, and I think OKC is inviting him to do so. Big game coming up tomorrow night as the Knicks await the winner of this Western Conference Finals, and it could be OKC after tomorrow night.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, the L.A. Chargers, they make Derwin James the NFL's highest paid safety as he agrees to a 3-year deal worth $75.6 million in extension. His agent, David Mulugeta, did that deal. It includes $57.5 million guaranteed. First, a couple of things from a Texans perspective. You talked about the guarantees from a receiver spot that Nico was making. That's in the safe in the range of what Nico got from a guaranteed perspective. But listen, I don't think Kalen Bullock is going to get this type of money. But when you raise the level of where safeties are getting paid, then that means everything raises.
Yeah.
And he is a player, like if we know that Kamari Lassiter you put into that range of like gotta keep. I wonder how they view Kalen Bullock, and then I wonder how much money it will take to lock a safety up like him. Like, I don't think he's going to get $75 million, no. But I also don't think he's going to sign the Reed Blankenship deal. I feel like he's going to have to get paid a decent amount with his age, and he is definitely a player that's on the rise that you feel like he haven't seen his best days yet.
He's on the rise, and I think this is a huge season for him. Now, look, the secondary, when you talk about this D-line schematically being able to get up the quarterback or whatever, the beneficiary is going to be the secondary a lot of the times. And when you're the center fielder, you goes both ways. No matter which way the quarterback's working, if he puts too much air into the ball, you can go get it. Now, he also has the ability to come down and play some man. He's got the ability to play underneath in zones with that wingspan. He's an absolute problem, but he's a ball hawk. And look, if he has, because he's only been here 2 years, right? This is his third year. If he has a third year where there's just if he stays healthy and he's out there, he's going to go get you several interceptions, right? If he shows that kind of range, that kind of playmaking ability, and maybe even takes it next level, whatever that may be. I think last year he played in the box a little bit more than he did the year before. Again, he's not going to be in Derwin James category. You're talking about an all-pro safety 2 of the last 3 years or 3 of the last 4 years or something like that.
Yeah,
You're talking about one of the best in the game at all of the above.
But Antoine Wilfield Jr. is fourth in terms of safeties.
Yeah.
I feel like he's in that range.
Yeah, I don't know. I was only going to say, I don't know where he's going to land. I don't think he's going to obviously. He's not in the Derwin James category, but it's going to be up there. It's going to be big money. One more year of what he's been doing.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a fifth-year option. But Derwin just raises the entire level in terms of money.
Anytime a player blows the cap off the position of from a salary standpoint, it's one of those rising tides. What raises all boats? Is that
like
what
I look at this. The top 5 is Derwin James, Kyle Hamilton, and then it's Kirby Joseph, Antoine Winfield, and Buda Baker. And I mean, it ain't but 2 guys on that list that I think I would take. Right,
it's interesting because
right now, just especially moving forward, age and everything.
I'm just trying to think of like those guys to get where they are in terms of being the top 5 paid. Was their highlight reel and their resume? Yeah, kind of how does Bullock's?
Yeah, Derwin and Kyle Hamilton, like that, they're separate.
But I agree. Those are just different animals. But even like Buda Baker, like there was a time when Buda Baker was. I mean, you couldn't have an NFL conversation about defenses without talking about him.
Yeah,
I don't know. Bullock is in that, and that's what ultimately got Buda Baker paid. Is Bullock in that category yet of where you just he's talked about in the safety conversation? I don't
know that
NFL-wide.
he's talked about like that, but his play.
Yeah,
I mean, I
think he's a year away from it.
He's got a lot. He's just got so many cats on his own defense that take so much of the conversation.
Well, I think he's another year away from being a playmaker, like he has the last 2 years, from being in every safety conversation out there.
Like I feel like at the end of the year, Kirby Joseph and Antoine Winfield, I think you will absolutely feel like he's in the same space as those guys, and they're 3 and 4 right now. So that is the latest. The market on the safety room has been raised, and that is going to be something the Texans pay attention to because, as we said, Kalen Bullock, the time will come with him, especially if they plan on keeping this defense together, and maybe he's one of the casualties. Maybe that's a position where they're saying, well, we'll redraft. I don't know. They love him, and he fits exactly what they want to be. All right, Nico Collins, he's been taken care of as well. What's your thoughts about Nico Collins? How do you feel about Nico Collins? He's been a Pro Bowl player, but it hasn't all been perfect. We'll discuss Nico coming up next.
What's the position the OG will be watching closest with? is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah. Somebody said, tired my ass, dude is the youngest guy on the roster. Talking about Wemby. Yeah, that it is a grind if you've not experienced the grind. And we've heard plenty of athletes, especially players who played in the playoffs and the postseason, have gotten an understanding of the run. And I know for a fact I've seen Jordan has said, man, I had to go back and I had to put on weight. I had to work out. I had to get my body prepared for the rugged playoff run and the clotheslines from the Detroit Pistons. But these guys got to get themselves going when you haven't done this before, where it's 4 7-game series that you have to run through.
Well, when you start talking about as you said, the NBA playoffs, 4 7-game series, and the deeper you get, the more grueling it gets. Right now, obviously that won't be the case in the finals, right? They space them out a little bit in the finals.
A little bit.
Yeah. But I mean, this, I never realized it because I'm just a casual fan, I guess. I never realized how silly that is. Right, the bigger and more important and more competitive the games get, the less rest you get. There is, and this is coming from a guy that hates load management. There is no doubt about it. When you want to, I would argue that this is as grueling as you're going to get in pro sports. Now maybe hockey maybe because they're similar, but the point is going out there and putting this for 4 quarters. I'm talking about the guys that play damn near the whole game.
And he is definitely that.
Yes. And you go at this point to where you're in your 3rd series of the highest caliber basketball that you can get with everything on the table, win or go home type games. And now you're at a spot where you're getting as little rest as you're ever going to get, which is 1 day between games. Yeah, I think it's physically taxing as anything in pro sports, and I think mentally for young guys, it's got to be just not only taxing but jarring when it hits.
Yeah,
when you hit that wall.
And they've taken, they've been smart and strategic with him. He didn't even average 30 minutes a game in the regular season.
Mm-hmm.
He's under 30 minutes a game in the regular season, and he's up well over 30 in the playoffs.
He's getting beat up. He's not getting any rest.
You're right.
He's never played this long.
The physicality is completely different. He's not. These cats ain't doing what the Timberwolves were doing him every single night.
Well, those guys, you look at the guys that have done it before. They know exactly what they have to do mentally and physically in their downtime, from treatment to rest to what they need to eat to all the what do they need to do from a training regimen. Wemby has no idea.
No.
He has no idea.
No.
I mean, it wouldn't shock me one bit if when this series is over, win, lose, or draw, when they're done playing basketball this year, win, lose, or draw, you don't hear Wemby talking about, he needs to do X, Y, and Z.
He's going to get a trainer.
Right.
Their trainer's going to change how they do stuff so he can go through the rigors of like you said, Jordan did it. We've seen a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of people do it because I'd say to him, boy, just imagine you win the next 2 games. You got another round.
You got another round to do it all over again.
Yeah, you got Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns waiting on to beat the hell out of you as well out there. All right, Nico Collins yesterday, Clint, signed him a deal where he's going to be getting $29 million over the next 2 years, which puts him in the top 10 in terms of highest paid wide receivers, and well deserved. And he is, as I said earlier, I think Nick Casario's best draft pick that he's had when you talk about the round and the production and how good he has been. He got a top 10 wide receiver in the third round, and he's had a top 10 wide receiver in the third round to a team that you wouldn't say the offense has just been completely together, right? And stuff happening around him. How do you look at Nico Collins? Because I thrown in there, is there disappointment in Nico Collins? Obviously, his seasons are fantastic. He's been over 1,000 yards the last 3 seasons, but he's missing in some games. He's missed games every one of his seasons, even before he became a Pro Bowl level guy. How do you look at Nico over the last several years and what he's been?
I think the most important part of it is he's done more with less.
Yes.
I mean, he's somehow become one of the best receivers in football, playing in a system that's never highlighted him. Playing in a system where the quarterback has never really force-fed him. The system wasn't built around him at all. I would argue that it not only was it not built for him, he's been treated as just another piece since he's been here, and he's somehow found a way to put up big numbers when he's healthy and become known league-wide as one of the best wide receivers in the game. So when I look at Nico, I see an unfinished product, Ron.
That's crazy, right?
I still – like when I think of the best wide receivers in football, I still don't know if Nico's on that level. Like the Jamar Chases of the world. You know what I mean? I don't know, and I'm only saying that because we've never seen him in a system that truly highlighted him. I mean, we've never seen him in a system with triggers that most systems that have a Nico Collins type guy have they find ways, creative ways to get him the football. Nico Collins, with the exception of maybe 3 games in his career in Houston, every one of Nico Collins' touches have been dependent on the perfect play being called, the defense not taking him away, not rolling safeties to him, the quarterback making the right read, protecting the quarterback, and the ball getting out. There is little to no Nico Collins production that is, hey, man, we're going to snap the football and we're going to flip this thing out to you and just get your hands on it. Just let him touch leather. You watch these other teams play. Tyreek Hill back in the day in Kansas City.
Just do small things just to get the ball in their hands.
Even Travis Kelce in Kansas City. You look at Justin Jefferson. You look at damn sure old buddy in Seattle that won Smith and Jigba.
Lamb, they do.
CeeDee Lamb. I mean, they most teams that have a big time receiver,
they're able to do it with Lamb and Pickett.
Yeah, they find a way to do it, don't they? But they, like, you look at those. I mean, they are finding ways to get that guy, just get it in his hands and let him produce. I think Nico has that ability, but we've never seen Nico in that kind of offensive approach, and so that's the unknown with Nico. I think Nico produces. I think he's hard to tackle. I think he's got great hands. I think he's unassuming because you look at him and you think big go ball, jump ball, back shoulder, 50-50 ball guy. And in reality, he's more of a polished route runner that can do it all, that has great feel. But I feel like, Ron, with Nico, like it's just like there's still something left that's, that I'm left wanting more from Nico. And I think it's not Nico, it's the system that I've seen him play in for so long.
That is interesting when you said he is an unfinished product still. That is wild that a guy who has been, because I think there's an argument you could say, man, his production in his seasons have been cut loose because of his injury.
Yeah.
And he only played 12 games and got 1,000 yards in 24, and only played 15 games, and he could have had 1,300 yards if he'd have played more games last year. And then that first year when he really came on, where he goes for 80 and 1,300 yards, he missed multiple games in that season. Like, But it's also potentially not reaching his production height, not just due to injury, but just due to just the offense and the direction of how the offense is. And it would almost appear that it is moving even further away from featuring him or pushing towards him.
Yeah, look, I've said this before. I think this is the easiest offense in football to defend. I think it's vanilla. I think it lacks creativity. I think you've got one real weapon in Nico Collins, and I think you leave him stationary the majority of the time. And if he does move, it's a jog. It's not a true motion. It's not a true speed motion to create leverage or free releases or anything like that. And so I think there's two guys, that ultimately would say have a lot higher ceilings than what we see here in Houston, and it's Nico and CJ. Now, I would say that probably Woody Marks could probably fall in that category as well. But, you look at those guys. I mean, could you imagine what Nico could do in a system like Clint Kubiak's that features a receiver the way that they featured Smith and Jigba, or the way that Puka Nacua is featured in L.A.? I mean, could you imagine what Nico could do? The numbers that he could run up, it would be Puka-like. But I just, this system, the offensive minds that have been here just have not viewed offensive football in that vein. Maybe it's because they haven't been here long enough to view it in that vein and get to a point where their offense can run like that. Maybe, but yeah, it's just I think Nico. The injuries are obviously a problem.
Yes, yeah. The disappointment stuff around Nico seems to be mostly out of his control.
Yes, the injuries in the system.
You can't control concussions like he had last year. Now, maybe some of them lower leg injuries that seem to pop up on him, maybe there's something there. But they got to have him on the field healthy.
Yeah.
Like they got it. Like
well, that's the interesting thing, Ron. We've talked a lot about the Texans' weapons.
CJ man got paid if he was available against the Patriots.
Yeah, well, but that's the interesting thing with Nico, man. Is they got every reason under the sun right now to sit in an office and go, hey, we've got to find a way to get 12 touches. Yeah, you've got more reason to justify, overdoing it than you do to sit there and just be another stagnant offense and say, yeah, if they don't tilt the defense that way, we'll get it to you.
Yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, I want to get Clint's thoughts and see where he believes the Texans are on this championship checklist. How that Daniel Jeremiah put out a championship checklist. I think the Texans knock out the boat among anybody with a lot of these. But there are some on the fence. We'll see what Clint and I think coming up next.
at orangetheory.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive on a hump day, Wednesday action. Shout out to all of you who have listened and have participated on the text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch jumping in as well. We appreciate you. We want you to always be interactive with us on the show. It's as much your show as it is ours. Coming up behind us as we continue to stay live and local in this biatch. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, I'll try that again.
You're just feeling froggy, Chief.
Again, coming up behind us as we stay live and local. I just want to say that because I want to see Colin's face. I mean, that mid-C, I don't know if he's ready for that.
It can't. I saw what you're going with that. It just came off a little bit. Like you gotta get some conviction, man.
I wanted to see what mid-C would think about that.
He reached for that old dump button,
He did, didn't he? All right, coming up, Texans All Access, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris will hold it down as they always do, coming up at 6 o'clock. And then area, you normally hear Colin, who is producing that thing, but tonight, I believe, is it Mitchell? Is Mitchell still with us? Big Mitch?
Mm-hmm.
Slick Mitchell, and
Slick Mitch.
Sean Bijani and Patrick Creighton will hold it down tonight. So make sure you stay tuned, listen to that. They will have the baseball postgame show as the Sugarland Space Cowboys will take on the Texas Rangers tonight, at least lineup-wise. We'll take on the Texas Rangers tonight, and they will have the postgame for you and much, much more as we are live and local from 7 to 11, Texans All Access, and then Area 45, the best damn sports show in all of Houston, late-night sports show in all of Houston, coming up after they get done live and local till 11 o'clock. All right, Daniel Jeremiah, I believe he still works for NFL Network. I don't know how long that will be, but I believe he still works for NFL Network as they're getting taken over by ESPN, so we may start seeing him on ESPN as well. But he is big into the draft game. He was a scout before, somebody that is well-respected.
College quarterback, bro.
College quarterback, not just for the draft stuff, but just overall, kind of like him and like Lewis Riddick, who I think is kind of maybe even a step over with his scouting background. He said there is 12 spots that he's kind of broken down that build a championship foundation for a team. 12 spots that he looks at, and it'd be interesting to go down the line with Super Bowl teams, championship teams, to see how much they fit it. I could think of that Eagles team. Do they have 3 playmakers they won a couple years ago? Hell yeah. They got the quarterback. Yep. Quality O-lineman. Hell, they had 5 of them. Maybe even one on the bench. Do they have pass rushers? Yep. Defensive playmakers? Yep. Right. I mean, they nailed every box and probably went over at times. Where do you think the Texans fit? And these are the 12 spots. And you can jump on and give us your thoughts on the text line and YouTube and Twitch. The 12 spots: quarterback, 3 offensive playmakers. Guys, that could be tight ends, running backs, wide receiver, multiple wide receivers. 3 offensive playmakers, 3 quality offensive linemen, 2 pass rushers, and 3 defensive playmakers. And I would assume that those pass rushers can be included into the 3 defensive playmakers. And I would think that would be a part of it, because now you're talking about 5 different cats. Like I don't know about that. Like, you can't tell me, all right, well, I got the pass rushers and Will Anderson, and now tell me Will Anderson isn't a playmaker. He is a playmaker as well. How many of those, in your opinion, when you look at this, Clint, do you think the Texans fall into the category of occupying in that?
Look, I think they got major problems on the offensive side of the football. I think I having never seen Wyatt Teller and Braden Smith in a Texans uniform and Keelan Rutledge in a Texans uniform, I could probably talk myself into the 3 quality offensive linemen. I can damn sure talk myself into this offensive line being a quality offensive line. I don't know about elite, but quality offensive line. But I think you got to really strain to get to 3 quality offensive linemen. Offensive playmakers, look, I'm on record. I think Nico Collins is the offensive playmaker you've got some pieces otherwise. You got some potential other places.
Would you put Dalton or David Montgomery in that position?
No. Look, I mean, the good players, explosive playmaker. No, I don't think. I mean, I think there's a place for a power back, downhill power back, physical power back. I think there's a place for a possession receiver. I think they're important pieces. But would I say playmaker? No, I don't. I think they guys that need others around them to be great. I think are just. Yeah, they're not role players, but they're just pieces, right? I think Nico Collins is really the only one you have here in Houston right now. Higgins is coming, maybe. Jalen Noel, a lot of people are confident. We've not seen him play much offense at all, not enough to know one way or the other. David Montgomery, promising, but hey, the reality of it is he was declining in a placed offensive line and a great play caller and a great first option or second option at running back, with receivers that could take the top off of defenses, with receiver that was an all-pro, with a tight end that was a Pro Bowler. So can he replicate the level of success he had 2 years ago without that play caller and without that supporting cast, with a far less play caller, far less supporting cast here in Houston? I'm not ready to make that playmaker call right there. So I would say that they're falling well short in the playmaker category. Where Nico Collins is you're really your only threat. And then the quarterback situation. Look, I'm on record saying I don't think C.J. Stroud's going to lead this team to a Super Bowl. But I'm not a fool. I can't sit here and, having watched what I watched C.J. Stroud be capable of doing over the last 3 years, and say that guy is going to be the reason that you don't win a Super Bowl. Yeah, that guy is talented enough. If you surround him with the right pieces and you've got the right play caller in here, I think C.J. Stroud can win and be the reason that you win a lot of games. I just as for this exercise that we're doing now, I can't look at C.J. Stroud and say that box is not checked, right? So I got to check that box. A championship foundation, I've got to check the quarterback box for the Texans right now.
Yeah. And we talked about this a little bit earlier, Clint. I find this a fun exercise, but it is hard not to include the coaching angle in this. And absolutely. And how much the coaching angle can affect, in a negative or positive way, certain players. Like, I don't know that right now I believe that Jared Goff and C.J. Stroud are that different of players in terms of how good they are. One has maybe Ben Johnson. And we saw him take a dip last year, but one maybe has Ben Johnson.